The Witch Cult in Western Europe. A Study in Anthropology. By Margaret Alice Murray. Introduction. The subject of witches and witchcraft has always suffered from the biased opinions of the commentators, both contemporary and of later date. On the one hand are the writers who, having heard the evidence at first hand, believe implicitly in the facts and place upon them the unwarranted construction that those facts were due to supernatural power. On the other hand are the writers who, taking the evidence on hearsay and disbelieving the conclusions drawn by their opponents, deny the facts in toto. Both parties believed with equal firmness in a personal devil, and both supported their arguments with quotations from the Bible. But as the believers were able to bring forward more texts than the unbelievers and had in their hands an unanswerable argument in the Witch of Endor, the unbelievers, who dared not contradict the Word of God, were forced to fall back on the theory that the witches suffered from hallucination, hysteria, and, to use the modern word, autosuggestion. These two classes still persist, the skeptic predominating. Between the believer who believed everything and the unbeliever who disbelieved everything there has been no critical examination of the evidence, which presents a new and untouched field of research to the student of comparative religion. Among the believers in witchcraft, everything which could not be explained by the knowledge at their disposal was laid to the credit of supernatural powers. And as everything incomprehensible is usually supposed to emanate from evil, the witches were believed to be possessed of devilish arts. As also every non-Christian god was, in the eyes of the Christian, the opponent of the Christian God, the witches were considered to worship the enemy of salvation, in other words, the devil. The greater number of these writers, however, obtained the evidence at first hand, and it must therefore be accepted although the statements do not bear the construction put upon them. It is only by a careful comparison with the evidence of anthropology that the facts fall into their proper places and an organized religion stands revealed. The common beliefs as to the powers of the witches are largely due to the credulous contemporary commentators, who misunderstood the evidence and then exaggerated some of the facts to suit their preconceived ideas of the supernatural powers of the witches, thereby laying themselves open to the ridicule of all their opponents, past and present. Yet the ridicule is not fully deserved, for the facts are there, though the explanation is wrong. For even the 2 points, which are usually considered the ultimate proof of the absurdity and incredibility of the whole system, the flying on a broomstick through the window or up the chimney, and the transformation into animals, are capable of explanation. The first can be accounted for when the form of early mound dwellings is taken into consideration, and when it is remembered that among savage tribes there are often taboos connected with the door, the two-faced god being essentially a deity of the door. Besides this, the fertility rites connected with the broom should be taken into account. The second should be compared with similar accounts of transformation into animals among the cults of other nations. Mr. A.B. Cook's comment on the Greek ritual applies quite as well to Western as to Eastern Europe. We may venture on the general statement that within the bounds of Hellenic mythology animal metamorphosis commonly points to a preceding animal cult. It is interesting to note the class of mind among those contemporary writers who believed in the reality of the facts confessed at the trials as compared with those who disbelieved. It will be seen that the most brilliant minds, the keenest intellects, the greatest investigators, were among the believers: Bowden, Lord Bacon, Raleigh, Boyle, Cudworth, Selden, Henry Moore, Sir Thomas Browne, Matthew Hale, Sir George Mackenzie, and many others, most of whom had heard the evidence at first hand. The skeptics were Wyer, pupil of the occultist Cornelius Agrippa, Reginald Scott, a Kentish country squire, Filmer, whose name was a byword for political bigotry, Wagstaff, who went mad from drink, and Webster, a fanatical preacher. The skeptics, with the exception of Wyer, appear to have had little or no first-hand evidence. Their only weapon was an appeal to common sense and sentiment combined. Their only method was a flat denial of every statement which appeared to point to supernatural powers. They could not disprove the statements. They could not explain them without opposing the accepted religious beliefs of their time, and so weakening their cause by exposing themselves to the serious charge of atheism. Therefore they denied evidence which in the case of any other accusation would have been accepted as proof. The evidence which I now bring forward is taken entirely from contemporary sources, i.e., the legal records of the trials, pamphlets giving accounts of individual witches, and the works of inquisitors and other writers. I have omitted the opinions of the authors, and have examined only the recorded facts, without however including the stories of ghosts and other occult phenomena with which all the commentators confuse the subject. I have also, for the reason given below, omitted all reference to charms and spells when performed by one witch alone, and have confined myself to those statements only which show the beliefs, organization, and ritual of a hitherto unrecognized cult. In order to clear the ground, I make a sharp distinction between operative witchcraft and ritual witchcraft. Under operative witchcraft I class all charms and spells, whether used by a professed witch or by a professed Christian, whether intended for good or for evil, for killing or for curing. Such charms and spells are common to every nation and country, and are practiced by the priests and people of every religion. They are part of the common heritage of the human race and are therefore of no practical value in the study of any one particular cult. Ritual witchcraft, or, as I propose to call it, the Gionic cult, embraces the religious beliefs and ritual of the people known in late medieval times as witches. The evidence proves that underlying the Christian religion was a cult practiced by many classes of the community, chiefly, however, by the more ignorant or those in the less thickly inhabited parts of the country. It can be traced back to pre-Christian times, and appears to be the ancient religion of Western Europe. The god, anthropomorphic or theriomorphic, was worshipped in well-defined rites, the organization was highly developed. And the ritual is analogous to many other ancient rituals. The dates of the chief festivals suggest that the religion belonged to a race which had not reached the agricultural stage. And the evidence shows that various modifications were introduced, probably by invading peoples who brought in their own beliefs. I have not attempted to disentangle the various cults. I am content merely to point out that it was a definite religion with beliefs, ritual, and organization as highly developed as that of any other cult in the world. The deity of this cult was incarnate in a man, a woman, or an animal. The animal form being apparently earlier than the human, for the god was often spoken of as wearing the skin or attributes of an animal. At the same time, however, there was another form of the god in the shape of a man with two faces. Such a god is found in Italy, where he was called Janus or Dianus, in southern France, see pages 62, 129, and in the English Midlands. The feminine form of the name, Diana, is found throughout Western Europe as the name of the female deity or leader of the so-called witches, and it is for this reason that I have called this ancient religion the Gionic cult. The geographical distribution of the two-faced god suggests that the race or races, who carried the cult, either did not remain in every country which they entered, or that in many places they and their religion were overwhelmed by subsequent invaders. The dates of the two chief festivals, May Eve and November Eve, indicate the use of a calendar which is generally acknowledged to be pre-agricultural and earlier than the solstitial division of the year. The fertility rites of the cult bear out this indication, as they were for promoting the increase of animals and only rarely for the benefit of the crops. The cross-quarter days, February 2nd and August 1st, which were also kept as festivals, were probably of later date, as, though classed among the great festivals, they were not of so high an importance as the May and November Eves. To February 2nd, Candlemas Day, probably belongs the sun charm of the burning wheel, formed by the whirling dancers, each carrying a blazing torch. But no special ceremony seems to be assigned to August 1st, Lammas Day, a fact suggestive of a later introduction of this festival. The organization of the hierarchy was the same throughout Western Europe, with the slight local differences which always occur in any organization. The same organization, when carried to America, caused Cotton Mather to say, "The witches are organized like congregational churches." This gives the clue at once. In each congregational church there is a body of elders who manage the affairs of the church, and the minister who conducts the religious services and is the chief person in religious matters. And there may also be a specially appointed person to conduct the services in the minister's absence. Each church is an independent entity and not necessarily connected with any other. In the same way there was among the witches a body of elders, the coven, which managed the local affairs of the cult, and a man who, like the minister, held the chief place. Though as God that place was infinitely higher in the eyes of the congregation than any held by a mere human being. In some of the larger congregations there was a person, inferior to the chief, who took charge in the chief's absence. In southern France, however, there seems to have been a Grand Master who was supreme over several districts. The position of the chief woman in the cult is still somewhat obscure. Professor Pearson sees in her the mother goddess worshipped chiefly by women. This is very probable, but at the time when the cult is recorded the worship of the male deity appears to have superseded that of the female. And it is only on rare occasions that the god appears in female form to receive the homage of the worshippers. As a general rule the woman's position, when divine, is that of the familiar or substitute for the male god. There remains, however, the curious fact that the chief woman was often identified with the Queen of Faerie, or the Elfin Queen as she is sometimes called. This connection of the witches and fairies opens up a very wide field. At present it is little more than speculation that the two are identical, but there is promise that the theory may be proved at some later date when the subject is more fully worked out. It is now a commonplace of anthropology that the tales of fairies and elves preserve the tradition of a dwarf race which once inhabited northern and western Europe. Successive invasions drove them to the less fertile parts of each country which they inhabited, some betook themselves to the inhospitable north or the equally inhospitable mountains. Some, however, remained in the open heaths and moors, living as mound-dwellers, venturing out chiefly at night and coming in contact with the ruling races only on rare occasions. As the conqueror always regards the religion of the conquered as superior to his own in the arts of evil magic, the dwarf race obtained the reputation of wizards and magicians. And their god was identified by the conquerors with the principle of evil. The identification of the witches with the dwarf or fairy race would give us a clear insight into much of the civilization of the early European peoples, especially as regards their religious ideas. The religious rites varied according to circumstances and the requirements of the people. The greater number of the ceremonies appear to have been practiced for the purpose of securing fertility. Of these the sexual ritual has been given an overwhelming and quite unwarranted importance in the trials, for it became an obsession with the Christian judges and recorders to investigate the smallest and most minute details of the rite. Though in late examples the ceremony had possibly degenerated into a bacchanalian orgy, there is evidence to prove that, like the same rite in other countries, it was originally a ceremonial magic to ensure fertility. There is at present nothing to show how much of the witches' mass, in which the bread, the wine, and the candles were black, derived from the Christian ritual and how much belonged to the Dianic cult. It is, however, possible that the witches' service was the earlier form and influenced the Christian. The admission ceremonies were often elaborate, and it is here that the changes in the religion are most clearly marked. Certain ceremonies must have been introduced when another cult was superimposed and became paramount, such as the specific renunciation of a previous religion which was obligatory on all new candidates, and the payment to the member who brought a new recruit into the fold. The other rites, the feasts and dances, show that it was a joyous religion, and as such it must have been quite incomprehensible to the gloomy inquisitors and reformers who suppressed it. Much stress has always been laid by the skeptical writers on the undoubted fact that in many cases the witch confused dreams with reality and believed that she had visited the Sabbath when credible witnesses could prove that she had slept in her bed all the time. Yet such visions are known in other religions. Christians have met their Lord in dreams of the night and have been accounted saints for that very reason. Mahomet, though not released from the body, had interviews with Allah. Moses talked with God. The Egyptian pharaohs record similar experiences. To the devotee of a certain temperament such visions occur, and it is only to be expected that in every case the vision should take the form required by the religion of the worshipper. Hence the Christian sees Christ and enters heaven. Mahomet was caught up to the paradise of the true believers. The anthropomorphic Jehovah permitted only a back view to his votary. The Egyptian pharaohs beheld their gods alive and moving on the earth. The witch also met her god at the actual Sabbath and again in her dreams, for that earthly Sabbath was to her the true paradise, where there was more pleasure than she could express. And she believed also that the joy which she took in it was but the prelude to a much greater glory, for her God so held her heart that no other desire could enter in. Thus the witches often went to the gibbet and the stake, glorifying their God and committing their souls into his keeping, with a firm belief that death was but the entrance to an eternal life in which they would never be parted from him. Fanatics and visionaries as many of them were, they resemble those Christian martyrs whom the witch persecutors often held in the highest honor. Another objection is that, as the evidence of the witches at the trials is more or less uniform in character, it must be attributed to the publication by the inquisitors of a questionnaire for the use of all judges concerned in such trials. In short, that the evidence is valueless, as it was given in answer to leading questions. No explanation is offered by the objectors as to how the inquisitors arrived at the form of questionnaire. Nor is any regard given to the injunction to all inquisitors to acquaint themselves with all the details of any heresy which they were commissioned to root out. They were to obtain the information from those who would recant and use it against the accused, and to instruct other judges in the belief and ritual of the heresy, so that they also might recognize it and act accordingly. The objectors also overlook the fact that the believers in any given religion, when tried for their faith, exhibit a sameness in their accounts of the cult, usually with slight local differences. Had the testimony of the witches as to their beliefs varied widely, it would be prima facie evidence that there was no well-defined religion underlying their ritual. But the very uniformity of their confessions points to the reality of the occurrence. Still another objection is that the evidence was always given under torture, and that the wretched victims consequently made reckless assertions and accusations. In most of the English and many of the Scotch trials legal torture was not applied, and it was only in the 17th century that pricking for the mark, starvation, and prevention of sleep were used. Even then there were many voluntary confessions given by those who, like the early Christian martyrs, rushed headlong on their fate, determined to die for their faith and their God. Yet even if some of the evidence were given under torture and in answer to leading questions, there still remains a mass of details which cannot be explained away. Among others there are the close connections of the witches with the fairies, the persistence of the number 13 in the COVENS, the narrow geographical range of the domestic familiar, the avoidance of certain forms in the animal transformations, the limited number of personal names among the women witches, and the survival of the names of some of the early gods. In England the legal method of executing a witch was by hanging. After death the body was burnt and the ashes scattered. In Scotland, as a rule, the witch was strangled at the stake and the body burned, but there are several records of the culprit being sentenced to burning alive. In France burning alive was the invariable punishment. In cases where popular fury, unrestrained by the law, worked its own vengeance on individuals, horrible scenes occurred. But these were the exception, and, examining only the legal aspect of the subject, it will be found that witches had a fair trial according to the methods of the period, and that their punishment was according to the law. There was, however, one popular method of dealing with a person accused of witchcraft which is interesting as showing the survival of a legal process, obsolete as regards the law itself, but remaining in full force among the people. This is the ordeal by water. In the laws of Athelstan the full detail of this ordeal is given. After the person who was to undergo the ordeal had been prepared by prayer and fasting, he was tied, the right thumb to the right big toe, the left thumb to the left big toe, and was then cast into the water with suitable prayers to the Almighty to declare the rite. If he sank he was considered innocent, if he floated he was guilty. The witch was tried in the same way, except that she was tied crossways, i.e. the right thumb to the left big toe, and the left thumb to the right big toe. So great was the belief in this test that many women accused of witchcraft insisted on undergoing this ordeal, which was often conducted with solemnity and decency under the auspices of the minister of the parish and other grave persons. Unless there was strong feeling against the woman for other reasons, the mere fact of her floating did not rouse the populace against her, and she merely returned home. Widow Comyn, for instance, was ducked on 3 separate occasions at her own request. The theologians of the 16th and 17th centuries were greatly exercised by the conclusive evidence which proved that people known to be devout and professing Christians had been present at the Sabbath, joined in the ceremonies, and worshipped the witches' god. The inquisitors recognize the fact, and devote many pages of their books to the discussion of the course to be followed in the case of Christian priests. Coming finally to the conclusion that if a priest merely went to the Sabbath but was not in any way in an official position there his sacred character preserved him from evil. The theologians of the Reformed churches, who could not accept the sanctity of the priesthood with the same ease and were also desirous of finding some means of accounting for the presence of the devout laity, boldly evolved the theory that the devil could for his own purposes assume the shape of good Christians in order to mislead the witches. By this plea the accused often succeeded in escaping when the examiners were religious ministers, but it was of no value to them when the trial was in a court of law, and the fact of their presence at an illegal assembly was proved. Lord Coke's definition of a witch summed up the law on the subject: a witch is a person who hath conference with the devil, to consult with him or to do some act. And any person proved to have had such conference was thus convicted of a capital offense and sentenced accordingly. This accounts for the fact, commented on by all students of witch trials, that a witch was often condemned even though she had invariably used her skill for good and not for evil, for healing the sick, not for casting sickness. If it were proved that she had obtained her knowledge from the devil, she had broken the law and must die. Footnotes. Journal of Hellenic Studies, 1894, page 160. The italics are in the original. See James Crossley's Introduction to Potts's Discovery of Witchcraft, Chatham Society, pages V12. I. Continuity of the religion. Of the ancient religion of pre-Christian Britain there are few written records, but it is contrary to all experience that a cult should die out and leave no trace immediately on the introduction of a new religion. The so-called conversion of Britain meant the conversion of the rulers only. The mass of the people continued to follow their ancient customs and beliefs with a veneer of Christian rites. The centuries brought a deepening of Christianity which, introduced from above, gradually penetrated downwards through one class after another. During this process the laws against the practice of certain heathen rites became more strict as Christianity grew in power. The Church tried her strength against witches in high places and was victorious. And in the 15th century open war was declared against the last remains of heathenism in the famous bull of Innocent VIII. This heathenism was practiced only in certain places and among certain classes of the community. In other places the ancient ritual was either adopted into, or tolerated by, the Church. And the maypole dances and other rustic festivities remained as survivals of the rites of the early cult. Whether the religion which survived as the witch cult was the same as the religion of the Druids, or whether it belonged to a still earlier stratum, is not clear. Though the descriptions of classical authors are rather too vague and scanty to settle such a point, sufficient remains to show that a fertility cult did once exist in these islands, akin to similar cults in the ancient world. Such rites would not be suppressed by the tribes who entered Great Britain after the withdrawal of the Romans. A continuance of the cult may therefore be expected among the people whom the Christian missionaries labored to convert. As the early historical records of these islands were made by Christian ecclesiastics, allowance must be made for the religious bias of the writers, which caused them to make Christianity appear as the only religion existing at the time. But though the historical records are silent on the subject, the laws and enactments of the different communities, whether lay or ecclesiastical, retain very definite evidence of the continuance of the ancient cults. In this connection the dates of the conversion of England are instructive. The following table gives the principal dates. 597 to 604, Augustine's mission. London still heathen. Conversion of Ethelbert, King of Kent. After Ethelbert's death Christianity suffered a reverse. 604, conversion of the king of the East Saxons, whose successor lapsed. 627, conversion of the king of Northumbria. 628, conversion of the king of East Anglia. 631 to 651, Aidan's missions. 635. Conversion of the King of Wessex. 653, Conversion of the King of Mercia. 654, Reconversion of the King of the East Saxons. 681, Conversion of the King of the South Saxons. An influx of heathenism occurred on two later occasions. In the 9th century there was an invasion by the heathen Danes under Guthrum, and in the 11th century the heathen king Nut led his hordes to victory. As in the case of the Saxon kings of the 7th century, Guthrum and Nut were converted and the tribes followed their leader's example, professed Christianity, and were baptized. But it cannot be imagined that these wholesale conversions were more than nominal in most cases, though the king's religion was outwardly the tribe's religion. If, as happened among the East Saxons, the king forsook his old gods, returned to them again, and finally forsook them altogether, the tribe followed his lead, and, in public at least, worshipped Christ, Odin, or any other deity whom the king favored for the moment. But there can be hardly any doubt that in private the mass of the people adhered to the old religion to which they were accustomed. This tribal conversion is clearly marked and a heathen king married a Christian queen, or vice versa. And it must also be noted that a king never changed his religion without careful consultation with his chief men. An example of the two religions existing side by side is found in the account of Redwald, king of the East Saxons, who in the same temple had an altar to sacrifice to Christ, and another small one to offer victims to devils. The continuity of the ancient religion is proved by the references to it in the classical authors, the ecclesiastical laws, and other legal and historical records. 1st Centre Strabo, 63b.c. a.d. 23. In an island close to Britain, Demeter and Persephone are venerated with rites similar to the orgies of Samothrace. 4th Centre. Dionysius says that in islands near Jersey and Guernsey the rites of Bacchus were performed by the women, crowned with leaves, they danced and made an even greater shouting than the Thracians. 7th Centre Theodore, Archbishop of Canterbury, 668–690. The Liber Poenitentialis of Theodore contains the earliest ecclesiastical laws of England. It consists of a list of offences and the penance due for each offence. One whole section is occupied with details of the ancient religion and of its rites. Such are: sacrifice to devils, eating and drinking in a heathen temple, a. in ignorance, b. after being told by the Christian priest that it is sacrilege and the table of devils, c. as a cult of idols and in honor of idols. Not only celebrating feasts in the abominable places of the heathen and offering food there, but also consuming it. Serving this hidden idolatry, having relinquished Christ. If anyone at the calends of January goes about as a stag or a bull, that is, making himself into a wild animal and dressing in the skin of a herd animal, and putting on the heads of beasts. Those who in such wise transform themselves into the appearance of a wild animal, penance for 3 years because this is devilish. The laws of Witchred, King of Kent, 690. Fines inflicted on those who offer to devils. 8th Centre. The Confessionale and Poenitential of Egbert, 1st Archbishop of York, 734–766. Prohibition of offerings to devils, of witchcraft, of auguries according to the methods of the heathen. Of vows paid, loosed, or confirmed at wells, stones, or trees, of the gathering of herbs with any incantation except Christian prayers. The law of the Northumbrian priests. If then anyone be found that shall henceforth practice any heathenship either by sacrifice or by FYRT, or in any way love witchcraft, or worship idols, if he be a king's thane, let him pay X half marks, half to Christ, half to the king. We are all to love and worship one God, and strictly hold one Christianity, and totally renounce all heathenship. 9th Centre Decree attributed to a General Council of Ancyra. Certain wicked women, reverting to Satan, and seduced by the illusions and phantasms of demons, believe and profess that they ride at night with Diana on certain beasts, with an innumerable multitude of women, passing over immense distances. Obeying her commands as their mistress, and evoked by her on certain nights. 10th Centre Laws of Edward and Guthrum. After 901. If anyone violate Christianity, or reverence heathenism, by word or by work, let him pay as well wer, as white or lawslit, according as the deed may be. Laws of King Athelstan, 924-940. We have ordained respecting witchcrafts, and lieblacks, and morthdades, if anyone should be thereby killed, and he could not deny it, that he be liable in his life. But if he will deny it, and at the threefold ordeal shall be guilty, that he be 6 days in prison. Ecclesiastical Canons of King Edgar, 959. We enjoin, that every priest zealously promote Christianity, and totally extinguish every heathenism. And forbid well-worshippings, and necromancies, and divinations, and enchantments, and man-worshippings, and the vain practices which are carried on with various spells, and with fritzplots, and with elders, and also with various other trees, and with stones, and with many various delusions, with which men do much of what they should not. And we enjoin, that every Christian man zealously accustom his children to Christianity, and teach them the Paternoster and the Creed. And we enjoin, that on feast days heathen songs and devils' games be abstained from. Laws of King Ethelred, 978-1016. Let every Christian man do as is needful to him, let him strictly keep his Christianity. Let us zealously venerate right Christianity, and totally despise every heathenism. 11th Center. Laws of King Nut, 1017-1035. We earnestly forbid every heathenism. Heathenism is, that men worship idols, that is, that they worship heathen gods, and the sun or the moon, fire or rivers, water wells or stones, or forest trees of any kind. Or love witchcraft, or promote morthwork in any wise. 13th Center. Witchcraft made into a sect and heresy by the Church. The priest of Inverkeithing presented before the bishop in 1282 for leading a fertility dance at Easter round the phallic figure of a god, he was allowed to retain his benefice. 14th Center. In 1303 the Bishop of Coventry was accused before the Pope for doing homage to the devil. Trial of Dame Alice Keiteler, 1324. Tried for both operative and ritual witchcraft, and found guilty. Niders Formicarius, 1337. A detailed account of witches and their proceedings in Bern, which had been infested by them for more than 60 years. 15th Center. Joan of Arc burnt as a witch, 1431. Gilles de Rais executed as a witch, 1440. Bernardo di Bosco, 1457. Sent by Pope Calixtus III to suppress the witches in Brescia and its neighborhood. Bull of Pope Innocent VIII, 1484. It has come to our ears that numbers of both sexes do not avoid to have intercourse with demons, incubi and succubi. And that by their sorceries, and by their incantations, charms, and conjurations, they suffocate, extinguish, and cause to perish the births of women, the increase of animals, the corn of the ground, the grapes of the vineyard and the fruit of the trees, as well as men, women, flocks, herds, and other various kinds of animals, vines and apple trees, grass, corn and other fruits of the earth. Making and procuring that men and women, flocks and herds and other animals shall suffer and be tormented both from within and without, so that men beget not, nor women conceive, and they impede the conjugal action of men and women. It will be seen by the foregoing that so far from the bull of Pope Innocent VIII being the beginning of the outbreak of witchcraft, as so many modern writers consider, it is only one of many ordinances against the practices of an earlier cult. It takes no account of the effect of these practices on the morals of the people who believed in them, but lays stress only on their power over fertility, the fertility of human beings, animals, and crops. In short, it is exactly the pronouncement which one would expect from a Christian against a heathen form of religion in which the worship of a god of fertility was the central idea. It shows therefore that the witches were considered to deal with fertility only. Looked upon in the light of a fertility cult, the ritual of the witches becomes comprehensible. Originally for the promotion of fertility, it became gradually degraded into a method for blasting fertility, and thus the witches who had been once the means of bringing prosperity to the people and the land by driving out all evil influences. In process of time were looked upon as being themselves the evil influences, and were held in horror accordingly. The actual feelings of the witches towards their religion have been recorded in very few cases, but they can be inferred from the few records which remain. The earliest example is from Lorraine in 1408, L'equal me fait les sustites dames desoyant et confessoyant avoir endure à leur contentement et salement de plaisir que enavoyant eu onc de leur vie en tel porches. De Lancre took a certain amount of trouble to obtain the opinions of the witches, whereby he was obviously scandalized. Vine sorcière entre autres fort insigne nous dict chuel o et toujours cru, que la sorcellerie estoit la meilleure religion. Yen di bassin a g de 29 ans nous dict que le sabbat estoit le vrai paradis, oily a beaucoup plus de plaisir qu'en any put exprimer. Que ce que y vent truant le temps si court à force de plaisir and de contentement, chuils en puant sorter sans bien merveilleuse regret, de manière chuil leur tard infiniment chuils ny reusenant. Marie de la Rolda, a g de 28 ans, très belle femme, depose chuel o et vn singulier plaisir d'aller au sabbat. Si bien que quand on la venoit samandra dy aller ly aloit comme anopsis, non pas tant pour la liberté en licence qu'en a de essequenter ensemble, que par modes til dict noir imas fake New York view fair, mais parce que le diable tenoit tellement liés leurs cours and leurs volontés tuer pain y la soit il entre nul autre desir. Au reste el dict chuel any croyoit faire aucun mal d'aller au sabbat, and chuel y oit beaucoup plus de plaisir and contentement que d'aller à la messe, parce que le diable leur faisoit à croire chuil estoit le vrai Dieu. And que la ioi que les sorcières prenoyant au sabbat en estoit chuvien commencement divine beaucoup plus grande gloire. Els desoyant franchement, quels y alloyant and voyant tout ces execrations auec vien volupté admirable, and vien desir in rager dy aller and dy ester, truet les ayers trop recules de la nuit pour faire le voyage si desire. And le point ou les heures pour y aller trop lentes, and y estant, trop courts pour vien si agréable sire and delicieux amusement. En fin il a le faux martyr, and se true de sorcières si carnes a sun serus endiable, chuil ny a torture New York supplice que les estan, and diarrheas chuils vont au vrai martyr and à la mort pour la mort de lie. Aussi gament que sils alloyant à vien festin de plaisir and reuissance public. Quand els sont preuenus de la iestis, els any pleurant and any ietant vien sol larme, voir leur faux martyr soit de la torture, soit du gibbet leur est si plaisant, chuil tard à plusieurs quels any soit executes à mort. And souffre fort iusement qu'en leur face le procès, tant il leur tard quels any soyant auec le diable. Et any es impatientant de reign tant en leur prison, que de quels any lui puant tesmoiner cobi els souffrant in désirant souffre pour lie. Bodin says, Ily en a d'autres, ausquels Satan promet quels seront bien heureuses après cette vie, que empêche quels nes repentant, and murent obstines en leur méconceit. Madame de Bourignon's Girls at Lille, 1661, had not the least design of changing, to quit these abominable pleasures, as one of them of 22 years old one day told me. No, said she, I will not be other than I am. I find too much content in my condition. Though the English and Scotch witches' opinions are not reported, it is clear from the evidence that they were the same as those of the Basses Pyrenees. For not only did they join of their own free will but in many cases there seems to have been no need of persuasion. In a great number of trials, when the witches acknowledged that they had been asked to become members of the society, there follows an expression of this sort, ye freely and willingly accepted and granted thereto. And that they held to their God as firmly as those de Lancre put to death is equally evident in view of the North Berwick witches, of Rebecca West and Rose Hallibred, who died very stubborn, and refractory without any remorse or seeming terror of conscience for their abominable witchcraft. Major Weir, who perished as a witch, renouncing all hope of heaven. And the Northampton witches, Agnes Brown and her daughter, who were never heard to pray, or to call upon God, never asking pardon for their offences either of God or the world in this their dangerous and desperate resolution, died. Eleanor Shaw and Mary Phillips, at their execution, being desired to say their prayers, they both set up a very loud laughter, calling for the devil to come and help them in such a blasphemous manner, as is not fit to mention. So that the Sharif, seeing their presumptuous impenitence, caused them to be executed with all the expedition possible. Even while they were cursing and raving, and as they lived the devil's true factors, so they resolutely died in his service, the rest of the coven also died, without any confession or contrition. Footnotes. Hunt, Volume 1. Bede, Book 2, ch. 15. Strabo, Geography, Book 4, c. 4, 6. Dionysius, Periagites, LL 1120-5. Thorpe, 2, pages 32-4. Thorpe, I, page 41. ID, 2, page 157 Seek. ID, 2, pages 299, 303. Scott, page 66. Leah, 3, page 493. Thorpe, I, page 169. ID, I, page 203. ID, 2, page 249. Frith equals brushwood, splot equals plot of ground, sometimes used for splotch, splash. Thorpe, I, pages 311, 323, 351. ID, I, page 379. Chronicles of Lanercost, page 109, edition Stevenson. Reimer, 2, 934. Bournon, page 23. Delancre, Tableau, pp. 124, 125, 126, 135, 208, 458. Bowden, Flo, page 373. Bourignon, Parole, page 87. Hale, page 27. Full Trials of Notorious Witches, page 8. Records of the Justiciary Court of Edinburgh, 2, page 14. Arnott, page 359. Witches of Northamptonshire, page 8. 2. The God. 1. As God. It is impossible to understand the witch cult without first understanding the position of the chief personage of that cult. He was known to the contemporary Christian judges and recorders as the devil, and was called by them Satan, Lucifer, Beelzebub, the foul fiend, the enemy of salvation, and similar names appropriate to the principle of evil. The devil of the Scriptures, with whom they identified him. This was far from the view of the witches themselves. To them this so-called devil was God, manifest and incarnate. They adored him on their knees, they addressed their prayers to him, they offered thanks to him as the giver of food and the necessities of life, they dedicated their children to him, and there are indications that, like many another god, he was sacrificed for the good of his people. The contemporary writers state in so many words that the witches believed in the divinity of their master. Denius, writing in 1575, says, "The Diul commandeth them that they shall acknowledge him for their God, calvpo him, pray to him, and trust in him. Then do they all repeat the oath which they ha given to him, in acknowledging him to be their God." Gowl, in 1646, nearly a century later, says that the witches vow to take him, the devil, for their God, worship, invoke, obey him. The witches are even more explicit, and their evidence proves the belief that their master was to them their God. The accusation against Elizabeth Vlamingse of Alost, 1595, was that vous n'avez pas eu honte de vous agenouiller devant votre Belzebuth, que vous avez adoré. The same accusation was made against Marion Grant of Aberdeen, 1596, that the duel quom thou callest thy God, cause it to worship him on thy knees as thy Lord. Delancre, 1609, records, as did all the inquisitors, the actual words of the witches. When they presented a young child, they fell on their knees and said, "Grand Seigneur, l'equal I adore. And when the child was old enough to join the society she made her vow in these words, I me remets de tout point en ton pouvoir en entre tes mains, any recognoise autre Dieu, si bien que tu es mon Dieu. Sylvain Nevillon, tried at Orleans in 1614, said, On ditto diable nous vous recognoissons pour nostre maester, nostre Dieu, nostre créateur. The Lancashire witch, Margaret Johnson, 1633, said, There appeared unto her a spirit or devil in the similitude and proportion of a man. And the said devil or spirit bid her call him by the name of Mamillion. And saith, that in all her talka and conference she calleth her said devil Mamillion, my God. According to Madame Bourignon, 1661, persons who were thus engaged to the devil by a precise contract, will allow no other God but him. Isabel Gaudí confessed that, he made verses below that there was no God beside him. We get all this power from the devil, and when we seek it from him, we call him or Lord. At each time, quan we wold might with him, we behoit to rise and mak our courtesy, and we wold say, ye are welcome, or Lord, and, how do ye, my Lord. The Yorkshire witch, Alice Hewson, 1664, stated that the devil appeared like a black man upon a black horse, with cloven feet, and then I fell down, and did worship him upon my knees. And Armstrong in Northumberland, 1673, gave a good deal of information about her fellow witches. The said and Bates hath several times danced with the devil at the places aforesaid, calling him, sometimes, her protector, and, other sometimes, her blessed Saviour. She saw Forster, Dryden, and Thompson, and the rest, and the higher protector, which they called their God, sitting at the head of the table. When this informer used means to avoid the higher company, they threatened her, if she would not turn to the higher God, the last shift should be the worst. At Crichton, 1678, the devil himself preached to the witches, and most blasphemously mocked them, if they offered to trust in God who left them miserable in the world. And neither he nor his Son Jesus Christ ever appeared to them when they called on them, as he had, who would not cheat them. Even in America, 1692, Mary Osgood, the wife of Captain Osgood, declared that, the devil told her he was her God, and that she should serve and worship him. Prayers were addressed to the Master by his followers, and in some instances the prayer was taught by him. Alice Goodridge of Stapenhill in Derbyshire, 1597, herself a witch and the daughter of a witch, was charged by Sir Humphrey Ferrers, with witchcraft about one Michael's cow, which cow when she brake all things that they tied her in. Ran to this Alice Goodridge her house, scraping at the walls and windows to ha come in, her old mother Elizabeth Wright, took upon her to help. Upon condition that she might ha a penny to bestow upon her God, and so she came to the man's house, kneeled down before the cow, crossed her with a stick in the forehead, and prayed to her God, since which time the cow continued wel. Antide Colas, 1598, confessed that, Satan lie cometa de lo prior soir and matin, en tuel es adenat a faire autre Elizabeth Sawyer, the witch of Edmonton, 1621, was taught by the devil. He asked of me to whom I prayed, and I answered him to Jesus Christ, and he charged me then to pray no more to Jesus Christ, but to him the Diul, and he the Diul taught me this prayer, Sanctibiceter nomen tuum, Amen. Part of the divy against Jonet Rendall, an Orkney witch, 1629, was that, the devil appeared to you, quam ye called Wallaman. Indid it and accuse it for whitey of your own confession after ye met your Wallaman upon the hill ye cam to William Rendall's house coha haid ain seek or and promised to hail him if he could give yow 2 pennies for every foot. And having got tin the silver ye hailed be or be praying to your Wallaman, like ye as ye have confessed that there is neither man nor beast sick that is not ta'en away be the hand of God but for almies ye are able to cure it be praying to your Wallaman. And whitey there is none a whitey jeeves yow almies but they will thrive either be sea or land it ye pray to your Wallaman. The witches of East Anglia, 1645, also prayed. Ellen the wife of Nicholas Greenlife of Barton in Suffolk, confessed, that when she prayed to the devil and not to God. Rebecca West confessed that her mother prayed constantly, and, as the world thought, very seriously, but she said it was to the devil, using these words, "Oh my God," meaning him and not the Lord. A good example of the change of the word God, when used by the witch, into the word devil, when recorded by the Christian writer, is found at Bute in 1662. Jonet Stewart declares that Suhan Alistair McNiven was lying sick, that Jonet Morrisone and N.C. William being in her house, the said Jonet desired N.C. William to go see the said Alistair, the said N.C. William lifting up her kerchief said, "Devil let him never be seen till I see him, and devil let him never rise." N.C. William was asked, if she lifted up her kerchief. Suhan Jonet Morrisone desired her to go see Alistair McNiven, saying, "God let him never rise till I go see him." 2. As a human being. A. Man. The evidence of the witches makes it abundantly clear that the so-called devil was a human being, generally a man, occasionally a woman. At the great Sabbaths, where he appeared in his grand array, he was disguised out of recognition. At the small meetings, in visiting his votaries, or when inducing a possible convert to join the ranks of the witch society, he came in his own person, usually dressed plainly in the costume of the period. When in ordinary clothes he was indistinguishable from any other man of his own rank or age, but the evidence suggests that he made himself known by some manual gesture, by a password, or by some token carried on his person. The token seems to have been carried on the foot, and was perhaps a specially formed boot or shoe, or a foot covering worn under the shoe. Besides the Grand Master himself there was often a second devil, younger than the chief. There is no indication whatsoever as to the method of appointing the head of the witch community, but it seems probable that on the death of the principal devil, the junior succeeded. And that the junior was appointed from among the officers, see chap. 7. This suggestion, however, does not appear to hold good where a woman was the chief, for her second in command was always a man, and often one well advanced in years. The elderly men always seem to have had grey beards. Denius in 1575 summarizes the evidence and says of the devil, "He appeareth to them in likeness of a man, insomuch that it happeneth many times, that among a great company of men, the sorcerer only knoweth Satan, that is present. When other do not know him, although they see another man, but who or what he is they know not." Delancre says, "On a obsere de tout temps que lors chuil vot recevoir quelqu'un à faire pacti avec lui, Illinois se present toujours en Cooper states that, the wizards and witches being met in a place and time appointed, the devil appears to them in humane shape. Even a modern writer, after studying the evidence, acknowledges that the witches seem to have been undoubtedly the victims of unscrupulous and designing knaves, who personated Satan. The witches not only described the personal appearance of the devil, but often gave careful details as to his clothes. Such details are naturally fuller when given by the women than by the men. England. John Walsh of Dorsetshire, 1566, described the devil, whom he called his familiar, as sometimes like a man in all proportions, sowing that he had clown feet. The Lancashire witch, and Chattox, 1613, said, "A thing like a Christian man did sundry times come to this examinate, and requested this examinate to jew him her soul, and in the end, this examinate was contented to jew him her said soul. She being then in her own house, in the forest of Pendle. Whereupon the duel then in the shape of a man, said to this examinate, Thou shalt want nothing." Elizabeth Southerns of the same coven said that, there met her this examinate a spirit or duel, in the shape of a boy, the one half of his coat black, and the other brown. To Margaret Johnson, one of the later Lancashire witches, 1633, there appeared a spirit or devil in the similitude and proportion of a man, apparelled in a suite of black, tied about WTH silka points. The Yarmouth witch, 1644, when she was in bed, heard one knock at her door, and rising to her window, she saw, it being moonlight, a tall black man there. The Essex witches, 1645, agreed very fairly in their description of the man who came amongst them. According to Elizabeth Clark, he appeared in the shape of a proper gentleman, with a laced band, having the whole proportion of a man. He had oftentimes knocked at her door in the night time, and she did arise, open the door and let him in. Rebecca West gave evidence that the devil appeared in the likeness of a proper young man. And Rebecca Jones said that the devil as a very handsome young man came to the door, who asked how she did. On another occasion she met the devil, as she was going to St. Osyth to sell butter, in the form of a man in a ragged suit. There are two accounts of the evidence given by the Huntingdonshire witch, Joan Wallace of Keyston, 1646. Stearns says that she confessed the devil came to her in the likeness of a man in blackish clothing, but had cloven feet. Davenport's record is slightly different. Blackman came first to her, about a 12-month since, like a man something ancient, in blackish clothes, but he had ugly feet uncovered. The evidence of the Suffolk witches, 1645-6, is to the same effect. Thomasine Ratcliffe of Shelley confessed that there came one in the likeness of a man. 1 Richmond, a woman which lived at Bramford, confessed the devil appeared to her in the likeness of a man, called Daniel the prophet. 1 Bush of Barton, widow, confessed that the devil appeared to her in the shape of a young black man. All the Covens of Somerset, 1664, were evidently under one chief. He came to Elizabeth Style as a handsome man, to Elizabeth Style, and Bishop, Alice Duke, and Mary Penny as a man in black clothes, with a little band. To Christian Green, in the shape of a man in blackish clothes, and to Mary and Catherine Green as a little man in black clothes with a little band. To the Yorkshire witch, Alice Hewson, 1664, he appeared like a black man on a horse upon the moor, and again like a black man upon a black horse, with cloven feet. Abra Grinset of Dunwich, in Suffolk, 1665, said, he did appear in the form of a pretty handsome young man. In Northumberland, 1673, and Armstrong said that she see the said enforcer, with 12 others and, a long black man riding on a bay Galloway, as she thought, which they called their protector. The Devonshire witch Susanna Edwards, 1682, enters into some detail. She did meet with a gentleman in a field called the Parsonage Close in the town of Biddeford. And saith that his apparel was all of black. Upon which she did hope to have a piece of money of him. Whereupon the gentleman drawing near unto this examinant, she did make a kitchy or courtesy unto him, as she did use to do to gentlemen. Being demanded what and who the gentleman she spake of was, the said examinant answered and said, that it was the devil. In Northamptonshire, 1705, he came to Mary Phillips and Eleanor Shaw as a tall black man. Scotland. The earliest description is in the trial of Bessie Dunlop of Lyne in Ayrshire in 1576, and is one of the most detailed. Bessie never spoke of the person, who appeared to her, as the devil. She invariably called him Tom Reed. But he stood to her in the same relation that the devil stood to the witches, and like the devil he demanded that she should believe on him. She described him as "ane honest will elderly man, grey-bearded, and had ane grey coat with Lombard slevis of the auld fasoun, ane pair of grey breckies, and quite shankies, gardenet above the knee. Ane black bonnet on his hide, cloes behind and plain biffoir, with silken lices drawn thro' the lippies thereof, and ane quite wand in his hand." Alison Pearson, 1588, must have recognized the man who appeared to her, for she was conduit of the sing of sorcery and witchcraft, with the invocation of the spriitis of the duil, specially, in the vision and for me of ane Mr. William Simpsown, here cousing and motor brother is sown, coha ski affirmit wes ane grit scholar and doctor of medicine. Though the devil of North Berwick, 1590, appeared in disguise, it is not only certain that he was a man but his identity can be determined. Barbara Napier deposed that the devil was with them in likeness of ane black man. The devil start up in the pulpit, like a mickle black man, with ane black beard sticking out like ane goat's beard, clad in ane black tattered, gown and ane Yule favoured skull bonnet on his hide, howing ane black book in his hand. Agnes Sampson's description in the official record was very brief. He had on him ane gown, and ane hat, which were both black. But Melville, who probably heard her evidence, puts it more dramatically, the duel was clad in ane black gown with ane black hat upon his head. His face was terrible, his noise like the beck of ane eagle, gret borning ein. His handies and leg gees wer hairy, with claws upon his handies, and fight like the griffin. John Fian merely mentions that the first time the devil came he was clothed in white raiment. The evidence from Aberdeen, 1596-7, points to there being two chiefs, one old and one young. Ellen Gray confessed that, the devil, thy maester, appret to thee in the steep of ein agit man, bearded, with a quit gown and a thrummet, shaggy, hat. Andro man confessest that Christ Sunday come to Hym in lickneys of ein fair angel, and clad in quit clathis. Kristen Mitchell stated that sat hon appret to thee in the lickneys of a little cripple man. And Marion Grant gave evidence that, the duel, quam tho callous thy God, appret to thee in ein gright man his lickneys, in silken habiliment, with ein quit candle in his hand. Isabel Haldane of Perth, 1607, was carried away into a fairy hill, there sco stayed 3 days, viz. Fra Thursday till Sunday at 12 hurries. Sco met a man with ein grey beard, coha brocht her forth again. This man stood to her in the same relation as Tom Reed to Bessie Dunlop, or as the devil to the witches. Jonet Rendell of Orkney, 1629, saw him clad in quit cloathis, with ein quit head and ein grey beard. In East Lothian, 1630, Alexander Hamilton met the devil in the likeness of a black man. At Eyemouth, 1634, Bessie Bathgate was seen by two young men, at 12 hours of even, when all people are in their beds, standing barelegged and in her sark vallicot, at the back of her yard, conferring with the devil who was in green clothes. Monnier Halliburton of Durlton, 1649, confessed that, when her daughter was ill, came the devil, in lickneys of a man, to her house, calling himself a physician. He came also as a mediciner to Sandy Hunter in East Lothian in 1649. In the same year he appeared as a black man to Robert Grieve, an eminent warlock, at Lauder. In the same year also Janet Brown was charged with having held a meeting with the devil appearing as a man, at the back of Broomhills. Among the Allow witches, tried in 1658, Margaret Duckhall, did freely confess her pact ion with the Dywell, how he appeared first to her in the lickneys of a man in brune cloathis, and ein black hat. While Catherine Rennie said, that he first appeared to her in the Bodie's Meadow in the lickneys of a man with grey cloathis and ein blue cap. The years 1661 and 1662 are notable in the annals of Scotch witchcraft for the number of trials and the consequent mass of evidence, including many descriptions of the Grand Master. At Forfar, in 1661, Helen Guthrie said that at several meetings the devil was present, in the shape of a black iron-hued man. Catherine Porter saw the devil and he had ein black plaid about him. When Isabel Smith was alone gathering heather, he appeared to her alone like ein broad gentleman, and on another occasion like a light gentleman. Jonet Watson of Dalkeith, also in 1661, said that the devil appeared to her in the lickneys of ein pretty boy, in grain clothes. She was at a mighting in Newtowndyne with the devil, who had grain clothes pon him, and ein black hat pon his head. In the same year an Edinburgh coven was tried. Jonet Kerr was accused that, as you were coming from Edger to the park you met with the devil at the bow in the lickneys of a grievous black man. Helene Casso met with the devil in lickneys of a man with grain clothes in the links of Dudingstone Qr he was gathering sticks amongst the wines. Isabel Ramsay met with the devil in the lickneys of a pleasant young man who said Qr live you good with and how does the minister and as you wes going away he gave you a sexpence saying God bud him give you that qch you weared and bought meal. Therewith as also you had ein youther mating wt the devil in ye own house in the lickneys of ye own husband as you wes lying in ye bed at qch time you engaged to be his servant. Jonet Miller, did might wt the devil in lickneys of ein young man in the house beside the standing stane. The trials of the Aldern witches in 1662 are fully reported as regards matters which interested the recorder. Unfortunately the appearance of the devil was not one of these, therefore Isabel Gowdy's description is abbreviated to the following: he was a meikle black rock man. Sometimes he had boots and sometimes shoes on his foot. But still, always, his foot are forked and cloven. At Crook of Devon in Kinross-shire, in the same year, 9 of the witches described the men they saw, for evidently there were 2 devils in this district. Isabel Rutherford said that Sathon was in the likeness of a man with grey clothes and ane blue band net, having ane beard. Bessie Henderson, the devil appeared to you in the likeness of ane bonny young lad, with ane blue bonnet. Robert Wilson, the devil was riding on ane horse with feuillard clothes and ane Spanish cape. Bessie Neal, Sathon appeared to you with dun-coloured clothes. Margaret Lister, Sathon having grey clothes. Agnes Brew, the devil appeared in the twilight like unto a half-long fellow with an dusty-coloured coat. Margaret Huggin, he was an uncouth man with black clothes with ane hood on his head. Janet Peyton, Sathon had black-coloured clothes and ane blue bonnet being an unkie-like man. Christian Grieve, Sathon did first appear to yow like ane little man with ane blue bonnet on his head with rough grey clothes on him. Marie Lamont of Innerkip, also in 1662, said that, the devil was in the likeness of a meikle black man, and sung to them, and they danced. He appeared again, in the likeness of a black man with cloven feet. At Paisley, in 1678, the girl witch Annabel Stewart said that, the devil in the shape of a black man came to her mother's house. Her brother John was more detailed in his description. He observed one of the black man's feet to be cloven, and that the black man's apparel was black, and that he had a bluish band and handcuffs, and that he had hogers on his legs without shoes. Margaret Jackson of the same coven confirmed the description. The black man's clothes were black, and he had white handcuffs. The clearest evidence is from an unpublished trial of 1678 among the records in the Justiciary Court in Edinburgh. Margaret Lois declares that about 11 years ago a man whom she thought to be an Englishman that cured diseases in the country, called Webb, appeared to her in her own house and gave her a drink and told her that she would have children after the taking of that drink, and declares that that man made her renounce her baptism. And declares that she thought that the man who made her do these things was the devil, and that she has had several meetings with that man after she knew him to be the devil. Margaret Smale, prisoner, being examined anent the crime of witchcraft, depones that having come into the house of Janet Borthwick in Crytown she saw a gentleman sitting with her. And they desired her to sit down, and having sitten down the gentleman drank to her and she drank to him, and thereafter the said Janet Borthwick told her that that gentleman was the devil, and declares that at her desire she renounced her baptism and gave herself to the devil. At Borrostonis in 1679 Annapol Thompson had a meeting with the devil in your cooming betwixt Linlithgow and Borrowstowns, where the devil, in the likeness of ane black man, told yow, that yow wis ane poor puddle bodie. And yow the said Annapol had ane other meeting, and he invaded yow to go alongst, and drink with him. The same devil met Margaret Hamilton, and conversed with yow at the town well of Borrowstowns, and several times in your Awin house, and drank several choppens of ale with you. The Renfrewshire trials of 1696 show that all Mrs. Fulton's grandchildren saw the same personage. Elizabeth Anderson, at the age of 7, saw a black grim man go into her grandmother's house. James Lindsay, aged 14, met his grandmother with a black grim man. And little Thomas Lindsay was awaked by his grandmother one night out of his bed, and caused him take a black grim gentleman, as she called him, by the hand. At Pittenweem, in 1704, this young woman Isabel Adams, acknowledged, her compact with the devil, which she says was made up after this manner, viz. That being in the house of the said Beatty Lang, and a man at the end of the table, Beatty proposes to Isabel, that since she would not fee and hire with her, that she would do it, with the man at the end of the table. And accordingly Isabel agreed to it, and spoke with the man at that time in general terms. 8 days after, the same person in appearance comes to her, and owns that he was the devil. The latest instance is at Thurso in 1719, where the devil met Margaret Neen Gilbert, in the way in the likeness of a man, and engaged her to take on with him, which she consented to, and she said she knew him to be the devil or he parted with her. In Ireland one of the earliest known trials for ritual witchcraft occurred in 1324, the accused being the Lady Alice Kytler. She was said to have met the devil, who was called Robin son of Ardis, in specie custam Ethiopis cum duobus socies ipso meoribus elongioribus. In France also there is a considerable amount of evidence. The earliest example is in 1430, when Puran, a follower of Joan of Arc, was put to death by fire as a witch. She persisted to the end in her statement, which she made on oath, that God appeared to her in human form and spoke to her as friend to friend, and that the last time she had seen him he was clothed in a scarlet cap and a long white robe. Esteban de Cambreau of the parish of Aumont in 1567 said that the witches danced round a great stone, sur lequel est assis un grand homme noir, qu'elles appellent Monsieur. Jean Hervillier of Verberie near Compiègne, in 1578, daughter of a witch who had been condemned and burnt, confesse tuer éloge de deux anssa mir la presenta au diable, en fermi devien grand homme noir, and vested en noir, bot, esperan. Oec vien sb au cost, and vien chul noir à la porte. Françoise Secretine of St. Claude in 1598 stated, Chuel estoit dani au diable, l'équal au et lors la semblance devien grand homme noir. Thievin Paget, from the same district, racontoit que le diable s'apparat à elle la première fois en plein midi, en fermi devien grand homme noir. En antide colas desoit, que Satan s'apparat à elle en fermi devien homme, de grande stature, ayant sa barbe and ses habillements noirs. Jean Diabity, in the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, dit tuel y vid le diable en fermi d'homme noir en hydux, avec 6 cornes en la teste, parfois huict. Sylvain Nevillon, tried at Orleans in 1614, dit que le sabbat se tenoit dans vin maison, oil vit à la chemini commis let sabbat se faisoit, vien homme noir, duquel en any voyoit point la teste. Vit aussi vien grand homme noir à l'opposite de celui de la chemini. Dit que les du diables que estoyant au sabbat, el vien s'appelloit elorthon, and l'autre Trazensac. 2 sisters were tried in 1652, one, dit d'avoir trouvé un diable en guise d'un homme pied, the other said that il entre dans sa chambre en fermi d'un chat par un fenestre etse chanhea en la posture d'un homme vesté de rouge. In Belgium, Digna Robert, 1565, met un beau jeune homme vêtu d'une casaque noire, que était le diable, etse nommé Barbon. À la Noël passée, un autre diable, nommé Cribas, est venu près d'elle. Elizabeth Vlamings of Ninove in the Pays d'Alost, 1595, was accused, que vous avez, avant comme après le repas, vous septième au huitim, dans sous les arbres en compagnie de votre Belzébuth et d'un autre démon. Tout d'un pourpoint blanc à la mode française. Josen Labans in 1664, aged about 40, passé dix neuf ans le diable est offered à vous, derrière votre habitation, sous la figure d'un grand seigneur, vêtu en noir et portant de plumes sur son chapeau. In the copper mines of Sweden, 1670, the devil appeared as a minister. In the province of Elfdale in the same year his dress was not the usual black of that period, he used to appear, but in different habits. But for the most part we saw him in a grey coat, and red and blue stockings, he had a red beard, a high-crowned hat, with linen of diverse colours wrapped about it, and long garters upon his stockings. This is not unlike the costume of Tom Reed as described, more than a century before, by Bessie Dunlop. In America the same evidence is found. At Hartford, 1662, Robert Sterne testifieth as followeth, I saw this woman Goodwife Seeger in ye woods with 3 more women and with them I saw 2 black creatures like 2 Indians but taller. And Hugh Crozier, said ye duel opened ye door of Eben Booth's house made it fly open and ye gate fly open being asked how he could tell he said ye duel aper to him like a boy and told him he dead make them fly open and then ye boy went out of his sight. Elizabeth Knapp at Groton, 1671, was with another maid whitey boarded in ye house, where both of them saw ye appearance of a man's head and shoulders, wth a great white neckcloth, looking in at ye window, which she hath since confessed. Was ye devil coming to her? One day as she was alone in a lower room she looked out of ye window, and saw ye devil in ye habit of an old man, coming over a great meadow. At Salem, 1692, Mary Osgood saw him as a black man who presented a book. And Mary Lacy described him as a black man in a high-crowned hat. The evidence suggests that an important part of the devil's costume was the head covering, which he appears to have worn both in and out of doors. Though the fact is not of special interest in itself, it may throw light on one of the possible origins of the cult. In 1576 Bessie Dunlop met Tom Reed, who was clearly the devil. He was "ane honest will elderly man, grey-bearded, and had ane grey coat with lumbart slevis of the auld fasoun, ane pair of grey breckies and quite shankies, gardenet abo the knee. Ane black bonnet on his hide, cloes behind and plain bifoir, with silken lysis drawn thro' the lippies thereof." At North Berwick in 1590, the duel, clad in a black gown with a black hat upon his head, preached to a great number of them. Another description of the same event shows that the devil start up in the pulpit, like a mickle black man clad in a black taidy gown, and an evil-favoured skull bonnet on his head. At Aberdeen in 1597 Ellen Gray described the devil as "ane agit man, bearded, with a quit gown and a thrummet hat." In 1609, in the Basses Pyrenees, when the devil appeared as a goat, "on la voit aussi quelque spice de bonnet au chapeau au dessus de ses cornes." The Alo Coven in 1658 spoke of "a man in brune cleithis and ane black hat." And on 2 occasions of "a young man with grey cloathis and ane blue cap." In 1661 Janet Watson of Dalkeith was at a mighting in Newtowndyne with the devil, who had grain clothes pon him, and ane black hat pon his head. 5 members of the coven at Crook of Devon in 1662 spoke of the devil's headgear. Sathon was in the likeness of a man with grey clothes and ane blue bandnet, having ane beard. Ane bonny young lad with ane blue bonnet. Ane uncouth man with black clothes with ane hood on his head. Sathon had all the said times black coloured clothes and ane blue bonnet, being an unkie-like man. Ane little man with ane blue bonnet on his head with rough grey clothes on him. In 1662 in Connecticut Robert Sterne saw 2 black creatures like 2 Indians, but taller. As he was at a little distance it is probable that he took a plumed or horned headdress to be the same as the Indian headgear. In Belgium in 1664 Josen Labens saw the devil wearing a plumed hat. In Somerset in 1665 Mary Green said that when he met the witches, the little man put his hand to his hat, saying "How d'ye," speaking low but big. At Toryburn Lilias 80 said that the light was sufficient to "shew the devil," who wore a cap covering his ears and neck. In Sweden in 1670 the devil came, in a grey coat, and red and blue stockings. He had a red beard, a high-crowned hat, with linen of divers colours wrapped about, and long garters upon his stockings. At Pittenweem in 1670 the young lass Isabel Adams saw the devil as "a man in black clothes with a hat on his head, sitting at the table, in Beatty Lang's house." B. Woman. The Queen of Elphin, or Elfame, is sometimes called the devil, and it is often impossible to distinguish between her and the devil when the latter appears as a woman. Whether she was the same as the French Reine du Sabbat is equally difficult to determine. The greater part of the evidence regarding the woman devil is from Scotland. In 1576 Bessie Dunlop's evidence shows that Tom Reed, who was to her what the devil was to witches, was under the orders of the Queen of Elfame. Interrogat, Jif ski nur ask it the question at him. Wherefore he come to hear mair, than, ane thir body. Answer it, remembering here, Tsuhan ski was lying in child-bed lair, with ane of her laid dis, that ane stout woman come in to hear, and sat down on the for me beside here, and ask it ane drink at her, and ski gave here. Kuha also told here, that barn walda, and that her husband sold mend of his sycons. The said Bessie answer it, that ski remembered will fare off. And Tom said, that was the Queen of Elfame his maesters, Kuha had commanded him to wait pound here, and to do here good. Confess it and file it. In 1588 Alison Pearson was conduit for hanting and repairing with the good Nichtburies and Queen of Elfame, their Joers Iris bypassed, as Sco had confessed be her depositiones. Declaring that Sco could not say readily how lang Sco wes with Thame. And that Sco had framed this in that court quilk wes of here Awin blood, Koha had good acquaintance of the Queen of Elfame. And that Sco saw knocked the Queen thur suinair. In 1597 at Aberdeen Andro man was accused that Thrice-squire yeris sensine retherbi, the devil, thy maester, come to thy mothras house, in the lickneys and steep of a woman, quam tho callis the queen of Elfin, and was delivered of a barn. As apprit to the there, thou confessest that be the space of 32 years sensin or thurby, thou begot to have carnal deal with that devilish sprite, the queen of Elfin, on quam thou begot divers bairnies, quam thou he sena sensin. Thou confessest that the devil, thy maester, quam thou terms Christendé, and supponies to be ein engel, and God this God's one, albeit he's a thraw by God, and sways, to the queen of Elfin. Is ras it be the speaking of the word benedicity. Cyclic, thou affirmest that the queen of Elfin he's a grip of all the craft, but Christendé is the goodman, and he's all power vendor God. Vpon the ruidae in harvest, in this present year, quilk fell on a Wednesday, thou confesses and affirmis, thou saw Christendé come out of the snaw in lickneys of a stag, and that the queen of Elfin was there, and Ferris with her. Ridend on quit hakenis, and that they come to the bin hill and the bin locked, where they vse common lie to convene, and that they coha convenes with thame kisses Christendé and the queen of Elfinis heirs. Thou affirmest that the queen is very pleasant, and will be auld and young tsuhan sco plicis, sco macis any kwengi quam sco plicis, and lias with any sco likes. Another Aberdeen witch, Marion Grant, was accused in the same year and confessed, that the devil, thy maester, quam thou terms Christendé, causeth the dawn sindry times with him and with Our Lady, Coha, as thou says, was a fine woman. Clad in a quit wallicot. In Ayrshire in 1605 Patrick Lowry and Jonet Hunter were accused that they hallow even assemblet thame selfis pon Loden Hill, where there appearet to thame our devilish sprite, in lickneys of ein woman, and cowlit herself Helen Mabrun. In the Bases Pyrenees in 1609, one could, en chaske village trower veen roin du sabbat, que sathon tenoit en delis kami veen espouse preology. At the witch-mass the worshippers lie by sent la main gauche, tremblins oec mil angoises, and lie offrent du pain, de oafs, and de l'argent, and la roin du sabbat les recoit, laquelle estasize a sun cost gauche. En nsa main gauche el tiant veen pix ou platine, don laquelle est graui el effigy de Lucifer, laquelle on any base chuapre elawar premierment bazi al. In 1613 the Lancashire witch, and Chaddocks, made a confused statement as to the sex of the so-called spirits. It is however quite possible that the confusion is due to the recorder, who was accustomed to consider all demons as male, after their eating, the dual called Fancy, and the other spirit calling himself Tib. Carried the remnant away, and she saith that at their said banquet, the said spirits gave them light to see what they did, and that they were both she spirits and diules. In 1618 at Leicester Joan Willimot saith, that she hath a spirit which she calleth Pretty, which was joined to her by William Barry of Langholm in Rutlandshire, whom she served 3 years. And that her master when he gave it to her, willed her to open her mouth, and he would blow into her a fairy which should do her good, and that she opened her mouth, and he did blow into her mouth. And that presently after his blowing, there came out of her mouth a spirit, which stood upon the ground in the shape and for me of a woman, which spirit did ask of her soul, which she then promised unto it. Being willed thereunto by her master. William Barton was tried in Edinburgh about 1655. One day, says he, going from my own house in Kirkliston, to the Queen's Ferry, I overtook in Dalmany Moir, a young gentlewoman, as to appearance beautiful and comely. I drew near to her, but she shunned my company, and when I insisted, she became angry and very nice. Said I, we are both going one way, be pleased to accept of a convoy. At last after much entreaty she grew better natured, and at length came to that familiarity, that she suffered me to embrace her, and to do that which Christian ears ought not to hear of. At this time I parted with her very joyful. The next night, she appeared to him in that same very place, and after that which should not be named, he became sensible, that it was the devil. Here he renounced his baptism, and gave up himself to her service, and she called him her beloved, and gave him this new name of Ian Baptist, and received the mark. At Forfar in 1662 Marjorie Ritchie willingly and freely declared that the devil appeared to her thrice several times in the similitude of a woman, the first time in on Jonet Barry's house. The second time while she was putting VP lint in the company of the said Jonet, and that the devil did take her by the hand at that time, and promised that she should never want money. And thereafter that the devil appeared to her in the moise of Newtown of Airlie, wherein when she did renounce her baptism. In 1670 Jean Weir, sister of the notorious Major Weir, gave an account of how she entered the service of the devil. The ceremony began as follows: when she keep the school at Dalkeith, and teach children, ane tall woman came to the declarant's house when the children were there. And that she had, as appeared to her, ane child upon her back, and on or two at her foot. And that the said woman desired that the declarant should employ her to speak for her to the Queen of Faerie, and strick and battle in her behalf with the said Queen, which was her own words. Among the Salem witches in 1692, this rampant hag, Martha Carrier, was the person, of whom the confessions of the witches, and of her own children among the rest, agreed, that the devil had promised her, she should be Queen of Hell. 3. Identification. As it is certain that the so-called devil was a human being, sometimes disguised and sometimes not, the instances in which these persons can be identified are worth investigating. In most cases these are usually men, and the names are often given, but it is only in the case of the devil of North Berwick that the man in question is of any historic importance. The others are simply private individuals of little or no note. Elizabeth Style of Windsor, in 1579, gives a description of Father Rosamond's changes of form, which points to his being the chief of the Windsor witches. She confesseth herself oftentimes to ha' gone to Father Rosamond house where she found Hym sitting in a wood, not far from thence, vender the body of a tree, sometimes in the shape of an ape, and otherwhiles like an horse. In the reign of Elizabeth, 1584, there is a list of 87 suspected persons, among whom occur the names of Pould Birtles the Great Devil, Roger Birtles and his wife Anne Birtles, Darnley the Sorcerer, the Old Witch of Ramsbury, Maud Toogood Enchantress, Mother Gillian Witch and several other old witches. The account by John Stern the Pricker, in 1645, indicates that one of the magistrates of Fenny Drayton was the local devil. Some will say, it is strange they should know when they should be searched, if it be kept private. I answer, let it be kept never so private, it hath been common, and as common as any other thing, as they themselves have confessed, for so did they of Fenny Drayton in Cambridgeshire, who made very large confessions, as that the devil told them of our coming to town. One of the clearest cases, however, is that of Marsh of Dunstable in 1649, whom Palmer confessed to be head of the whole college of witches. That he knows in the world, this Palmer hath been a witch these 60 years, by his own confession, long enough to know and give in the taught all summy of all the conjuring conclave, and the society of witches in England. In Scotland a certain number of identifications are also possible. Alison Pearson, tried in 1588, learnt all her charms and obtained all her knowledge from the devil, who came to her in the form of Mr. William Simpson, her mother's brother's son, who was a great scholar and doctor of medicine in Edinburgh. Jonet Stewart in 1597 learnt her charms from Uncle Michael Clark, smith in Lasswade, and fra an Italian stranger callet Mr. John Damiot, a notorious Nawan enchanter and sorcerer. In the trial of Marion Pardon of Hillswick in 1644, it was given in evidence that a man spoke of the devil as Marion Pardon's Pope, i.e. nurse's husband or foster father. In a case tried at Lauder in 1649 there is an indication that one of the magistrates was the chief of the witches. Robert Grieve accused a certain woman at a secret session of the court, but the devil came that same night unto her, and told her that Hob Grieve had filed her for a witch. Isabel Ramsay in 1661 was accused that, you had ane youther mating wt the devil in your own house in the lickneys of your own husband as you wes lying in your bed at qch time you engaged to be his servant and received $1 from him. When a man had special knowledge as to which women were witches, it is suggestive that he might be himself the devil, as in the case of the Reverend Alan Logan, who was particularly knowing in the detection of witches. At the administration of the communion, he would cast his eye along, and say, "You witch wife, get up from the table of the Lord," when some poor creature would rise and depart. It seems probable that the infamous Abbé Guibourg was the head of the Paris witches, for it was he who celebrated the Black Mass and performed the sacrifice of a child, both of which were the duties of the devil. At Salem also the account given by the witches of the Reverend George Burroughs points to his filling the office of devil, for he was head actor at some of their hellish rendezvous, and one who had the promise of being a king in Satan's kingdom. He was the person who had seduced and compelled them into the snares of witchcraft. That Burroughs was a religious person is no argument against his being also the devil of Salem. Apart from the well-known psychological fact that a certain form of religious feeling can exist at the same time as the propensity to and practice of sexual indulgence, there is proof that many of the witches were outwardly religious according to the tenets of Christianity. So many Christian priests were also followers of the witch religion that the inquisitors of the 16th century were greatly exercised in their minds as to how to deal with the offenders. Antide Colas confessed that she attended the midnight mass on Christmas Eve, then went to a witch meeting, and returned to the church in time for the mass at dawn on Christmas morning. At Ipswich in 1645, Mother Lakeland hath been a professor of religion, a constant hearer of the word for these many years, and yet a witch, as she confessed, for the space of near 20 years. The best known case of the kind is that of Major Weir in Edinburgh in 1670, whose outward appearance tallies with the usual descriptions of the devil, and whose conduct is only explainable on the supposition that he actually was the chief of the witches. His garb was still a cloak, and somewhat dark, and he never went without his staff. He was a tall black man, and ordinarily looked down to the ground, a grim countenance, and a big nose. His reputation for piety was so great that a woman, who had actually seen him commit an offense against the criminal law, was flogged for mentioning the fact and thus defaming a man of such extreme and well-established piety. He was tried as a witch on his own unsolicited confession, and was burnt together with his staff, dying, impenitent and renouncing all hope of a Christian heaven. The most interesting case historically, however, is that of the Devil of the North Berwick Witches, 1590. The number of people involved was 39, i.e. 3 covens, but though the names of all were known, only 4 were tried. The records are given in considerable detail, and the identification of the chief is therefore possible. The character of the accused in this case is of great importance when considering the evidence. Nothing more unlike the conventional idea of witches can well be imagined than the man and women who were arraigned on that occasion. Agnes Sampson, the wise wife of Keith, was a woman not of the base and ignorant sort of witches, but matron-like, grave and settled in her answers, which were all to some purpose. John Fian, or Cunningham, was a schoolmaster, therefore a man of education. Effie McCallion, the daughter of Lord Clifton Hall, was a woman of family and position. Barbara Napier was also of good family. These were clearly the moving spirits of the band, and they were all persons capable of understanding the meaning and result of their actions. The accusation against the witches was that they had met together to plot the murder of the king and queen by witchcraft. The trial therefore was on a double charge, witchcraft and high treason, and both charges had to be substantiated. Keeping in mind Lord Coke's definition of a witch as a person who has conference with the devil to take counsel or to do some act, it is clear that the fact of the devil's bodily presence at the meetings had to be proved first. Then the fact of the conference, and finally the attempts at murder. The reports of the trial do not, however, differentiate these points in any way, and the religious prepossession of the recorders colors every account. It is therefore necessary to take the facts without the construction put upon them by the natural bias of the Christian judges and writers. The records give in some detail the account of several meetings where the deaths of the king and queen were discussed, and instructions given and carried out to effect that purpose. At each meeting certain ceremonies proper to the presence of the Grand Master were performed, but the real object of the meeting was never forgotten or even obscured. The actual evidence of the affair was given by Agnes Sampson, also called Annie Simpson or Thompson, John Fian, Euphemia or Effie McCallion, and Barbara Napier. As it was a case of high treason, the two leaders, Sampson and Fian, were tortured to force them to divulge the name of the prime mover. Both these two and Effie McCallion were condemned and executed. Barbara Napier, equally guilty according to the evidence but more fortunate in her jurors, was released, for which action the jurors themselves were subsequently tried. Though the means used by the witches may seem ridiculous, the murderous intention is very clear. First they performed incantations to raise a storm to wreck the Queen's ship on her way to Scotland, and the storm which actually arose very nearly effected their purpose. As it failed, however, they betook themselves to the accredited method of melting a waxen image, but they were also ready to use poisons, which were to their minds the most virulent that could be prepared. I have arranged the evidence so as to make as far as possible a consecutive narrative of the occurrences. John Fian, tried December 26, 1590. The first items relate to his consulting with the devil and working witchcraft. 7. Item, Filet, for the raising of Windies att the Kingees passing to Denmark, and for the sending of ein letter to Marion Linkup in Leith, to that effect, bidding here to might him and the rest, on the sea, within 5 days. Quare Satan deliured ein cat out of his hand to Robert Griersoun, gavan the word to cast the same in the sea Ola. And thereafter, being mounted in a ship, and drank ilk ein to otheris, quare Satan said, ye shall sink the ship, like as they thought they did. 8. Item, Filet, for assembling himself with Sathain, att the Kingees returning to Denmark. Quare Satan promised to raise ein mist, and cast the Kingees' majesty in England. Agnes Sampson, tried January 27, 1591. The first part of the ditty is entirely occupied with her conferences with the devil and her healing the sick by his advice. 40. Item, Filet and Convict, of the Deliury of ein letter, Quilk John Fien, clerk, made in George Muty's Bach, house in the Pannies, accompany it with the Gudwife of the house, Geely Duncan, and 8 others, Coha convenit there for raising of storm. To stay the Queen's hame coming to Scotland. After consultation, whether Geely Duncan or Bessie Thomsoun West may test to send the letter with, and concluded to send the said Geely, Quilk letter West send to Marion Lenchop in Leith. The effect quereof is this, Marion Lenchop, ye saul warn the rest of the Sisteris, to raise the wind this day, att eleven hurries, to stay the Caneys coming in Scotland. Like as they that wer convenit at the Pannies sold do their part be iced. And to might thame that wer in the Pannies, and att their meeting, they sold mac the stormed Universal through the sea. Then follows the method of doing this by casting in a cat. From News from Scotland. The said Agnes Thompson, Sampson, confessed, that the devil, being then at North Berwick Kirk attending their coming, in the habit or likeness of a man. And having made his ungodly exhortations, wherein he did greatly inveigh against the King of Scotland, he received their oaths for their good and true service towards him, and departed, which done, they returned to sea, and so home again. At which time, the witches demanded of the devil, why he did bear such hatred to the Kinge, who answered, by reason the King is the greatest enemy he hath in the world. All which their confessions and depositions are still extant upon record. Barbara Napier, tried May 8, 1591. Released. Assessors tried June 7, and acquitted. The said Barbara was accused, that Sco gave her presence, in the maist devilish and treasonable convention, Haldin be here and here complices in the devilis name, Pound Lamasuan last, att the new heaven cowlit Achesun's heaven. Betuix Musselbirched and Preston Pannies, sin his majesty come Firth of Denmark. Quare war assemblet 9 principalies, to wit, Agnes Sampsoun, John at Straighttown, Euphame McCallien, herself, John Fien, Robert Griersoun, George Moites with in Priesttown, Margaret Thomsoun, and Donald Robesoun. Quilk is 9 persons, the devil, Coha Wes with thame in lickneys of ein black man, thought maist might to do the turn for the Quilk they wer convenit, and therefore, he set thame 9 nes to himself, in ein company. And they, to jitter with the whiff of Saltown Mile and the rest of the inferiores, to the now mare of 30 persons, stand and scarce the length of ein bird frae the foresaid 9 persons in ein third company. Agnes Samsoun proponent the destruction of his hiens persoun, saying to the duil, we have fain turn ado, and we would fain be att if we could, and therefore help ws to itt. The duil answered, he sold do what he could, but it wald be lang to, because it wald be thwarted, and he promised to hear and thame ein pictar of walks, and ordinate here and thame to hing, roist, and drop ein tade. And to lay the droppies of the tade, mixed with other supposedly virulent poisons, in his hiens way, quhere his majesty wald gang in noer or outara, or in ony passage quhere mycht drop pound his hiens hide or body. For his hiens destruction, that ein vither mycht have rewlit in his majesty's place, and the ward, government, mycht have gained to the duil. The Quilk Convention, his hiens name wes pronunciate in Latine, and Agnes Samsoun wes appointed to mac the pictar and to gif it to the devil to be enchanted, Quilk sco made in dade, and gave itt to him. And he promised to gif it to the said Barbara and to Effie McCallion, att the next meeting to be roisted. Margaret Tomsoun was appointed to drop the tade. There wes ein appointed to seek some of his hiens linen claves, to do the turn with. Agnes Samson, continued. Annie Samsoun affirmed that ski, in company with Nyn Vethers witches, being convenit in the Nycht beside Priestownpans, the duel the maester being present standing in the middies of thame. There a body of wax, shapen and made be the said Annie Samsoun, rap pit within a Lwan Nyng claith, was fyrst deliurit to the duel. Quilk after he had pronounced his verde, deliurit the said pictar to Annie Samsoun, and ski to hear Nyxt marrow, and sa uri ein roundabout, saying, this is King James the Sext. Ordinate to be consumed at the instance of a nobleman Francis Earl Bodwell. Afterward again, at the meeting be Nycht at the Kirk of Northberwick, where the duel, clad in a black gown with a black hat upon his head, preached to a great number of them out of the pulpit, having light candles round about him. The effect of his language was till now, what scathe they had done, how many they had won to their opinions in their last meeting, what success the melting of the pictar had ta'en, and sick vain toys. And because ein auld saily pure ploughman, cowlit grey meal, chanced to say that, nathing aileth the king yet, God be than kit the duel gave him a gret blow. Then divers amang them entered in a reasoning, marrowelling that all their duellery could do na harm to the king, as it did till others divers. The duel answered, il est vn home de Dieu. Euphemia McCallion, tried June 9, 1591, executed, burnt alive, June 25, 1591. Evidence was first given as to her practicing witchcraft and consorting with well-known witches. Item, indicted and accused, of the conventicle had att North Berwick Kirk, Tuntai days before Michaelmas, 1590. And their inquiring for the king's pictar, duen by Annie Samsoun to the duil, to be enchanted, for the treasonable destruction of the king. Item, indicted and accused, for being att ein convention held in at the New Heaven cowlit the fairy hoilis, att lamas last wes, to the effect immediately aburit tin. Item, indicted and accused, for in convention holden by Yao and Eutheris notorious witches, your associatus, att the Brum hoilis, quhere Yao and they took the sea, Robert Griersound being your admiral and maesterman. Then comes the recital of the magical means used to raise a tempest, quhere be the queen wes put back be storm. Item, indicted, for consulting with the said Annie Samsoun, Robert Griersound, and yours Ferris witches, for the treasonable staying of the queen's homecoming, be storm and wind, and raising of storm, to that effect. Or else to have drowned her majesty and her company, be conjuring of captives and casting of thame in the sea, at Leith, at the back of Robert Grierson's house. Barbara Napier, continued. And sicklike, the said Barbara was accused, that ski gave her bodli presents pound Alhallowen last was, 1590 years, to the frequent connuention held in att the Kirk of North Berwick, quhere ski dance at Endlang the kirkyard. And Geely Duncan played on ein trump, John Fien Missellet, muffled, led the ring. Agnes Samsoun and her doctoress and all the rest following the said Barbara, to the now mayor of 7 squire of persounds. And the devil start VP in the pulpit, like ein McKill black man, hafend ein black bick in his hand, cowlit on Uri ein of Thame, desiring Thame all to be guid serwandies to him, and he sold be ein guid maester to Thame. Robert Griersoun and John Fian stood on his left hand, and the said Robert fand grit fault with the duil, and cried out, that all quilkies wer beside mychtr, because his hiens pictar was knocked guin Thame, as Wes promesset. The said Effie McCallion remembrand and bid, d, and the said Robert Griersoun to spear for the pictar, meaning his Majesty's pictar, quilk sold have been roisted. Robert Griersoun said thir wardis, where is the thing ye promised? Meaning the pictar of walks, dewisset for roisting and vndoing his hiens per sound, quilk Agnes Samsoun gave to him, and Robert cried to, hath the turn done, yet his hien's name was knocked namite, quil thay that wer weeman namite him. Crayfand in plain terms his hien's pictar. But he answered, it sold be got tin the nixt mighting, and he walled hauled the nixt assembly for that couse the soner, it was knocked ready at that time. Robert Griersoun answered, ye promised twice and beguilet ws. And for honest like we mean wer very earnest and instant to haf itt. And the said Barbara and Effie McCallion gat than ein promius of the duil, that his hiens pictar sold be got tin to Thame twa, and that rycht sown, and this mater of his hiens pictar was the couse of that assembly. This ends the evidence of the witches. The point to be proved now is the identity of the man whom they believed in and obeyed as God incarnate. In all cases of murder or attempted murder it is necessary to find the person who would benefit, for murder is differentiated from manslaughter by the fact that it is deliberately planned and that it is done for a motive. In the case of the witches of North Berwick, the man who instigated the meetings, and to whom consequently suspicion points, was Francis Stuart Earl of Bothwell. His position as regards both the king and the witches must therefore be investigated. Francis, afterwards Earl of Bothwell, was the eldest son of John Stuart and Jane Hepburn, sister of that Earl of Bothwell whom Mary Queen of Scots married. Francis succeeded his maternal uncle in title and estates. His father, Lord John Stuart, was an illegitimate son of James V. The Pope, however, legitimized all the natural children of James V. And Mary, after her accession, granted letters of legitimation to her two half-brothers, John Stuart and James, afterwards the Regent Moray. John was slightly the elder of the two, and had he been legitimate would have been the heir to the exclusion of Mary. The Regent Moray left only daughters, whereas John Stuart had several sons, of whom Francis was the eldest. Francis might therefore claim to be the next heir male to the throne of Scotland, and possibly of England, had James VI died without children. James's own opinion of the matter is shown in his speech to his Parliament in 1592, when he denounced Bothwell as an aspirant to the throne, although he was but a bastard, and could claim no title to the crown. Bothwell, however, was himself no bastard, though his father was. But the significance of the witches' attempt, as well as the identity of the chief personage at their meeting, is given in Barbara Napier's evidence as to the reason for the attempted murder of the king. That another might have ruled in his Majesty's place, and the government might have gone to the devil. By changing the title, the devil, by which he was known to the witches, to the title, Earl of Bothwell, by which he was known outside the community, the man and the motive are manifest. This hypothesis is borne out by the contemporary accounts. The trial of the witches created a great stir, and Bothwell's name was freely coupled with the witches. He denied all complicity. This was only natural, as confession would have meant an acknowledgement of high treason. But his followers might have betrayed him. The two leaders, Agnes Sampson and John Fian, were tortured. Sampson admitted that the wax image was made at the instance of Francis, Earl of Bothwell. An admission sufficiently damning, but beyond that she would say nothing. The real danger to Bothwell lay in Fian. Under torture he made admissions and signed a confession in the presence of the king. He was then, by the maester of the prison, committed to ward, and appointed to a chamber by himself, where, forsaking his wicked ways, acknowledging his most ungodly life, shewing that he had too much followed the allurements and enticements of Sathan, and fondly practiced his conclusions, by conjuring, witchcraft, enchantment, sorcery, and such like. He renounced the devil and all his wicked works, vowed to lead the life of a Christian, and seemed newly converted to God. The morrow after, upon conference had with him, he granted that the devil had appeared unto him in the night before, apparelled all in black, with a white wanda in his hand. And that the devil demanded of him, if he would continue his faithful service, according to his first oath and promise made to that effect, whom, as he then said, he utterly renounced to his face, and said unto him in this manner, Avoid, Sathan, avoid. For I have listened too much unto thee, and by the same thou hast undone me, in respect whereof I utterly forsake thee. To whom the devil answered, that, once ere thou die thou shalt be mine. And with that, as he said, the devil brake the white wand, and immediately vanished forth of his sight. Thus, all the day, this Dr. Fian continued very solitary, and seemed to have a care of his own soul, and would call upon God, showing himself penitent for his wicked life. Nevertheless, the same night, he found such means that he stole the key of the prison door and chamber in which he was, which in the night he opened and fled away to the saltpans, where he was always resident, and first apprehended. Of whose sudden departure, when the king's majesty had intelligence, he presently commanded diligent inquiry to be made for his apprehension. And for the better effecting thereof he sent public proclamations into all parties of his land to the same effect. By means of whose hot and hard pursuit he was again taken, and brought to prison. And then, being called before the king's hinds, he was re-examined, as well touching his departure, as also touching all that had before happened. But this doctor, notwithstanding that his own confession appeareth, remaining in record under his own hand writing, and the same thereunto fixed in the presence of the king's majesty and sundry of his council, yet did he utterly deny the same. Whereupon the king's majesty, perceiving his stubborn wilfulness, conceived and imagined, that in the time of his absence, he had entered into new conference and league with the devil his master. Fian was then subjected to the most horrible tortures that could be devised. And notwithstanding all these grievous pains and cruel torments, he would not confess any things. So deeply had the devil entered into his heart, that he utterly denied all that which he before avouched. And would say nothing thereunto, but this, that what he had done and said before, was only done and said, for fear of pains which he had endured. He continued steadfast and was executed at the Castle Hill. The character of Fian is perfectly consistent. Under torture he signed a confession, which confession might have implicated Bothwell. That night Bothwell himself, or one of his emissaries, obtained access to the prisoner and arranged for his escape. The wretched Fian was faced with death either way. If he retracted his confession, he would die as a criminal by the hands of the law; if he held to it, he would die as a traitor by the hands of his comrades. There was no alternative. All that day he continued very solitary, calling upon God, but by night he had made his choice and fled. He apparently escaped without difficulty. The story of his stealing the keys of his own cell and of the prison door is absurd. The escape was obviously effected by connivance, just as later on Bothwell's own escape was effected. Fian went back to his own home, where, according to James's surmise, he had an interview with the devil, i.e. Bothwell, and there he tamely waited till the officers of the law came and recaptured him. This tameness is not in keeping with the rest of his character. A man with sufficient courage and resource to get out of a strongly guarded prison would have made good his escape, an easy enough matter in those turbulent times. Fian then must have been retaken because he wished to be retaken. For fear of torture and in hope of pardon he signed the first confession, implicating Bothwell. Yet later he endured agonies of torture with the certainty of death rather than acknowledge one word which might lead to the discovery that James was bent upon. James's surmise was perhaps more than a mere guess; it was prompted by his knowledge of the facts. Fian had had an interview with his master, whom he believed to be God incarnate, and like many a Christian martyr he atoned for the first betrayal by steadfast courage through cruel torment even to death. Reading the accounts in the light of this supposition, it is seen that every one, including James, suspected Bothwell. Even if they did not acknowledge his divinity, they feared the magical powers which, as chief of the witches, he was supposed to wield. It is impossible to study the details of this period without realizing the extraordinary fear which James had of his cousin. It was fear with an underlying horror, totally different from his feeling towards his other turbulent subjects. When Bothwell, seeking pardon, was introduced into Holyrood Palace by Lady Athol in the early morning of July 24, 1593, he entered the king's chamber. James, always undignified, was caught in the middle of his morning toilet. He tried to run into the Queen's room, but the way was barred by Bothwell's friends and the door was locked. The king, seeing no other refuge, asked what they meant. Came they to seek his life? Let them take it, they would not get his soul. This remark, made in the urgency and excitement of the moment, is highly significant. Had Bothwell been, like many of James's other enemies, merely an assassin, James would not have spoken of his soul. But Bothwell as the devil of the witches had the right to demand the yielding of the soul, and James was aware of the fact. The birth of James's children removed Bothwell's hopes of succession. The power of the witch organization, of which he was the chief, was broken by the death of its leaders. He had made a strong bid for power, he failed, fled the country, and finally died in poverty at Naples. There George Sandys the traveller heard of him. Here a certain Calabrian hearing that I was an English man, came to me, and would needs persuade me that I had insight in magic, for that old Bothwell was my countryman, who lives at Naples, and is in those parts famous for suspected negromancy. The devil being actually a human being, the letter of introduction to him, given by a man which to a would-be proselyte, becomes quite credible. It is worth quoting verbatim. Monseigneur, diautant il me faut retirer de la religion de Christians, afin que ie multiplie vostre party, duquel estant Illinois est raisonnable que ie vous glorifie et assemble tant de gens que ie pourrait. Ie vous nuice porteur pour estre du nombre, c'est pourquoi ie vous prie de l'aider en ses amours. Satan's reply to the novice shows a distinctly human trace of temper. Vous autres Christians vous estes perfides et obstines, quand vous avez quelque violent désir, vous vous departez de vostre maître. Et avez recards à moi, mais quand vostre désir est accompli, vous me tournez le dos comme à un ennemi, et vous en retournez à vostre Dieu, lequel estant bénin et clément, vous pardonne et recueille volontiers. Mais fait moi vin promesse escrite et signée de ta main, par lequel tu renonces volontairement ton Christ et ton baptisme, et me promets que tu adheras et seras avec moi jusqu'au jour du jugement. Et après cela tu te délecteras encore avec moi de souffrir les peines éternelles, et I accomplirai ton désir. 4. As an animal. In many religions the disguising of the principal personage, whether god or priest, as an animal is well known. The custom is very ancient. Such disguised human beings are found even among the Paleolithic drawings in France. And on a slate palette belonging to the late pre-dynastic period of Egypt there is a representation of a man disguised as a jackal and playing on a pipe. The ritual disguise as an animal is condemned, with great particularity, as devilish, in the Liber Poenitentialis of Theodore of the 7th century, see Supra, p. 21, showing that it continued in force after the conversion of England to an outward appearance of Christianity. From the analogy of other religions in which the custom occurs, it would appear that it is a ritual for the promotion of fertility. The animal represented being either the sacred animal of the tribe or the creature most used for food. The suggestion that the devil was a man, wearing either an animal's skin or a mask in the form of an animal's head as a ritual disguise, accounts as nothing else can for the witch's evidence as to his appearance and his changes of form. A confusion, however, exists from the fact that the witches, and therefore the recorders, usually spoke of the familiars as the devil. But in almost every case the disguised man can, on examination of the evidence, be distinguished from the animal familiar. The animal forms in which the devil most commonly appeared were bull, cat, dog, goat, horse, and sheep. A few curious facts come to light on tabulating these forms, i.e. the devil appears as a goat or a sheep in France only, he is never found in any country as a hare, though this was the traditional form for a witch to assume. Nor is he found as a toad, though this was a common form for the familiar, the fox and the ass also are unknown forms. And in Western Europe the pig is an animal almost entirely absent from all the rites and ceremonies as well as from the disguises of the devil. The witches never admitted in so many words that the devil was a man disguised, but their evidence points strongly to the fact. In some cases the whole body was disguised, in others a mask was worn, usually over the face. The wearing of the mask is indicated partly by descriptions of its appearance, and partly by the description of the devil's voice. The Lorraine witches in 1589 said that the devils konden nimmermehr die menschliche Stimme so ausdrücklich nachreden, das man nicht like deren Merk, das es ein gemachte falsche Stimme sei. Nicolae Ganesha, und fast alle andere sagen, das sie ein Stimme von sich geben, gleich denen, so den Kopf in ein fast oder zerbrochenen Hafen stecken und daraus reden. Auch geben sie etwan ein klein leise Stimme von sich. The North Berwick devil in 1590 was purposely disguised out of all recognition. The devil starred up in the pulpit, like a mickle black man, with a black beard sticking out like a goat's beard. And a high-ribbed nose, falling down sharp like the beak of a hawk, with a long rumpil, tail. This was Barbara Napier's account. Agnes Sampson describes the same personage. The duel caused all the company to come and kiss his airs, Quilk they said was called like ice, his body was hard like yrn, as they thought that handled him. His face was terrible, his noise like the beck of an eagle, gret borning ein, his handies and legius wr Harry, with claws upon his handies and fight like the griffin, and spak with a how voice. Boget states that, on demanda a George Gondilan, si lors chuil fut solicite par satidus e bailier a lie, Satan parloit distinctment. Il respondit que non, and chue pain put il comprendret ce chuil desoit. The evidence of the witches in the Basses Pyrenees makes it clear that a disguise was worn, and that a mask was placed on the back either of the head or of the person. This also explains part of Agnes Sampson's evidence given above. The effect of the mask at the back of the head was to make the man appear two-faced, cum le Janus. In the other case, le diable estoit en fermi de book, iant vin q, and odisubs vn visage diem noir. And ne parole par si visage de derrière dot, vin grande q au derrière, and vin fermi de visage au dessubs, duquel visage il ne prefer aucune parole, eins lie cert pour donner à baiser à succa bon lie semble. Marie d'Aspelcut de Chuel l'obisa a si visage de derrière au dessubs divine grande q, Chuel ly a base par trois fois, and Chuil o et si visage faked cum le museau divien book. Bertrand de Handuch, a G de Dix ans, confessa que le col du grade maester o et vn visage derrière, and si estoit le visage de derrière couon besoit, and non le col. The devil of the Basses Pyrenees evidently wore a mask over the face, for he had la voix effroyable and sans ton, quand il parle en droit que c'est vn mullet que si met à braire Illinois à la voix casse, la parole malarticuli, and peu intelligible. Parce qu'il a toujours la voix triste and enrouée. On occasions also il catoit la ferme de book, and prenoit celle diem. In 1614 at Orleans Sylvain NEVILLON said, Chuil vit à la chemini vn noir duquel en ni voyoit pas la test. Vit aussi vn grand noir à l'opposite de celui de la chemini, and que letit homi noir parloit comme si la voix vot sorti divien poinsen. Dit, que le diable dit le sermo au sabbat, mais couon eninten ce chuil dit, parce chuil parle comi en grodent. The devil who appeared to Joan Wallace, the Huntingdonshire witch, in 1649, was in the shape of a man dressed in black, but he was not as her husband, which speaks to her like a man. But he as he had been some distance from her when he was with her. Thomasine Ratcliffe, a Suffolk witch, said that the devil spoke with a hollow, shrill voice. According to Mary Green, 1665, the Somerset devil, who was a little man, put his hand to his hat, saying, "How d'ye?" speaking low but big. In the same year Abra Grinset, another Suffolk witch, confessed that she met the devil, who was in the form of a pretty handsome young man, and spake to her with a hollow solemn voice. John Stuart at Paisley, 1678, said the devil came to him as a black man, and that the black man's apparel was black, and that the black man's voice was hoff and gousty. The coldness of the devil's entire person, which is vouched for by several witches, suggests that the ritual disguise was not merely a mask over the face, but included a covering, possibly of leather or some other hard and cold substance, over the whole body and even the hands. Such a disguise was apparently not always worn, for in the great majority of cases there is no record of the devil's temperature except in the sexual rites, and even then the witch could not always say whether the touch of the devil was warm or not. In 1565 the Belgian witch, Digna Robert, said the devil etate Freud dawn tu ses membris. In 1590, at North Berwick, he caused all the company to come and kiss his heirs, whilk they said was cold like ice. His body was hard like yrn, as they thought that handled him. In 1598 Pierre Berget, whose statement is quoted by several authors, confesse, que le diable donna a baiser sa main sinister, que estoit noir, comme mort and tout froid. In 1609, in the Basses Pyrenees, Isaac de Queyron, aged 25, said that he and others le baiserant a vin fes que estoit blanche and rouge, and all it la for me divine grande quis divien and estoit value. This shows the ritual disguise of the person and suggests the use of an animal's hide with the hair still attached. In 1645 the Essex witch Rebecca West said, he kissed her, but was as cold as clay. At Salisbury in 1653, when the witch and Bodenham persuaded and Styles to join the community, then appeared two spirits in the likeness of great boys, with long shagged black hair, and stood by her looking over her shoulder. And the witch took the maid's forefinger of her right hand, and pricked it with a pin, and squeezed out the blood and put it into a pen, and put the pen in the maid's hand, and held her hand to write in a great book. And one of the spirits laid his hand or claw upon the witch's whilst the maid wrote. And the spirit's hand did feel cold to the maid as it touched her hand, when the witch's hand and hers were together writing. At Forfar in 1661 3 of the witches agreed as to the coldness of the devil. Elspeth Alexander confesses that the devil kissed herself that night and that it was ane cold kiss. Catherine Porter confesseth that the devil took her by the hand, that his hand was cold. Isabel Smith confessed that he kissed her and his mouth and breath were cold. In 1662 the Crook of Devon witches were also in accord. Isabel Rutherford confessed that ye was at a meeting at Turf Hills, where Sathon took you by the hand and said, "Welcome, Isabel," and said that his hand was cold. Margaret Litster confessed that Sathon took you by the hand and stayed the space of half an hour, Sathon having grey clothes and his hand cold. Janet Peyton confessed that Sathon asked you if ye would be his servant, whilk ye did, and Sathon took you by the hand, and ye said that his hand was cold. On the other hand Agnes Murray knew not whether his body was hot or cold. According to Isabel Gaudy at Aldern in 1662, he was a meikle black rock man, worry cold. At Toryburn, Lilias 80 found his skin was cold, and the Crichton witches in 1678 said, he was cold, and his breath was like a damp air. In 1697 little Thomas Lindsay declared that Jean Fulton his grandmother awaked him one night out of his bed, and caused him take a black grim gentleman, as she called him, by the hand, which he felt to be cold. The evidence as to the forms assumed by the devil is tabulated here under each animal, each section being arranged in chronological order. 1. Bull. In 1593 at Angers, Michel de Rousseau, aged of 50 ans, dict que l'edict moi appelle yupen se transforma ossitost en book, et après leur avoir bailli de buates de poudre Illinois se transforma en bouard. At Aberdeen in 1597 Marion Grant confessed that, the devil apprit to the, sometime in the steep of a beast, and sometime in the steep of a man. John at Lucas of the same coven said that the devil was with them, being in likens of ane beast. Agnes Wobster, also of the same coven, acknowledged that, thereafter Satan appert to thee in the likens of a calf, and spak to thee in manner foresaid, and bide to be a good servant to him. In 1608 Gabriel Pell confessed that he went with a friend to the Sabbath, where le diable estoit en vache noire, and que cette vache noire lie fit renoncer Dieu. De Lanker says that at Tournelle the devil appeared parfois comme vien grand boeuf d'iraine couche à terre, comme vien boeuf naturel que s'y repose. At Lille in 1661 the witches adored a beast with which they committed infamous things. According to Isabel Gaudai in 1662, the devil of Aldern changed his form, or disguise, continually, sometimes he vold be like a stirk, a bull, a dare, a ray, or a dog. In the above, I have taken the word beast in its usual meaning as an animal of the cattle tribe, but it is quite possible that the Lille beast, best in the original, may have been a goat and not a bull. This seems likely from the fact that the sacrifice was by fire as in the other places where the devil used the goat disguise. 2. Cat. The earliest example of the cat disguise is in the trial of the Guernsey witches in 1563, when Martin Tulloch confessed. Qilya viren un quartier dien passes qil soi trouva avec la violesse ultramet dit colonet gascoing. En la rue de la Fosse au Cowley, la ouly avoit chink ou 6 chats, douily en avoit un que estoit noir, que menoit la danse, et dansoyant etili duesti lad colonet, qil besate let chat et dt qil estoit sur ses pites plat. Que ladite colonet l'obesa p de derrière, li pila cris, que fracois l'nfsa mer y estoit et collet salmon fait de colas du port, lacal aloit de vat eds agenoiler tos de vat le chat et eladorat en li balet leur foy. Li disti ladite violes q ledet chat estoit le diable. François Secretine, in 1598, saw the devil, tantost en for me de chat. Roland de Verneuil said, le diable se présenta pour lors au sabbat en for me devien gras chat noir. In 1652 another French witch confessed that il entre dans sa chamber en for me diung chat edse chanhea and la posture d'un homme veste de rouge, who took her to the Sabbath. Both the Devonshire witches, Mary Trembles and Susanna Edwards, in 1682, stated that they saw him as a lion, by which they possibly meant a large cat. In this connection it is worth noting that in Lapland as late as 1767 the devil appeared, in the likeness of a cat, handling them from their feet to their mouth, and counting their teeth. 3. Dog. At Chelmsford in 1556 Joan Waterhouse, did as she had seen her mother do, Callange Sathan, which came to her, as she said, in the likens of a great dog. In 1616 Barthélemy Mingwit of Brecky was tried for witchcraft. Enquis, cum il a deux quand le sabbat se doit tenor. Respond, que c'est le diable que li vint dire estant en for me de chien noir, fait cum vien barbet, parle à li en cest for me. Enquis, en quel for me se met le diable estant au sabbat. Respond, chu ilne la iams vu autrement chuen for me de barbet noir. Enquis, quelles cérémonies ils observuant estant au sabbat. Respond, que le diable estant en for me de barbet noir, cum decis est dit, se met tout droit sur les pattes de derrière, les preacher. Etc. In Guernsey in 1617 Isabel Beckwith went to Rockwain Castle, the usual place where the devil kept his Sabbath. No sooner had she arrived there than the devil came to her in the form of a dog. With 2 great horns sticking up, and with one of his paws, which seemed to her like hands, took her by the hand, and calling her by her name told her that she was welcome, then immediately the devil made her kneel down, while he himself stood up on his hind legs. He then made her express detestation of the Eternal in these words, I renounce God the Father, God the Son, and God the Holy Ghost, and then caused her to worship and invoke himself. Barton's wife, about 1655, stated that one night going to a dancing upon Pentland Hills, he went before us in the likeness of a rough tanny dog, playing on a pair of pipes, and his tail played ey wig wag wig wag. In 1658 a low witch named Janet Black declared that he appeared to her first as a dog with a sowy's head. In 1661 Janet Watson of Dalkeith said that the devil appeared unto her, in the likeness of ane pretty boy, in grain clothes, and went away from her in the likeness of ane black dog. According to Marie Lamont of Innerkip in 1662, the devil in the likeness of a brown dog, helped to raise a storm. Margaret Hamilton, widow of James Polwart of Borrostonis in 1679, was accused that she met the devil in the likeness of a man, but he removed from you in the likeness of an black dog. The Highland witches in the 18th century saw the devil as a dog. He was a large black ugly tyke, to whom the witches made obeisance. The dog acknowledged the homage, by bowing, grinning, and clapping his paws. In the case of the dog disguise, there is again a similarity with Lap beliefs and customs, the appearance of the devil as a dog being not uncommon in Lapland. 4. Goat. An interesting point as regards this form of disguise is that it does not occur in Great Britain, nor have I found it so far in Belgium. It prevailed chiefly in France, from which all my examples are taken. At Poitiers in 1574, trois sorcières and vin sorcières déclarant ils estoyant trois fois ellen, à l'Assemblée générale, aux plusieurs sorcières se trient pres divine croix divine carrefour, que seroit d'insane. Idélaisi truoit vn grand bouc noir, que parloit comme vin personne aux assistants, and dansoyant à l'entour du bouc. At Avignon in 1581, when he comes to be adored, he appeareth not in a humane for me, but as the witches Themselos had deposed. As soon as they are agreed of the time that he is to mount upon the altar, which is some rock or great stone in the fields, there to be worshipped by them, he instantly turneth himself into the form of a great black goat. Although in all other occasions he saith to appear in the shape of a man. In Lorraine in 1589 the devil, sich in einen zodelichten Bach verwandelt hat, und viel starker react und jubler stinkt als immer ein Bach im Anfang de Frühlingstun mag. In Puy de Dôme in 1594 Jane Bostow's lover took her to a meeting, and there appeared a great black goat with a candle between his horns. In 1598, Satan après avoir prince la figure divine book, se consume en feu. In the Basses Pyrenees in 1609. Le diable estoit en fermi de book, iant vin q, and odisubs vn visage d'homme noir, and en parole par si visage de derrière. Marie Dieguerre dit chuilya vin grande cruce au milieu du sabbat, do you sort le diable en fermi de book. Daughters dissent chuil est comme vn grand book, iant du corns devant and du en derrière. Que celis de devant se rebrassant en haute comme la perruque divine femme. Mais le commun est chuil a seulement trois corns, and chuil a quelque espèce de lumière en celle du milieu. On li voit aussi quelque espèce de bonnet au chapeau au dessus de ces corns. On a observé de tout temps que lorsqu'il voit recevoir quelqu'un à faire partie avec li, Illinois se présente toujours en pour any l'effrature au effrayer, car faire partie avec vien beaucoup urtement. Tendroit plus de la best que de la creature raisonnable. Mais le pacte fait, lors chuil voit recevoir quelque vien à l'adoration, communement il represent en book. Sylvain Nevillon confessed at Orleans in 1614, chuil a vu le diable en plusieurs façons, tantos comme vien book, iant vien visage duant and vien autre derrière. 5. Horse. I give here only the references to the devil when actually disguised as a horse, but there are a very great number of cases where he appeared riding on a horse. These cases are so numerous as to suggest that the horse was part of the ritual, especially as the riding devil usually occurs in places where an animal disguise was not used, e.g. in 1598, in Aberdeen, where Andro Man confesses that Christsunday rides all the time that he is in their company. The actual disguise as a horse is not common. Elizabeth Style of Windsor in 1579 confesseth, herself oftentimes to ha gone to Father Rosamond House where she found Hym sitting in a wood, not far from thence, render the body of a tree, sometimes in the shape of an ape, and otherwhiles like an horse. Helen Guthrie in 1661 stated that when the Forfar witches were trying to sink a ship, the devil was there present with them all, in the shape of ane great horse. They returned all in the same likeness as of before, except that the devil was in the shape of a man. Mary Lacy of Salem in 1692 said that he appeared in the shape of a horse. I was in bed and the devil came to me and bid me obey him. 6. Sheep. The sheep disguise, which is perhaps a form of the goat, is usually found in France only. In 1453 Guillaume Edeline, Docteur en Théologie, Prieur de S. Germain en Lay, et d'Auprevant Augustine, et de religieux de certains autres ordres. Confessa, de sa bonne et franche volonté, avoir fait homage audit ennemi en l'espèce de semblance de young mouton. Iaquima Paget and Antoine Gondillon in 1598 said that il prenoit la figure d'Evien mouton noir, portant de cornes. In 1614 at Orleans Sylvain Nevillon was induced to reveal all he knew, de il a vu le diable en plusieurs façons, tantost comme vien book, ors comme vien gros mouton. The rarer animal disguises are the deer and the bear. Of these the deer is found at Aberdeen in 1597, Androman, Confessus and Affirmus, those saw Christende come out of the snaw in likeness of a stag, at Aldern in 1662, somtim he vold be like a stirk, a bull, a dare, a ray, or a dowg. At Hartford, Connecticut, 1662, Rebecca Greensmith said that, the devil first appeared to her in the form of a deer or fawn. The bear is still rarer, as I have found it only twice, once in Lorraine, and once in Lancashire. In 1589 es haben die Geister Auketwen Lust sich in Gestalt eines Bären zu erzigen. In 1613 and Chattox declared that the devil, came upon this examinate in the night time, and at divers and sundry times in the likeness of a bear, gaping as though he would ha worried, this examinate. And the last time of all she, this examinate, saw him, was upon Thursday last year but one, next before Midsummer Day, in the evening, like a bear, and this examinate would not then speak to him. For the which the said Duel pulled this examinate down. Footnotes. Denius, E1, ch 4. Gowl, page 62. Cannert, page 45. Spalding Club Miscellany, I, pages 171, 172. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 398, 399. ID, Lincredulite, page 801. Baines, I, page 607 note. For the name Mamillion see Lyman's Brute, p. 155, Everyman Library. Bourignon, Vi, page 222. Hale, page 37. Pitcairn, 3, pages 605, 607, 613. Hale, page 58. Surtees SOC, XL, pages 191, 193. Fountainhall, I, 15. Howell, 6, 660. J. Hutchinson, 2, page 31. Alls Goodridge, pages 9, 10. Boget, page 54. Wonderful Discovery of Elizabeth Sawyer, C4, Rev. County Folklore, 3, Orkney, pages 103, 107-8. Stern, pages 28, 38. Highland Papers, 3, pages 16, 17. It is possible that the shoe was cleft like the modern hygienic shoe. Such a shoe is described in the Ballad of the Cobbler of Canterbury, date 1608, as part of a woman's costume. Her sleeves blue, her train behind. With silver hooks was tucked, I find. Her shoes broad, and forked before. Denius, ch 4. De Lanker, Tableau, page 69. Cooper, Pleasant Treatise, page 2. Burns Begg, page 217. Examination of John Walsh. Potts, D3, B2. Baines, I, page 607 note. Hale, page 46. Howell, for 833, 836, 840, 854-5. Stern, page 13. Davenport, page 13. Stern, pp. 22, 29, 30. Glanville, pt2, pages 136, 137, 147, 149, 156, 161-5. Hale, page 58. Peto, page 18. Denham Tracts, 2, page 301. Howell, 8, 1035. Eleanor Shaw and Mary Phillips, page 6. Pitcairn, I, pt2, pages 51-6. ID, I, pt2, page 162. ID, I, point. 2, pages 245-6, 239. Spelling modernized. Melville, pages 395-6. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 210. Spalding Club Miscellany, I, pages 124, 127, 164, 172. Pitcairn, 2, page 537. County Folklore, 3, page 103. Orkney. From the Record of the Trial in the Justiciary Court, Edinburgh. Spottiswoode Miscellany, 2, page 65. Pitcairn, 3, page 599. Sinclair, page 122. ID, page 47. Arnott, page 358. Scottish Antiquary, 9, pages 50, 51. Kinloch, pages 114, 128, 132. Pitcairn, 3, p. 601. From the Records in the Justiciary Court, Edinburgh. Pitcairn, 3, page 603. Burns Beg, pages 221-39. Sharp, pages 131, 134. Hogers, A Coarse Stocking Without the Foot. Glanville, pt2, pages 291-5, 297. Scott's Magazine, 1814, page 200. Narrative of the Sufferings of a Young Girl, pages 39. Sly, Sad. Debell, pages 38-40. A True and Full Relation of the Witches of Pittenweem, page 10. Sinclair, page 89. Sharp, page 191. Camden Society, Lady Alice Keitler, page 3. Journal d'un Bourgeois de Paris, page 687. Delancre, Tableau, page 123. Bowden, page 226. Boget, pages 8, 96. Delancre, Tableau, page 130. ID, L'Incredulite, pages 799, 800. The Second Devil is called Tramesabot on page 802. Van Elven, La Tradition, v. 1891, page 215. Neither the witches' names nor the place are given. Cannert, pages 44, 53-4, 60. Fountainhall, I, page 14. Horneck, pt2, page 316. Taylor, pages 81, 118. Green, pages 9, 14. Howell, 6, 660, 664, J. Hutchinson, 2, pages 31, 37. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 51. Melville, page 395. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 246. Spelling modernized. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 127. Delancre, Tableau, page 68. Scottish Antiquary, 9, pages 50, 51. Pitcairn, 3, page 601. Burns Beg, pages 221, 223, 234, 235, 239. Taylor, page 81. Cannert, page 60. Glanville, pt2, page 164. Chambers, 3, page 298. Glanville, pt2, page 316. Sinclair, page 89. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 56. ID, I, pt2, page 163. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, pp. 119-21. ID, I, page 171. Pitcairn, 2, page 478. Delanker, Lincredulite, page 36. ID, Tableau, page 401. Potts, B4. Wonderful Discovery of Margaret and Philip Flower, page 117. Sinclair, page 160. Kinloch, page 144. Law, page 27. Note. Cotton Mather, page 159. Rehearse all both strong and true, par. 24. Calendar of State Papers. Domestic, 1584, page 220. Stern, page 45. Gearish, The Devil's Delusions, page 11. Pitcairn, I, pt2, pages 161-4. ID, 2, pages 26-7. Hibbert, page 578. Sinclair, page 48. From the Record in the Justiciary Office, Edinburgh. Chambers, 3, page 299. Reveson, 1679, pages 334-6. Mather, pages 120, 125, J. Hutchinson, History, 2, pages 37 seek. Boget, page 125. Laws Against Witches and Conivration, page 7. Wilson, 2, page 158. The trials are published by Pitcairn, I, pt2. There were present on this occasion 39 persons, or 3 covens. See Chapter 7 on the organization. Bannatyne Club, Melville, Memoirs, page 395. The sycophantic Melville adds. And certainly he is a man of God, and does na rang wittingly, but is inclinate to all godlines, justice and virtue, therefore God he's preserved him in the middies of many dangers. Reg Mag, Sig Scott, No. 565, February 7, 1550/1. News from Scotland. Quoted in Pitcairn, I, pt2, pages 213-23. It is perhaps significant that the confession of John Fian, and the trials of both Barbara Napier and of Bothwell himself for witchcraft, have disappeared from the justiciary records. Burton, v., page 283. Sandys, page 250. Delanker, Tableau, pages 176, 177. Quibble, pl 28. The pallet itself is now in the Ashmolean Museum, Oxford. Remigius, pti, page 38. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 246. Spelling modernized. Melville, page 395. Boget, page 56. Delanker, Tableau, pages 68, 73, 126. Delanker, Tableau, pages 225, 398. ID, Lincredulite, pages 799-801. Stern, page 13. ID, page 22. Glanville, pt2, page 164. Peto, page 18. Glanville, pt2, pages 294-5. Cannert, page 54. Melville, Memoirs, page 395. Boget, pages 53-4. Delanker, Tableau, page 148. Howell, 4, 842. Moore, pages 196-7. Kinloch, pages 115, 129, 132. Burns Begg, pages 219, 221, 228, 230. Pitcairn, 3, page 603. Chambers, 3, 298. Fountainhall, I, page 14. Narrative of the Sufferings of a Young Girl, P. Zly, Sad. Debell, page 40. Delancre, L'Incredulite, page 769. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 129. Delancre, L'Incredulite, page 794. ID, Tableau, page 68. Bourignon, Parole, page 87, Hale, page 26. Pitcairn, 3, page 613. From a Trial in the Guernsey Greffe. Boguet, pages 8, 70, 411. La Tradition, v. 1891, page 215. Howell, 8, 1034, 1036. Pinkerton, I, page 473. Witches of Chelmsford, page 34, Philobiblon SOC, 8. Delancre, L'Incredulite, p. 805. Goldsmid, page 12. Sinclair, page 163. Scottish Antiquary, 9, 51. Pitcairn, 3, page 601. Sharp, page 132. Scott's Magazine, 1814, page 201. Spelling Modernized. Stewart, page 175. The whole account is marred by the would-be comic style adopted by the author. Pinkerton, I, page 473. Bowden, page 187. Michaelis, Discourse, page 148. Remigius, PTI, page 90. F. Hutchinson, Historical Essay, page 42. Boguet, page 141. Delancre, Tableau, pp. 67, 68, 69, 126. ID, L'Incredulite, page 800. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 125. C. P. Elworthy on the Hobbyhorse as the Devil, Horns of Honor, page 140. Rehearse all both strong and true, par. 24. Kinloch, pages 122-3. Howell, 6, 663-4, J. Hutchinson, 2, pages 36-7. Chartier, 3, 44-5. Boguet, page 70. Delancre, L'Incredulite, page 800. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 121. Pitcairn, 3, page 613. Taylor, page 98. Remigius, page 98. Potts, E3. 3. Admission Ceremonies. 1. General. In the ceremonies for admission, as in all the other ceremonies of the cult, the essentials are the same in every community and country, though the details differ. The 2 points which are the essence of the ceremony are invariable: the first, that the candidates must join of their own free will and without compulsion; the second, that they devote themselves, body and soul, to the Master and his service. The ceremonies of admission differed also according to whether the candidate were a child or an adult. The most complete record of the admission of children comes from the Basses Pyrénées in 1609. Les sorcières l'y offret de petits enfants le génal en terre, Louis disant avec vine submission, grand seigneur, l'équal iadore. I.e. vous amène si ne serviteur, l'équal vous est perpetuellement vostre esclave, qui le diable en signe de remerciement and gratification leur répond, approaches vous de moi, à quoi obéissant, els nse trainant à génal, lo ly presentant. And ly resuint l'enfant entre ses bras, lo rend à la sorcière, la remercie, and pousse ly recommande den avoir sewing, leur disant par ce moyen sa troupe s'augmentera. KSI les enfants ions attinct eloge de neuf ans, par malheur se voient au diable sans ester forces New York violentes diocon sorcière, ils se prosternant par terre duant Satan, l'équal iadon du faux par lesieux, leur dit, que demandez-vous? Voulez-vous ester à moi? ILS respondent Chuui, IL leur dict, Venez vous de vostre bonne volonté. ILS respondent Chuui, Fakes donc CEKIE ver, and CEKIE fait. Et alors la grande maîtresse en roin du sabbat que leur cert de pédagogue, dicta CE nuyuques y present, Chuil die a haute voix, I reni du premièrement, Pous Jesus Christ son fils, l'Es. Esprit, la Vierge, les Saints, la Sainte Croix, le Cresem, le Baptisme, and la foi quietiens, mes parrain and moraine, and me remets de tout point en ton pouvoir and entre tes mains. Any recognoise autre Dieu, si bien que tu es mon Dieu and I suis ton esclave. Après on li bailey vn crapo habil aux son capo au manto, pus il command quon elador. Si bien tu obeisans and estants mis a genel, ils bicent le diable opers de l'oeil gauche, à la poitrine, à la fesse, à la cuisse, and aux parties hontiuses, pus luent la q ils li bicent le derrière. The novice was then marked by a scratch from a sharp instrument, but was not admitted to the high mysteries till about the age of 20. As no further ceremonies are mentioned, it may be concluded that the initiation into these mysteries was performed by degrees and without any special rites. At Lille, about the middle of the 17th century, Madame Bourignon founded a home for girls of the lowest classes, pauvres et malorigines, la plus part si ignorance au fait de leur salut qu'elles vivoyant comme de bêtes. After a few years, in 1661, she discovered that 32 of these girls were worshippers of the devil, and in the habit of going to the witches' sabbaths. They had all contracted this mischief before they came into the house. One of these girls, named Bellet, aged 15, said that her mother had taken her with her when she was very young, and had even carried her in her arms to the witches' sabbaths. Another girl of 12 had been in the habit of going to the sabbath since she also was very young. As the girls seemed to have been genuinely fond of Madame Bourignon, she obtained a considerable amount of information from them. They told her that all worshippers of the devil are constrained to offer him their children. When a child thus offered to the devil by its parents, comes to the use of reason, the devil then demands its soul, and makes it deny God and renounce baptism, and all relating to the faith. Promising homage and fealty to the devil in manner of a marriage, and instead of a ring, the devil gives them a mark with an iron awl, aligned affair, in some part of the body. It is also clear that Marguerite Montvoisin in Paris had been instructed in witchcraft from an early age. But as the trial in which she figures was for the attempted poisoning of the king and not for witchcraft, no ceremonies of initiation or admission are recorded. In Great Britain the ceremonies for the reception of children are not given in any detail, though it was generally acknowledged that the witches dedicated their children to the devil as soon as born. And from the evidence it appears that in many cases the witches had belonged to that religion all their lives. It was sometimes sufficient evidence against a woman that her mother had been a witch, as it presupposed that she had been brought up as a worshipper of the devil. The Anderson children in Renfrewshire are all admitted to the society at an early age. Elizabeth Anderson was only 7 when she was first asked to swear fealty to the Black Grim Man. James Lindsay was under 14, and his little brother Thomas was still below pupillarity at the time of the trial, where he declared that he had been bribed, by the promise of a red coat, to serve the gentleman, whom he knew thereafter to be the devil. At Forfar in 1661, Jonet Howitt was so young that when Isabel Siri presented her to the Devil said, "What shall I do with such a little bairn as she?" He accepted her, however, and she was evidently the pet of the community, the devil calling her his bonny bird. At Paisley, Annabel Stewart was 14 when, at her mother's persuasion, she took the vows of fidelity to the devil. Elizabeth Frances at Chelmsford, tried in 1556, was about 12 years old when her grandmother first taught her the art of witchcraft. Elizabeth Demdike, the famous Lancashire witch, brought VP her own children, instructed her grandchildren, and took great care and pains to bring them to be witches. One of her granddaughters, Janet Device, was aged 9 at the time of the trial. In Sweden the children were taken regularly to the assemblies, and in America also a child witch is recorded in the person of Sarah Carrier, aged 8, who had made her vows 2 years before at her mother's instigation. The ceremony for the admission of adults who were converts to the witch religion from Christianity follows certain main lines. These are, 1. The free consent of the candidate, 2. The explicit denial and rejection of a previous religion, 3. The absolute and entire dedication of body and soul to the service and commands of the new Master and God. The ceremonies being more startling and dramatic for adults than for children, they are recorded in Great Britain with the same careful detail as in France, and it is possible to trace the local variations. Although in England, as is usual, the ceremonies had lost their significance to a far greater extent than in Scotland, and are described more shortly, probably because they were more curtailed. The legal aspect of the admission ceremonies is well expressed by Sir George Mackenzie, writing in 1699 on the Scotch laws relating to witchcraft in the 17th century. As to the relevancy of this crime, the first article useth to be packed ion to serve the devil, which is certainly relevant, per se, without any addition. Packed ion with the devil is divided by lawyers, in expressum, and tacitum, an express and tacit packed ion. Express packed ion is performed either by a formal promise given to the devil then present, or by presenting a supplication to him, or by giving the promise to a proxy or commissioner empowered by the devil for that effect. Which is used by some who dare not see himself. The formula set down by Del Rio is, I deny God creator of heaven and earth, and I adhere to thee, and believe in thee. But by the journal books it appears, that the ordinary form of express packed ion confessed by our witness, is a simple promise to serve him. Tacit packed ion is either when a person who hath made no express packed ion, useth the words or signs which sorcerers use, knowing them to be such. Renouncing of baptism is by Del Rio made an effect of packed ion, yet with us it is relevant, per se. And the solemnity confessed by our witches, is the putting one hand to the crown of the head, and another to the sole of the foot, renouncing their baptism in that posture. Del Rio tells us, that the devil useth to baptize them of new, and to wipe off their brow the old baptism, and our witches confess always the giving them new names. The devil's mark useth to be a great article with us, but it is not per se found relevant, except it be confessed by them, that they got that mark with their own consent, quo casu, it is equivalent to a packed ion. This mark is given them, as is alleged, by a nip in any part of the body, and it is blue. Reginald Scott, writing considerably earlier, gives a somewhat similar account of the English witches, though couched in less legal phraseology. The order of their bargain or profession is double, the one solemna and public. The other secret and private. That which is called solemna or public, is where witches come together at certain assemblies, at the times prefixed, and do not one lie see the diule invisible for me, but confer and talk a familiar lie with him. In which conference the diule exhorteth them to observe their fidelity to him, promising them long life and prosperity. Then the witches assembled, commend a new disciple, whom they call a new ice, to him, and if the diule find that young witch apt and forward in renunciation of Christian faith, in despising any of the soin sacraments, in treading upon crosses, in spetting at the time of eluation, in breaking their fast on fasting days, and fasting on Sundays. Then the diule joeth forth his hand, and the new ice joining hand in hand with him, promiseth to observe and keep all the diule's commandments. This done, the diule beginneth to be more bold with her, telling her plain lie that all this will not sorrow his turn. And therefore requireth homage at her hands, yea, he also telleth her, that she must grant him both her body and soul to be tormented in everlasting fire, which she yieldeth unto. Then he chargeth her, to procure as many men, women, and children also, as she can, to enter into this society. Sometimes their homage with their oath and bargain is received for a certain term of years, sometimes for ewer. Sometimes it consisteth in the denial of the whole faith, sometimes in part. The first is, when the soul is absolutely yielded to the diule and hellfire, the other is, when they ha but bargained and not to observe certain ceremonies and statutes of the church, as to conceal faults at shrift, to fast on Sundays, etc. And this is done either by oath, protestation of words, or by obligation in writing, sometimes sealed with wax, sometimes signed with blood. Forbes says that an express covenant is entrade into betwixt a witch, and the devil appearing in some visible shape. Whereby the former renounceth God and his baptism, engages to serve the devil, and do all the mischief he can as occasion offers, and leaves soul and body to his disposal after death. The devil on his part articles with such proselytes, concerning the shape he is to appear to them in, the services they are to expect from him, upon the performance of certain charms or ceremonious rites. This league is made verbally, if the party cannot write. And such as can write, sign a written covenant with their blood. The general order of the ceremony of admission can be gathered from the evidence given at the trials, though no one trial gives the order in its entirety. The ceremony might take place privately, at a local meeting, or in full Sabbath. It was the same for either sex, except that the men were not usually introduced, the women were sometimes introduced, sometimes not. If there were any sort of introduction, it was by someone who was acquainted with the candidate. Usually the person who had induced her to join. She was brought before the devil, who asked her if she would be his faithful servant, and if she would renounce her previous religion, and dedicate herself to his service, taking him as her God. After the renunciation and vows, the devil baptized her in his own great name, and among the Scotch witches gave her a new name by which she was known afterwards at the Sabbaths and other meetings. The ceremony concluded by giving the witch a mark or flesh brand on some part of the body. 2. The introduction. It is not clear whether the introduction of a candidate by a member of the society was an early or a late detail. It is quite possible that it was early, the introducer standing in the same relation to the candidate as the Christian sponsors stand to a candidate for baptism. On the other hand, it is quite comprehensible that, when the witch religion became an object of persecution, no new member could be admitted unless vouched for by some trustworthy person. In the cases where the first meetings with the devil are recorded, both systems are apparently in vogue. Occasionally, however, the accounts show a confusion on the part of the recorder. Thus N. Chaddock said that Mother Demdike introduced her to the devil in Mother Demdike's own house, and that she there yielded her soul to him. And in another place she is reported as saying that a thing like a Christian man, for 4 years together, did sundry times come to this examinate, and requested this examinate to jew him her soul, and in the end this examinate was contented to jew him her said soul, she being then in her own house, in the forest of Pendle. The two statements are not inconsistent if we conclude that in her own house she consented to join the society, and in Mother Demdike's presence she took the vows. As a rule the men seem to have joined at the direct invitation of the devil himself, especially when they came of witch families. 3. The renunciation and vows. The renunciation of previous errors of faith and the vows of fidelity to the new belief are part of the ceremony of admission of any convert to a new religion. The renunciation by the witches was explicit, but the records are apt to pass it over in a few words, e.g. I denied my baptism, I forsook God and Christ, ils renient Dieu, la Vierge, et le reste, vine renunciation express à Jésus Christ and à la foi, but occasionally the words are given in full. Mackenzie, quoting from Del Rio, gives the formula thus: I deny God creator of heaven and earth, and I adhere to thee, and believe in thee. The actual formula is still extant in the case of the priest Louis Gofferty, tried before the Parliament of Aix in 1611. I.e. Louis Gofferty renonce à tous lesbiennes tant spirituelles que corporelles comme pourroyant ester conférées de la part de Dieu. De la Vierge Marie in de tous les saints de paradis, perillement de mon patronesse. Jean Baptiste, S. Pierre, S. Paul, and S. François, and de me donner de corps and d'âme à Lucifer ici présent avec tous lesbiennes que ie furie à ims, except la valeur du sacrement pour le regard de ce que le recevrent, et ainsi le signe et atteste. Jeanette Diabity, aged 16, said that she was made to renoncer and renier son créateur, la Sainte Vierge, les saints, le baptême, père, mère, parens, le ciel, la terre and tout ce que est au monde. The irrevocability of this renunciation was impressed upon the Swedish witches in a very dramatic manner. The devil gave them a purse, wherein there were shavings of clocks with a stone tied to it, which they threw into the water. And then were forced to speak these words, as these shavings of the clock do never return to the clock from which they are taken, so may my soul never return to heaven. The vows to the new God were as explicit as the renunciation of the old. Denius says, he commandeth them to forswear God their Creator and all his power, promising perpetually to obey and worship him, who there standeth in their presence. The English witches merely took the vow of fealty and obedience, devoting themselves body and soul to him. Sometimes only the soul, however, is mentioned, but the Scotch witches of both sexes laid one hand on the crown of the head, the other on the sole of the foot, and dedicated all that was between the two hands to the service of the Master. There is a slight variation of this ceremony at Dalkeith in 1661, where the devil laid his hand upon Janet Watson's head, and bade her give all hour to him that was vendor his hand, and she did so. In southern France the candidates, after renouncing their old faith, prenant Satan pour leur père et protecteur, and la diablesse pour leur mère. At Lille the children called the ceremony the dedication, showing that the same rite obtained there. 4. The covenant. The signing of a covenant does not occur in every case and was probably a late introduction. Forbes, as quoted above, gives the contract between the devil and his follower, with the part which each engages to perform. In Somerset the witches signed whether they could write or not, those who could not write putting a cross or circle as their mark. The free consent of the candidate is a point always insisted on, and by the confessions of the witches themselves the consent was often not merely freely but actually willingly given. Isabel Crawford of the Irvine Coven in 1618 was accused that the devil, come to hear Awen der in similitude of ein black man, and promised, Gif ski wold be his servan, ski sold have gear anuch, and sold not want. Querunto ski was ever ready to accord. Little Jonet Howitt said that the devil bade her renounce her God, and she answered, Mary, shall I? In the ditty against Christian Grieve, it is stated that Satan desired you to be his servant whilk ye willingly granted to be. And sick like the minister posing you upon the foresaid particulars especially anent the renunciation of your baptism, ye answered that Satan speered at you if ye would do it and ye answered, I warran did I. Bessie Henderson and Janet Brew, of the same coven, acknowledged the same. To the former the devil appeared and asked you if you would be his servant whilk ye freely and instantly accepted and granted thereto. Janet Brew was rather more emphatic, Satan desired you to be his servant whilk ye willingly promised to be and likewise desired you to renounce your baptism whilk ye willingly did. The written contract appealed very strongly to the legal minds of the judges and magistrates, and it is therefore often mentioned, but in Great Britain there is no record of the actual wording of any individual covenant. The devil seems to have kept the parchment, paper, or book in his own custody. In France, however, such contracts occasionally fell into the hands of the authorities, the earliest case being in 1453, when Guillaume Edeline, prior of Asti Germain-en-Laye, signed a compact with the devil, which compact was afterwards found upon his person. The witch Steve Note de Audbert, who was burnt in January 1619, showed de l'anker le pacte in connuention chuel oet faked oec le diable, escrite en sang de menstrues, and si horrible kuon oet horror de la regarder. The contract was said to be signed always in the blood of the witch, and here we come to a confusion between the mark made on the person and the mark made by the person. It seems clear that part of the ceremony of initiation was the cutting of the skin of the candidate to the effusion of blood. This is the early rite, and it seems probable that when the written contract came into vogue the blood was found to be a convenient writing fluid, or was offered to the devil in the form of a signature. This signing of a book plays a great part in the New England trials. The contract was usually for the term of the witch's life, but sometimes it was for a term of years, the number of which varies considerably. As Scott says, sometimes their homage with their oath and bargain is received for a certain term of years, sometimes forever. Popular belief assigns 7 years as the length of time, at the end of which period the devil was supposed to kill his votary. The tradition seems to be founded on fact, but there is also a certain amount of evidence that the witch was at liberty to discontinue or renew the contract at the end of the allotted term. Such a renewal seems also to have been made on the appointment of a new chief. In France, England, and New England the term of years is mentioned. In Scotland it is mentioned by the legal authorities, but from the fact that it occurs seldom, if ever, in the trials it would seem that the contract of the Scotch witches was for life. Magdalene de la Croix, abbess of a religious house in Cordova in 1545, made a contract for the space of 30 years, she being then a girl of 12. In Paris in 1571 il y vn adjucat l'équal confessa tu il oit passé l'obligation au diable renonciant à Dieu, and il signe de son propre sang. Encore est il vérifié par plusieurs procès, que l'obligation réciproque entre le diable, and le sorcier, contient quelquefois le terme deviennent, du ans, ou autre temps. At Faversham in 1645 Joan Williford said, that the devil promised to be her servant about 20 years, and that the time is now almost expired. In Huntingdonshire in 1646 Elizabeth Wheat of Great Catworth confessed that, the devil then offered her, that he would do what mischief she should require him. And said she must covenant with him that he must have her soul at the end of 21 years, which she granted. In 1652 Giles Fenderlin of Leven Heath was tried for that when he was a soldier at Bell in Flanders he made a 5 years covenant with a Jesuit. After the said 5 years was expired, in 1643 he renewed the said covenant with the Jesuit for 14 years longer, whereupon he drew a covenant for him with the devil, pricking the 2 forefingers of his right hand with a needle, and drew blood. Wherewith he writ his name with his own blood, and then covenanted with the devil, that if he should be safely protected during the space of 14 years aforesaid, while such time as it expired, that then he was to take away both body and soul as his own right and interest. At Lille in 1661 Madame Bourignon's girls indicate the renewal of the contract, the devil gives them a mark, which marks they renew as often as those persons have any desire to quit him. The devil reproves them then more severely and obligate them to new promises, making them also new marks for assurance or pledge, that those persons should continue faithful to him. In Somerset in 1664 Elizabeth Stiles said that the devil promised her money, and that she should live gallantly, and have the pleasure of the world for 12 years, if she would with her blood sign his paper, which was to give her soul to him. At Groton in New England in 1671, according to Elizabeth Knapp, the term of time agreed upon with him was for 7 years, 1 year she was to be faithful in his service, and then ye other 6 he would serve her, and make her a witch. At Newcastle on Tyne in 1673 and Armstrong deposeth that and Dryden had a lease for 50 years of the Deville, whereof 10 are expired. And Forster had a lease of her life for 47 years, whereof 7 are yet to come. Lucy Thompson had a lease of 42, whereof 2 are yet to come, and, her lease being near out, they would have persuaded this informer to have taken a lease of 60 years or upwards. In New England some of the afflicted said of Goodwife C. that she had covenanted with the devil for 10 years, 6 of them were gone, and 4 more to come. In modern France the belief in the contract for a term of years is recorded, but nothing is said of the renewal of the contract or of the fate of the witch who refuses such a contract. In the department of Entrée-Sambre-Timeuse the full method of entering on such a contract is known. Si vous voulez venir au bois avec moi, vous verrez un homme venir à vous. C'est le chef. Il vous demandera si vous voulez vous engager dans la société. Si vous acceptez, le terme d'engagement est de 7 ans et vous gagnerez un plaquette par jour. Among the Walloons the neophyte takes with him a black hen, which the devil buys, and then ratifies the contract, le pacte est fait pour une durée de 7 ans. 5. The baptism. Records of the baptism of candidates are rare, the rite being possibly copied from the Christian ceremony and therefore of later date. It does not seem to occur in England and hardly at all in Scotland. The earliest mention is in the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, where Jeanette d'Abadie stated, Chuel of you sunt baptizer de enfants au sabbat, tu el nous expliqua Esther de enfants de sorcières en non autres. Lesquels ont coutume faire plus dost baptiser leurs enfants au sabbat tu en l'église. The rite, however, was practiced in Butte in 1662, Margaret and SILVAIN confessed. That being in a little chamber in Belictarac the devil came to her in the likeness of a man and desired her to go with him. And that she refusing he said I will not, blank, and she gave him, blank, she never saw afterward and that she knew it was the devil and after he went that he came back and asked her to give him her hand which she refusing to do he took her by the middle finger of the RYCHT hand which he had almost cut off here and therewith left here. Her finger was so sorely pained for the space of a month thereafter that there was no pain comparable to it, as also took her by the right leg which was sorely pained likewise as also be the devil. Item he came to her again as she was shaking straw in the barn of Ardrosidel in a very ugly shape and that there he desired her to go with him and she refusing he said to her I will either have thyself or then thy heart. Item that he healed her sore foot and finger which finger is yet benumbed. Item that before he hailed her that she made a covenant with him and promised to do him any service that he wold employ herein. Item that he asked what was her name. She answered him Margaret the name that God gave me, and he said to her I baptize the Janet. Isabel Nicol confessed that as she was in her own house her alone drawing aquavity the devil came to her in the likeness of a young man and desired her to go with him and confesses that she made a covenant with him wherein he promised that she should not want means enough and she promised to be his servant. Item that he baptized her and gave her a new name and called her Caterine. Item that about a month thereafter in the night as she went out of her own back door she met with the devil and spoke with him. Janet McNichol confesses with remorse that about Hallowday as she was in Mary Moore's house that there appeared to her two men the on a gross copper-faced man and the other a well-favoured young man and that the copper-faced man quam she knew to be an evil spirit bade her go with him. Item confesses that she made a covenant with him, and he promised that she wold not want means enough and she promised to serve him and that he gave her a new name saying I baptize the Mary. Janet Morrisown traced Ted with the devil at the Nacanriach, being the second time of her meeting with him, that she made covenant with the devil, wherein she promised to be his servant etc. That she asked what was his name his answer was my name is Clarionough and he asked what was her name and she answered Janet Morrisown, the name that God gave me, and he said believe not in Christ but believe in me. I baptized the Margaret. The Swedish witches, 1669, were also baptized, they added, that he caused them to be baptized too by such priests as he had there, and made them confirm their baptism with dreadful oaths and imprecations. Curiously enough the most detailed account comes from New England, 1692. Mary Osgood, wife of Captain Osgood, went to 5 Mile Pond, where she was baptized by the devil, who dipped her face in the water, and made her renounce her former baptism, and told her she must be his, soul and body forever. And that she must serve him, which she promised to do. She says, the renouncing her first baptism was after her dipping. The account of Goody Lacy's experience is given in the form of question and answer. Q. Goody Lacy. How many years since they were baptized? A. 3 or 4 years ago, I suppose. Q. Who baptized them? A. The old serpent. Q. How did he do it? A. He dipped their heads in the water, saying, that they were his and that he had power over them. Q. Where was this? A. At Falls River. Q. How many were baptized that day? A. Some of the chief, I think they were 6 baptized. Q. Name them. A. I think they were of the higher powers. A near approach to the ceremony of baptism is the blood rite at Aldern, described by Isabel Gaudy and Janet Bredhade. The devil marked Isabel on the shoulder, and sucked out my blood at that mark, and spouted it in his hand, and, sprinkling it on my head, said, I baptize the Janet, in my Awin name. The devil marked Janet Bredhade in the same way on the shoulder, and sucked out my blood with his mouth, at that place, he spouted it in his hand, and sprinkled it on my head. He baptized me therewith in his Awin nam, Christian. Though baptism is rare, the giving of a new name on admission is peculiar to Scotland. The names seem to have been usually nicknames derived from various sources, personal peculiarities such as, while dancing Janet, or able and stout. Contractions of the proper name, as Nape for Barbara Napier, or a title such as Rob the Rower, for Robert Grierson, who kept the rows or rolls. Most of the other names appear to have been ordinary Christian names arbitrarily bestowed. There is nothing to throw any light on the reason for the change. In 1590 at North Berwick the witch name was considered of the highest importance. Robert Grierson being nomet, they ran all hurdy-gurdy in W.R. angry. For it West Promesset, that he sold be cowlit, wrought the comptroller alias Rob the Rower, for expriming of his name. F.E. McCalzane, Robert Grierson, and the said Barbara, happened it to be namite there. Quilk offended all the company, and that they sold not hafe bene namite with their awin names, Robert Grierson, to hafe bene cowlit Rob the Rower, F.E. to be cowlit Cain, and the said Barbara, to be cowlit Nape. Later, the change of name was of so little value that at Crook of Devon several of the witches could not remember what they had been called. Bessie Henderson appears to have recollected the name after a time, for it is inserted towards the end of the confession. Robert Wilson could remember the devil's name but not his own. Agnes Brew and Christian Grieve could remember neither the devil's nor their own. The so-called christening, i.e., naming, of animals, comes rather under the head of sacrifice than of baptism, for the ceremony appears to have been purificatory. 6. The mark. The witch's mark or devil's mark, as it is indifferently called, is one of the most important points in the identification of a witch, as the infliction of it was often the final rite in the admission ceremonies. The fact that any person bore such a mark was taken as incontrovertible proof that the bearer was a witch. There were two kinds of marks, which should be carefully differentiated, one of which was clearly natural, the other probably artificial. Both were said to be insensible to pain and not to bleed when pricked or pierced. Local anesthesia is vouched for in much of the evidence, which suggests that there is a substratum of truth in the statements, but I can at present offer no solution of this problem. The writers on witchcraft, particularly the legal authorities, recognize the value of the mark as proof of witchcraft, and some differentiate between the two forms. The witches themselves made a distinction between the two, the natural being considered inferior to the artificial. Reginald Scott in 1584 summarizes the evidence in a few words: the diul giveth to Uri nuis a mark either with his teeth or with his claws. The laws against witches and conivration, published by authority, in 1645, state that their said familiar hath some big or little teat upon their body, where he sucketh them, and besides their sucking. The devil leaveth other marks upon their bodies, sometimes like a blue spot, or red spot like a flea biting. Sir George Mackenzie, the famous Scotch lawyer, describing in 1699 what did and did not legally constitute a witch, says: "The devil's mark useth to be a great article with us, but it is not per se found relevant, except it be confessed by them that they got that mark with their own consent. Quo casu, it is equivalent to a pact ion. This mark is given to them, as is alleged, by a nip in any part of the body, and it is blue. Del Rio calls it stigma, or character, and alleges that it is sometimes like the impression of a hare's foot, or the foot of a rat or spider." Forbes, writing in 1730, says: "On the meaner proselytes the devil fixes in some secret part of their bodies a mark, as his seal to know his own by. Which is like a flea bite or blue spot, or sometimes resembles a little teat, and the part so stamped doth ever after remain insensible, and doth not bleed, though never so much nipped or pricked by thrusting a pin, awl or bodkin into it. But if the covenanter be of better rank, the devil only draws blood of the party, or touches him or her in some part of the body without any visible mark remaining. The mark proper appears to have been the colored spot or design which followed the infliction of a prick or nip by the claws or teeth of the devil on the person of the neophyte. The red mark is described as being like a flea bite, i.e., small and circular. The blue mark seems to have been larger and more elaborate, apparently in some kind of design. From the evidence 5 facts are clear: 1. That the mark was colored, 2. That it was permanent, 3. That it was caused by the pricking or tearing of the skin, 4. That the operator passed his hand or fingers over the place. 5. That the pain could be severe and might last a considerable time. Put together in this way, the facts suggest tattooing. Among the Aberdeen witches in 1597, Andro Man was accused that, Christ Sunday, the devil, bit a mark in the third finger of thy right hand, whilk thou has yet to show. And Kristen Mitchell also was accused that, the devil gave thee a nip on the back of thy right hand, for a mark that thou was one of his number. According to Boguet, writing in 1598, the witches of eastern France were usually marked on the left shoulder, and the mark was in the shape of the foot or footprint of a hare, but he also gives some exceptional cases. L'épaule gauche est l'endroit. O plus ordinairement il marque les sorcières. La marque de sorcières est tantost comme vin piste ou pied de lourd, and tantost d'autres faken. En en vu vin, que all vin figure rapportant en grandeur à vin petit denier, du centre de laquelle s'estendoyant plusieurs filaments vers la circonférence. La marque de la belkinat, que este brûlé à Besançon, estoido desis de sa nature, vn pou plus bas que le nombril. Cell, don't galama probi dianchi se trua marquis au col du cost droit, estoit de mesem de la grandeur dvn petit denier, tyrant sur le brun. Yen de vox oit la scene au dozen, and ressembloit à vn petit chien noir. De Lanker in 1609 says that in the Basses Pyrenees, comme le diable faked sa marque, on cent vn pou de chula, que penetre plus ou moins profondément la chair, que plus ou moins il pense le loup chu il touché. As regards the position of the mark, he says, il les égratigne tout avec le bras gauche, and les omles de la main sinister. Editout aussi tost prenant vin espingle d'or faux Illinois les marque le plus suint dans le black de l'oeil gauche, and leur imprime vin marque que semble vn petit crapaud. Elsewhere he says, vin pat de crapaud. Parfois dans l'épaule cost gauche, ou dans la cuisse, leur rampant and déchirant la peau and le chair iasques à effusio de sang, si bien que pendant trois mois ilsont de trace grandes de leurs. Isabel Crawford of Irvine in 1618 had, the devil's mark, quilk was like ein braid dine spot, in the inner sit of her left thigh, about ein hand braid under her lisk. The Lancashire witch, Margaret Johnson, in 1633, saith, that such witches as have sharp bones given them by the devil to prick them, have no paps nor dugs, but their devil receiveth blood from the place, pricked with the bone. Which witches are more grand witches than any that have marks. The Yarmouth witch, tried in 1644, saw a tall black man standing in the moonlight at her door. He told her, he must first see her hand. And then taking out something like a penknife, he gave it a little scratch, so that blood followed, and the mark remained to that time. Rebecca Jones, an Essex witch tried in 1645, confessed that there came one morning one to the door and knocked, and that this examinant going to the door, she saw there a very handsome young man. As she then thought, but now she thinks it was the devil. Who asked this examinant how she did, and desired to see her left wrist, which she shewed unto him, and he then took a pin from this examinant's own sleeve, and pricked her wrist twice, and there came out a drop of blood, which he took off with the top of his finger, and so departed. The child witch, Jonet Howard of Forfar, tried in 1661, said that, the devil kissed her and nipped her upon one of her shoulders, so as she had great pain for some time thereafter. Later he came to her, and, calling her his bony bird did kiss her, and straked her shoulder, which was nipped, with his hand, and that presently after that she was eased of her former pain. Elspeth Alexander, of the same coven, was also marked on the shoulder. For weeks later the devil straked her shoulder with his fingers, and after that she had ease in the place formerly nipped by the devil. The witch girls at Lille in 1661 stated that le diable leur fait quelque marque comme avec un aligne de fer en quelque partie du corps. Marie Lamont of Innerkip in 1662 confessed voluntarily that, the devil nipped her upon the right side. Qlk was very painful for a time, but yereafter he straked it with his hand, and healed it, this she confesses to be his mark. In Bute in 1662 Margaret N.C. William was tried for the merk. There was 3 merks fund, one up her left leg, next hard be the shine bone, another betwixt her shoulders a 3 degrees ane other up her hench, blue. Cat Moore was tried, and it was found underneath her richt shoulder a little whyt unsensible spot. The Somerset witches, in 1664, were marked on the fingers. It was stated of Elizabeth Style that the devil pricked the 4th finger of her right hand, between the middle and upper joint, where the sign at the examination remained. Of Alice Duke, that the devil pricked the 4th finger of her right hand between the middle and upper joint, where the mark is yet to be seen. And of Christian Green, that the man in black pricked the 4th finger of her right hand between the middle and upper joints, where the sign yet remains. At Paisley in 1678 Annabel Stewart confessed, that the devil took her by the hand and nipped her arm, which continued to be sore for half an hour. At Borostonis the devil took Margaret Pringle, by the right hand, whereby it was for 8 days grievously pained, but having it twitched of new again, it immediately became hale. Of the Renfrewshire Coven in 1696 little Thomas Lindsay received a nip on the neck which continued sore for 10 days, and John Reed had a bite or nip in his loin, which he found painful for a fortnight. At Pittenweem in 1704 the young lass, Isabel Adams, confessed that the devil put his mark in her flesh which was very painful. The other form of the devil's mark was the little teat. It occurred on various parts of the body. Was said to secrete milk and to give suck to the familiars, both human and animal, and was sometimes cut off by the witch before being searched. The descriptions of the teat point to its being that natural phenomenon, the supernumerary nipple. Cases of polymastia or supernumerary breasts, and of polythelia or supernumerary nipples, are constantly recorded by modern medical observers. These accessory structures are usually situated on the chest wall, the upper part of the abdominal wall, or in the axillae, but they have been met with on the shoulder, the buttock, the thigh, and other extraordinary positions. As a rule they are functionless. Polythelia occurs in both sexes, according to Bruce, of 315 individuals taken indiscriminately and in succession, 7.619% presented supernumerary nipple, 9.11%. Of 207 men examined in succession presented supernumerary nipple, and 4.807% of 104 women. He concludes that, according to present observations at least, supernumerary nipples occur much more frequently in the male than in the female. Cameron tabulates the positions of the supernumerary nipple in 105 cases, 96 were situated in thorax, 5 in axilla, 2 in back, 1 on shoulder, 1 outside of thigh. All writers on the subject agree that the phenomenon is of more common occurrence than is usually supposed, but that many cases pass unnoticed unless well marked when in men or causing discomfort by functioning when in women. This view is supported by the fact that, during the recent unparalleled opportunity for the physical examination of large numbers of men, many cases have been published in the British Medical Journal for 1917 as occurring among recruits for the army. The supernumerary nipple is usually very much smaller than the normal. Like the normal, it is a modification of cutaneous tissue and is not attached to muscular tissue. Its removal is a simple operation. In fact, it would be quite possible for an unskilled operator to cut it off with a sharp knife. In women the supernumerary nipple is observed to increase at the time of the periods. In some cases during lactation so much milk is secreted as to make it a matter of indifference whether the child is suckled at the normal nipples or at the supernumerary one. In cases of polymastia the nipple is not always formed. The milk, when secreted, issuing from a small opening. Though the nipple is congenital, the supernumerary breast may develop, or at any rate become noticeable, later. The theory being that the ducts carrying the secretion from the supernumerary to the normal breast become blocked in some way, and that the milk is thus exuded through the pore in the supernumerary breast. The change in the case quoted by Cameron, as well as in the case of the witch Rose Cullender, seems to have been caused by a strain. Making allowance for the unscientific language of the recorders of the witch trials, it will be seen that the descriptions of the witch pap or little teat exactly coincide with these anatomical facts. I give the evidence below, the trials being in chronological order. It will be observed that the cases are from England and New England only. If the phenomena of polymastia and polythelia occurred in France and Scotland, there are no records of the fact in the witch trials of those countries. Alice Goodridge and her mother, Elizabeth Wright, of Stapenhill near Burton-on-Trent, were tried in 1597. The old woman they stripped, and found behind her right shoulder a thing much like the vdur of an ewe that doeth suck with two teats. Like unto two great warts, the one behind vender her armhole, the other a hand off towards the top of her shoulder. Being demanded how long she had those teats, she answered she was born so. Then did they search Alice Goodridge, and found upon her belly, a hole of the bigness of 2 pence, fresh and blouty, as though some great wart had been cut off the place. The Witch of Edmonton, tried in 1621. The bench commanded 3 women to search the body of Elizabeth Sawyer. They all 3 said, that they a little above the fundament of Elizabeth Sawyer found a thing like a teat the bigness of the little finger, and the length of half a finger, which was branched at the top like a teat. And seemed as though one had sucked it, and that the bottom thereof was blue, and the top of it was red. The greatest number of cases recorded in one place is in Essex during the trials before Sir Matthew Hale in 1645. And Leach said, that her imps did usually suck those teats which were found about the privy parts of her body. 2 women searched Mary Greenlife, and found that the said Mary had biggies or teats in her secret parts, not like emerods, nor in those places where women used to be troubled with them. The examinant, being asked how she came by those teats which were discovered in her secret parts, she saith she knows not unless she was born with them, but she never knew she had any such until this time. A woman searched Margaret Moon, she found 3 long teats or biggies in her secret parts, which seemed to have been lately sucked. And that they were not like piles, for this informant knows well what they are, having been troubled with them herself. Upon the searching of her daughters, this informant found that 2 of them had bigs in their privy parts as the said Margaret their mother had. Several women were required to search Sarah Hading, the wife of William Hading. Elizabeth Harvey widow, and Marion Hockett widow, and upon her said search, being a midwife, found such marks or biggies, that she never saw in other women, for Sarah Hading had 4 teats or biggies in those parts, almost an inch long. And as biggy as this informant's little finger, that the said Elizabeth Harvey had 3 such bigs, and about the same scantling, and that the said Marion Hockett had no such biggies. But was found in the same parts not like other honest women. Sarah Barton, the sister of the said Marion Hockett, also suspected of being a witch, said the said Marion had cut off her bigs, whereby she might have been suspected to have been a witch, and laid plaisters to those places. Another evidence deposed that she once heard the said Margaret Landish say, that her imps did usually suck 2 teats near the privy parts. In Huntingdonshire in 1646 John Clark Jr., a labourer, was tried for witchcraft. John Brown, a tailor, deposed that he met Clark on the road. Clark said he was in haste, for his father and mother were accused for witches, and that he himself had been searched, and this informant answered, "And so have I." Then Clark asked this informant, whether anything were found about him, or not. He, this informant, answered, that they said there were marks. Clark said again, "Had you no more wit but to have your marks found? I cut off mine 3 days before I was searched." John Palmer of St. Albans, 1649, confessed that, upon his compact with the divil, he received a flesh brand, or mark, upon his side, which gave suck to 2 familiars. There were several cases in Yorkshire. In 1649, they searched the body of the said Mary Sykes, and found upon the side of her seat a red lump about the bignies of a nut, being wet, and that, when they wrung it with the iron fingers, moisture came out of it like lee. And they found upon her left side near her arm a little lump like a wart, and being pulled out it stretched about half an inch. And they further say that they never saw the like upon any other woman. In 1650 Francis Ward saith that she was one of the fower that searched Margaret Morton, and found upon her 2 black spots between her thigh and her body, they were like a wart, but it was none. And the other was black on both sides, an inch bread, and blue in the midest. At Scarborough in 1651. Marjorie Fish, widow, being commanded to searche the body of an Hunnam otherwise marchant, who was accused for witchcraft. She, this informanti, and Elizabeth Jackson, and Elise Dale, did accordingly searche the body of the said and Hunnam, otherwise marchant, and did find a little blue spot upon her left side, into which spot this informant did thrust a pin att which the Sd. And Hunnam never moved or seemed to feel it, which spot grows, out of her flesh or skin at her waist of a great bigness. Elizabeth Dale informeth upon oath, that she did, together with Marjorie Fish, searche and Hunnam, otherwise marchant, her body and saith that there was found on her left buttock a blue spot growing out of her flesh or skin like a greetwort. The Kentish witch, Mary Reed of Lenham, in 1652, had a visible teat, under her tongue, and did show it to many, and it was likewise seen by this observator. In the case of the Salisbury witch, and Bodenham, in 1652, women searched the witch in the jail, and they delivered on their oaths at the assizes, that they found on her shoulder a certain mark or teat, about the length and bigness of the nipple of a woman's breast, and hollow and soft as a nipple, with a hole on the top of it, and searching further, they likewise found in her secret place another teat, soft, and like the former on her shoulder. In Yorkshire again, in 1654, Catherine Earl was accused, and the said Catherine hath been searched, and a mark found upon her in the likeness of a pap. At St. Albans, about 1660, there was a man who had like a breast on his side. In the same year at Kidderminster a widow, her 2 daughters, and a man were brought to trial, the man had 5 teats, the mother 3, and the eldest daughter 1. When they went to search the woman, none were visible. One advised to lay them on their backs, and keep open their mouths, and they would appear, and so they presently appeared in sight. Alice Hewson, of Burton Agnes, Yorks, in 1664, stated that, I confess, a witch pap, which is sucked by the unclean spirit. Abra Grinset, of Dunwich, Suffolk, in 1665, said, the devil did appear in the form of a pretty handsome young man first, and since appeareth to her in the form of a blackish grey cat or kitling. That it sucketh of a tet, which searchers since saw in the place she mentioned. In the same year, also in Suffolk, Rose Cullender was tried for witchcraft. The searchers, 6 women, began at her head, and so stripped her naked, and in the lower part of her belly they found a thing like a teat of an inch long. They questioned her about it, and she said, that she had got a strain by carrying of water which caused that excrescence. But upon narrower search, they found in her privy parts 3 more excrescencies or teats, but smaller than the former. This deponent farther saith, that in the long teat at the end thereof there was a little hole. And it appeared unto them as if it had been lately sucked, and upon the straining of it there issued out white milky matter. Temperance Lloyd, a Devon witch, was tried in 1682, upon search of her body this informant did find in her secret parts, 2 teats hanging nigh together like unto a piece of flesh that a child had sucked. And each of the said teats was about an inch in length. Bridget Bishop, one of the New England witches, was tried in 1692, a jury of women found a preternatural teat upon her body. But upon a second search, within 3 or 4 hours, there was no such thing to be seen. Elizabeth Horner, another Devon witch, tried in 1696, had something like a nipple on her shoulder, which the children, who gave evidence, said was sucked by a toad. Widow Coman, an Essex witch, died a natural death in 1699. Upon her death I requested Beck the midwife to search her body in the presence of some sober women. Which she did and assured me she never saw the like in her life, that her fundament was open like a mouse hole and that in it were 2 long biggies out of which being pressed issued blood, that they were neither piles nor emerods, for she knew both but excrescencies like to bigs with nipples which seemed as if they had been frequently sucked. Eleanor Shaw and Mary Phillips were executed in Northampton in 1704 for witchcraft. the infernal imps did nightly suck each of them a large teat, or pieces of red flesh in their privy parts. The positions of the marks are worth noting. Of the colored mark it will be seen from the evidence given above that there were certain well-defined positions, which is in itself a strong suggestion of the artificial character of this mark. In France the usual position was the left shoulder. In the Basses Pyrenees the left eye, the left side, and the thigh were also commonly marked. The variations given by Boguet are the abdomen, the back, and the right side of the neck. In England it seems that only the hand and wrist were marked. In Somerset the exact position was between the upper and middle joints of the fourth finger of the right hand, probably the ring finger, but whether on the outer or inner surface is not recorded. In Scotland the position is very varied, the right hand, the right side, the shoulder, the back, the neck, and the loin. At Aberdeen the position on the right hand is still further defined as being on the back and on the third finger, i.e. the ring finger. Reginald Scott does not distinguish between the two kinds of marks, when he says that if the witch have any privy mark under her arm pokes, under her hair, under her lip, or in her buttock, or in her privities, it is a presumption sufficient for the judge to proceed to give sentence of death upon her. But from the positions in which supernumerary nipples are known to occur, it would seem that he is speaking of the little teat, and not of the colored mark. In 6 out of the 32 cases of supernumerary nipples cited above, the number of nipples is not given, though from the context it would appear that more than one was often found on each of the accused. If, therefore, we allow 2 apiece for those cases not definitely specified, there were 63 such nipples, an average roughly of 2 to each person, the number varying, however, from 1 to 5, this last being a man. The position of the nipple on the body is given in 45 out of the 63 cases: abdomen 2, axilla 1, buttock 1, fundament 3, groin 2, pudenda 30, shoulder 3, side 3, undertongue 1. In writing of supernumerary nipples and Mammy Eradicate Williams quotes cases recorded by modern observers, in which the accessory organ occurred on the abdomen, axilla, inguinal region, outer side of thigh, shoulder, and face. Footnotes. Delanker, Tableau, page 398. IDIB, page 145. Bourignon, Vi, page 201. ID, Parole, page 85, Hale, page 26. ID, Vi, page 211, Hale, page 29. IDIB, page 223, Hale, page 37. Reveyson, the years 1679–81. Reg Scott, Book 2, page 36, quoting from C. Agrippa. Narrative of the Sufferings of a Young Girl, page 39. IB, pages XL, Zli. Kinloch, pages 124, 125. Glanville, 2, page 291. Philobiblon Society, 8, page 24. Potts, B2. Horneck, PT2, pages 317–20. Howell, 6, 669, J. Hutchinson, Hist. Of Massachusetts, 2, page 44. Mackenzie, Title X, pages 47, 48. Reginald Scott, Book 3, pages 40–2. W. Forbes, 2, 33, edition 1730. Potts, B4, D3. Mackenzie, page 47, edition 1699. Delanker, Tableau, page 182. IDIB, page 131. Horneck, PT2, page 322. Denius, CH2, E1. Lord Fountainhall mentions a case where a pregnant woman accepted the unborn child, at which the devil was very angry. Decisions, I, page 14. Pitcairn, 3, page 601. Delanker, Tableau, page 123. Bourignon, Vi, page 214, Hale, page 31. Glanville, 2, pages 136, 148. Isabel Inch, page 16. Kinloch, page 125. Spelling modernized. Burns Begg, page 239. ID, pages 223-4. ID, page 237. Leah, 3, page 536. Delanker, Lincredulite, page 38. Reg Scott, Book 3, page 41. Pleasant Treatise, page 88. Bowden, Flo, page 172. Examination of Joan Williford, page 4. Davenport, page 1. Mrs. Joan Peterson, page 4. Bourignon, Vi, page 223, Hale, page 37. Glanville, PT 2, page 136. Green, page 14. Surtees SOC, XL, page 196. Increase Mather, page 205. Lemoyne, La Tradition, 6, 1892, page 106. Mansour, page 84. Delanker, Tableau, page 131. Highland Papers, Volume 3, page 6. IB, Volume 3, page 12. IB, Volume 3, page 13. Highland Papers, Volume 3, page 22. Horneck, PT 2, page 321. Howell, 6, 660, J. Hutchinson, 2, page 31. J. Hutchinson, 2, page 36. Pitcairn, 3, pages 603, 617. ID, I, PT 2, pages 239, 246. Burns Begg, X, pages 224, 227, 232, 239. Scott, Book 3, page 43, see also Denius, ch 3. Mackenzie, Title X, page 48. Forbes, 2, page 33. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, pages 120, 165. Spelling modernized. Boget, pages 315, 316, 317. Delanker, Tableau, pages 195, 399. Isabel Inch, page 16. Whitaker, page 216. Hale, page 46. Howell, 4, 854-5. Kinloch, pages 124-6. Bourignon, Vi, page 223. Sharp, page 132. Highland Papers, 3, page 17. Glanville, PT 2, pages 136, 148, 156. Glanville, PT 2, page 291. Scott's Magazine, 1814, page 200. Narrative of the Sufferings, pages Sly, 44. Sinclair, page 259. Thompson and Miles, 2, page 341. Journal of Anatomy, 13, pp. 438, 447. ID, 13, page 153. Alls Goodridge, pages 8, 9. Elizabeth Sawyer, B3, Ov. And Rev. Howell, for 838, 843, 848, 849, 850, 851. For Notorious Witches at Worcester, page 4. The place is wrongly given, it should be Essex, not Worcester. Davenport, page 15. Gearish, The Devil's Delusions, page 12. Surtees SOC, XL, page 30. ID, XL, page 38. County Folklore, 2, page 139. Prod. And Trag. History, page 6. Bauer, page 28. Surtees SOC, XL, page 69. Gearish, Relation of Mary Hall, page 24. Howell, for 827 note. Hale, page 58. Peto, page 18. Howell, 6, 696. ID, 8, 1022. Mather, page 137. F. Hutchinson, Historical Essay, page 62. Gilbert, page 6. Witches of Northamptonshire, page 6. R. Scott, Book 2, ch. 5. Journal of Anatomy, 25, 225 seq. 4. The Assemblies. There were two kinds of assemblies. The one, known as the Sabbath, was the general meeting of all the members of the religion. The other, to which I give, on the authority of Esteban de Cambreau, the name of Esbat, was only for the special and limited number who carried out the rites and practices of the cult, and was not for the general public. The derivation of the word Sabbath in this connection is quite unknown. It has clearly nothing to do with the number 7, and equally clearly it is not connected with the Jewish ceremonial. It is possibly a derivative of Esbatter, to frolic. A very suitable description of the joyous gaiety of the meetings. 1. Sabbath. Locomotion. The method of going to the meetings varied according to the distance to be traversed. In an immense majority of cases the means of locomotion are not even mentioned, presumably therefore the witches went on foot, as would naturally be the case in going to the local meeting or esbat, which was attended only by those who lived near. There are, however, a few instances where it was thought worth while to mention that the worshippers walked to the meeting. Boguet, 1598, who yields to none in his accounts of magical means of going to the Sabbath, says, Les sorciers nitmoins vont qualquefois de pido sabbat, ce que leur aduyant principalement, lors que lolu, o ils font leur assembly. N'est pas gaires eslong de leur habitation, and cites in confirmation the evidence of George and Antoinette Gondillon and their father Pierre, Claude Ian Prost, Claude Ian Guillaume, Iaquima Paget, Gros Iax. The two brothers Claude and Claude Charlas, Pierre Willermaz, Eloranthan, Pernette Mollard, Ian Platet, and Claude Paget. Iaquima Paget's account of how she and Antoine Tournier went to a meeting on their way home from the harvest field, see page 121, proves that they were on foot. The Langnidri witches, 1608, clearly walked, they convenet them selfis at Deanfeud of Langnidri, thereafter they passed Altigitter to the said Begi's house in Langnydry, where they drank. And thereafter come with all their spade to Seatonthorn be north the Zet, where the devil cowlit for the said Christian Todd, and passed to Robert Smartus house, and brocht her out. And they thereafter passed Altigitter, with the devil, to the Ern Zet of Seatown. And thereafter come all back again to the Deanfeud, where first tie convenet. The distance from Langnidry to Seaton Castle is under a mile. Isaac de Queyron, 1609, a young fellow of 25, told de Lanker that those living at a distance flew home through the air, the near ones returned on foot. Barthélemy Mingwit of Brecky was tried in 1616, enquis, de quel facon sa femme fut au sabbat la première fois. Respond, tu ly fut transporté par le diable, l'equal la reporta après le sabbat, and que la seconde fois tu ly a este, ly fut de son pied avec lie, and sen retourna de son pied, and tu ny a imas este que ces deux fois. Helen Guthrie of Forfar, 1661, said that herself, Isabel Shirey, and Elspeth Alexander, did might together at an ale house near to Bury, a little before sunset. After they had stayed in the said house about the spice of an hour drinking of 3 pintes of ale to jitter, they went forth to the Sandus, and the 3 other women met them, and the devil west there present with them all. And they parted so late that night that she could get no lodging, but was forced to lie at Ain Dyke's side all night. Christian Grieve, of Crook of Devon, 1662, acknowledged that ye came to the foresaid meeting immediately after your goodman and the rest went to bed, and that ye locked the door and put the key under the same. And that ye and the said Margaret Young your neighbour came foot for foot to the foresaid meeting, and that ye stayed at the foresaid meeting about the space of 2 hours and came back again on your foot, and the foresaid Margaret Young with you. And found the key of the door in that same place where you left it, and declared that neither your husband nor any other in the house was waking at your return. At Lille, 1661, the girl Bellet, then aged 15, said that her mother had taken her with her when she was very young, and had even carried her in her arms to the witches' sabbaths or assemblies. At Strathdown, 18th century, the witches went along the side of the river Avon to Crackpole Nane, fording the river on foot. In the cases cited above there is nothing in the least bizarre or extraordinary, but there are other methods recorded of reaching the distant meetings. Sometimes the obvious means was by riding on a horse. Sometimes the witches were accused, or claimed the power, of flying through the air, of riding in the air on a stick, of riding on animals or human beings. Which latter were sometimes in their own natural form and sometimes enchanted into the form of animals. The following instances are of those who rode to or from the meetings on horseback. Agnes Sampson of North Berwick, 1590, said that, the devil in man's likeness met her going out in the fields from her own house at Keith, betwixt 5 and 6 at even. Being her alone and commanded her to be at North Berwick Kirk the next night, and she passed there on horseback, conveyed by her good son, called Ian Coeur. Boget, 1608, mentions, in passing, the fact that the witches sometimes rode on horses. The Lancashire witches, 1613, after the meeting at Malking Tower, went out of the said house in their own shapes and likenesses. And they all, by that they were forth of the doors, gotten on horseback, like unto foals, some of one colour, some of another. This was the usual mode of locomotion among the Lancashire witches, for Margaret Johnson, 1633, said that at the meeting at Horstones, there was, at Whitey time, between 30 and 40 witches, who did all ride to the said meetinga. Isabel Gaudy, 1662, said, I hate a little horse, and wold say, horse and haddock, in the devil's name. The most detailed account is from Sweden, 1669. Another boy confessed too, that one day he was carried away by his mistress, and to perform the journey he took his own father's horse out of the meadow where it was. And upon his return she let the horse go in her own ground. The next morning the boy's father sought for his horse, and not finding it, gave it over for lost, but the boy told him the whole story, and so his father fetched the horse back again. We now come to the marvelous and magical means of locomotion. The belief in the power of witches to ride in the air is very ancient and universal in Europe. They flew either unsupported, being carried by the devil, or were supported on a stick. Sometimes, however, an animal which they rode passed through the air. The flying was usually preceded by an anointing of the whole or part of the body with a magical ointment. The earliest example of unsupported flying is from Paul Grillon, 1537, who gives an account of an Italian witch in 1526, who flew in the air with the help of a magic ointment. Reginald Scott, 1584, says that the ointment whereby they ride in the air was made of the flesh of unbaptized children, and gives 2 recipes. The fat of young children, and seethe it with water in a brassen vessel. Reservoing the thickest of that which remaineth boiled in the bottom, which they lie up and keep, until occasion serueth to use it. They put herunto Elioselinum, aconitum, frons populeas, and sut. Siam, acrum vulgar, pentaphyllon, the blood of a flitter mouse, selenum somniferum, and oleum. They stamp all these together, and then they rub all parts of their bodice exceedingly, till they look red, and be very hot, so as the pores may be opened, and their flesh soluble and loose. They ioin herewithal either fat, or oil instead thereof, that the force of the ointment might the rather pierce inwardly, and so be more effectual. By this means in a moonlight night they see me to be carried in the air. So far this is only hearsay evidence, but there is also a certain amount of first-hand testimony, the witches declaring that they actually passed through the air above ground, or had seen others do so. In 1598, Thuan Paget racontoit, que le diable s'apparat à elle la première fois en plein midi, en fermi devient grand homme noir, en que comme elle s'y fut bailli à l'I Illinois elle embrassa en elle sliva en l'air. En la transporta en la maison du prel de l'Encomois. En pousse la reporta au lu mesum, au il et prise. Antide colas de soit, que le soir, que Satan s'apparat à elle en fermi devient de grande stature, Ayant sa barbe and ses habilmans noirs Illinois la transporta au sabbat and chua ux autres fois Illinois la venoit prendre dans sunlicht. And ellen portoit cum si just este vien vent Freud, ellen poignant par la test. Isaac de Queyron, 1609, whose evidence has already been quoted, said that the witches living at a distance flew home through the air. In France, 1652, Lors chuel veloit aller aux danses, lse oindoit diang onguin que lui estoit don par vien sortir envoy par le diable. Que lors el sen aloit cum vent aux dix danses avec les autres. At Crook of Devon, 1661, Bessie Henderson confessed, that ye was taken out of your bed to that meeting in flight. The most detail comes from an English source, the Somerset Witches, 1664, claim that they habitually flew through the air by means of a magical oil and magical words. Elizabeth Stiles said, before they are carried to their meetings, they anoint their foreheads, and hand-wrists with an oil the spirit brings them, which smells raw, and then they are carried in a very short time, using these words as they pass. Thout, touta tout, tout, throughout and about. And when they go off from their meetings, they say, rentum, tormentum, all are carried to their several homes in a short space. Alice Duke gave the same testimony, noting besides that the oil was greenish in color. And Bishop, the officer of the Somerset Covens, confessed that, her forehead being first anointed with a feather dipped in oil, she hath been suddenly carried to the place of their meeting. After all was ended, the man in black vanished. The rest were on a sudden conveyed to their homes. The belief that the witches actually rode in the air seated on some concrete object, such as an animal, a human being, or a stick, is both ancient and universal, and is reflected in the ecclesiastical and civil laws. Of which the earliest is the decree of the 9th century, attributed to the Council of Ancyra. Certain wicked women following Satan's provocations, being seduced by the illusion of diules, believe and profess, that in the night times they ride abroad with Diana, the goddess of the pagans, or else with Herodias. With an innumerable multitude, upon certain beasts. And do whatsoever those fairies or ladies command. The laws of Lorraine, 1329-46, decree that celu que fera magi, sortilege, billets de sort, pronostic d'oiseaux aux ventroit d'avoir chevauche la nuit avec Diane ou tel autre viel que se dit magicien. Sarah Bani et payera dix livres tournois. The witches themselves confirmed the statements about riding on animals to the Sabbath. Roland du Vernier, 1598, confessed, que lors tu ly fut, ly alla sur vien gros mouton noir, que la portoit si vist en l'air, tu lnese put recognoister. De Lanker says that the witches, si font porter jusqu'audet lu, servin best, que semble parfois vien chul, and parfois vien Margaret Johnson, 1633, saith, if they desire to be in any place upon a sodaine, the ire devil or spirit will, upon a rod, dog, or any thin gels, presently convey them thither. One of Madame Bourrignon's girls, then aged 12, 1661, declared that her said lover came upon a little horse, and took her by the hand, asking her if she would be his mistress, and she saying aye. She was catched up into the air with him and the other girls, and they flew all together to a great castle. The Swedish witches, 1669, said. He set us on a beast which he had there ready, and carried us over churches and high walls, he gives us a horn with a salve in it, wherewith we do anoint ourselves. And then he gives us a saddle, with a hammer and a wooden nail, thereby to fix the saddle, whereupon we call upon the devil, and away we go. For their journey they said they made use of all sorts of instruments, of beasts, of men, of spits and posts. What the manner of their journey is, God alone knows. Blockula is situate in a delicate large meadow whereof you can see no end. They went into a little meadow distinct from the other, where the beasts went that they used to ride on, but the men whom they made use of in their journey, stood in the house by the gate in a slumbering posture, sleeping against the wall. Human beings were also said to be ridden upon in other places beside Sweden. Agnes Spark of Forfar, 1661, said she hard people there present did speak of Isabel Shirey, and say that shoe was the devil's horse, and that the devil did always ride upon here, and that shoe was showed like ane mare, or ane horse. And Armstrong, of a Northumbrian coven, 1673. Saith, that since she gave information against several persons who rid her to several places where they had conversation with the devil. She hath been several times lately ridden by in Dryden and in Forster, and was last night ridden by them to the riding house in the close on the common. Whilst she was lying in that condition, i.e. a fit, which happened one night a little before Christmas, about the change of the moon, the informant see the said enforcer come with a bridle, and bridled her and rid upon her cross-legged. Till they come to the rest of her companions at Riding Milne Bridge End, where they usually met. And when she light of her back, pulled the bridle of this informer's head, now in the likeness of a horse, but, when the bridle was taken of, she stood up in her own shape. And when they had done, bridled this informer, and the rest of the horses, and rid home. Upon Collop Monday last, being the 10th of February, the said persons met at Allansford, where this informant was ridden upon by an enchanted bridle by Michael Ainsley and Margaret his wife. Which enchanted bridle, when they took it from her head, she stood up in her own proper person. On Monday last at night, she, being in her father's house, see one Jane Bates, of Corbridge, come in the for me of a grey cat with a bridle hanging on her foot, and breathed upon her and struck her dead, and bridled her. And rid upon her in the name of the devil southward, but the name of the place she does not now remember. And the said Jane alighted and pulled the bridle of her head. The method of locomotion which has most impressed the popular imagination and has become proverbial was riding on a stick, generally said to be a broomstick. It must, however, be remembered that one of the earliest cases on record of stick riding does not definitely state that the witch flew through the air. This was the case of the Lady Alice Kyteler in 1324, when, in rifling the closet of the lady, they found a pipe of ointment, wherewith she greased a staff, upon the which she ambled and galloped through thick and thin. When and in what manner she listed. Though Holinshed is not always a reliable authority, it is worth while to compare this account with the stick riding of the Arab witches and the tree riding of the Aberdeen covens, see pages 110, 134. The number of cases vouched for by the persons who actually performed or saw the feat of riding on a stick through the air are disappointingly few. Guillaume Edeline, Prior of St. Germain en Laye, 1453, SEMITN tel servitude de l'ennemi, chuil li convenoit ester en certain luttouts fois chuil estoit par l'edit ennemi avoc, auquel lu ils avoyant a custom faire leur consistoire. Etienne li faloit que monter sur un balai, chuositost il estoit priestment transporte la o l'edit consistoire se faisoit. The Guernsey witch, Martin Tulauf, 1563, confessed, Qil soi est trouvé avec la dite vls ou chavacha un genestiti li un alter. EQ lad vls monta a mont la kemeni etqil en perdit la vue etq l desoit devat q monter, va au nom du diable et lucifer desc roches et spines, eq pour li il ni povoit einzi faire. EDDTQSA mira chavache le genest P4 OUV fois EDQILLA vieux monter a mont la kemeni. Denius, 1575, sums up the evidence of the witches themselves. He promiseth that himself will connuay them thither, that are so weak that they cannot trial of themselves, which many times he doth by means of a staff or rod. Which he delureth unto the, or promiseth to do it by force of a certain ointment, which he will shew them, and sometimes he offereth them an horse to ride upon. Boget's experience, 1598, is more dramatic than that of Denius, les autres y vont, tantos sur vien book, tantos sur vien chul, and tantos sur vien ballet, ou ramasse, sortant ces derniers de leurs maisons le plus sunt par la kemeni. Les VNS anchor se frottant opérant de certain grace, an ointment, les autres nese frottant en aucune facon. He also records the actual evidence of individual witches. Françoise Secretine said, Chuel avoit este vin infinite de fois au sabbat en assembly de sorciers, and Chuel y aloit sur vien baston blanc, Chuel mettoit entre SESIMs. Claudine Bobin, Une fille confessa, Chuel, and S.A. mir montoyant sur vin ramasse, and que sortens le contrement de la chemini els alloyant par l'air en cest faken au sabbat. In Belgium Claire Gossen, 1603, confessed, Chuel ss trouvé à diverses assembles nocturnes tenues par Louis, dans lesquels lss laissé transporter au moyen d'un baton in duit d'anguant. Isabelle Gaudai, 1662, was fully reported as regards the methods of locomotion used by the witches, though in other places her evidence is unfortunately cut short. I hate a little horse, and wold say, horse and haddock, in the Develis name. And then vi void fly away, quer vi vold, be you in as straws wold fly pon an highway. We will fly like straws quan we please. Wild straws and corn straws will be horses to ws, and ve put thame betwixt our foot, and say, horse and haddock, in the Develis name. Quan we wold ryd, we tack windle straws, or bin stakes, bean stalks, and put them betwixt our foot, and say thrice. Horse and haddock, horse and go. Horse and pilatus, ho. Ho. And immediately we fly away where you're we wold. All the Coven did fly like cat-tis, but Barbara Ronald, in Brightmany, and I, still, always, read on an horse, which vi vold mac of a straw or beanstalk. Julian Cox, 1664, said that, one evening she walked out about a mile from her own house, and there came riding towards her 3 persons upon 3 broomstaves, borne up about a yard and an half from the ground. 2 of them she formerly knew, which was a witch and a wizard. The 3rd person she knew not. He came in the shape of a black man. 2 of the New England witches, 1692, confessed to riding on a pole. Mary Osgood, wife of Captain Osgood of Andover, was carried through the air to 5 Mile Pond. She was transported back again through the air, in company with the forenamed persons, in the same manner as she went, and believes they were carried upon a pole. Goody Foster's evidence was reported by 2 authors. One Foster confessed that the devil carried them on a pole, to a witch meeting. But the pole broke, and she hanging about, Martha, carrier's neck, they both fell down, and she then received an hurt by the fall, whereof she was not at this very time recovered. The second account is substantially the same, in particular Goody F. said, inter alia, that she with 2 others, one of whom acknowledged the same, rode from Andover to the same village which meeting upon a stick above ground, and that in the way the stick brake, and gave the said F. a fall, whereupon, said she, I got a fall and hurt of which I am still sore. Cited, the Sabbath seems to have been originally held on a fixed site. So much so was this the case that de Lanker is able to say, communement ils l'appellant aquilar, que signify lane de book, comme que deroit la lane ou laid, o le book canuc ses assembles. Etida faked les sorciers que confessent, nomet le loup pour la chose, and la chose ou assembly pour le loup, telment tu encore que proprement lane de book, soit le sabbat que se tiant es landis, sisce tu ils appellant aussi bien lane de book. Le sabbat que se tiant es églises, and es places de villages, paroisses, maisons, and autres lieux. The confusion of the original lane de book, i.e. the Sabbath or Great Assembly, with local meetings is thus shown to be due to the inaccuracy of the witches themselves. And therefore it is not surprising that de Lanker and other authors should also fail to distinguish between the 2. Still, in many of the records there are certain indications by which it is possible to recognize the localities where the real Sabbath, the true lane de book, was held. De Lanker himself notes that the Sabbath must be held near a lake, stream, or water of some kind. Bodin, however, gives a better clue, les lieux de assembles de sorciers sont notables, and signales de quelques arbres, ou croix. The croix is clearly the Christian form of the standing stone which is a marked feature in many descriptions of the Sabbath. And Bodin's statement recalls one of the laws of Nut in the 11th century, we earnestly forbid every heathenism. Heathenism is, that men worship idols, that is that they worship heathen gods, or stones, or forest trees of any kind. Esteban de Cambro, 1567, said, Le lieu de cette grande convocation s'appelle généralement par tout le pays la Audiobook. Ilsse mettent à danser l'entour divine pierre, que est plenty audit lieu, sur lequel est assis un grand homme noir. At Poitiers in 1574 4 witches, 1 woman and 3 men, said that they went, 3 fois Ellen, à l'Assemblée générale, au plusieurs sorciers se troyet pres divine croix divine carrefour, que seroit d'insane. At Aberdeen in 1596 the witches acknowledged that they danced round the market cross and the Fischche Croce on All Hallow Eve, and also round Ain Grey Stane at the foot of the hill at Craigloch. Margaret Johnson, 1633, said, she was not at the Greek meetinga at Horstones at the Forest of Pendle upon All Saints' Day. Though no stone is actually mentioned, the name suggests that there had been, or still were, 1 or more stones standing in that place. The Swedish witches, 1669, seem to have used the same site for both kinds of meetings. Blockula seems to have been a building of some kind, set in a meadow which was entered by a painted gate. Within the building were rooms and some kind of chapel for the religious service. The New England Recorders, 1692, did not enter into much detail, but even among them the fact is mentioned that there was a general meeting of the witches, in a field at Salem village. In modern times the identification of stones or of certain places with the devil or with witch meetings is very noticeable. Out of innumerable instances I will mention only a few. In Guernsey the Cataract is always identified as the site of the Sabbath. In Belgium à Goderville, Hainaut, se trouve un tunnel hanté par les sorcières, elles y tenant leur sabbat. Un bloc de pierre isole et d'aspect extraordinaire est généralement appelé pierre du diable. Exemples, a. Le dolmen de trut pres de Namur. B. La grande pierre en forme de table à demi encastrée dans la route que conduit du village de Ceny à celui d'Elamel, Candras. C. Le face du diable, bloc de grès d'environ 800 meters cubes, isole dans la bruyère entre 1 et grand hello pres de Stavelot, d. Les mers du diable à Pepinster, and dans plusieurs cantons Illinois y a un terrain qu'en appelle champ de mackerel, champ de sorcières. C'est le cas pres de Remochamps, pres de Tongres, pres de la Galep et pres de Grand Hello. It is also noticeable how many of our own stone circles, such as the 9 maidens, the dancing maidens, and so on, are connected by tradition with women who danced there on the Sabbath. Date. It appears from the evidence that certain changes took place in course of time in the religion, and, as might be expected, this is shown very markedly in the festivals. The ancient festivals remained all through, and to them were added the festivals of the succeeding religions. The original celebrations belonged to the May-November year, a division of time which follows neither the solstices nor the agricultural seasons. I have shown below, pp. 130, 178, that there is reason to believe these festivals were connected with the breeding seasons of the flocks and herds. The chief festivals were, in the spring, May Eve, April 30th, called Rudmas or Rude Day in Britain and Walpurgisnacht in Germany, in the autumn, November Eve, October 31st, called in Britain All Hallow Eve. Between these two came, in the winter, Candlemas, February 2nd, and in the summer, the Yule of August, August 1st, called Lammas in Britain. To these were added the festivals of the solstitial invaders, Beltane at midsummer and Yule at midwinter. The movable festival of Easter was also added, but the equinoxes were never observed in Britain. On the advent of Christianity the names of the festivals were changed, and the date of one, Rudmas, was slightly altered so as to fall on May 3rd. Otherwise the dates were observed as before, but with ceremonies of the new religion. Therefore Boguet is justified in saying that the witches kept all the Christian festivals. But the great assemblies were always held on the 4 original days, and it is this fact which makes it possible to distinguish with certainty between the Sabbath and the Esbat whenever dates are mentioned. De Lanker, generalizing from the evidence before him, says, Quelquefois il y a de sabbats and assembles generals que se font ordinairement les 4 fests annuels. And he also gives the words of a witch, tried in 1567, Esteban de Cambreux dit que les sorcières enaloyant en la grande assembly in au grand sabbat que 4 fois à l'année. The 4 actual days are given in only one trial, that of Isabel Smith at Forfar in 1661. By these meetings she met with him every quarter at Candlemas, Rud Day, Lammas, and Halomas, but it is very clear that these were the regular days. From the mention of them individually in both England and Scotland. At North Berwick, Barbara Napier was accused of being present at the convention on Lammas Eve at the New Haven. 3 covens, i.e. 39 persons, were assembled. And the said Barbara was accused that she gave her bodily presence upon All Hallow Even last was, 1590 years, to the frequent convention holden at the Kirk of North Berwick, where she danced endlong the kirkyard. And Geely Duncan played on a trump, John Fian, Macellet, led the ring. Agnes Sampson and her daughters and all the rest following the said Barbara, to the number of 70 persons. The ditties against the witches of Aberdeen in 1596 show that Pound Halloween last bypassed, att 12 huries at Ewan or Thurby, though the said Thomas Laius. Wythane Griot number of Ferris witches, come to the Mercat and Fischay Croce of Aberdeen, under the conduct and jiding of the dual present Wythew, all in company, playing Bifwar Yow on his Kwandy of instrumentus. Ye all danced about Betha the Sadies Croces, and the meal Mercat, ein lang space of time. Kristen Michelle and Bessie Tom had been not only at the Allhallow Eve meeting with Thomas Laius but also at another before that. Though confessest that, 3 years sensen, pon the Ruidae, early in the morning, Bessie Tom, before sun rising, though, accompanied with, certain Theris witches, thy devilish adherentis, convenit pon St. Catherine's Hill. And there, vender the conduct of Sathan, present with Yow, playing Bifwar Yow, efter his for me, ye all danced a devilish dance, ridend on trice, be a lang space. In 1597 Isabel Ritchie, Margaret Og, Helene Rogie, Jonet Lucas, Jonet Dawidson, Isabel Oig, and Beatrice Robbie were accused of a meeting at Craigalosh, near Aberdeen, though Artin did it for the being at the Twa devilish dances betwixt Lumfenand and Craglosh, with Fmquile Margaret Bain, upon Allhallowen last, quer though conferit with the Duil. In Ayrshire in 1604 Patrick Lowry and his companion witches were accused that they att Halloweven in the year of God Forsade, assemblet thame selfis upon Lodenhill, quer there appearit to thame ein devilish sprite. Margaret Johnson, of the second generation of Lancashire witches, in 1633 said, she was not at the Great Meetinga at Hartford in the forest of Pendle on All Saints' Day. Isabel Gaudy, Aldern, 1662, does not enter into her usual detail, but merely states that a grand meeting will be about the end of ilk quarter. Of the festivals belonging to later religions several mentions are made. De Lanker, when giving a general account of the ceremonies, says that the witches of the Basses Pyrenees went to their assemblies at Easter and other solemn festivals, and that their chief night was that of St. John the Baptist. Jane Bostow, from the Puy-de-Dôme district, 1594, bears this out, for she went to a meeting with the devil, at midnight on the eve of St. John. Antide Colas, 1598, Alwit este au sabbat a vien chacan bon jour de Ellen, comme à Noël, a Pasques, à la fête de Dieu. Both generations of Lancashire witches, 1613 and 1633, kept Good Friday. Jonet Watson of Dalkeith, 1661, was at a meeting about the time of the last Bailey Fire Night. The Crook of Devon witches, 1662, met on St. Andrew's Day, at Yule. In Connecticut, 1662, the High Frolic was to be held at Christmas. Hour. The actual hour at which the Sabbath was held is specified in very few cases. It appears to have been a nocturnal assembly, beginning about midnight and lasting till early dawn or cockcrow. Le coq essoit parfois es sabbat sonnet la retraite aux sorcières. In the Vosges in 1408 the meeting was held en la minuit et la duxi mar. In Lorraine in 1589, Johannes a Villa und Agathina de Schneiders Francis I Weeb, sagt, ein Oders way stund vor Mitternacht die bequemst Zeit darzu. At North Berwick, in 1590, Agnes Sampson arrived at the appointed place, about 11 hours at even. The Aberdeen witches in 1597 held their dance pon Halloween last bypassed, at 12 Hurries at Ewan or the Irby, or more particularly, betwixt Tool and Ain Hurries at Nycht. In 1598 the lions which François Secretine Adiostoit Chuel Aloit Tugers au Sabbat in Urin la Minuit, and beaucoup d'autres sorciers, K-I-I-E-U-N main, ont dit le mesme. Antide Colas, another lioness, went to the meeting on Christmas Eve between the midnight mass and the mass at dawn. The only daylight meeting which can be identified as a Sabbath occurred at Aberdeen, and may have been peculiar either to the locality or to the May Day festival, or it may have been simply the continuation of the festival till the sun rose. Kristen Michel and Bessie Tom were each accused that upon the Ruide, 3 years since in Bygain, early in the morning, before sun rising, though convenit pon St. Catherine's Hill, accompany it with a numer of thy devilish faction and band. The devil your maester in company with yao. 2. The Esbat. Business. The Esbat differed from the Sabbath by being primarily for business, whereas the Sabbath was purely religious. In both, feasting and dancing brought the proceedings to a close. The business carried on at the Esbat was usually the practice of magic for the benefit of a client or for the harming of an enemy. Sometimes the devil appears to have ordered his followers to perform some action by which to impress the imagination of those who believed in his power though they did not worship him. Very often also the Esbat was for sheer enjoyment only, without any ulterior object, as the following quotations show. Esteban de Cambreau, 1567, who is the authority for the name Esbat as applied to local meetings, says that les petites assembles que se font pres de villes ou paroisses, oilnyva se du lou, ils les appellent les Esbats, and se font ors nvn lou de la dict paroisse, ors nvn autre, o en effect que sautern philastre. Le diable ny estant oic tout sun grand aroi cum aux grandes assembles. Ailsound Persound, 1588, was taken by a party of men and women, under the leadership of a man in green, Forder nor Sco could tell. And saw with thame piping mirines and good skier, and West Carriot to low theme, and saw wine puncheonies with tassies with them. Jonet Barker, 1643, said that, Sco and ye said Margaret Lauder being thin ye said Jonet Cranston's house to a pintus of byre war drucken be thame thre to jitter and ye said house at quilky devil appearet to thame in ye lickneys of ain trime gentil. Man and drank wt thame all thre and that he imbraset the said Margaret Lauder in his arms at ye drinking of ye byre and put his arm about her waist. Isabel Berdai, 1649, was accused of meeting the devil and drinking with him, the devil drank to her, and she pledging him, drank back again to him, and he pledged her, saying, Gramercy, you are very welcome. Janet Brown, 1649, was charged with having held a meeting with the devil appearing as a man, at the back of Broomhills, who was at a wanton play with Isabel Gairdner the elder, and Janet Thompson. In Forfar Helen Guthrie, 1661, confessed that she went to several meetings. At one in the churchyard, they danced together, and the ground under them wes all fire flopped her, and Andrew Watson had his swall staff in his hand, although he be a blind man yet he danced all nimbly as any of the company. And made also great merriment by singing his old ballads, and that Isabel Shurry did sing her song called Tinkletum Tankletum. And that the Deville kissed every one of the women. At another meeting, they all danced together a while, and then went to Mary Rhine's house and sat down together at the table, and made themselves merry. And the Devil made much of them all, but especially of Mary Rhine, and he kissed them all. Elspeth Bruce of the same coven, by turning the sieve and shears, greased the Devil, who being very hard to be laid again, there was a mating of witches for laying of him, and at this mating they had pipe music and dancing. Isabel Gaudai, 1662, gives an account of one of these joyous assemblies. We killed an ox, in Bergy, about the dawing of the day, and we brought the ox with W.S. Hom to Aldern, and did eat all amongst W.S., in an house in Aldern. And feasted on it. Marie Lamont, 1662, also enjoyed her meetings. The first at which she was present was held in Ketty Scott's house, where the devil sung to them, and they danced it. He gave them wine to drink, and wheat bread to eat, and they were all very merry. She confesses, at that mating the said Ketty Scott made her first acquaintance with the devil, and caused her to drink to him, and shake hands with him. She was with Katy Scott and others at a mighting at Kempach, where they danced, and the devil kissed them when they went away. Annabel Thompson and the Other Witches of Borostonis, 1679. Wis at several meetings with the devil in the links of Borostones, and in the house of you Bessie Vicar, and ye did eat and drink with the devil, and with on another. And with witches in here house in the night time. And the devil and the said W.M. Craw brought the ale which he drank, extending to about 7 gallons, from the house of Elizabeth Hamilton. And yow the said Annabel had in other meeting about 5 weeks ago, when yow was going to the Coal Hill of Grange, and he invaded you to go alongst, and drink with him. And yow the said Margaret Hamilton has been the devil's servant these 8 or 9 year as bygame. And he appeared and conversed with yow at the town well at Boroughs Towns, and several times in your Awin house, and drank several chop-pens of ale with you. The magical ceremonies performed by the witches with the help of the devil were usually for the destruction of, or for doing harm to, an enemy. Sometimes, however, the spells were originally for the promotion of fertility, but were misunderstood by the recorders and probably by the witches themselves. Alexia Vialia, 1589, said that Nachdem sie were mit ren Jespielen UMB gelaufen ein ziemlich gut weil, have sie pflegen in die Hohe über sich zu werfen ein reines Suttles Pulverlein, welches der Tuffel darzu gegeben have. Darvan Ropen, Kaffern, Hirschrecken, dergleichen andir Beschädigung mehr, so hoffenweise Wuchsen, das die Acker damit in einem Augenblick überall beschmeist wurden. Isabel Gaudi's magical charm, 1662, seems to come under this category. We went be East Kinloss, and the we yoked and plug of Padokis. The devil held the plough, and John Younge in Meebstown, our officer, did dry we the plug. Padokis did draw the plough, as oxen, quickens wr somes, a Rigland's horn wes a cowter, and in peace of an Rigland's horn wes and sock. We went 2 sur all times about. And all we of the coven went still wp'ing down with the plug, praying to the devil for the fruit of that land. The greater number of meetings were occupied with business of a magical character with the intention of harming certain specified persons, though any other kind of business was also transacted. The North Berwick witches opened the graves which the devil indicated in order to obtain the means of making charms with dead men's bones. On another occasion they attempted to wreck a ship by magic. The Lang Nidri witches, 1608, went to the house of Baggies Todd, where they drank, and there christened a cat. The Lancashire witches, 1613, met at Malking Tower for 2 purposes. The first was to give a name to the familiar of Alison Device, which could not be done as she was not present, being then in prison. The second was to arrange a scheme or plot for the release of Mother Demdike, the principal witch of the community, then a prisoner in Lancaster Castle. The plot involved the killing of the jailer and governor, and the blowing up of the castle. In 1630 Alexander Hamilton was tried in Edinburgh. The said Alexer Hamilton having concaved ein deadly high trent against Uncle Elizabeth Law's own Lady Ormiston younger, because the said Alexer being at her zet asking for alms she choiced him therefra, saying to him, away custround Carl ye will get nothing ere. The said Alexer thereupon in revenge thereof accompanied W.T. to a weeman mentionet in his depositions come to Saltoun Woid where he ricet the devil and Kuha appearet to him and his associatus in the likens of ein man clad in grey and the said Alexer. And his associatus having shawen to him the cause of their coming desiring him to shaw to thame be quat means they micht be revenged upon the said lady. Margaret Johnson, 1633, deposed that she was not at the great witch meeting on All Saints' Day, but was at a smaller meeting the Sunday after, where there was, at YT time, between 30 and 40 witches, who did all ride to the said meetinga. And the end of the ire said meeting was to consult for the killinga and hurtinga of men and beasts. The Forfar witches, 1661, claimed to have wrecked a ship. Isabel Gaudai, 1662, is as usual very dramatic in her account. On one occasion the witches met to make a charm against the minister of Aldern, Mr. Harry Forbes, Satan Wes with WS and learned WS the wardis to say thrice hour. Quan we had learned all thes wardis from the devil, we fell all down pon our nays, with o'er here down our shoulderis and eyes, and o'er handies lifted WP, and o'er eyes steadfastly fixed pon the devil. And said the forsatus wardis thrice hour to the devil, strictly, against Maester Harry Forbes his recowering from the said Satans. When making an image only a few of the witches were present with the devil. Marie Lamont, 1662, claimed that her coven raised storms on 2 occasions, and on a third, they in the likeness of cats, and the devil as a man with cloven feet, made a charm with wit sand against Blackhall Younger and Mr. John Hamilton. Amongst the most detailed accounts of the wax or clay images, and of the ritual for killing the person whom the image represented, are those of the Somerset witches, 1664. The baptism of the figure is an interesting point. The Paisley witches, 1678, had a meeting to make a clay figure in order to kill an enemy of the witch in whose house the meeting was held. At Borrostonis part of the accusation was that ye and Ilkane of Yao was at a meeting with the devil and other witches at the Croce of Muirstane, upon the 13th of October last, where you all danced and the devil acted the piper. And where Yao word to have destroyed Andrew Mitchell. In New England the witches accused George Burroughs, that he brought poppets to them, and thorns to stick into those poppets. At the Esbats it is also evident that the devil wished to maintain an appearance of miraculous power not only before the world at large, but in the eyes of the witches as well. This will account for the meetings on the seashore in raging storms when vessels were liable to be wrecked. And there are also many indications that the destruction of an enemy was effected by means more certain than the making and pricking of a wax or clay figure, means which were used after the figure had been made. Some of the methods of maintaining this prestige are of the simplest, others are noted without any explanation. Satan faked nce lo sabbat, tant de choses estrages and noëls que leur simplicite and abus prend cela pour quelques miracles. At Forfar, 1661, the means of obtaining the result are apparent. During a great storm the devil and the witches destroyed the bridge of Cortequy, and the destruction was so arranged as to appear to have been effected by magical power. But Helen Guthrie confessed that, they went to the bridge of Cortequy with intention to pull it down, and that for this end she herself, Johnnet Stout, and others of them, did thrust their shoulderies against the bridge. And that the devil wes bussy among them acting his part. Isabel Smith, who also assisted on the occasion, said, we all rued that mighting, for we hurt ourselves lifting. Still more simple was the method of destroying the harvest of a field at Crook of Devon, where Bessie Henderson confessed and declared that Janet Payton was with you at a meeting when they trampit down those White's Ree in the beginning of harvest, 1661, and that she had broad souls and trampit down more nor any of the rest. The devil of Mora in Sweden cared only to impress his followers. When the wall which they were building fell down, some of the witches are commonly hurt, which makes him laugh, but presently he cures them again. Site. In some places the Esbat was held at a fixed site, in others the site varied from week to week. In both cases, the locality was always in the near neighborhood of the village whose inhabitants attended the meeting. Pour le loup ordinaire ces carrefours, comme y desoit Isaac de Queren, que deposoit y avoir este au carrefour du Palais Gallien, pres la ville de Bordeaux. Aux places de paroisses au duint de églises, and le plus sunt au droit de la grande porte, si l'église est plantée au milieu de la place comme elle est sunt. Afin que le diable plante sa chair tout vis à vis du grand hôtel en met le saint sacrament, comme il est en la place d'Escaine, au tous les témoins du loup, nous ont dict que le sabbat si faisoit. Il aussi accustom les tenir en quelque lieu désert, en sauvage, comme au milieu divine land. And encore en lieu du tout or de passage, de voisinage, de habitation, and de rencontre, et communement ils s'appellant aquilar que signifie lane de book, comme que deroit la lane ou laid, au le book canuc ses assembles. Denius emphasizes the variation of both site and date. They meet together in certain appoint places, not all of them together, nor at once, but certain of them whom he pleaseth to call, so that he appointeth where they shall meet. And at what hour of the day, or of the night. The Windsor witches, however, did accustom to meet within the backside of Maester Dodges in the pits there. Boggett's evidence also points to there being a settled site for the esbat in each village. Les sorciers du cost de l'encomois s'assembloyant NVN prix, que est sur le grand chemin tyrant à S. Claude, o en voit les ruines divine maison. Ce du cost de quarrières tenoyant leur sabbat, sous le village de quarrières proche lo, NVN lu appel es combs, que est du tout sans chemin. Autres, se retroyant NVN lu dicti es fontanelles, sous le village de Nezan, que est vn lu asses descoured, le sabbat de sorciers de la mouille se tenoit en la cour du priori du mesem lu. Jane Basteau, 1594, went twice a week regularly to a rendezvous of above 60 witches at Puy de Dôme. And the Swedish witches went so uniformly to one place that there was a special building for their rites. They unanimously confessed that Blockula is situate in a delicate large meadow whereof you can see no end. The place or house they met at, had before it a gate painted with diverse colors. Through this gate they went into a little meadow distinct from the other. In a huge large room of this house, they said, there stood a very long table, at which the witches did sit down, and that hard by this room was another chamber where there were very lovely and delicate beds. On the whole, the weight of evidence in England and Scotland is in favour of Denius's statement that there was no fixed site, though this should be taken as referring to the local meetings only, not to the great assemblies. The Forfar witch trials give much information. Helen Guthrie. Wes at a mighting in the churchyard of Forfar in the Hulf thereof. Betwixt the oats eed and the bears eed, barley sowing, she wes at ein other mighting at the pavilion Hollis. This same year, betwixt the oats eed and bears eed, she was at a thrid mating in the churchyard of Forfar in the Hulf thereof, about the same time of the night as at the former mitings, viz. At midnight. About the beginning of the last outside time, Isabel Siri did carry here, John at Howitt, to the inch within the lock of Forfar, shew saw at this time, about 13 witches with the Deville, and they danced together. About 4 weeks after the foresaid mating in the inch, the said Isabel Siri carried here to ein other mating at Muranos. About 3.5 years since, she, Elspeth Alexander, was at a mating with the Deville at Peterden, midway betwixt Forfar and Dondai. About 4 weeks after this meeting at Peterden, she was at ein second meeting at the Muranos. She was present at ein thrid meeting near Caramure. Isabel Gowdy's evidence is detailed as usual. The last time that our coven met, we, and in Vether coven, wer dancing at the hill of Earl Seat, and before that, betwixt Moynes and Boghole. And before that we ves beyond the Michaelburn, and the Vether coven being at the Downey Hillis we went from beyond the Michaelburn, and went beside them, to the houses at the wood end of Inns Hock. Before Candlemas, we went be east Kinloss. The same facts were elicited from the Kinrossshire witches. Robert Wilson confessed ye had ein meeting with the Devil at the Stanrygate, Buist the Cruick of Devon, the devil appointed them to meet at the bents of Balrudry. Margaret Huggan confessed that ye was at another meeting with Sathon at the Stanrygate, Buist the Crook of Devon. Likewise ye confessed ye was at another meeting with Satan at the Heathry no be east the Crook of Devon, where the gallows stands, a meeting at the back of Knocktinny at the gate side, and another at the bents of Newbiggin. Janet Brew confessed that ye was at ein meeting at Stanrygate. Ye confessed that about yo last bypassed ye was at ein meeting with Sathon at Turf Hills. Likewise ye confessed that ye was at the bents of Balrudry in Gibson's Craig, where Sathon was present at them both. Christian Grieve freely confessed that ye was at ein meeting with Sathon at the back of Andrew Dowie his house. The Somerset witches, 1664, varied in this respect. Those of Wincanton met in different places. Elizabeth Style hath been at several general meetings in the night at High Common, and a common near Motcombe, at a place near Marnell, and at other places. Alice Duke hath been at several meetings in Lie Common, and other places in the night. But the Brougham coven appear to have met commonly at Hussey's Nap in Brougham Forest. Occasionally a reason is given for the change of site. Parfois viennent sabbat fini à vien coin de perwas, on s'en va le tenor à vien autre, o le diable mine les mesmes personnes, mais là, on y en rencontre d'autres. Sometimes also a sidelight is thrown upon these gatherings, which explains the fact that in many cases the witches said that they did not know all the people present at a given meeting. Antoine Tournier, Idiaquima paget ont confesse. Que comme elles retournoyant à certains par ensemble de glaner, passans au long du puri de l'encomois, elles aperçurent qu'elles en y tenoit le sabbat. Sur quoi elles poserent bas leurs fardeaux, and allerent au lieu predict, o elles ferent comme les autres, and poussessi retirent chacun en leurs maisons, après avoir repris leurs fardeaux. The Salem witches, 1692, met, upon a plain grassy place, by which was a cart path and sandy ground in the path, in which were the tracks of horses' feet. Date and hour. There was no fixed day or hour for the Esbat, and in this it differed from the Sabbath, which was always at night. The devil let his followers know the time, either by going to them himself or by sending a message by the officer. The message might be by word of mouth, or by some signal understood by the initiated. Though there was no fixed day for the Esbat, it seems probable that one day in the week was observed in each locality. Denius, in his General Survey of the Cult in 1575, says, He appointeth where they shall meet, and at what hour of the day, or of the night, wherein they ha no surens, nor certainty. For these meetings are not weekly, nor monthly, nor yearly, but when and how often it shall see me good to this their master. And many times himself warneth them to meet, sometimes he appointeth others to warn them in his stead. But when he doth it himself, he appeareth to them in likeness of a man. Delanker says that in the Basses Pyrenees, le luo on l'autre ordinairement s'appelle l'Audiobook, and en Basque Aquilar de Veros, Prado del Cabran, and la les sorcières le ventador trois nuits durant, celle du lundi, du mercredi, and du vendredi. Les ayers ordinaires de la convocation du sabbat, ou pour mieux dire les nuits, sont celles du mercredi venant au jeudi, and du vendredi venant au samedi. Catherine de Neguil de la Paroisse d'Yves-Steritz, a G de Ons Ans, and S.A. Campagne, nous out assur quels alvoyat este au sabbat en plein midi. Jane Bustow, 1594, every Wednesday and Friday met a rendezvous of about 60 witches at Puy de Dôme. Boguet says that the day of the Sabbath was variable, usually Thursday night. While, according to Bodin, the most frequent was entre la nuit du lundi and mardi. Boguet also goes on to say, le sabbat ne tient pas toujours de nuit, ins que les sorcières y vont aussi quelques fois de jour, sealant que ferent Antoine Tournier, and Iaqima Paget, and plusieurs autres de leur secte le confessent. The Lorraine witches also had the same custom. A la zugleich, so viel Bischer in Lothringen peinlich sind verheret wardens, bekannten, das solche Versammlung in Kiener andern Nacht. Als Welch zu next vor dem Donnerstag oder Samstag herge het, gehalten worden. Johannes Avila und Agathina de Schneiders Francisci Weib, sagt, ein oder zwei Stunden vor Mitternacht, were die bequemst Zeit darzu, UNDs war nicht alien zu diesen Gespensten, sondern auch sonst ten zu allerhand Gespensten, Bollergeisen. Urgisen, and aber die Stund nach Mitternacht die nicht darzu. The English and Scotch evidence is to the same effect. The witches are likewise reported to have each of them a spirit or imp attending on, or assigned to them. These give the witches notice to be ready on all solemn appointments, and meetings, which are ordinarily on Tuesday or Wednesday night. Janet Bredhade of the Aldern Coven emphasizes the irregularity of the dates, after that, we vold still might Uri 10, 12, or 20 days continually. Marie Lamont merely notes that the meetings were at night. The devil came to Katrine Scott's house in the midst of the night. When she had been at a meeting Saint Zao last, with other witches, in the night, the devil convoyed her home in the dawning. The Somerset witches had no special night, at every meeting before the spirit vanisheth away, he appoints the next meeting place and time, and Mary Green went to a meeting on Thursday night before Whit Sunday last. At Paisley the meeting was on Thursday, the 4th of January, 1678, in the night, in John Stuart's house. The Swedish witches were much harder worked, whereas formerly one journey a week would serve his turn, from their own town to the place aforesaid, now they were forced to run to other towns and places for children. And that some of them did bring with them some 15, some 16 children every night. The more modern examples suggest that the date became more fixed, on croit que c'est toujours un vendredi soir que les sorcières et sorcières s'y réunissent. Sorcières et sorcières vont au sabbat le vendredi, à travers les airs. Footnotes. Boget, pages 106-7. Pitcairn, 2, pages 542-3. De Lanker, Tableau, page 148. ID, L'Incredulite, page 808. Kinloch, pages 122-3. Burns Begg, page 239. Bourignon, Vi, page 211, Hale, page 29. Stewart, page 174. Pitcairn, I, pt 2, page 239. Spelling modernized. Boget, page 104. Potts, G. 4. Whitaker, page 216. Pitcairn, 3, page 604. Horneck, pt 2, page 320. Bowden, Flo, page 178. Scott, pages 41, 184. Scott is as usual, extraordinarily inaccurate in his statements. The correct formulae, as given by Wyrus, will be found in Appendix V, with notes on the ingredients by Professor A. J. Clark. Boget, page 96. De Lanker, Tableau, page 148. H. G. Van Elven, La Tradition, 1891, page 215. Unfortunately neither name nor place are given in the transcription. Burns Begg, page 223. Glanville, pt 2, pages 139, 141, 148-9, 151. Scott, Book 3, page 66, Leah, 3, page 493. I give Scott's translation as being more racially expressed. J. Bournon, page 19. Boget, page 96. De Lanker, Tableau, page 123. Whitaker, page 216. Bourignon, Vi, page 214, Hale, page 31. Horneck, pt 2, pages 316, 317, 318, 319, 321. Kinloch, page 129. Surtees Society, XL, pages 191-2, 194, 197, Denham Tracts, 2, pages 299-301, 304, 307. Holinshed, Ireland, page 58. Chartier, 3, page 45, Leah, 3, page 536. From a Trial in the Greffe, Guernsey. Denius, ch 4. Boget, page 104. ID, pages 9, 104. A marginal note against the word ramasse gives autrement balate and en lionois coyu. Boget, pages 9, 97, 104. Cannert, page 49. Pitcairn, 3, pages 604, 608, 613. Glanville, pt 2, page 194. Howell, 6, 660, J. Hutchinson, History of Massachusetts Bay, page 31. Cotton Mather, page 158, Burr, page 244. See also J. Hutchinson, 2, pages 35-6. Burr, page 418. De Lanker, Tableau, page 65. IDIB, page 72. Bowden, Flo, page 181. De Lanker, Tableau, page 123. Bowden, page 187. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, pages 97 to 8, 114, 149, 153, 165, 167. Whitaker, page 216, Baines, I. p. 607. Note, where the name is given as Hartford. The importance of the stone in the Sabbath ceremonies is very marked in the account of a meeting in Northumberland, 1673. And Armstrong declared that she and the rest had drawn their compasse nigh to a bridge end, and the devil placed a stone in the middle of the compasse, they set themselves down, and bending towards the stone, repeated the Lord's Prayer backwards. Denham Tracts, 2, page 307, Surtees SOC, XL, page 197. Horneck, PT 2, pages 321, 324. Mather, page 131. Heroux, La Tradition, 6, 1892, page 367. Monsour, pages 2, 88. Delancre, Tableau, page 64. IDIB, page 123. Kinloch, page 133. Pitcairn, I. PT 2, page 245. Spelling Modernized. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I. pages 97 to 8. IB, I. Kristen Michelle, page 165, Bessie Tom, page 167. IB, I. Isabel Ritchie, page 142, Margaret O.G., page 144, Helene Rogie, page 147, Jonet Lucas, page 149, Jonet Doidson, page 150, Isabel Oig, p. 152, Beatrice Robbie, page 153. Pitcairn, 2, page 478. Baines, I, page 607. Note. Pitcairn, 3, page 606. Delancre, Tableau, page 398. F. Hutchinson, Historical Essay, page 42. Boget, page 125. Chatham Society, 6, page 73, Whitaker, page 216. Pitcairn, 3, page 601. Burns Begg, pages 219, 226, 237. J. Hutchinson, History of Massachusetts Bay, 2, page 17, Taylor, page 98. Delancre, Tableau, page 154. Bournon, page 23. Remigius, PTI, page 72. Pitcairn, I, PT 2, page 239. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, pp. 97, 114, 165, 167. Boget, pages 119, 125. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, pages 165, 167. Delancre, Tableau, page 123. Pitcairn, I, PT 2, page 163. From the Record in the Justiciary Court of Edinburgh. Arnott, page 358. ID, page 358. Kinloch, pages 120, 121. ID, p. 122. Pitcairn, 3, page 613. Sharp, pages 131, 134. Scott's Magazine, 1814, page 200. Remigius, PTI, page 91. Pitcairn, 3, page 603, see below, page 171. ID, I, PT 2, pages 210 to 11, 217, 239. ID, 2, pages 542 to 3. Potts, C3, G3, I2, I3. From the Trial of Alexer Hamilton, Warlock, in the Justiciary Court, Edinburgh. Whitaker, page 216. Kinloch, page 122. Pitcairn, 3, pages 609, 613. Sharp, pages 132 to 4. Glanville, pt2, pages 137-8, 164. ID, pt2, page 294. Scott's Magazine, 1814, page 201. Mather, page 125. De Lanker, Tableau, page 135. Kinloch, pages 122, 133. Burns Begg, page 224. Horneck, pt2, page 323. The full name is Aquilar de Veros, Prado del Cabran. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 64-5. Denius, ch4. Rehearsal, page 7. Boget, pp. 126-7. F. Hutchinson, Historical Essay, page 43. Horneck, pt2, page 321. Kinloch, pages 120 seek. Pitcairn, 3, page 603. Burns Begg, pages 226 seek. Glanville, pt2, pages 140, 148, 156, 161. De Lanker, Tableau, page 64. Boget, page 102. Burr, page 418. Denius, ch4. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 62, 398. F. Hutchinson, page 43. Boget, page 124. Bowden, Flo, page 182. Boget, page 123. Remigius, pages 71, 72. Pleasant Treatise, page 4. Pitcairn, 3, page 617. Sharp, pages 131, 133. Glanville, pt2, page 139. ID. pt2, page 164. ID, pt2, pages 293, 297. Horneck, pt2, page 318. Monsour, page 87. Lemoyne, La Tradition, 1892, 6, page 106. V. The Rites. 1. General. The exact order of the ceremonies is never given and probably varied in different localities, but the general rule of the ritual at the Sabbath seems to have been that proceedings began by the worshippers paying homage to the devil, who sat or stood in a convenient place. The homage consisted in renewing the vows of fidelity and obedience, in kissing the devil on any part of his person that he chose to indicate, and sometimes in turning a certain number of times widdershins. Then followed the reports of all magic worked since the previous Sabbath, either by individuals or at the esbats, and at the same time the witches consulted the master as to their cases and received instructions from him how to proceed. After which came admissions to the society or marriages of the members. This ended the business part of the meeting. Immediately after all the business was transacted, the religious service was celebrated, the ceremonial of which varied according to the season of the year, and it was followed by the obscene fertility rites. The whole ceremony ended with feasting and dancing, and the assembly broke up at dawn. This was apparently the usual course of the ritual of the Sabbath. The esbat had less ceremonial, and the religious service was not performed. The devil himself often went round and collected the congregation, and, not being in his grand arroy, he appeared as a man in ordinary dress. Instead of the religious service with the adoration of the god, the witches worked the spells and charms with which they bewitched or unbewitched their enemies and friends, or they exercised new methods which they learnt from their master, or received instructions how to practice the arts of healing and secret poisoning, of causing and blasting fertility. There are a few general accounts of the usual course of the Sabbath ritual. Denius, 1575, does not distinguish clearly between the two classes of meetings, but at the same time he seems to have realized that a certain order was followed. Satan calleth them together into a diulish synagogue. And that he may also understand of them how well and diligently they ha fulfilled their office of intoxicating committed unto them, and who they ha slain, wherefore they meet together in certain appointed places. Whe they meet together he appeareth visibly to them in sundry forms, as the head and chief of that congregation. Then do they all repeat the oath which they ha given to him, in acknowledging him to be their God, the fowl they to dancing. Which being all finished, then he demandeth again of them what they would require of him. Unto some he goeth poisons ready made, and others he teacheth how to make and mingle new. Finally, if in anything they need his presence and help, by quenent he promiseth to be present with them. Boget, 1589, is more exact, as he obtained his knowledge at first hand. Les sorciers estins assemblies en leur synagogue durant premièrement Satan, ils lie offrent de chandelles, and l'obéissent aux parties hontiuses de derrière. Quelquefois anchor il tient vin image noir, chu il faut baiser aux sorciers. Les sorciers en second lieu dansent. Les danses finis, les sorciers viennent à esse coupler. Les sorciers, après ester votre parmi les plaisirs amants de la chair, banquet tent and se festoyant. Les sorciers rendent conti à Satan de ce chu ils fate des la dernière assemblée. Il fate renoncer de nouveau à ces misérable, Dieu, cresem, and baptism. Il leur fate rafraîchir le serment solennel chu ils fate. The English account is put together from foreign sources to a great extent. They are carried out of the house, either by the window, door, or chimney, mounted on their imps. Thus brought to the designed place, they find a great number of others arrived there by the same means, who, before Lucifer takes his place in his throne as king, do make their accustomed homage, adoring, and proclaiming him their Lord. And rendering him all honor. This solemnity being finished, they sit to table where no delicate meats are wanting. At the sound of many pleasant instruments the table is taken away, and the pleasant consort invites them to a ball. At the last, the lights are put out. The incubuses in the shapes of proper men satisfy the desires of the witches, and the succubuses serve for whores to the wizards. At last before Aurora brings back the day, each one mounts on his spirit, and so returns to his respective dwelling place. Sometimes at their solemn assemblies, the devil commands, that each tell what wickedness he hath committed. When the assembly is ready to break up, and the devil to dispatch them, he publisheth this law with a loud voice, revenge yourselves or else ye shall die. Then each one kissing the posteriors of the devil returns upon their airy vehicles to their habitations. 2. Homage. In some places the witches saluted their chief by falling on their knees, and also by certain manual gestures, in other places by curtsies and obeisances. In Scotland, France, and Belgium, another rite was also in vogue, that of kissing the devil on any part of his person that he might direct. At Como and Brescia the witches, when they paid reverence to the presiding demon, bent themselves backwards, lifting a foot in the air forwards. Remigius, writing of the Lorraine witches in 1589, says, Es erzelt die Beatrix Bayona das einer unter ihnen allen der Oberstier Wr, welcher in einer Zell auf einem hohen Stuhl saß, sehr ernsthaftig und praktig heraus. Zu demselbigen tritt je einer nach dem andern, mit furcht und zittern, fall ihm zum Zeichen seiner Erarbeitung für die Fuss, und Umfang in mit aller Demuth und Reverence. Erstlich fallen sie nieder auf ihr Knie. Darnach legen sie die Hand auswendig zusammen, als Diogenigen pflegen zu thun, welch abtesteren, jedik auf dem Rücken und verkehrter Weiss, sie haben den Rücken zu ihm gewandt, bleiben so lang niend, bis selbsten zu ihnen sagt. Das es genugsam sei. In Somerset, 1664, the witches always mention the salutation. At their first meeting the man in black bids them welcome, and they all make low obeisance to him. Elizabeth Style, Alice Duke, and Bishop, Mary Penny, met about 9 of the clock in the night, in the common near Treaster Gate, where they met a man in black clothes with a little band, to whom they did courtesy and due observance. Mary Green, went with others to Hussy's Nap in the forest in the night time, where met them the fiend in the shape of a little man in black clothes with a little band, to him all made obeisances. On Thursday night before Whitsunday last, she met several others, and being met they called out Robin. Upon which instantly appeared a little man in black clothes to whom all made obeisance, and the little man put his hand to his hat, saying, How d'ye? Speaking low but big. Then all made low obeisances to him again. As late as the 18th century there is a similar account. Denius, 1575, and Cooper, 1617, are the only writers who mention the kiss in their general accounts of the ceremonies. The former says, Then biddeth he that they fall down and worship him, after what manner and gesture of body he pleaseth, and best liketh of. Thus some of them fall down at his knees, some offer to him black burning candles, other kiss him in some part of his body where he appeareth visibly. Cooper mentions it as part of the admission ceremony. Secondly, when this acknowledgment is made, in testimonial of this subjection, Satan offers his backparts to be kissed of his vassal. The ceremony is one of the earliest of which there is any record. In 1303 a bishop of Coventry was accused at Rome of a number of crimes, amongst others, quod diabolo homagium fecerat, eum furit osculatus in tergo. Guillaume Edeline was tried in 1453, he was doctor in theology, prieur de s. Germain en lay, edi opprevant Augustine, edi religieux de certains autres ordres. Confessa let sire Guillaume, de sa bonne French volant, avoir fait homage audit ennemi en la species semblance d'un mouton, en l'obéissant par le fondement en signe de reverence et de homage. Martin Tolauf, tried in Guernsey in 1563, went to a meeting, ouly avoit chink ou 6 chats, d'ouily en avoit un que estoit noir, comme anoit la danse, edtqil estoit sur ses pites plat, et que laidite colonette l'obéissa p de derrière. Edili pila Chris. Edili disti laidite vlsq letit chat estoit le diable. Esteban de Cambreau, in 1567, described the ceremonies at the Sabbath. Ilsse mettent à danser, l'entour d'une pierre, sur lequel est assis vien grand homme noir, qu'elles appellent Mosier, and chacun de l'assemblée li va baiser le derrière. The witches of Poitiers in 1574, dansoyant à l'entour du bouc, pousse vien chacun li baisoit le derrière. The same ceremony took place at North Berwick in 1590, now after that the duel had ended his admonitions, he came down out of the pulpit, and caused all the company to come and kiss his ears, whilk they said was called like ice. Jane Bustow confessed that at meetings at Puy-de-Dôme in 1594 all the witches had candles which they lighted at his, and danced in a circle back to back. They kissed his backside, and prayed that he would help them. Andrew Mann of Aberdeen in 1597 confessed, that all they cuha convenis with Thane Kisses Christende and the Queen of Elfinis heirs. Roland de Vernois in 1598, confessa que le diable se presenta pour lors au sabbat en fermi devien gros chat noir. Que tu su, que estoyant au sabbat, aloyant baiser ce gros chat noir au derrière. Cornelie van Beverwyck, aged 75, at Ghent in 1598, was accused that vous n'avez pas craint de vous agenouiller devant Louis, de lui rendre homage et de baiser son derrière en signe de soumission. Claire Gosson in 1603 went to l'Assemblée nocturne de Lembeek, après la danse, la, comme tous les assistants, bais un bouc à l'endroit saq. Jeanette Diabity in 1609 in the Basses Pyrenees said, regarding the renunciation which she made on admission, il li faisoit renoueller touts les voituel aloit au sabbat, pousse l'aloit baiser au derrière. At the celebrated trial of Louis Goffardy Aix in 1610, Magdalene de Demandels gave a detailed account of the homage rendered by the witches. First the hags and witches, who are people of a sordid and base condition, are the first that come to adore the prince of the synagogue, who is Lucifer's lieutenant, and he that now holdeth that place is Louis Goffardy, then they adore the princess of the synagogue who is a woman placed at his right hand. Next they go and worship the Diawl who is seated in a throne like a prince. In the second place come the sorcerers and sorceresses, who are people of a middle condition, and these perform the same kind of adoration with the former, kneeling upon the ground, but not prostrating themselves as do the other. Although they kiss the hands and feet of the diule as the first likewise do. In the third place come the magicians who are gentlemen and people of a higher ranka. Isabel Gaudí of Aldern in 1662 said, "Sometimes he vold be like a stirk, a bull, a dare, a ray, or a dowg, and he vold hold wp his tail until we wold kiss his arse." The explanation of this rite is given in the French authorities. Le diable estoit en fermi de book, ayant vin q, and au desubs vn visage d'homme noir, ol fut contraint le baiser. L. depose, que la première fois chuel li fut presenti el le baisa a ce visage de derrière au desubs divin grande q, chuel ly a base par trois fois, and chuil au at aussi ce visage faked comme le museau divin book. Il a vin grande q au derrière, and vin fermi de visage au desubs, duquel visage il ne préfère aucune parole, eins li cert pour le donner à baiser à ce que bon li semble. Es fest solennels en baissoit le diable au derrière, mais les notables sorcières le baisoyant au visage. The two faces are thus distinctly vouched for, and the use of them seems to have been to distinguish the position of the witch in the society. The mask or disguise is clearly indicated in the evidence of Isaac de Queyron, who with others, le baisrent avine fes que estoit blanche and rouge, and all it la for me divine grande quis divin and estoit value. The devil was also kissed on other parts of his person. Marion Grant of the Aberdeen Witches, 1597, confessed that he causeth to kiss him in divers parties, and worship him on thy knees as thy lord. Some of the Lyons witches le baiserent aux parties hantiuses de derrière, les autres le baisent sur l'espal. Jeanette d'Abadie in the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, confessed, que le diable li faisoit baiser son visage, pousse le nombril, pousse le membre viril, pousse son derrière. In connection with this last statement, it is worth comparing Doughty's account of an Arab custom. There is a strange custom, not only of nomad women, but in the Arabic countries even among Christians, which may seem to remain of the old idolatry among them, of mothers, their gossips, and even young maidens, visiting married women to kiss with a kind of devotion the hammam of the male children. 3. The dances. Dances as an important part of fertility rites are too well known to need description. The witches' dances, taken in conjunction with the dates of the 4 great Sabbaths of the year, point to the fact that they also were intended to promote fertility. There were several forms of ritual dances, varying apparently according to the form of fertility required, whether of crops, animals, or human beings. The jumping dance seems to have had for its object the growth of the crops. The higher the performers jumped, the higher the crops would grow. The so-called obscene or indecent dance was for the promotion of fertility among animals and women. When the dancers were disguised as animals, the dance was for the increase of the animals represented, when undisguised, for the fertility of human beings. Although the dances took place at English witch meetings, they are merely mentioned and not described. The Scotch trials give rather fuller accounts, but the chief details are from France. The two principal forms of the dance were the ring dance and the follow my leader dance, but there was also a very complicated form which was not understood by the inquisitors, who therefore dismiss it with the words, tout est and confusion. It still survives, however, in the Basses Pyrenees, in some of the very villages which were inhabited by witches in the 16th century, those witches whose proceedings de Lancre describes so vividly. The ring dances were usually round some object. Sometimes a stone, sometimes the devil stood or was enthroned in the middle. Thomas Lais, with a great number of other witches, came to the market and fish cross of Aberdeen, under the conduct and guiding of the devil present with you, all in company. Playing before you on his kind of instruments, ye all danced about both the said crosses, and the meal market, a long space of time. In the witch devil's dance, thou the said Thomas was foremost and led the ring, and dang the said Catherine Mitchell, because she spoiled your dance, and ran not so fast about as the rest. Testified by the said Catherine Mitchell, who was present with thee at the time for said dancing with the devil. Margaret O.G. was indicted for going to Craigloch on Hallow Even last, and there, accompanied by thy own 2 daughters, and certain others, your devilish adherents and companions, ye danced all together, about a great stone. Under the conduct of Satan, your master, a long space. Jonet Lucas was accused of dancing in a ring on the same occasion. Beatrice Robbie was indicted as a notorious witch, in coming, under the conduct of the devil thy master, with certain others, thy devilish adherents, to Craigloch, and their dancing altogether about a great stone, a long space. And the devil your master playing before you. In the Basses Pyrénées, ils mettent à danser l'entour d'une pierre, que est plenty audit lou, sur lequel est assis un grand homme noir. Jane Bosdeau, who confessed freely and without torture and continued constant in it in the midst of the flames in which she was burnt, said that she had been to a witch meeting, and danced in a circle back to back. Les sorcières dansant, and font leurs danses en ronde, dozen contre dozen les boiteaux y vont plus disposement que les autres, et, inciterient les autres à sauter un danser. Quelquefois, mais rarement, ils dansent deux à deux, and parfois lvnca en l'autre là, and toujours en confusion, estins tels danses semblables à celles de phase, vrais diables incorpores, que regnoyant ilny apologue temps. On y dance toujours le dos tourne au centre de la danse, que fait que les filles sont accoutumées à porter les mains en arrière en cette des ronde, qu'elles y traînent tout le corps, and ly donnant vien pli corbe en arrière. Ayant les bras à demi-tournées, si bien que la plupart ont le ventre communément grand, enfle en avance, and vien peu penchant sur le devant. On y dance fort peu sunt vien à vien, c'est à dire vien sol oic vien femo fille. On ny dancoit que 3 sorts de brancels, communément se tournant les espaules lvn à l'autre, and le dos devient chascan visant dans le rond de la danse, and le visage en dehors. La première c'est à la bohémienne. La seconde c'est à sots. Ces deux sont en ronde. Ils aperçurent à l'entrée, devient bois, vien ronde, au cern, dans lequel ily all it plusieurs vestiges de pites de homies, diaphans, and d'hours, ou bien d'autres best semblables, lesquels estoyant seulement in français devien demi-doit dans la neige. Quoique que pourriez ils y entrassent iasques à la cincha. The Swedish witches danced in the same manner. We used to go to a gravel pit which lay hard by a crossway, and there we put on a garment over our heads, and then danced round. The round dance was so essentially a witch dance that Moore says, it might be here very seasonable to inquire into the nature of those large dark rings in the grass, which they call fairy circles, whether they be the rendezvous of witches, or the dancing places of those little puppet spirits which they call elves or fairies. It will be seen from the above quotations that there were many varieties in the ring dance. This was the case also in the Follow My Leader dance. There seems to have been also a combination of the 2 dances. Or perhaps it would be more correct to say that sometimes the ring and Follow My Leader figures were used together so as to form one complete dance, as in the modern lancers. In both forms of the dance one of the chief members of the society was the ring leader, or leader of the dance. In the Follow My Leader dance this was often the devil, but in the ring dances this place was usually taken by the second in command. When, however, the devil was the leader, the second in command was in the rear to keep up those who could not move so quickly as the others. As pace was apparently of importance, and as it seems to have been a punishable offense to lag behind in the dance, this is possibly the origin of the expression the devil take the hindmost. At North Berwick Barbara Napier met her comrades at the church, where she danced endlong the kirkyard, and Geely Duncan played on a trump, John Fyan, Missellet, led the ring. Agnes Sampson and her daughters and all the rest following the said Barbara, to the number of 70 of persons. Isabel Gaudí was unfortunately not encouraged to describe the dances in which she had taken part, so that our information, instead of being full and precise, is very meagre. Jean Mardian is maiden to the coven that I am of. And her nickname is, Over the Dyke with It, because the devil always takes the maiden in his hand next him, when we dance gillitripes, and when he would loo from, words broken here, he and she will say, over the dyke with it. Another Scotch example is Mr. Gideon Penman, who had been minister at Crichton. He usually was in the rear in all their dances, and beat up all those that were slow. Barton's wife one night going to a dancing upon Pentland Hills, he, the devil, went before us in the likeness of a rough tanny dog, playing on a pair of pipes. De Lanker concludes his description of the dances, see above, p. 131, by an account of an endlong dance. L'autroisième est aussi le dos tourne, mais aussi tenant tout en long, and sans essayer de prendre de mains, ils approchant si près chu ils essayer touchant, and essayer rencontrant dos à dos, vien avec vien femme. And a certain cadence ils essayer choquant and frappant impudement col contre col. It was perhaps this dance which the devil led, le diable voit parfois danser simplement comme spectateur. Parfois il mène la danse, changeant soit de main and se mettant à la main de celles que li plaisant le plus. In Northumberland in 1673 their particular devil took them that did most evil, and danced with them first. The devil, in the forme of a little black man in black clothes, called of one Isabel Thompson, of Sleely, widow, by name, and required of her what service she had done him. She replied she had got power of the body of one Margaret Teasdale. And after he had danced with her he dismissed her, and called of one Thomasine, wife of Edward Watson, of Sleely. Denius also notes that the devil was the leader, the fowl they to dancing, wherein he leddeth the dance, or else they hoppa and dance merely about him. This is perhaps what de Lanker means when he says that, après la danse ils se mettent parfois à sauter. A curious variation of the Follow My Leader dance was practiced at Aberdeen on Rood Day, a date which as I have shown elsewhere corresponds with the Walpurgisnacht of the German witches. The meeting took place upon St. Catherine's Hill, and there under the conduct of Satan, present with you, playing before you, after his form, ye all danced a devilish dance, riding on trees, by a long space. Other variations are also given. The dance is strange, and wonderful, as well as diabolical, for turning themselves back to back, they take one another by the arms and raise each other from the ground, then shake their heads to and fro like antics. And turn themselves as if they were mad. Reginald Scott, quoting Bowden, says, at these magical assemblies, the witches noyer fail to dance, and in their dance they sing these words, har har, devel devel, dance here, play here, Sabbath Sabbath. And whiles they sing and dance, every one hath a broom in her hand, and holdeth it vp aloft. Item he saith, that these night-walking or rather night-dancing witches, brought out of Italy into France, that dance which is called La Volta. There is also a description of one of the dances of the Italian witches, at Como and Brescia a number of children from 8 to 12 years of age, who had frequented the Sabbat, and had been reconverted by the inquisitors. Gave exhibitions in which their skill showed that they had not been taught by human art. The woman was held behind her partner and they danced backward, and when they paid reverence to the presiding demon they bent themselves backwards, lifting a foot in the air forwards. In Lorraine the round dance always moved to the left. As the dancers faced outwards, this would mean that they moved widdershins, i.e. against the sun. Ferner, das sie ihr Tanze in einem ronden Kreis rings umber Fuhren, und die Ruck zusammen gekeret haben, wie ein unter den dreien gracious Pfleget Fergerissen zu werden, und also zusammen tanzen. Sibylla Morelia sagt, dass der Rehen allezeit auf der linken Hand umbergehe. One form of the witches' dance seems to survive among the children in the Walloon districts of Belgium. It appears to be a mixture of the ordinary round dance and the third of de Lanker's dances, for it has no central personage, and the striking of back against back is a marked feature. Les enfants font un ronditi repetent un couplet. Chaque fois, un joueur design fait demi-tour sur place et se remet à tourner avec les autres en faisant face à l'extérieur du cercle. Quand tous les joueurs sont retournes, ils se rapprochent et se hurtent le dos en cadence. 4. The music. The music at the assemblies was of all kinds, both instrumental and vocal. The English trials hardly mention music, possibly because the Sabbath had fallen into a decadent condition. But the Scotch and French trials prove that it was an integral part of the celebration. The devil himself was the usual performer, but other members of the society could also supply the music, and occasionally one person held the position of piper to the devil. The music was always as an accompaniment of the dance. The instrument in general use was a pipe, varied in England by a cittern, in Scotland by the trump or Jew's harp, also an instrument played with the mouth. The Somerset witches said that the man in black sometimes plays on a pipe or cittern, and the company dance. The North Berwick witches, 1590, when at the special meeting called to compass the death of the king, danced along the kirkyard, Gilles Duncan playing on a trump. The instrument of the Aberdeen devil, 1597, though not specified, was probably a pipe. It is usually called his for me of instrument, in the ditties. Isabel Cockey of Aberdeen was accused of being at a Sabbath on All-Hallow Eve, thou wast the ringleader, next Thomas Laius. And because the devil played not so melodiously and well as thou Cruet, thou took his instrument out of his mouth, then took him on the chaps therewith, and played thyself thereon to the whole company. At another meeting, John at Lucas was present, thou and they was under the conduct of thy master, the devil, dancing in ein ring, and he playing melodiously upon ein instrument, albeit invisibly to you. At Tranent, 1659, 8 women and a man named John Douglas confessed to having merry meetings with Satan, enlivened with music and dancing. Douglas was the piper, and the 2 favourite airs of his majesty were, Kilt thy coat, Maggie, and Come thy way with me, and Hewley the bed will fa. Agnes Spark at Forfar, 1661, did see about a dozen of people dancing, and they had sweet music amongst them, and, as she thought, it was the music of a pipe. Barton's wife was at a meeting in the Pentland Hills, where the devil went before us in the likeness of a rough tanny dog, playing on a pair of pipes. The spring he played, says she, was, the silly bit che ken, gar cast it a pickle and it will grow meikle. At Crook of Devon, 1662, the 2 old witches, Margaret Huggin and Janet Payton, confessed to being at a meeting, and the foresaid's hale women was there likeways and did all dance and ein piper play. In France the instruments were more varied. Marie d'Aspelcuet, aged 19, voyoit dancer avec violons, trumpets, ou tabourins, que rendoyant vin trace grande harmonie. Isaac de Queyron, aged 25, said that a minor devil, Diablo Tun, played on a tambourine, while the witches danced. But as usual de Lanker is at his best when making a general summary. Els dansent au son du petit tabourin de la flust, and parfois avec ce long instrument ils posent sur le col, pousse s'allongent jusqu'aux opers de la cincha. Ils le battent avec vien petit baston, parfois avec vien violon. Mais si any sont les sols instrums du sabbat, car nous ayons apprens de plusieurs, qu'on y oit tout sort d'instruments, avec vien tel harmonie, n'y a concert au monde que le puisse scaler. Vocal music was also heard at the meetings, sometimes as an accompaniment of the dance, sometimes as an entertainment in itself. When it was sung as a part of the dance, the words were usually addressed to the master, and took the form of a hymn of praise. Such a hymn addressed to the god of fertility would be full of allusions and words to shock the sensibilities of the Christian priests and ministers who sat in judgment on the witches. Denius gives a general account of these scenes. Then foul they to dancing, wherein he letteth the dance, or else they hoppa and dance merely about him, singing most filthy songes made in his praise. Sinclair had his account from a clergyman. A reverend minister told me, that one who was the devil's piper, a wizard confessed to him, that at a ball of dancing, the foul spirit taught him a bawdy song to sing and play, as it were this night. And ere 2 days past all the lads and lasses of the town were lilting it thro' the street. It were abomination to rehearse it. At Forfar Helen Guthrie told the court that Andrew Watson made great merriment by singing his old ballads, and Isabel Shurry did sing her song called Tinkletum Tankletum. Occasionally the devil himself was the performer, as at Innerkip, where according to Marie Lamont, he sung to us and we all dance it. Boget notes that the music was sometimes vocal and sometimes instrumental, les hautbois any manquant pas à ces bats, car ily and a cassant commis à faire le devoir de menestrier, Satan youe mesem de la flotte le plus sunt. And autrefois les sorciers s'y contentent de chanter à la voix, disant toutefois leurs chansons pessimessel, and avec vine confusion tel, ils nes entendent pas les vns les autres. At Aix in 1610, the magicians and those that can read, sing certain psalms as they do in the church, especially Laudate Dominum Decilis, Confidamini Domino Quoniam Bonus, and the Canticle Benedicite. Transferring all to the praise of Lucifer and the Diuls, and the hags and sorcerers do howl and vary their hellish cries high and low counterfeiting a kind of villainous music. They also dance at the sound of viols and other instruments, which are brought thither by those that were skilled to play upon them. At another French trial in 1652 the evidence showed that, on dansait sans musique, aux chansons. 5. The feast. The feast, like the rest of the ritual, varied in detail in different places. It took place either indoors or out according to the climate and the season. In southern France almost invariably in the open air, in Scotland and Sweden almost always under cover, in England sometimes one, sometimes the other. Where it was usual to have it in the open, tables were carried out and the food laid upon them. Indoor feasts were always spread on tables, but in the English accounts of the open-air meal the cloth was spread, picnic fashion, on the ground. The food was supplied in different ways. Sometimes entirely by the devil, sometimes entirely by one member of the community, and sometimes, picnic fashion again, all the company brought their own provisions. Consequently the quality of the food varied considerably. On some occasions it was very good, on others very homely. But no matter who provided it, the thanks of the feasters were solemnly and reverently given to the master, to whose power the production of all food was due. In a certain number of cases it is said that the food eaten at the feasts was of an unsatisfying nature. This statement is usually made in the general descriptions given by contemporary writers, it is rarely found in the personal confessions. When it does so occur, it is worth noting that the witch is generally a young girl. If this were always the case, it would be quite possible that then, as now, dancing and excitement had a great effect on the appetite, and that the ordinary amount of food would appear insufficient. The taboo on salt is interesting, but it does not appear to have been by any means universal. It does not seem to occur at all in Great Britain, where the food at the feasts was quite normal. Some authorities appear to think that the witches ate the best of everything. They sit to table where no delicate meats are wanting to gratify their appetites, all dainties being brought in the twinkling of an eye, by those spirits that attend the assembly. Though this is dramatically expressed it is confirmed by the statements of the witches themselves. The Lancashire witches had a great feast when they met in Malking Tower to consult as to the rescue of Mother Demdike. The persons aforesaid had to their dinners beef, bacon, and roasted mutton. Which mutton, as this examinate said brother said, was of a wether of Christopher Swires of Barley, which wether was brought in the night before into this examinate's mother's house by the said Iams dus. This examinate said brother, and in this examinate's sight killed and eaten. And before their said parting away, they all appointed to meet at the said Preston's wives' house that day 12 months, at which time the said Preston's wife promised to make them a great feast. The feast of the Faversham witches was also indoors. Joan Carradine confessed that Goodwife Hot told her within these 2 days that there was a great meeting at Goodwife Pantry's house, and that Goodwife Dodson was there, and that Goodwife Gardner should have been there, but did not come. And the devil sat at the upper end of the table. This was always the devil's place at the feast, and beside him sat the chief of the women witches. The Somerset trials give more detail than any of the other English cases. Elizabeth Stiles said that, at their meeting they have usually wine or good beer, cakes, meat or the like. They eat and drink really when they meet in their bodies, dance also and have music. The man in black sits at the higher end, and an bishop usually next him. He useth some words before meat, and none after, his voice is audible, but very low. She enters into a little more detail in another place. They had wine, cakes, and roast meat, all brought by the man in black, which they did eat and drink. They danced and were merry, and were bodily there, and in their clothes. Alice Duke gave a similar account, all sate down, a white cloth being spread on the ground, and did drink wine, and eat cakes and meat. The Scotch trials show that it was usually the witches who entertained the master and the rest of the band. Alison Pearson, whose adventures among the fairies are very interesting, stated that a man in green appret to hear, ane lusty main, with mony mean and weemen with him, and that sco san at her and pray it. And passed with thame forter nor sco could tell. And saw with thame piping meerings and good skier, and west carriot to low theen, and saw wine puncheonies with tassies with thame. On another occasion a very considerable meeting took place in an old house near Castle Semple, where a splendid feast was prepared, which pleased the royal visitor so much, that he complimented his entertainers for their hospitality, and endearingly addressed them as his bairns. The Forfar witches had many feasts, Helen Guthrie says of one occasion. They went to Mary Ryan's house and sat down together at the table, the Devil being present at the head of it. And some of them went to John Benny's house, he being a brewer, and brought ale from hence, and others of them went to Alexander Heash's and brought aqua vitae from thence, and thus made themselves merry. And the Devil made much of them all, but especially of Mary Rind, and he kissed them all except the said Helen herself, whose hand only he kissed, and she and Jonet Stout sat opposite one to another at the table. Of the meeting at Murano's there are several accounts. The first is by little Jonet Howitt, Helen Guthrie's young daughter. At this meeting there were about 20 persons present with the Devil, and they dance together and eat together, having beef, bread, and ale. And she did eat and drink with them herself, but her belly was not filled, and she filled the drink to the rest of the company. Elspeth Alexander confirms this statement, the Devil and the witches did drink together having flesh, bread, and ale. And so also does the Jonet Stout who sat opposite to Helen Guthrie at the table, the Devil and the said witches did eat and drink, having flesh, bread, and ale upon ane table, and Jonet Hewitt was caper and filled the drink. On one occasion they tried to wreck the bridge of Cortequy. When we had done, Elspeth, Bruce, gave the Devil ane goose in her own house, and he dated her more than them all, because she was ane pretty woman. The Kinrossshire witches obtained their food from the Devil, and this is one of the few instances of complaints as to the quality of it. Sathon gave you, Robert Wilson, both meat and drink sundry times, but it never did you any good. And Janet Brew confessed that ye got rough bread and sour drink from Sathon at the bents of Balrudry. According to Marie Lamont, the Devil came to Katrine Scott's house, in the midst of the night. He gave them wine to drink, and wheat bread to eat, and they were all very merry. Isabel Gowdy's confession gives a wealth of detail as usual. We would go to several houses in the night time. We were at Candlemas last in Grangehill, where we got meat and drink enough. The Devil sat at the head of the table, and all the coven about. That night he desired Alexander Elder in Earl's Seat to say the grace before meat, which he did. And is this, we eat this meat in the Devil's name, etc., and then we began to eat. And when we had ended eating, we looked steadfastly to the Devil, and bowing ourselves to him, we said to the Devil, we thank thee, our Lord, for this. We killed an ox, in Burgee, about the dawing of the day, and we brought the ox with us home to Aldern, and did eat all amongst us in an house in Aldern, and feasted on it. At Borrostonis the witches went to different houses for their feasts, which seem to have been supplied partly by the hostess, partly by the Devil and the guests. Ye and each person of you was at several meetings with the Devil in the links of Borrostonis, and in the house of you Bessie Vicar, and ye did eat and drink with the Devil, and with one another, and with witches in her house in the night time. And the Devil and the said William Craw brought the ale which he drank, extending to about 7 gallons, from the house of Elizabeth Hamilton. In 1692 Goodwife Foster of Salem gave a rather charming description of the picnic feast with the coven from Andover. I inquired what she did for victuals, at the meeting. She answered that she carried bread and cheese in her pocket, and that she and the Andover company came to the village before the meeting began, and sat down together under a tree, and eat their food. And that she drank water out of a brook to quench her thirst. The continental evidence varies very little from the British. Except in a few details, the main facts are practically the same. De Lanker summarizes the evidence which he himself collected, and contrasts it with what other authorities said on the subject. Les lures dicent que les sorciers mangent au sabbat de ce que le diable leur a oppressed, mais bien soit il n'y trop que de viands tu ils ont port us mesmes. Parfois il y a plusieurs tables serues de bons viewers, and d'autres fois de tres mesquins, and a table on se side sealen sa qualite, iant chacun son demon assis opers, and parfois vis a vis. Ils benissent leur table ignoquant Beelzebub, and lieutenant pour celui que leur fait ce bien. The young man which, Isaac de Queyron, told de Lanker that the witches sat at a table with the black man at the end, and had bread and meat which was spread on a cloth. The evidence at the trial of Louis Goffarty at Aix in 1610 gives other details, though the eating of children's flesh is probably an exaggeration. They provide a banquet, setting 3 tables according to the 3 diocesies of the people above named. They that haw the charge of bread, do bring in bread made of corn. The drink which they haw is momsey. The meat they ordinarily eat is the flesh of young children, which they cook and make ready in the synagogue, sometimes bringing them thither alieu by stealing them from those houses where they haw opportunity to come. They haw no vse of news at table for fear lest they should be laid across. They haw also no salt. Boget also collected a considerable amount of information from the witches who fell into his hands. Les sorciers, après esster votre parmi les plaisirs immondes de la chair. Banquet tent and se festoyant, leurs banquets estins composes de plusieurs sortes de viands, sealen les lots, and qualités de personnes. Par deca la table estoit couverte de beurre, de fromage, and de chair. Claude Ian Guillaume Iaquima Paget, and quelques autres adiostoyant tu il au et vin grande chaudière sur le feu, dans lequel chacun aloit prendre de la chair. On y boit aussi du vin, and le plus sunt de l'eau. Antoine Tournier a confesse tu en au et bu, le vin, don vn goblet de bois, les autres parloyant seulement d'eau. Mais il ny a imas cel nces repose. Les sorciers ont que de prendre leur repose benissant la table, mais avec de paroles remplies de blasphemes, faisans Beelzebub author and conservateur de toutes choses. Ils accordant tu il ny a point de gout aux viands tu ils mangent au sabbat, and que le chair n'est autre chair que de chul. Iti adiestant en outre, que lors tu ils sortant de table, ils sont aussi affamés que quand ils entrant. Antide colas racontoit particulièrement que les viands estoyant froids. Toutefois il faut croire que bien sunt en mange au sabbat à bon escient, and non par fantaisie and imagination. The cold food occurs also in the accusation against a Belgian witch, Elizabeth Vlamings, in 1595, vous meme vous avez apport aux convives un hochpot, hutspot, Freud, que vous aviez préparé d'avance. In Sweden the witches collected the food and sent it to the devil, who gave them as much of it as he thought fit. The feast was always held indoors in the house known as Blockula. In a huge large room of this house, they said, there stood a very long table, at which the witches did sit down. They sate down to table, and those that the devil esteemed most, were placed nearest to him, but the children must stand at the door, where he himself gives them meat and drink. The diet they did use to have there, was, they said, broth with colwerts and bacon in it, oatmeal, bread spread with butter, milk and cheese. And they added that sometimes it tasted very well, and sometimes very ill. 6. Candles. At first sight it would seem that the candles were naturally used only to illuminate the midnight festivities, but the evidence points to the burning lights being part of the ritual. This is also suggested by the importance, in the cult, of the early spring festival of Candlemas, a festival which has long been recognized as of pre-Christian origin. The light is particularly mentioned in many instances as being carried by the devil, usually on his head. The witches often lit their torches and candles at this flame, though sometimes it seems that the devil lit the torch and then presented it to the witch. To call the chief of the cult Lucifer was therefore peculiarly appropriate, especially at the Candlemas Sabbath. In 1574 the witches of Poitiers went to a crossroads, la se truoit vn grand bouc noir, que parloit comme vin person aux assistants, and dansoyant à l'entour du bouc, pousse vn chacun lie baswat le derrière, avec vin chandelle ardente. The witches of North Berwick in 1590 mention candles as part of the ritual. At their meeting the Nycht in the Kirk of North Berwick, the duel, clad in a black gown with a black hat upon his head, preached to a great number of them out of the pulpit. Having liked candles round about him. John Fian blew up the kirk doors, and blew in the lights, which were like mickle black candles, holden in an old man's hand, round about the pulpit. John Fian was taken to North Berwick Church where Satan commanded him to make him homage with the rest of his servants, where he thought he saw the light of a candle, standing in the midst of his servants, which appeared blue low, flame. In 1594 at Puydôme Jane Basteau went, at midnight on the eve of St. John into a field, where there appeared a great black goat with a candle between his horns. At Aberdeen in 1597 Marion Grant confessed that, the duel apert to the, within this octian deus or thurby, quum tho calus thy God, about ein hour in the night, and apert to thee in ein great man his likeness. In silken habiliment, with ein quit candle in his hand. In 1598 the witches whom Boguet tried said that les sorcières estins assemblées en leur synagogue adurant premièrement Satan, que apparait là, tantost en for me devien grand noir, tantost en for me de bouc, and pour plus grand homage. Ils lie offrent de chandelles, que rendent vin flamme de couleur bleue. Quelque fois anchor il tient vin image noir, tu il fait baiser aux sorcières. Antide colas and ses compagnis, en bisant cest image, offroyant vin chandelle ou buch diastrain ardente. Ces chandelles leur sont bailes par le diable, and se perdent en éjournouissant des lors quels lie out este offertes. Il sen est truc que ont confesse tu ils alloyant alimer le plus sunt leurs chandelles à vin autre chandelle, que le démon, estant en fermi de bouc, portoito decis de la test entre les deux cornes. Some of the witches of the Basses Pyrenees, tried in 1609, said that the devil was comme vien grand bouc, ayat deux cornes duant and deux en derrière. Mais le commun est tu il a seulement trois cornes, and tu il a quelque espèce de lumière en celle du milieu, de laquelle il a accustom au sabbat d'esclairer, and donner du feu and de la lumière. Mesmes à ces sorcières que tenant quelques chandelles allumées aux cérémonies de la messe tu ils violent contrefaire. On lie voit aussi quelque espèce de bonnet au chapeau au dessus de ses cornes tout l'assemblée le 20 d'or le bisant sous la queue, and allument de chandelles noires. Barthélemy Mingwood of Brecky, a man of 25, tried in 1616, described the ceremonies of the Sabbath. After the sermon the worshippers vont à l'effort, tenant en leurs mains de chandelles de poix noir couleur sont dons par le diable. In 1646 Elizabeth Wheat of Great Catworth, Hunts, confessed that the devil came to her at night, and being demanded what light was there, she answered, none but the light of the Spirit. In 1652 a French witch stated that at the Sabbath, on dansait sans musique, aux chansons. Toutes les femmes y toyant tenues par les diables par leurs il y avoit de la lumière en chandelle tenue au milieu par un femme que n'y canoit. Au milieu il y oit un femme masquée tenant un chandelle. Barton's wife was at a witch meeting in the Pentland Hills, and coming down the hill when we had done, which was the best sport, he, the devil, carried the candle in his bottom under his tail, which played wig wag wig wag. Helen Guthrie in 1661 does not expressly mention candles or torches, but her description of the flickering light on the ground suggests their use. She was at a mating in the churchyard of Forfar in the half thereof, and they danced together, and the ground under them was all fire flockter. The Somerset witches stated that, when they met, the man in black bids them welcome, and they all make low obeisance to him, and he delivers some wax candles like little torches, which they give back again at parting. The light seems to have been sometimes so arranged, probably in a lantern, as to be diffused. This was the case at Toryburn, where the assembly was lit by a light which came from darkness. It was sufficiently strong for the dancers to see one another's faces, and to show the devil wearing a cap or hood which covered his neck and ears. The latest account of a witch meeting in the 18th century describes how the witches of Strathdown went to Polnane and there were steering themselves to and fro in their riddles, by means of their oars the brooms. Hallooing and skirling worse than the bogles, and each holding in her left hand a torch of fir. There is one account where the candle was for use and not for ritual. John Stewart of Paisley, in 1678, admitted the devil and some witches into his room one night in order to make a clay image of an enemy. Declares, that the black man did make the figure of the head and face and 2 arms to the said effigies. Declares, that the devil set 3 pins in the same, one in each side, and one in the breast, and that the declarant did hold the candle to them all the time the picture was making. John Stewart was the principal person on this occasion, and therefore had the honor of holding the light. The description of the event suggests that the saying, to hold a candle to the devil, took its rise in actual fact. The material of which the candles or torches were made was pitch, according to de Lancre, and at North Berwick the lights were like lighted candles burning with a blue flame. The white candle seems to have been essentially the attribute of the devil, the black candles or torches being distinctive of the witches. That the lights burned blue is due to the material of which the torches were made. The evanescent character of the light, when a wisp of straw was used, is noted in the evidence of Antide Colas. 7. The Sacrament. The earliest example of the religious services occurs in 1324 in the trial of Lady Alice Keitler. In rifling the closet of the lady, they found a wafer of sacramental bread, having the diul's name stamped thereon instead of Jesus Christ. According to Boget, 1589, the devil did not always perform the religious service himself, but Mass was celebrated by a priest among his followers. This custom is found in all countries and seems to have been as common as that the devil himself should perform the service. Celui, que est commis à faire l'office, est reus de divine chap noir sans croix, and après avoir mis de l'eau dans le calice Illinois tourne le dozen à l'autel, and pousse le vien rond de rau tinten noir, au lieu de el hostie. And lors tous les sorciers criant à haute voix, Meister, aide nous. Le diable en mesem temps pis don vien trou à terre, and fate de l'eau beneath de sun vrine, de laquelle celui, que dit la messe, arouse tous les assistants avec vien asperges noir. The devil of the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, performed the religious ceremony himself. Il habile en prestre pour dire messe, lequel il fait semblant de célébrer avec 1000 forbes and supplices, opers divien arbre, ou parfois opers divien rocher. Dressant quelques for me diodal sur de colonnes infernals, and sur islui sans dire le confidier, New York Alleluia, tournant les fuelets divien certain lure chuil à en main Illinois commence à marmotter quelques mots de la messe. And arriuant à l'offertoire il associate, and tout l'assemblée le vintador le baissant sous la queue, and aliment de chandelles noires, pousse li baissant la main gauche, tremblans avec 1000 angoisses, and li offrant du pain, de oafs. And de l'argent, and la roine du sabbat les recoit, lequel est assise à son cost gauche, and nsa main gauche el tiant vin pix ou platine, don lequel est graui l'effigie de Lucifer. Lequel en any base tu après elawar premierment base al. Pus ilse met à pressure, son subject est commument de la vaine gloire. Il finit son sermon, and continue ses autres cérémonies, loin vin certain hostai lequel est noir and rond, avec sa figure imprimée au dessus, and dison ces paroles, cc est mon corps. Il Louis el hosti sur ses corns, and a set esloatio tu sur de l'assemblée eladoret en dison ces mots, aquera goidi, aquera baiti, aquera goidi, aquera baiti, cavut dire, cabron arriba, cabron abero. De mesem en font ils au calus repetent ces mots, jusque ce chuil of wide tout ce que est don islui. Pus tout l'assemblée inuranant elodal en fermi de croissant ou demi-lune, prosternes par terra Illinois leur fate vien autre sermon, pus leur bailey à communier par ordre, donnant à chacun vien petit morceau de el hosti. And pour leur donner moyen de leur acement, Illinois leur don du gorges de quelques medicine infernal, and certain bruage de si mauvaise gauste en odeur, que el wallant ils sunt, and neat moins ils des si freud, chu il leur geli le corps, les nerfs. And les muels. Pus il es couple aix, and leur command den faire de mesem, si bien chu ils commettent mille incestes and autres peches contre nature. Pus il les inuit à se mettre à table. At Aix in 1610 Magdalene de Demandels said that accursed magician Louis, Goffardy, did first inuent the saying of Mass at the Sabbaths, and did really consecrate and present the sacrifice to Lucifer. She also related, that the said magician did sprinkle the consecrated wine upon all the company, at which time Uri one crieth, sanguis ius super nos and filios nostros. Lord Fountainhall remarks, in 1670 we heard that the devil appeared in the shape of a minister, in the copper mines of Sweden, and attempted the same villainous apery. The Scotch witches, like the Swedish, performed the rite after the manner of the Reformed churches. In 1678, the devil had a great meeting of witches in Loudoun, where, among others, was a warlock who formerly had been admitted to the ministry in the Presbyterian times, and when the bishops came in, conformed with them. But being found flagitious and wicked, was deposed by them, and now he turns a preacher under the devil of hellish doctrine, for the devil at this time preaches to his witches really, if I may so term it, the doctrine of the infernal pit, viz. Blasphemies against God and his Son Christ. Among other things, he told them that they were more happy in him than they could be in God, him they saw, but God they could not see. And in mockery of Christ and his holy ordinance of the sacrament of his supper, he gives the sacrament to them, bidding them eat it and to drink it in remembrance of himself. This villain was assisting to Satan in this action, and in preaching. Fountainhall in writing of the same convention of witches says that the devil adventured to give them the communion or holy sacrament, the bread was like wafers, the drink was sometimes blood sometimes black moss water. He preached and most blasphemously mocked them, if they offered to trust in God who left them miserable in the world, and neither he nor his Son Jesus Christ ever appeared to them when they called on them, as he had, who would not cheat them. The Abbé Guibourg, 1679, head of the Paris witches, a fate chez la voisin, revete d'Aube, d'idolité de manipule, un conjuration. The same abbé celebrated Mass more than once over the body of a woman and with the blood of a child, sacrificed for the occasion, in the chalice, see section on sacrifice. The woman, who served as the altar for these Masses, was always nude, and was the person for whose benefit the ceremony was performed. Marguerite Montvoisin makes this clear. Il est vrai aussi qu'une sage femme que demeurait au coin de la rue de Duports, distilla aussi les entrailles d'un enfant dont la mère y avait accouché. Avant la distillation, les entrailles de l'enfant et l'arrière-fakes de la mère avaient été portes à Saint-Denis, à Guibourg, par sa mère, la sage femme et la mère de l'enfant, sur le ventre de laquelle sa mère, à son retour. Louis dit que Guibourg avait dit la messe. Guibourg acknowledged that, besides the one just quoted, he celebrated 3 Masses in this way. At the first he used a conjuration. Il dit la duxième messe donne un mesure sur les remparts de Saint-Denis, sur la même femme, avec les mêmes cérémonies. Dit la troisième à Paris chez la voisine sur la même femme. The woman mentioned in Guibourg's confession was Madame de Montespan herself. The following conjuration was used at the first Mass. Sur le ventre d'une femme, Astaroth, Asmodee, Princess Diamede, je vous conjure d'accepter le sacrifice que je vous présente de cet enfant pour les choses que je vous demande. Que sont l'amity du roi, de manager le dauphin me soit continue et être honoré de princes et princesses de la cour, que reine ennemi soit déni de tout ce que je demanderai au roi, tant pour mes parents que serviteurs. A very interesting case is that of the Rev. George Burroughs in New England, 1692. He was accused by 8 of the confessing witches, as being an head actor at some of their hellish rendezvous, and one who had the promise of being a king in Satan's kingdom, now going to be erected. One Lacey testified that she and the prisoner, Martha Carrier, were once bodily present at a witch meeting in Salem Village, and that she knew the prisoner to be a witch and to have been at a diabolical sacrament. Another Lacey testified that the prisoner was at the witch meeting, in Salem Village, where they had bread and wine administered unto them. Deliverance Hobbs affirmed that this, Bridget, bishop was at a general meeting of the witches, in a field at Salem Village, and there partook of a diabolical sacrament in bread and wine then administered. Hutchinson had access to the same records and gives the same evidence, though even more strongly. Richard Carrier affirmed to the jury that he saw Mr. George Burroughs at the witch meeting at the village and saw him administer the sacrament. Mary Lacey, Sen. And her daughter Mary affirmed that Mr. George Burroughs was at the witch meetings with witch sacraments, and that she knows Mr. Burroughs to be of the company of witches. John Hale has a similar record. This D.H. Deliverance Hobbs confessed she was at a witch meeting at Salem Village. And the said G.B. preached to them, and such a woman was their deacon, and there they had a sacrament. Abigail Williams said, that the witches had a sacrament that day at an house in the village, and that they had red bread and red drink. With the evidence before him Mather seems justified in saying that the witches had their diabolical sacraments, imitating the baptism and the supper of our Lord. 8. Sacrifices. There are 4 forms of sacrifice. 1. The blood sacrifice, which was performed by making an offering of the witch's own blood. 2. The sacrifice of an animal. 3. The sacrifice of a human being, usually a child. 4. The sacrifice of the god. 1. The blood sacrifice took place first at the admission of the neophyte. Originally a sacrifice, it was afterwards joined to the other ceremony of signing the contract, the blood serving as the writing fluid. It also seems to be confused in the 17th century with the pricking for the mark, but the earlier evidence is clear. A writer who generalizes on the witchcraft religion and who recognizes the sacrificial nature of the act is Cooper. As he wrote in 1617, his evidence belongs practically to the 16th century. He says, in further token of their subjection unto Satan in yielding vp themselves huliven to his devotion, behold yet another ceremony here of suli is performed, namely, to let themselves bloud in some apparent place of the body. Yielding the same to be sucked by Satan, as a sacrifice to him, and testifying thereby the full subjection of their lewes and souls to his devotion. The earliest account of the ceremony is at Chelmsford in 1556. Elizabeth Frances learned this arte of witchcraft from her grandmother. When she taught it her, she counselled her to joue of her bloud to Sathon, as she termed it, whiche she delured to her in the likeness of a white spotted cat. Every time that he, the cat, did any thinge for her, she said that he required a drop of bloud, which she gave him by pricking herself. Some time after, Elizabeth Frances presented the Satan cat to Mother Waterhouse, passing on to her the instructions received from Elizabeth's grandmother. Mother Waterhouse gave him for his labor a chicken, which he first required of her, and a drop of her blood. And these she gave him at all times when he did any thinge for her, by pricking her hand or face and put tinge the bloud to his mouth whiche he sucked. In 1566 John Walsh, a Dorset witch, confessed that, at the first time when he had the spy right, Heis said Maester did cause him to deluer 1 drop of his blood, whych bloud the spy right did take away upon Heis paw. In Belgium in 1603 Claire Gosselin, après avoir don à boire de son sang à Satan, iti avoir bu du scene, a fait avec Louis unpacté. In the case of the Lancashire witch, Margaret Johnson, in 1633, it is difficult to say whether the pricking was for the purpose of marking or for a blood sacrifice, the slight verbal alterations in the two ms. Accounts of her confession suggest a confusion between the two ideas. The one appears to refer to the mark, the other, quoted here, to the sacrifice. Such witches as have sharp bones given them by the devil to prick them, have no paps or dugs whereon the ire devil may suck. But the ire devil receiveth bloud from the place, pricked with the bone, and they are more grand witches than any wighty have marks. In Suffolk in 1645 one Bush of Barton widow confessed that the Duel appeared to her in the shape of a young black man, and asked her for bloud, which he drew out of her mouth, and it dropped on a paper. At Aldern, in 1662, the blood was drawn for baptizing the witch. Isabel Gaudiz said, the devil marked me in the shoulder, and sucked out my blood at that mark, and spouted it in his hand, and, sprinkling it on my head, said, I baptized the Janet, in my Awin name. Janet Bredhade's evidence is practically the same, the devil marked me in the shoulder, and sucked out my blood with his mouth at that place, he spouted it in his hand, and sprinkled it on my head. He baptized me therewith, in his Awin nam, Christian. 2. The sacrifice of animals was general, and the accounts give a certain amount of detail, but the ceremony was not as a rule sufficiently dramatic to be considered worth recording. The actual method of killing the animal is hardly ever given. The rite was usually performed privately by an individual. On rare occasions it was celebrated by a whole coven, but it does not occur at the Great Assembly, for there the sacrifice was of the god himself. The animals offered were generally a dog, a cat, or a fowl, and it is noteworthy that these were forms in which the devil often appeared to his worshippers. The chief authorities all agree as to the fact of animal sacrifices. Cotta compares it with the sacrifices offered by the heathen. Some bring their cursed sorcery to their wished end, by sacrificing to the diul some luing creatures, as Ceres likewise witnesseth. From the confession of witches in Henry IV of France deprehended, among whom, one confessed to ha offered to his duel or spirit a beetle. This seemeth not improbable, by the diabolical litations, sick, and blowdy sacrifices, not only of other creatures, but ewen of men, wherewith in ancient time the heathen pleased their gods, which were no other than diuls. The number of sacrifices in the year is exaggerated by the writers on the subject, but the witches themselves are often quite definite in their information when it happens to be recorded. It appears from their statements that the rite was performed only on certain occasions, either to obtain help or as a thank-offering. Denius, speaking of the newly admitted witch, says, Then this vengracious and new servant of Satan, every day afterward offereth something of his goods to his patroni, some his dog, some his hen, and some his cat. Scott, who always improves on his original, states that the witches depart after the Sabbath, not forgetting every day afterwards to offer to him, dogs, cats, hens, or bloud of their own. The earliest witch trial in the British Isles shows animal sacrifice. In 1324 in Ireland Lady Alice Kytler was charged to ha nightly conference with a spirit called Robin Artisan, to whom she sacrificed in the highway. 9. Red cocks. In 1566 at Chelmsford Mother Waterhouse gave him, i.e. the Satan cat, for his labour a chicken, which he first required of her, and a drop of her blood. Another time she rewarded him as before, with a chicken and a drop of her blood, which chicken he eat vp clean as he did all the rest, and she cold find remaining neither bones nor feathers. Joan Waterhouse, daughter of Mother Waterhouse, a girl of 18, said that the duel came in the likeness of a great dog, then asked he her what she wold as him, and she said a red cocky. John Walsh of Dorset, in 1566, confessed that, when he would call him, the spirit, he saith he must him some lewing thing, as a chicken, a cat, or a dog. And further he saith he must him 2 lewing things once a year. In Lorraine in 1589 Beatrix Bayonensis said, Etlish Jeben Junge Hunner, oder wal alti Hunner, we desideria periensis, und Catalonia Vincentia get han hatten, etlich schneiden ihr Harab und liefern Dieselby dahin, etlich Geben Speyer. Etlich Vogel oder sonst nicht viel besonders, als de sein macht gemunst Geld aus Rindern Letter, und wenn sie dergleichen nix haben, so verschafft es in Geist, auf das sie Stafford sein. In Aberdeen in 1597 Andro Man gave evidence that, the devil thy meester, whom thou termis Christ Sunday. Is razit be the specking of the word benedicity, and is laid again be tacking of a dog vendor thy left oxter in t richt hand, and casting the same in his mouth, and specking the word makepeblies. At Lang Nidri in 1608 the whole coven performed a rite, beginning at the Urnzet of Seatown, where they christened a cat by the name of Margaret, and thereafter come all back again to the Dienfjut, where first I convenet. And quist the cat to the devil. In 1630 Alexander Hamilton had consultations with the devil near Edinburgh, and if where the devil his away passing the said Alexer was in use to cast to him either ein cat or ein leif or ein dog or any youth or sick beast he come be. In Bute in 1622 Margaret N.C. William renounced her baptism and he baptized her and she gave him as a gift a hen or cock. In modern France the sacrifice of a fowl to the devil still holds good, celu que devenir sortir doit aller à un cotter chemins avec un poule noir, ou bien encore au cimetière, sur un tombe toujours à minuit. Il vint alors quelqu'un que demande, que venez vous faire ici? J'ai un poule à vendre, répondant. Ce quelqu'un, est, le méchant. It is possible that the custom of burying a live animal to cure disease among farm animals, as well as the charm of casting a live cat into the sea to raise a storm, are forms of the animal sacrifice. 3. Child sacrifice. The child victim was usually a young infant, either a witch's child or unbaptized, in other words, it did not belong to the Christian community. This last is an important point, and was the reason why unbaptized children were considered to be in greater danger from witches than the baptized. If there be any children baptized, or not guard with the signa of the cross, or orisons, then the witches may or do catch them from their mothers' sides in the night, or out of their cradles, or otherwise kill them with their ceremonies. The same author quotes from the French authorities the crimes laid to the charge of witches, among which are the following: they sacrificed their own children to the diawl before baptism, holding them VP in the air to him. And then thrust a needle into their brains. And they burned their children when they sacrificed them. Boguet says, les matrones, and sages femmes sont accustomes d'offrir à Satan les petits enfants qu'elles recueillent, and poussent les faire mourir en les soyant baptises, par le moi divine grosse spingle qu'elles leur enfants dans le cerveau. Boguet's words imply that this was done at every birth at which a witch officiated, but it is impossible that this should be the case. The sacrifice was probably made for some special purpose, for which a newborn child was the appropriate victim. The most detailed account of such sacrifices is given in the trial of the Paris witches, 1679–81, whom Madame de Montespan consulted. The whole ceremony was performed to the end that the love of Louis XIV should return to Madame de Montespan, at that time his discarded mistress. It seems to be a kind of fertility rite, hence its use on this occasion. The Abbé Guibourg was the sacrificing priest, and from this and other indications he appears to have been the chief or grand master who, before a less educated tribunal, would have been called the devil. Both he and the girl Montvoisin were practically agreed as to the rite, though from the girl's words it would appear that the child was already dead, while Guibourg's evidence implies that it was alive. Both witnesses gave their evidence soberly and gravely and without torture. Montvoisin, who was 18 years old, stated that she had presented à la messe de Madame de Montespan, par l'ordre de sa mère, un enfant présent na avant terme, le mit dans un bassin, Guibourg Elagorgia, versa dans le calice. Et consacre le sang avec hostie. Guibourg's evidence shows that the sacrifice was so far from being uncommon that the assistants were well used to the work, and did all that was required with the utmost celerity. Il avait quitte un icu l'enfant que fut sacrifié à cette messe que lui fut présent par un grande fête I entire du sang de l'enfant il piqua à la gorge avec un canif. Il en versa dans le calice, près quoi l'enfant fut retire et import dans un autre lieu, dont ensuite on lui rapporta le cœur et les entrailles pour en faire un duxième, oblation. In Scotland it was firmly believed that sacrifices of children took place in all classes of society. The justices of the peace were seen familiarly conversing with the foul fiend, to whom one in Dumfriesshire actually offered up his firstborn child immediately after birth, stepping out with it in his arms to the staircase, where the devil stood ready, as it was suspected, to receive the innocent victim. In the later witch trials the sacrifice of the child seems to have been made after its burying, as in the case of the Witch of Calder in 1720, who confessed that she had given the devil the body of a dead child of her own to make a roast of. It is possible that the killing of children by poison was one method of sacrifice when the cult was decadent and victims difficult to obtain. Reginald Scott's words, written in 1584, suggest that this was the case. This must be an infallible rule, that every fortnight, or at the least every month, each witch must kill one child at the least for her part. Sinistrari Diamino, writing about a century later, says the same. They promised the devil sacrifices and offerings at stated times, once a fortnight or at least each month, the murder of some child, or an homicidal act of sorcery. It is impossible to believe in any great frequency of this sacrifice, but there is considerable foundation in fact for the statement that children were killed. And it accounts as nothing else can for the cold-blooded murders of children of which the witches were sometimes accused. The accusations seem to have been substantiated on several occasions, the method of sacrifice being by poison. The sacrifice of a child was often performed as a means of procuring certain magical materials or powers, which were obtained by preparing the sacrificed bodies in several ways. Scott says that the flesh of the child was boiled and consumed by the witches for two purposes. Of the thicker part of the concoction, they make ointments, whereby they ride in the air. But the thinner potion they put into flagons, whereof whosoever drinketh, observing certain ceremonies, immediately becometh a maester or rather a mistress in that practice and faculty. The Paris Coven confessed that they distilled the entrails of the sacrificed child after Gibbourg had celebrated the Mass for Madame de Montespan, the method being probably the same as that described by Scott. A variant occurs in both France and Scotland, and is interesting as throwing light on the reasons for some of the savage rites of the witches. Pour any confessor imace le secret de l'Escole, en fait au sabbat vin paste de millet noir. Avec de la poudre du feuille de quelque enfant non baptisé qu'ou en fait secker, pousse meslent cette poudre avec la dicte paste, elle a cette vertu de taciturnite, si bien que en mange confesse imace. At Forfar, in 1661, Helen Guthrie and 4 others exhumed the body of an unbaptized infant, which was buried in the churchyard near the southeast door of the church, and took several paces thereof, as the feet, hands, a part of the head, and a part of the buttock, and they made a py thereof, that they might eat of it, that by this means they might never make a confession, as they thought, of their witchcraftis. Here the idea of sympathetic magic is very clear. By eating the flesh of a child who had never spoken articulate words, the witches' own tongues would be unable to articulate. 4. Sacrifice of the god. The sacrifice of the witch god was a decadent custom when the records were made in the 16th and 17th centuries. The accounts of the actual rite come from France and Belgium, where a goat was substituted for the human victim. The sacrifice was by fire in both those countries, and there are indications that it was the same in Great Britain. It is uncertain whether the interval of time between the sacrifices was 1, 7, or 9 years. Bodin and Boguet, each writing from his own knowledge of the subject, give very similar accounts, Bodin's being the more detailed. In describing a trial which took place in Poitiers in 1574, he says, La se truoit vn grand bouc noir, que parloit comme 20 personnes aux assistants, and dansoyant à l'entour du bouc, pousse vn chacun li soit le derrière. Avec 20 chandelles ardentes, and c'est la faked, le bouc se consummoit en feu, and de la cèdre chacun en prenoit pour faire mourir le bœuf, etc. Etienne fin le diable leur desoit divine voix terrible de mots, venges vous ou vous mourez. Boguet says that in the Lyons district in 1598 the devil celebrated Mass, and, après avoir prince la figure divine book, se consume en feu, and reduit en cendre, lequel les sorciers reculent. And cachant pour sen serur à l'exécution de leurs desseins pernicieux and abominables. In 1603, a Belgian witch, Claire Gossen, was present at such a sacrifice, and her account is therefore that of an eyewitness. L'ss laissé transporter à l'Assemblée nocturne de Lembic, après la danse, L.A., comme tous les assistants, bais un book à l'endroit de SAQ, l'équal book fut en sut brûle ses cendres distribuées et emportées par les convives. Jean de Bellic in 1609, a vu le grand maître de l'Assemblée se yetter dans les flammes au sabbat, se faire brusler iasques à ce chuil estoit reduit en poudre. En les grandes en insignes sorcières prendre les dix poudres pour ensorceler les petits enfants en les mener au sabbat, en prenoyant aussi dans la bouche pour any rueller iamis. A French witch in 1652 declared that at the Sabbath le diable sy at mise en fuite dans descendres lesquels tu faisais voler en l'air pour faire manquer les fruits de la terre. At Lille in 1661 the girls in Madame Bourignon's orphanage stated that on y aderoid un bête, en coup on faisoid avec elle de infamies. En pousse sur la fin on la breloit, en chacun en prenoit descendres, avec lesquels on faisoit languir ou mourir de personnes, ou autres animaux. The collection and use of the ashes by the worshippers point to the fact that we have here a sacrifice of the god of fertility. Originally the sprinkling of the ashes on fields or animals or in running water was a fertility charm. But when Christianity became sufficiently powerful to attempt the suppression of the ancient religion, such practices were represented as evil, and were therefore said to be pour faire manquer les fruits de la terre. The animal substitute for the divine victim is usually the latest form of the sacrifice. The intervening stages were first the volunteer, then the criminal, both of whom were accorded the power and rank of the divine being whom they personated. The period of time during which the substitute acted as the god varied in different places, so also did the interval between the sacrifices. Fraser has pointed out that the human victim, whether the god himself or his human substitute, did not content himself by merely not attempting to escape his destiny, but in many cases actually rushed on his fate. And died by his own hand or by voluntary submission to the sacrificer. The witch cult being a survival of an ancient religion, many of the beliefs and rites of these early religions are to be found in it. Of these the principal are, the voluntary substitute, the temporary transference of power to the substitute, and the self-devotion to death. As times changed and the ceremonies could no longer be performed openly, the sacrifices took on other forms. I have already suggested that the child murders, of which the witches were often convicted, were in many cases probably offerings made to the god. In the same way, when the time came for the god or his substitute to be sacrificed, recourse was had to methods which hid the real meaning of the ceremony. And the sacrifice of the incarnate deity, though taking place in public, was consummated at the hands of the public executioner. This explanation accounts for the fact that the bodies of witches, male or female, were always burnt and the ashes scattered. For the strong prejudice which existed, as late as the 18th century, against any other mode of disposing of their bodies, and for some of the otherwise inexplicable occurrences in connection with the deaths of certain of the victims. Read in the light of this theory much of the mystery which surrounds the fate of Joan of Arc is explained. She was put to death as a witch, and the conduct of her associates during her military career, as well as the evidence at her trial, bear out the fact that she belonged to the ancient religion, not to the Christian. 9 years after her death in the flames her commander, Gilles de Rais, was tried on the same charge and condemned to the same fate. The sentence was not carried out completely in his case. He was executed by hanging, and the body was snatched from the fire and buried in Christian ground. Like Joan herself, Gilles received a semi-canonization after death, and his shrine was visited by nursing mothers. 2 centuries later Major Were offered himself up and was executed as a witch in Edinburgh, refusing to the end all attempts to convert him to the Christian point of view. The belief that the witch must be burnt and the ashes scattered was so ingrained in the popular mind that, when the severity of the laws began to relax, remonstrances were made by or to the authorities. In 1649 the Scotch General Assembly has a record, concerning the matter of the burial of the Lady Petadro, who, being vendor a great scandal of witchcraft, and being incarcerate in the Tolbooth of this burgh during her trial before the justice, died in prison. The Commission of the General Assembly, having considered the report of the committee appointed for that purpose, do give their advice to the Presbytery of Dunfermline to show their dislike of that fact of the burial of the Lady Petadro, in respect of the manner and place. And that the said Presbytery may labour to make the persons who he's buried her sensible of their offence in so doing. And some of the persons who buried here, being personally present, are desired by the Commission to shew themselves to the Presbytery sensible of their miscarriage therein. At Maidstone in 1652 and Ashby, alias Cobbler, and Martin, Mary Brown, and Wilson, and Mildred Wright of Cranbrook, and Mary Reed, of Lenham, being legally convicted, were according to the laws of this nation, adjudged to be hanged at the common place of execution. Some there were that wished rather they might be burnt to ashes, alleging that it was a received opinion among many, that the body of a witch being burnt, her blood is prevented thereby from becoming hereditary to her progeny in the same evil. The witches themselves also held the belief that they ought to die by fire. And Foster was tried for witchcraft at Northampton in 1674, after sentence of death was passed upon her, she mightily desired to be burned. But the court would give no ear to that, but that she should be hanged at the common place of execution. 9. Magic words. The magic words known to the witches were used only for certain definite purposes, the most important use being to raise the devil. I have omitted the charms which are founded on Christian prayers and formulas, and quote only those which appear to belong to the witch cult. In the section on familiars it will be seen how the witches divined by means of animals, which animals were allotted to them by the chief. In auguries and divinations of this kind in every part of the world a form of words is always used, and the augury is taken by the first animal of the desired species which is seen after the charm is spoken. Agnes Sampson, the leading witch of the North Berwick Coven, 1590, summoned her familiar by calling Elva, and then divined by a dog, whom she dismissed by telling him to depart by the law he lives on. She also used the formula, Hail, Ola. And Ola, was also the cry when a cat was cast into the sea to raise a storm. A man-witch of Aelist, 1593, gave the devil's name as Abron, Quand il le veloit voir il desoit, veen Abron, Sanon iete quitere. Andrew Mann at Aberdeen, 1597, confesses that the devil, thy maester, is rasit be the specking of the word benedicite, and is laid again be tacking of a dog vendor thy left oxter in t richt hand, and casting the same in his mouth. And specking the word makepeblies. He granted that this word benedicite rasit the duil, and makepeblies laid him again, striking him on the face with ane dice with the left hand. Alexander Hamilton of East Lothian, 1630, when covenanting with the devil, had ane batown of fur in his hand. The devil then gave the said Alexer command to tack that batown quan ever he had ado with him and thereof to strek throws upon the ground and to charge him to ruse up foule thief. The divining animals in this case were crows, cats, and dogs. Marie Lamont of Innerkip, 1662, was instructed to call the devil serpent when she desired to speak with him. The Somerset witches, 1664, cried out Robin at an appointed place, and the master then appeared in his proper form as a man. Elizabeth Style and Alice Duke also called him Robin when summoning him privately, and Elizabeth Style added, "O Sathon, give me my purpose," before saying what she wished done. The Swedish witches, 1669, called their chief with the cry, "Antecessor, come and carry us to Blockula." This they did at an appointed place, and the devil then appeared as a man. The words used before starting to a meeting are rarely recorded. Only a few remain. The earliest example is from Guernsey in 1563, when Martin Tullough heard an old witch cry as she bestrode a broomstick, va au nom du diable et Lucifer Pete des roches et espines. He then lost sight of her, with the inference that she flew through the air, though he acknowledged that he himself was not so successful. The witches of the Basses Pyrenees, 1609, anointed themselves before starting, and repeated the words, Emenhetten, which de Lanker translates, Ici et la, Ici et la. Quelquefois plus furieuses elles se battent entre elles mesmes, en disant, I suis le diable, I reign que ni soit à toi, en ton nom seigneur set tien seruant essoint, and dois ester quelqu'un diable and mailing esprit comme toi. When, crossing water they cried, Haute la coude, quillet, upon which they could cross without getting wet, and when going a long distance they said, Pic super hole, en tawa lane de book bien americuil. Isabel Gaudí, 1662, gives two variants of the magic words used on these occasions. The first, horse and haddock, in the Devellus name, is not unlike the form given by Martin Tullough. The second is longer, horse and haddock, horse and go, horse and pilatus, ho. Ho. The Somerset witches, 1664, when starting to the meeting, said, Thout, touta tout, tout, throughout and about, and when returning, rentum tormentum. At parting they cried, a boy. Merry meet, merry part. They also had a long form of words which were used when applying the flying ointment, but these are not recorded. Other magical words were used at the religious services of the witches in the Basses Pyrenees, 1609. At the elevation of the host the congregation cried, Aquera goidi, Aquera baidi, Aquera goidi, Aquera baidi, Kavut dire cabran arriba, cabran abro, sick. At the elevation of the chalice at a Christian service they said, Corbeau noir, Corbeau noir. There were two forms of words to be used when making the sign of the cross. The first was, in nomine Patricia, Eragico Petrica, Agora, Agora Valentia, Ioanda, Gower Gates Gustia, translated as, O nom de Patrique, Petrique, d'Aragon, a set valence, tout nostre mal est passé. The second roused de Lanker's horror as peculiarly blasphemous, in nomine Patrica, Eragico Petrica, Gastilaco Ianicat, equity Iportian pot, O nom de Patrique, Petrique d'Aragon. Ianicat de Castille fakes moi vien baiser au derrière. The mention of the ancient Basque god Janicat makes this spell unusually interesting. As the dances were also a religious rite, the words used then must be recorded here. Bodin gives the formula, har, diable, sauté ici, sauté la, iue ici, iue la, et les autres desoyant Sabbath. The word diable is clearly Bodin's own interpolation for the name of the god, for the Guernsey version, which is currently reported to be used at the present day, runs har, ho, dance ici, etc. Ho being the name of an ancient Breton god. Jean Weir, 1670, stated that at the instigation of some woman unnamed she put her foot on a cloth on the floor with her hand upon the crown of her head, and repeated thrice, All my cross and troubles go to the door with thee. This seems to have been an admission ceremony, but the words are of the same sentiment as the one recorded by de Lanker, Tout notre mal est passé. There were also certain magical effects supposed to be brought about by the use of certain words. Martin Tullough, 1563, claimed that he could bewitch cows so that they gave blood instead of milk, by saying, Butyrum d'armento, but he admitted that he also used powders to accomplish his purpose. Isabel Gaudí, 1662, described how the witches laid a broom or a stool in their beds to represent themselves during their absence at a meeting. By the time that this record was made, the witches evidently believed that the object took on the exact appearance of the woman, having forgotten its original meaning as a signal to show where she had gone. The words used on these occasions show no belief in the change of appearance of the object. I lay down this besom, or stool, in the devil's name. Let it not stir till I come again. Her statements regarding the change of witches into animals I have examined in the section on familiars, page 234. The words used to effect these changes are given in full. When a witch wished to take on the form of a hare, she said, I saw go intil ein hare. With sorrow, and sich, and meikle care. And I saw go in the develis nam. I quill I come home again. To change into a cat or a crow, the last two lines were retained unaltered, but the first two were respectively. I saw go intil ein cat. With sorrow, and sich, and a black shot. Or, I saw go intil a craw. With sorrow, and sich, and a black thraw. To return into human form, the witch said, Hare, hare, God send thee care. I am in an hare's lickneys just now. But I sall be in a womany's lickneys you in now. From a cat or a crow, the words were, cat, cat, God send thee a black shot, or, craw, craw, God send thee a black thraw, with the last two lines as before. When the witch in animal form entered the house of another witch, she would say, I conjure thee, go with me, on which the second witch would turn into the same kind of animal as the first. If, however, they met in the open, the formula was slightly different, devel spade the, go tho with me, the result being the same. The Somerset trials record the words used for cursing anything. These were simply, a pox take it, the curse being supposed to take effect at once. If the curse were pronounced over an image of a person, the words were, a pox on thee, I'll spite thee. Alexander Elder's grace over meat is probably a corrupt form of some ancient rite. We eat this meat in the develis nam. With sorrow, and sich, and meikle shame. We saw destroy house and hold. Both sheep and note until the fald. Little good Saul come to the fore. Of all the rest of the little store. The conjuring of cats was a distinct feature, and is clearly derived from an early form of sacrifice. The details are recorded only in Scotland, and it is possible that Scotland is the only country in which it occurred, though the sanctity of the cat in other places suggests that the omission in the records is accidental. In the ditty against John Fian, 1590, he was filet, for the chasing of ein cat in Tranent. In the Quilk chaise, he was carried hike above the ground, with Gryt swiftens, and as lickly as the cat herself, our ein heicher dyke, nor he was able to lay his hand to the hide off, and being inquirit, to what effect he chased the sameen. Answer it, that in ein conversation held in at Brumhoilis, Sathon commanded all that were present, to tak cattis. Like as he, for obedience to Sathon, chased the said cat, purposely to be casten in the sea, to raise windies for destruction of skippies and boidies. Agnes Sampson of the same coven as Fian confessed, that at the time when His Majesty was in Denmark, she being accompanied by the parties before specially named, took a cat and christened it, and afterwards bound to each part of that cat. The chiefest part of a dead man, and several jointus of his body, and that in the night following, the said cat was conveyed into the midst of the sea by all the witches, sailing in their riddles or sieves, as is aforesaid. And so left the said cat right before the town of Leith in Scotland. This Doon, there did arise such a tempest in the sea, as a greater hath not been seen. The legal record of this event is more detailed and less dramatic. The sieves are never mentioned, the witches merely walking to the pier head in an ordinary and commonplace manner. The coven at Prestonpans sent a letter to the Leith coven that they sold Mac the stormed Muirsall through the sea. And within 8 days after the said bill, letter, West de Liurit, the said Agnes Sampson, Jonet Campbell, John Fian, Geely Duncan, and Meg Dine baptisit ein cat in the Wobster's house, in manner following, Fyrt, Twa of Thame held ein fingar. In the ein sid of the chimney crook, and ein vither held ein vither fingar in the vither sid, the Twa nebbies of the fingars meeting to jitter. Then they pat the cat thrias throw the linkies of the crook, and possit itt thrias vendor the chimney. Thereafter, att begie tod this house, they knit to the four fight of the cat, four jounties of men. Quilk being done, the said Jonet fetched it to Leith, and about mydnycht, ski, and the Twa linkhop, and Twa Wi-Fi's cowlet stabis, came to the pier hide, and saying thir words, see that there be na dade among geese ws. And they cased the cat in the sea, sa far as they mycht, quilk swam o'er and cam again, and they that wer in the panis, cased an aim thir cat in the sea attxj huris. After quilk, be their sorcery and enchantment, the boit perisket betwixt Leith and King Horn, quilk thing the duel did, and went before, with ain stolf in his hand. Bagys Todd was concerned in another conjuring of cats, this time at Seaton. After they had drucken to jitter a certain space, they, in their devilish manner, took ain cat, and drew the salmon 9 times thro' the said Bagys crook, and thereafter come with all their speed to Seaton Thorn, be north the et. And they thereafter passed out to jitter, with the devil, to the urn et, iron gate, of Seatown, whereof new they took ain cat, and drew the salmon 9 times thro' the said urnet, and immediately thereafter, came to the barn. Foreignent George Feudaris der, quare tie christened the said cat, and cowlit here Margaret, and thereafter come all back again to the Dean Feut, quare first tie convenet and quist the cat to the devil. Footnotes. Denius, ch 4. Boget, pages 131-9. Pleasant Treatise, pages 5-7. Leah, 3, page 501. Remigius, PTI, pages 89-91. Glanville, PT2, pages 137, 139, 163, 164. W. G. Stewart, page 175. Denius, ch 2. Cooper, page 90. Reimer, I, page 956. Chartier, 3, page 45. From a Trial in the Guernsey Greffe. De Lanker, Tableau, page 123. Bowden, page 187. Melville, page 396, see also Pitcairn, I, pt2, pages 210-12, 239, 246. F. Hutchinson, page 43. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, pages 121, 125. Boget, page 411. Cannert, page 46. ID, page 50. De Lanker, Tableau, page 131. Michaelis, History, pages 334-5. Pitcairn, 3, page 613. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 68, 126, 128. IDIB, page 148. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 171. Boget, page 131. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 72, 131. Doughty, Travels in Arabia Deserta, I, 89. Moret, Mystères Egyptians, pages 247 seek. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, pages 97-8. Spelling Modernized. IB, I, page 144. Spelling Modernized. IB, page 149. IB, page 153. Spelling Modernized. De Lanker, Tableau, page 123. F. Hutchinson, Historical Essay, page 43. Compare the account of the Forfar Witch Dance. Kinloch, page 120. Boget, pages 131-2. De Lanker, Tableau, page 210. Compare the ditty against Bessie Tom, who danced round the Fish Cross of Aberdeen with other witches, in the Litanies of Catys and Horace. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, 167. Boget, page 127. Horneck, pt2, page 316. Moore, page 232. Pitcairn, I, pt2, pp. 245-6, Spelling Modernized. ID, 3, page 606. Spelling Modernized. Fountainhall, I, page 14. Sinclair, page 163. De Lanker, Tableau, page 210. De Lanker, Tableau, page 212. CEREMONIES SOC, XL, pages 195, 197. Denius, ch4. De Lanker, Op. Cit., page 211. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, pages 165, 167. Spelling modernized. The account of the Arab witches should be compared with this. In the time of Ibn Munkid the witches rode about naked on a stick between the graves of the cemetery of Shazer. Wellhausen, page 159. Pleasant Treatise of Witches, page 6. Reg Scott, Book 3, page 42. La Volta is said to be the origin of the waltz. Leah, 3, page 501. Remigius, page 82. E. Mansour, page 102. Glanville, pt 2, page 141. Pitcairn, I, pt 2, pages 239, 246. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, pages 114 to 15. Spelling modernized. ID, I, page 149. Spelling modernized. Spottiswoode Miscellany, 2, page 68. Kinloch, page 129. Spelling modernized. Sinclair, page 163. Burns Begg, pages 234, 235. De Lanker, Tableau, page 127. IDIB. Page 150. IDIB, page 211. Denius, ch4. Sinclair, page 219. Kinloch, page 120. Sharp, page 131. Boget, page 132. Michaelis, History, page 336. Van Elven, v. 1891, page 215. Pleasant Treatise of Witches, page 5. Potts, G3, I3, P3. Examination of Joan Williford, page 6. Glanville, pt2, pages 139 to 40. ID, page 138. ID, page 149. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 163. Spottiswoode Miscellaneous, 2, page 67. Kinloch, page 121. ID, page 124. ID, page 126. ID, page 127. ID, page 133. Dated equals Carest. Burns Begg, page 227. ID, page 238. Sharp, page 131. The complete grace is given on page 167. It will be seen that it is a corrupt version of some ancient form of words. Pitcairn, 3, pages 612, 613. Spelling modernized. Scott's Magazine, 1814, page 200. Spelling modernized. Burr, page 418. De Lanker, Tableau, page 197. IDIB, page 148. Michaelis, History, pages 335 to 6. Boget, pages 135 to 9. Cannert, page 45. Horneck, pages 321 to 2, 327. Bowden, Flo, page 187. Melville, page 395. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 246. The ploughman, Grey Meal, who took a large part in the ceremonies, was an old man. ID, I, pt2, page 210. F. Hutchinson, History Essay, page 42. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 172. Boget, page 131. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 68, 401. ID, Lincredulite, p. 805. Davenport, page 2. Van Elven, La Tradition, v. 1891, page 215. Sinclair, page 163. The account given by Barton's wife of the position of the candle on the devil's person is paralleled by the peculiarly coarse description of the light-bearers at the witch sabbaths at Munster. Humbourg, page 120. Kinloch, page 120. Glanville, pt. 2, p. 139. Chambers, 3, page 298. Stewart, page 175. Glanville, pt. 2, page 294. Holinshed, Ireland, page 58. Boget, page 141. Delancre, Tableau, pages 401-2. Michaelis, History, page 337. The use of this phrase suggests that the sprinkling was a fertility rite. Fountainhall, I, pages 14, 15. Law, page 145. Fountainhall, I, page 14. Reveyson, 1679-81, page 336. ID, page 333. ID, page 335. Reveyson, page 335. Cotton Mather, pages 120, 131, 158. J. Hutchinson, History of Massachusetts Bay, 2, page 55. Burr, page 417. Increase Mather, page 210. Cotton Mather, page 81. Cooper, page 91. Chelmsford Witches, pages 24, 26, 29, 30. Philobiblon Society, 8. Examination of John Walsh. Cannert, page 48. Whitaker, page 216. Stern, page 29. Pitcairn, 3, pages 603, 617. Cotta, p. 114. Denius, ch. 4. R. Scott, Book 3, page 44. Holinshed, Ireland, page 58. Philobiblon Society, 8, Chelmsford Witches, pages 29, 30. IDIB, 8, page 34. Examination of John Walsh. Remigius, PTI, page 54. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 120. Burton, I, page 252. Pitcairn, 2, pages 542-3. From an unpublished trial in the Justiciary Court at Edinburgh. The meaning of the word laif is not clear. The Oxford Dictionary gives lop-eared, the Scotch Dictionary gives loaf. By analogy with the other accounts, one would expect here a word meaning a hen. Highland Papers, 3, page 18. Lemoyne, 6, page 109. Reg Scott, Book 3, page 41. ID, Book 2, page 32. Boget, page 205. Reveyson, page 334, 335. Sharp, page 147. Chambers, 3, p. 450. Scott, Book 3, page 42. Sinistrari de Amino, page 27. See, amongst others, the account of Mary Johnson, Essex, 1645, who was accused of poisoning 2 children. The symptoms suggest belladonna. Howell, 4, 844, 846. Scott, Book 3, page 41. Delancre, Tableau, page 128. Kinloch, page 121. Bowden, Flo, pages 187-8. Boget, page 141. Cannert, page 50. Delancre, Tableau, page 133. La Tradition, 1891, v., page 215. Neither name nor place are given. Bourignon, Parole, page 87. Scott. History Society 25, p. 348, see also Ross, Aberdour and Inchcolm, page 339. Prod. And Trag. History, page 7. Trial of and Foster, page 8. Pitcairn, I, pt. 2, pages 211, 235, 238. De Lanker, L'Incredulite, page 772. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, pages 120, 124. From the Record of the Trial in the Justiciary Court of Edinburgh. Sharp, page 132. Glanville, pt. 2, pages 137, 164. Horneck, pt. 2, page 316. From the Record of the Trial in the Guernsey Greffe. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 123, 400. Pitcairn, 3, pp. 604, 608. Glanville, pt. 2, pages 139, 141. I have pointed out that the cry of a boy is possibly the Christian recorder's method of expressing the back-chic shout Evo. See jour, man or. SOC, 1916-17, page 65. De Lanker, Tableau, pp. 401, 461, 462, 464. Bowden, page 190. The names of the smaller islands are often compounded with the name of this deity, e.g. Liho, Brekho, and K. Law, page 27 note. From a Trial in the Guernsey Greffe. Pitcairn, 3, pages 607-8, 611. Glanville, point. 2, pages 137, 139, 148, 149. Pitcairn, 3, page 612. Sich equals sighing, lamentation. ID, pt. 2, page 212. News from Scotland, see Pitcairn, pt. 2, page 218. Pitcairn, pt. 2, page 237. ID, 2, page 542. 6. The Rites, continued. Witches' Rainmaking and Fertility Rites. 1. General. In common with many other religions of the lower culture, the witch cult of Western Europe observed certain rites for rainmaking and for causing or blasting fertility. This fact was recognized in the papal bulls formulated against the witches who were denounced, not for moral offenses, but for the destruction of fertility. The celebrated decree of Innocent VIII, which in 1488 let loose the full force of the Church against the witches, says that they blight the marriage bed, destroy the births of women and the increase of cattle. They blast the corn on the ground, the grapes of the vineyard, the fruits of the trees, the grass and herbs of the field. Adrian VI followed this up in 1521 with a decretal epistle, denouncing the witches, as a sect deviating from the Catholic faith, denying their baptism, and showing contempt of the ecclesiastical sacraments, treading crosses under their feet, and taking the devil for their lord, destroyed the fruits of the earth by their enchantments, sorceries, and superstitions. The charms used by the witches, the dances, the burning of the god and the broadcast scattering of his ashes, all point to the fact that this was a fertility cult. And this is the view taken also by those contemporary writers who give a more or less comprehensive account of the religion and ritual. Though most of the fertility or anti-fertility charms remaining to us were used by the witches either for their own benefit or to injure their enemies. Enough remains to show that originally all these charms were to promote fertility in general and in particular. When the charm was for fertility in general, it was performed by the whole congregation together, but for the fertility of any particular woman, animal, or field, the ceremony was performed by one witch alone or by two at most. The power which the witches claimed to possess over human fertility is shown in many of the trials. John CLERC was tried in Edinburgh in 1590 for giving and taking away power from sundry men's genital members. And in the same year and place Bessie Roy was accused of causing women's milk to dry up. The number of midwives who practiced witchcraft points also to this fact. They claimed to be able to cause and to prevent pregnancy, to cause and to prevent an easy delivery, to cast the labor pains, on an animal or a human being. Husbands who were the victims are peculiarly incensed against these witches. And in every way to have power over the generative organs of both sexes. In short, it is possible to say that, in the 16th and 17th centuries, the better the midwife the better the witch. The Red Book of Appen, which was obtained from the devil by a trick, is of great interest in this connection. It was said to contain charms for the curing of diseases of cattle, among them must certainly have been some for promoting the fertility of the herds in general, and individual animals in particular. It is not unlikely that the charms as noted in the book were the result of many experiments, for we know that the witches were bound to give account to the devil of all the magic they performed in the intervals between the Sabbaths. And he or his clerk recorded their doings. From this record the devil instructed the witches. It is evident from the confessions and the evidence at the trials that the help of the witches was often required to promote fertility among human beings as well as among animals. The number of midwives who were also witches was very great, and the fact can hardly be accidental. Witches were called in to perform incantations during the various events of a farmyard. Margaret Og of Aberdeen, 1597, was indid it as a manifest witche, in that, be the space of a year sin rtherby, thy cow being in bulling, and James Farquhar, thy Awin good son holding the cow, though stood on the ain sid of the cow, and thy doctor. Batrix Robbie, on the Vether Sid, and Suhan the bull was loping the cow, though took a knYff and keist our the cow, and thy doctor Keapit the Sam, and keist it over to thee again, and this ye did thrice, quilk thou cannot deny. At Aldern the Coven, to which Isabel Gaudy belonged, performed a ceremony to obtain for themselves the benefit of a neighbour's crop. Before Candlemas, we went be East Kinloss, and the we yoked and plug of Padokis. The Devil held the plough, and John Younge in Meepstown, our officer, did drywe the plug. Padokis did draw the plough as oxen, Quickens Wr Soames, a Riglin's horn was a cowter, and an piece of an Riglin's horn was an sock. We went 2 several times about, and all we of the Coven went still WP and down with the plug, praying to the Devil for the fruit of that land, and that thistles and brieries might grow there. Here the ploughing ceremony was to induce fertility for the benefit of the witches, while the draft animals and all the parts of the plough connoted barrenness for the owner of the soil. The most detailed account of a charm for human fertility is given in the confession of the Abbé Gibourg, who appears to have been the devil of the Paris witches. The ceremony took place at the house of a witch midwife named Voisin or Montvoisin, and according to the editor was for the benefit of Louis XIV or Charles II, 2 of the most notorious libertines of their age. Il a fait chez la Voisin, revêtu d'Aube, d'idole et de manipule, en conjuration en présence de la des Oillets, attendant of Madame de Montespan. Que prétendait faire un charme pour le roi, et que était accompagné d'un que lui donna la conjuration, et comme il était nécessaire d'avoir du sperme de deux sexes. Des Oillets ayant ses mois en put donner mais versa dans le calice de ses menstrues et-il home que elle accompagnait, ayant passé dans la ruelle du lit avec Louis Gibourg, versa de son sperme dans le calice. Sur le tout. La des Oillets et-il home mirent chacun d'une poudre de sang de chauve-souris et de la farine pour donner un corps plus ferme à toute la composition et après il y recite la conjuration il tira le tout du calice que fut mis dans un petit vaisseau que la des Oillets oul home importa. The ecclesiastical robes and the use of the chalice point to this being a ceremony of a religious character, and should be compared with the child sacrifices performed by the same priest or devil, see pages 150, 157. An anti-fertility rite, which in its simplicity hardly deserves the name of a ceremony, took place at Crook of Devon in Kinross-shire. Bessie Henderson likewise confessed and declared that Janet Peyton was with you at a meeting when they tramped down those whites re in the beginning of harvest, 1661, and that she had broad souls and tramped down more nor any of the rest. 2. Rain-making. The rain-making powers of the witches have hardly been noted by writers on the subject, for by the time the records were made the witches were credited with the blasting of fertility rather than its increase. Yet from what remains it is evident that the original meaning of much of the ritual was for the production of fertilizing rain, though both judges and witnesses believed that it was for storms and hail. One of the earliest accounts of such powers is given in the story quoted by Reginald Scott from the Malleus Maleficarum, written in 1487, a century before Scott's own book. A little girl walking abroad with her father in his land heard him complain of drought, wishing for rain, etc. "Why, father," quoth the child, "I can make it rain or highly, when and where I list." He asked where she learned it. She said, "Of her mother, who forbade her to tell any body thereof." He asked her how her mother taught her. She answered, that her mother committed her to a maester, who would at any time do anything for her. "Why then," said he, "make it rain but on lie in my field." And so she went to the stream, and threw VP water in her maester's name, and made it rain presently. And proceeding further with her father, she made it highly in another field, at her father's request. Hereupon he accused his wife, and caused her to be burned, and then he new christened his child again. Scott also gives certain impossible actions of witches when he ridicules the belief that the elements are obedient to witches, and at their commandment, or that they may at their pleasure send rain, highly, tempests, thunder, lightning. When she being but an old doting woman, casteth a flint stone over her left shoulder, towards the west, or hurleth a little sea sand VP into the element, or wetteth a broom sprig in water, and sprinkleth the same in the air. Or diggeth a pit in the earth, and putting water therein, stirreth it about with her finger, or boileth hog's bristles, or layeth sticks across upon a bank, where noyer a drop of water is, or buryeth sage till it be rotten. All which things are confessed by witches, and affirmed by writers to be the means that witches vse to more extraordinary tempests and rain. Moore quotes Wierus to the same effect, casting of flint stones behind their backs towards the west, or flinging a little sand in the air, or striking a river with a broom, and so sprinkling the wet of it toward heaven. The stirring of urine or water with their finger in a hole in the ground, or boiling of hog's bristles in a pot. The throwing of stones as a fertility rite is found in the trial of John at Wishart, one of the chief witches at Aberdeen, and is there combined with a nudity rite. In Hervey's last bypassed, Mr. William Reyes Whikes saw thee at the hide of T. Win Gudmanny's croft, and saw the tack all T. Clace about T. hide, and though being naked from the mid-dill down, took ane great number of steinies, and T. self gang an becleanies. Key stain pert behind the hour T. hide, and ane wither pert fordward. 3. Fertility. Every contemporary writer who gives a general view of the religion and ritual observes the witch's powers over human fertility. Boget says, "Ils font anchor casher and retire les parties virils, pus les font resorter quand leur plate. Ils impatient aussi tantos la copulation charnelle de l'homme et de la femme, en retirant les nerfs, and ostent la roideur du membre. Edi tantos la procreation en distornant ou bouchant les conduits de la semence, pour empêcher tuel any descend aux vases de la generation." Scott, who quotes generally without any acknowledgement and often inaccurately, translates this statement. They also affirm that the virtue of generation is impeached by witches, both inward lie and outward lie, for intrinsically they repress the courage, and they stop the passage of the man's seed, so as it may not descend to the vessels of generation. Also they hurt extrinsically, with images, herbs, and Bodin also remarks that witches, whether male or female, can affect only the generative organs. Madame Bourignon says that the girls, whom she befriended, told me, that persons who were thus engaged to the devil by a precise contract, will allow no other god but him, and therefore offer him whatsoever is dearest to them. Nay, are constrained to offer him their children, or else the devil would beat them, and contrive that they should never arrive to the state of marriage, and so should have no children, by reason that the devil hath power by his adherents to hinder both the one and the other. So soon as they come to be able to beget children, the devil makes them offer the desire which they have of marrying, to his honor, and with this all the fruit that may proceed from their marriage. This they promise voluntarily, to the end that they may accomplish their designs, for otherwise the devil threatens to hinder them by all manner of means, that they shall not marry, nor have children. Glanville, writing on the Scotch trials of 1590, speaks of some effects, kinds, or circumstances of witchcraft, such as the giving and taking away power from sundry men's genital members, for which Janet Clark was accused. In the official record, Janet Clark was tried and condemned for giving of ein secrete member to ein cutes, and giving and taking of power fra sindri menis membris. Item, filet of taking ein watis secrete member fra him. Sexual ritual occurs in many religions of the lower culture and has always horrified members of the higher religions both in ancient and modern times. In fertility cults it is one of the chief features, not only symbolizing the fertilizing power in the whole animate world, but, in the belief of the actors, actually assisting it and promoting its effects. Such fertility rites are governed by certain rules, which vary in different countries, particularly as to the age of girls, i.e. whether they are over or under puberty. Among the witches there appears to have been a definite rule that no girl under puberty had sexual intercourse with the devil. This is even stated as a fact by so great an authority as Bodin, les diables any font point de paction express oec les enfants, que leurs sont voués, sils en ont atteint l'âge de pubert. The details of the trials show that this statement is accurate. Magdalene de la Croix, abbess demonials de Cordoue en Espagne, confessa que Satan en just point copulation, New York Connoissance d'l, chuel en just deux ans. Bodin and de Lanker both cite the case of Jean Hervillier of Verberie in Compiègne. She was a woman of 52 at the time of her trial in 1578. She, confessa que l'âge de deux ans mir la presenta au diable, en fermi devien grand noir, en vested en noir, bot, esperan, oec vien espio cost, et devien chul noir à la porte. Aqua la mire dit, voici ma fille que vous promise, et à la fille, voici vostre ami, que vous fera bien heureuse, et dislors chuel renanca à Dieu, en à la religion, en pousse coucha oec el charnement. En la mesme sorte en manière que font les hommes oec les femmes. De Lanker also emphasizes the age. Yen Herolier deposed chuancor sa mir eliust voué à Satan des sa naissance, neat moins chuil en la cognat charnellement chuel en just attaint l'âge de deux ans. De Lanker's own experience points in the same direction. He found that the children were not treated in the same way as adults, nor were they permitted to join in all the ceremonies until after they had passed childhood. The same rule appears to have held good in Scotland, for when little Janet Howard was presented to the devil, he said, "What shall I do with such a little bairn as she?" It is, however, rare to find child witches in Great Britain, therefore the rules concerning them are difficult to discover. Another rule appears to have been that there was no sexual connection with a pregnant woman. In the case of Isabel Elliot, the devil offered to lie with her, but forbore because she was with child, that after she was kirked the devil often met her, and had carnal copulation with her. Since the days of Reginald Scott it has been the fashion of all those writers who disbelieved in the magical powers of witches to point to the details of the sexual intercourse between the devil and the witches as proof positive of hysteria and hallucination. This is not the attitude of mind of the recorders who heard the evidence at the trials. Les confessions de sorciers, K-I-I-E-U-N main, mi font quar chuil en est quelques chose, doten chuils out tu reconnu, chuils oyent este couples oec lo diable, e que la semence chuil yetoit estoit fort froide. Suca est conforme à ce chuen report Paul Grillen, et les inquisiteurs de la foi. It pleaseth their new maester oftentimes to offer himself familiarly to them, to dally and lie with them, in token of their more near conjunction, and as it were marriage to him. Witches confessing, so frequently as they do, that the devil lies with them, and withal complaining of his tedious and offensive coldness, it is a shrewd presumption that he doth lie with them indeed, and that it is not a mere dream. It is this statement of the physical coldness of the devil which modern writers adduce to prove their contention that the witches suffered from hallucination. I have shown above, pages 61 seq. that the devil was often masked and his whole person covered with a disguise, which accounts for part of the evidence but not for all, and certainly not for the most important item. For in trial after trial, in places far removed from one another and at periods more than a century apart, the same fact is vouched for with just the small variation of detail which shows the actuality of the event. This is that, when the woman admitted having had sexual intercourse with the devil, in a large proportion of cases she added, the devil was cold and his seed likewise. These were women of every class and every age, from just above puberty to old women of over 70, unmarried, married, and widows. It is unscientific to disbelieve everything, as Scott does, and it is equally unscientific to label all the phenomena as the imagination of hysterical women. By the nature of things the whole of this evidence rests only on the word of the women, but I have shown above, pp. 63-5, that there were cases in which the men found the devil cold, and cases in which the women found other parts of the devil's person to be cold also. Such a mass of evidence cannot be ignored, and in any other subject would obtain credence at once. But the hallucination theory, being the easiest, appears to have obsessed the minds of many writers, to the exclusion of any attempt at explanation from an unbiased point of view. Students of comparative and primitive religion have explained the custom of sacred marriages as an attempt to influence the course of nature by magic. The people who practiced the rite believing that thereby all crops and herds as well as the women were rendered fertile, and that barrenness was averted. This accounts very well for the occurrence of obscene rites among the witches, but fails when it touches the question of the devil's coldness. I offer here an explanation which I believe to be the true one, for it accounts for all the facts. Those facts which the women confessed voluntarily and without torture or fear of punishment, like Isabel Gaudí, or adhered to as the truth even at the stake amid the flames, like Jane Basteau. In ancient times the sacred marriage took place usually once a year. But besides this ceremony there were other sexual rites which were not celebrated at a fixed season, but might be performed in the precincts of the temple of a god or goddess at any time, the males being often the priests or temple officials. These are established facts, and it is not too much to suppose that the witches' ceremonies were similar. But if the women believed that sexual intercourse with the priests would increase fertility, how much more would they believe in the efficacy of such intercourse with the incarnate god of fertility himself? They would insist upon it as their right, and it probably became compulsory at certain seasons, such as the breeding periods of the herds or the sowing and reaping periods of the crops. Yet as the population and therefore the number of worshippers in each congregation increased, it would become increasingly difficult and finally impossible for one man to comply with the requirements of so many women. The problem then was that on the one hand there were a number of women demanding what was in their eyes a thing essential for themselves and their families, and on the other a man physically unable to satisfy all the calls upon him. The obvious solution of the problem is that the intercourse between the chief and the women was by artificial means, and the evidence in the trials points clearly to this solution. Artificial phalli are well known in the remains of ancient civilizations. In ancient Egypt it was not uncommon to have statues of which the phallus was of a different material from the figure, and so made that it could be removed from its place and carried in procession. The earliest of such statues are the colossal limestone figures of the fertility god Min found at Coptos, dating to the first dynasty, perhaps BC 5500. But similar figures are found at every period of Egyptian history, and a legend was current at the time of Plutarch to account for this usage as well as for the festival of the Phallophoria. Unless the phallus itself were the object of adoration there would be no reason to carry it in procession as a religious ceremony, and it is easily understandable that such a cult would commend itself chiefly to women. The phallus of a divine statue was not always merely for adoration and carrying in procession. The Roman bride sacrificed her virginity to the god Priapus as a sacred rite. This is probably the remains of a still more ancient custom when the god was personated by a man and not by an image. The same custom remained in other parts of the world as the jus primi noctis, which was held as an inalienable right by certain kings and other divine personages. As might be expected, this custom obtained also among the witches. Le diable fait de mariages au sabbat entre les sorciers and sorcières, and leur joinant les mains, Illinois leur dict hautement. Esta es buena parati. Esta parati lo toma. Mais en ils couchant ensemble Illinois couple avec elles, ost la virginite de filles. Yeanet diabeti, aged 16, accusoit el mesm d'avoir este dépucelé par Satan. The occasional descriptions of the devil's phallus show without question its artificial character. In 1598 in Lorraine sagt die Alexia Dragaea, ihr Bullschaft hat einen, Glide, so starken etc. Allerzeit gehabt, when ihm gestanden, und so groß als ein Offengabelstil, des gleichen sie zugigen Zeit, den ungefähr ein Gabel zugigen war, sagt auch wie sie keen geluth wedger hoden nach Butel deren gemerkt hat. Iaquima paget adiostoit, tuel oet en point plusieurs fois avec la main le membre du démon, que la convoiswat, et que le membre estoit freud comme glacé, long devien bon doit, en moindre en grosser que celui devien Tu en paget edi Antoine Tournier adiostoyant aussi, que le membre de leurs démons estoit long edi gros, comme elvien de leurs doits. Il a au duant son membre tire et dependent, en le monstre toujours long devien cudi. Le membre du démon est faked à scales comme vien poisson dat, le membre du diable sil estoit estendu est long in urine divin on, mais il le tient entortil et sineuse en forme de serpent. Le diable, soit il 8 la forme d'homme, ou il soit en forme de bouc, a toujours vien membre de mulet, ayant choisi en imitation celui de cet animal comme le mieux pourrieux. Il est long et gros comme le bras. Le membre du diable est long in urine la moitié divin on, de médiocre grosseur, rouge, obscur, en tortue, fort rude and comme piquant dot, summoways demon 8 son member my party, moitié de fer, moitié de chair tout de son long, and de mesm les genitoires. Il tient toujours son membre d'or dot, le diable a le membre fake de corn, ou pour le moins il en a l'apparence, c'est pourquoi il faked tant crier les femmes. Jeanette diabeti dit tuel na ima sente, il just aucune semence, sauf quand il la dépucelle tuel la senet froide, mais que celle de autres hommes que eloen cognu, est naturel. Sylvain de la Plaine, 1616, confessed, il a le membre faked comme vien chul, en entrant est froid comme glacé, yet la semence fort froide, en sortant la Brussels comme sic estoit du feu. In 1662 Isabel Gaudí said, his members are exceeding great and long, no man's members are so long and big as they are. The artificial phallus will account as nothing else can for the pain suffered by many of the women. And that they suffered voluntarily, and even gladly, can only be understood by realizing that they endured it for motives other than physical satisfaction and pleasure. There appeared a great black goat with a candle between his horns. He had carnal knowledge of her which was with great pain. Presque toutes les sorcières reportent que cet accouplement leur est le plus souvent agréable, tant pour la laideur and deformite de Satan, que pour ce qu'elles ont bien extreme douleur. El fuyot el accouplement du diable, cause tuant son membre faked en scales il fait souffrir bien extrême douleur. At the Sabbath in the Basses Pyrenees, the devil took the women behind some sort of screen, and the children, les oyant crier comme personnes que souffrent vin grande douleur, et ils les voyant aussi tost réunir au sabbat tout sanglantes. As regards brides, cet accouplement il leur faked perdre vin infinite de sang, et leur faked souffrir mille douleurs. Widow Bush of Barton said that the devil, who came to her as a young black man, was colder than man, and heavier, and could not perform nature as man. The physical coldness of the devil is vouched for in all parts of Europe. Toutes les sorcières accordant en cela, que la semence, qu'elles recueilluent du diable, est froide comme glacé, spranger en les inquisiteurs, que n'ont vu vin infinite, elles crient ainsi. Remy, que fait le procès à plus de 2000 sorcières, en port vien témoignage irréfragable. I.e. pousse assurer au semblable, que celles, que me sont passées par les mains, n'ont confessé tout autant. KSI la semence est ainsi froide Illinois essence tuel est destitué de ses esprits vitaux, and ainsi tuel en put ester cause d'aucune generation. Isabel Gaudí and Janet Bredhade of Aldern both said that the devil was a meikle, black, rock man, worry cold, and I fand his nature als cold within me as spring well water. Isabel continues, he is abler for ws that way than any man can be, only he vs hevi like a maltesique, a hudge nature, very cold, as ice. Another point which goes to prove that the intercourse was by artificial means was that pregnancy did not follow, except by special consent of the woman. Jeanette Diabity, aged 16, said, El fuyo et el accouplement du diable, cause tuiant son member faked en scales il fate souffrir vin extrême douleur. Outre que la semence est extrêmement froide, si bien tuel en gros imace, ni celle de autres hommes au sabbat, bien tuel soit naturel. Boguet remarks, il me suyant, tu Antoinette Tournier, and Antoinette Gondillon, estens interrogues, sils cranoyant point de devenir en saints de du diable, Elvine respondit tuel estoit trovier. L'autre que dueni le veloit pas permettre. According to Jean Hervillier, the devil coucha avec el charnement, en la mesme sorte en manière que font les hommes avec les femmes, hormis que la semence estoit froide. S'il dit el continua tu les huict ou quins ayers. ETVN your le diable demanda, si el veloit ester en santalai, ce tuel en velut pas. But when the witch was willing to have a child, it is noticeable that there is then no complaint of the devil's coldness. At Maidstone in 1652, and Ashby, and Martin, and one other of their associates, pleaded that they were with child pregnant, but confessed it was not by any man, but by the devil. And Ashby and Martin confessed that the devil had known them carnally, and that they had no hurt by it. The devil appears to have donned or doffed his disguise in the presence of his worshippers, and this was often the case at the time of the sexual rites, whether public or private. Il cognoist les sorcières tantost en fermi diem tout noir. And tantost en fermi de best, cum devien chien, devien chat, devien book, devien mouton. Il conwaswat thu en paget, and Antoine Tournier en fermi devien noir, etilors chuil accuploit oec iaquima paget, and Antoine Gondillon Illinois prenoit la figure devien mouton noir, port anticorns. François secretine a dit que sun demon se mettoit tantost en chien, tantost en chat, eti tantost en pool, quand il la veloit cognoister charnellement. Or tout ceci me fate de tant mieux sur el accouplement real du sorcier, and de la sorcière avec le démon. In the bases Pyrénées Marie d'Aspelcouet desoit le mesme, pour ce que est du membre en escales, mais el deposoit, que lors tuil les veloit cognoister Illinois catoit la fermi de book, and prenoit cel diem. Il entre dans sa chamber en fermi diung chat etse chanhea and la posture d'un homme veste de rouge. At an attempt to wreck a ship in a great storm, the devil was there present with them all, in the shape of a great horse. They returned all in the same likeness as of before, except that the devil was in the shape of a man. The devil appeared unto her, in the likeness of a pretty boy in grain clothes. And at that time the devil gave her his marquis. And went away from her in the likeness of a black dog. He wold ha carnal dealing with ws in the shap of a dare, or in any vether shap, now and then. Sometime he vold be like a stirk, a bull, a dare, a ray, or a dowg, etc. And ha dealing with ws. Yow the said Margaret Hamilton, relict of James Pulwart, had carnal calculation with the devil in the likeness of a man, but he removed from Yow in the likeness of a black dowg. The most important instance is in Boguet's description of the religious ceremony at the Sabbath, finalement Satan après avoir prince la figure devien book, se consume en feu, and reduit en cendre. The witches' habit of speaking of every person of the other sex with whom they had sexual intercourse at the Sabbath as a devil has led to much confusion in the accounts. The confusion has been accentuated by the fact that both male and female witches often used a disguise, or were at least veiled. E pour que les hommes ne sedent guères aux femmes en lubricite, c'est pourquoi le démon se met aussi en femme au succube. Ce tu il fait principalement au sabbat, selon que eloent report Pierre Gondillon, and George Gondillon, père and fils, and les autres, lesquels dissent tout naniment, tu en leurs assembles il plusieurs démons. And que les VNS exercent le mestier del homme pour les femmes, and les autres le mestier de femmes pour les hommes. The incubuses in the shapes of proper men satisfy the desires of the witches, and the succubuses serve for whores to the wizards. Margaret Johnson said the same, their spirites dually have knowledge of the higher bodies. She also saith, that men witches usually have women spirites and women witches men spirites. The girls under Madame Bourignon's charge declared that they had daily carnal cohabitation with the devil. That they went to the Sabbaths or meetings, where they eat, drank, danked, and committed other whoredom and sensualities. Every one had her devil in form of a man, and the men had their devils in the form of a woman. They had not the least design of changing, to quit these abominable pleasures, as one of them of 22 years old one day told me. No, said she, I will not be other than I am, I find too much content in my condition, I am always caressed. One girl of 12 said definitely that she knew the devil very well, that he was a boy a little bigger than herself, and that he was her love, and lay with her every night. And another girl named Bellet, aged 15, said her mother had taken her with her, to the Sabbath, when she was very young, and that being a little wench, this man-devil was then a little boy too, and grew up as she did. Having been always her love, and caressed her day and night. Such connections sometimes resulted in marriage. Gowl mentions this fact in his general account, oft-times he marries them ere they part, either to himself, or their familiar, or to one another. And that by the Book of Common Prayer, as a pretender to witch finding lately told me in the audience of many. This statement is borne out in the trials, Agnes Theobalda sagt, sie se selbst zugigen auf der Hochzeit Güssen, de Katharina und Engel von Hudlingen, ihren Beelzebub zur Ehe genommen haben. The devil of Isabel Ramsay's coven was clearly her husband, but there is nothing to show whether the marriage took place before she became a witch, as in the case of Janet Bredhade of Aldern, whose husband enticed her into that craft. I have quoted above, page 179, the ceremony at the marriage of witches in the Basses Pyrenees. Rebecca West, daughter of a witch, married the devil by what may be a primitive rite. He came to her as she was going to bed, and told her, he would marry her, and that she could not deny him. She said he kissed her, but was as cold as clay, and married her that night, in this manner. He took her by the hand and lead her about the chamber, and promised to be her loving husband till death, and to avenge her of her enemies, and that then she promised him to be his obedient wife till death, and to deny God, and Christ Jesus. At Edinburgh in 1658 a young woman called Anderson was tried. Her confession was, that Sco did marry the devil. The Swedish witches in 1670 confessed that at Blockula, the devil had sons and daughters which he did marry together. Giraldus Cambrensis gives an account of a spirit, in the form of a red-haired young man, called Simon, who was begotten upon the wife of a rustic in that parish, by a demon, in the shape of her husband, naming the man, and his father-in-law. Then dead, and his mother, still alive. The truth of which the woman upon examination openly avowed. Footnotes. Pitcairn, I, pt 2, page 206, Glanville, pt 2, page 301. Pitcairn, I, pt 2, page 207. J. G. Campbell, pages 293-4. The book was in manuscript, and when last heard of was in the possession of the now extinct Stewarts of Invernahyle. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 143. Pitcairn, 3, page 603. Toads did draw the plough as oxen, couch-grass was the harness and trace-chains, a gelded animal's horn was the coulter, and a piece of a gelded animal's horn was the sock. Reveson, 1679-81, page 336. Burns Beg, page 224. Reg Scott, Book 3, page 60. ID, Book 3, page 60. More, page 168. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 93. Boget, page 211. R. Scott, page 77. Bowden, pages 125-7. Bourignon, Vi, pages 222-3, Hale, pages 37-8. Glanville, PT2, page 301. Pitcairn, I, PT2, page 206. Bowden, page 465. ID, page 465. The trial was in 1545, Magdalene being then 42. See also Pleasant Treatise, page 6. ID, page 227. De Lanker, Tableau, page 183. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 145, 398. Kinloch, page 124. Arnott, page 360. Boget, page 68. Cooper, page 92. Moore, page 241. The Duel Meester, Beend and Lickneys of Ain Beast, Haid Carnal, Deal, with Ilkane of you. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 149. Petrie, pages 7-9, Capart, page 223. Plutarch, De Aeside et Osiride, 18, 5. On the other hand, the female generative organs were also adored, and presumably by men. This suggestion is borne out by the figures of women with the pudenda exposed and often exaggerated in size. Such figures are found in Egypt, where they were called baubo, and a legend was invented to account for the attitude, and similar figures were actually known in ancient Christian churches. Payne Knight, Discourse on the Worship of Priapus. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 132, 404. Remigius, PTI, page 19. Boget, pages 68-9. De Lanker, Tableau, pages 68, 224-6. ID, L'Incredulite, page 808. Pitcairn, 3, page 610. F. Hutchinson, Historical Essays, page 42. Boget, page 69. De Lanker, Tableau, page 132. De Lanker, Tableau, page 219. IDIB, page 404. Stern, page 29. The following references are in chronological order, and are only a few out of the many trials in which this coldness of the devil is noted. 1565, Cannard, page 54. 1567, De Lanker, Tableau, page 132, 1578, Bowden, Flo, page 227, 1590, Pitcairn, PT2, page 219, 1598, Boget, Op. Cit., pages 8, 412, 1645, Stern, page 29, 1649, Pitcairn, 3, page 599, 1652, Van Elven, La Tradition, 1891, v. page 215. 1661, Kinloch and Baxter, page 132, 1662, Pitcairn, 3, pages 603, 611, 617, 1662, Burns Begg, X, pages 222, 224, 231-2, 234, 1678, Fountainhall, I, page 14, 1682, Howell, 8. 1032, 1705, Trials of Eleanor Shaw, page 6. Boget, page 92. Pitcairn, 3, pp. 603, 611, 617. De Lanker, Tableau, page 132. Boget, page 78. Bowden, page 227. A Prodigious and Tragical History, pages 4, 5. Boget, page 70. De Lanker, Tableau, page 225. H. G. Van Elven, La Tradition, 1891, v. page 215. Place and names not given. Kinloch, pages 122, 123. Pitcairn, 3, page 601. ID, 3, pages 611, 613. Scott's Magazine, 1817, page 201. Boget, page 141. ID, page 65. Pleasant Treatise of Witches, page 6. The remembrance of the numerous male devils at the Sabbath survives in the Samhain dance in the Basses Pyrenees, where the male attendants on the king and queen of the dance are still called Satans. Moret, Mystères Egyptiens, page 247. Baines, I, pages 607-8, note. Bourignon, Parole, pages 86, 87, Hale, pages 26, 27. ID, Vi, page 211, 214, Hale, pages 29, 31. Gowl, page 63. Remigius, page 131. Record of Trial in the Edinburgh Justiciary Court. Pitcairn, 3, page 616. Howell, 4, 842. Nichols' Diary, page 212. Bannatyne Club. Horneck, pt 2, page 323. Davies, page 183. Cp. Also The Birth of Merlin. Giraldus Cambrensis, Itinerary, bk. I, 12, 91b. 7. The Organization. The cult was organized in as careful a manner as any other religious community. Each district however was independent, and therefore Mather is justified in saying that the witches formed themselves after the manner of congregational churches. 1. The officer. The chief or supreme head of each district was known to the recorders as the devil. Below him in each district, one or more officers, according to the size of the district, were appointed by the chief. The officers might be either men or women. Their duties were to arrange for meetings, to send out notices, to keep the record of work done, to transact the business of the community, and to present new members. Evidently these persons also noted any likely convert, and either themselves entered into negotiations or reported to the chief, who then took action as opportunity served. At the Esbats the officer appears to have taken command in the absence of the Grand Master. At the Sabbaths the officers were merely heads of their own covens, and were known as devils or spirits, though recognized as greatly inferior to the chief. The principal officer acted as clerk at the Sabbath and entered the witches' reports in his book. If he were a priest or ordained minister, he often performed part of the religious service. But the devil himself always celebrated the Mass or sacrament. In the absence of all direct information on the subject, it seems likely that the man who acted as principal officer became Grand Master on the death of the previous chief. Occasionally the devil appointed a personal attendant for himself, who waited upon him on all solemn occasions, but does not appear to have held any official position in the community. Esteban de Cambreau, 1567, said that "El avuo sabbat vien noter chuel nami, liqual a custom de luer les defautes de celis ca ont manque de si trower o sabbat." At the North Berwick meetings, 1590, there were several officers, of whom Fian was the chief. Robert Griersound being nomet, they all ran hurdy-gurdy in wer angry, for it wes promiset he sold be cowlit, rot the comptroller, alias Rob the rower, for expriming of his name. John Fien wes eur nest to the devil, att his left elbuck. Grey meal kepit the dur. The accusation of the Sade Gilles Duncan aforesaid, who confessed he, Fian, was their register, and that there was not one man suffered to come to the devil's readings but one lie he. Fian's confession, that at the general meetings of those witches, he was always present, that he was clerk to all those that were in subjection to the devil's service, bearing the name of witches. That alway he did take their oaths for their true service to the devil, and that he wrote for them such matters as the devil still pleased to command him. Elizabeth Southerns, otherwise known as Old Mother Demdike, 1613, was general agent for the duel in all these parties. The eminent warlock Robert Grieve of Lauder, 1649, was brought to a confession of his being the devil's officer in that count Ray for warning all Satan's vassals to come to the meetings, where, and whensoever the devil required. The devil gave him that charge, to be his officer to warn all to the meetings, as was said before, in which charge he continued for the space of 18 years and more. The evidence concerning Isabel Shirey at Forfar, 1661, is too long to quote, but it is clear that she acted as the officer. Isabel Gaudai, 1662, says definitely, John Young, in Meepstown, is officer to or Coeven, and remarks in another part of her confession that John Younge in Meepstown, or officer, did drywe the plug. The only indication of a change of personnel is given by Janet Bredhade, of the same coven as Isabel Gaudai. John Taylor, my husband, was then officer, but John Young in Meepstown, is now officer to my Coeven. Quan I came first there, the devil called Tam all be their names, on the book, and my husband, then called Thame at the door. One we had great mytinges, Walter Letty, in Pennock, my husband, and Alexander Elder, nix to the devil, wer Rolleris. And quan there wold be but fewer, I myself, the deceased Jean Sutherland, Bessie Hay, Bessie Wilson, and Janet Burnett wold rule Thame. In Somerset, 1664, and Bishop appears to have been the chief personage under the devil, in other words the officer. At Paisley, 1678, Bessie Weir was officer to their several meetings. Bessie Weir did intimate to him, John Stewart, that there was a meeting to be at his house the next day, and that the devil under the shape of a black man, Margaret Jackson, Marjorie Craig, and the said Bessie Weir, were to be present. And that the said Bessie Weir required the declarant to be there, which he promised. In New England, 1692, it appears that both Bridget Bishop and Martha Carrier held high rank, and were probably officers. One duty seems to have been delegated to a particular individual, who might perhaps hold no other office, or who might, on the other hand, be the chief official. This was the manager, often the leader, of the dance. As pace seems to have been an essential in the dance, the leader was necessarily active and generally young. At North Berwick, 1590, John Fine-Muscled led the ring. In Aberdeen, 1596, Thomas Laius was the chief person in the dance. Though the said Thomas was foremost and led the ring, and dang the said Catherine Mitchell, because sco spill it your dawn, and ran knocked so fast about as the rest. Isabel Cockey of the same coven was next in importance. In the Quilk dance, though was the ring leader next Thomas Laius. Mr. Gideon Penman, 1678, who had once been minister at Crichton, went to the Sabbaths, where the devil spoke of him as, Mr. Gideon, my chaplain. The witches said that ordinarily Mr. Gideon was in the rear in all their dances, and beat up those that were slow. This Mr. Gideon seems to be the same person as the warlock who formerly had been admitted to the ministry in the Presbyterian times, and now he turns a preacher under the devil. This villain was assisting to Satan in this action, giving the sacrament, and in preaching. The personal attendant of the devil is rare. At Aberdeen, 1596, Isabel Ritchie was accused that, at that time thou resawit thy honours fra the duel, thy maester, and wer appointed be him in all times thereafter, his special domestic servant and furrier. John McWilliam Sclater, 1656, was appointed cloak-bearer to the devil. The devil's piper was also an official appointment in Scotland, but does not occur elsewhere. John Douglas of Tranent, 1659, was the devil's piper, and so also was a man mentioned by Sinclair, a reverend minister told me, that one who was the devil's piper, a wizard confessed to him, that at a ball of dancing, the foul spirit taught him a bawdy song to sing and play. The Queen of the Sabbath may perhaps be considered as an official during the 16th and 17th centuries, though in early times she was probably the chief personage in the cult, as Pearson has pointed out. It is not unlikely that she was originally the same as the Queen of Elfame. In Scotland, however, in the 17th century, there is a Maiden of the Coven, which was an important position in the Esbat but entirely distinct from the Queen of Faerie, while in other places a woman, not the Queen, is often the officer and holds the highest place after the Grand Master. Elizabeth Style of Windsor, 1579, said that Mother Sidra dwelling in the almshouse, was the master's witche of all the rest. Marion Grant of Aberdeen, 1597, confessed that, the devil thy maester causeth the dawn sindry times with him and with Our Lady, Coha, as thou says, was a fine woman, clad in a quite walicot. In France, 1609, the custom seems to have been universal, en Chasque village Trower Veen Roin du Sabbat, who sat at the devil's left hand during the celebration of the Mass and received the offerings of the faithful. The witches called her both the Grande Maîtresse and the Reine du Sabbat. Isabel Gaudy's Confession, 1662, shows that the Queen of Elthame was not the same as the chief woman of the coven, for she saw the Queen only on going into the ferryhouse, while the maiden of the coven was at each meeting. We do no great matter without our maiden dot, quan we are at meet, or in any vither place quater, the maiden of each coven sit is about the rest, nix the devil. In New England, 1692, Deliverance Hobbes confessed that the said G.B. preached to them, and such a woman was their deacon. 2. The Covens. The word coven is a derivative of convene, and is variously spelt coven, coeven, covine, queuing, and even covey. The special meaning of the word among the witches is a band or company, who were set apart for the practice of the rites of the religion and for the performance of magical ceremonies, in short, a kind of priesthood. The coven was composed of men and women, belonging to one district, though not necessarily all from one village, and was ruled by an officer under the command of the Grand Master. The members of the coven were apparently bound to attend the weekly esbat, and it was they who were instructed in and practiced magical arts, and who performed all the rites and ceremonies of the cult. The rest of the villagers attended the esbats when they could or when they felt so inclined, but did not necessarily work magic, and they attended the Sabbaths as a matter of course. This view of the organization of the religion is borne out by the common belief in modern France. Ils de croyance générale tu il faut un nombre fixe de sorcières et de sorcières dans chaque canton. Le nouvel unité reprend les vieux papiers de l'ancien date, les mauvaises gens forment un confrérie que est dirigé par un sorcière. Celle-ci a la gériture comme marque de sa dignité. Elles aussi la transmettent successivement par rang d'ancienneté. Il en existe que cette différence de rang entre les sorcières et les sorcières. Cela aussi recrutent aussi bien parmi les gens mariés que chez les célibataires. The fixed number, among the witches of Great Britain seems to have been 13, 12 witches and their officer. The actual numbers can be obtained, as a rule, only when the full record of the trial is available. For when several witches in one district are brought to trial at the same time they will always be found to be members of a coven, and usually the other members of the coven are implicated or at least mentioned. The earliest account of a coven is in the trial of Bessie Dunlop, 1567, when Tom Reed was trying to induce her to join the society. He took her to the kill end, where he forbade her to speak or fire for anything ski hard or saw. And Queen Ty had gain ein lytle pes forward, ski saw 12 persounds, ocht women and 4 men, the men were clad in gentlemen's cleathing, and the women had all plaid dis round about Thame and were very semily like to us. And Tom was with Thame. Clearly this was a coven with Tom as the officer, and he had brought Bessie to see and be seen. The witches tried at St. Osyth in Essex in 1582 were 13 in number. At the meeting of the North Berwick witches, 1590, to consult on the means to compass the king's death, 9 witches stood in ein company, and the rest to the now mayor of 30 persons in ein third company. In other words, there were 39 persons, or 3 covens, present. At Aberdeen, 1596 to 7, 64 names of witches occur in the trials. Of these, 7 were merely mentioned as being known to the accused, though not as taking part in the ceremonies, and 5 were acquitted, thus leaving 52 persons, or 4 covens. Out of these 52, 1 was condemned and executed at the assize in 1596 and 12 in 1597, making in all 13 persons, or 1 coven, who were put to death. The Great Trial of the Lancashire Witches in 1613 gives a grand total of 52 witches, or 4 covens, whose names occur in the record. This includes the 3 Salisbury witches mentioned by Grace Sowerbutt's, whose evidence was discredited as being the outcome of a popish plot to destroy the 3 women as converts to the Reformed Church. But as the record shows that the other accused witches were tried on similar charges and condemned, it may be concluded that other causes occasioned the acquittal. Taking together, however, only those witches who are mentioned, in these trials, as having actually taken part in the ceremonies and practices of witchcraft in the neighborhood of Pendle, it will be found that there were 39 persons. Or 3 covens. In Guernsey in 1617 Isabel Beckwith confessed that at the Sabbath the devil used to summon the wizards and witches in regular order. She remembered very well having heard him call the old woman Colette the first. In these terms, Madame the old woman Becket, then the woman Falaise, and afterwards the woman Hardy. Item, he also called Marie, wife of Massey, and daughter of the said Colette. Said that after them she herself was called by the devil, in these terms, the little Becket. She also heard him call their Callas Beckwith, son of the said old woman, who, Callas, held her by the hand in dancing. And someone, a woman, whom she did not know, held her by the other hand. There were about 6 others there she did not know. At Queensferry in 1644 13 women were tried and 7 executed for witchcraft. At Allow, 1658, though 13 persons, or 1 coven, were brought to trial. The word is used to indicate a smaller number. Margaret Duckhall likewise declared that there was 6 women mare beside herself that was in their queuing, then follow the names of the 6. Jonet Black confessed several meetings with the abowenamed queuing. Catherine Rennie being asked what meetinges Sco had with the Dywell, and the rest of her queuing. Sco answered Sco had several meetinges with all tam abowenamed. Little Jonet Howard of Forfar, 1661, said, there was there present with the Devil beside herself, quam he cowlet the pretty dancer, the said Isabel Siri, Mary Rind, Helen Alexander, Isabel Dorward. And Eutherus Hoy's name Shew did not know, to the number of 13 of all. The trial of Jonet Kerr and Isabel Ramsay at Edinburgh, 1661, gives the names of 13 persons, or 1 coven. At Crook of Devon, 1662, there were tried 12 women and 1 man, i.e. 1 coven. Isabel Gaudy of Aldern, 1662, gives the most detail concerning the covens. Jean Merten is maiden of Oer Coeven. John Young is officer to Oer Coeven. There are 13 persons in Ilk Coeven. Her evidence shows that there were several covens in the district. The last time that Oer Coven met, and in Vether Coven, wer dancing at the hill of Earl Seat, and before that vs beyond the Meikleburn. And the Vether Coven being at the Downey Hillis, we went beside them. She and 4 others, with the Devil, wer on lie at the making of it, a charm, but all the multitude of all Oer Coevens got notice of it, at the next mighting. All my Owen Coeven got notice of it worry shortly. She also notes that each member of her coven has an sprit to wait pon ws, quan v please to call pon him. Janet Bredhade, of the same coven as Isabel Gaudy, gives the names of 39 persons, or 3 covens, who were present in the Kirk of Nairn when she was admitted into the society. In Somerset, 1664, the number of accused was 26 persons, or 2 covens. At Newcastle on Tyne, 1673, and Armstrong stated that at the meeting at the riding house in the Close on the Common, she saw 10 men and women whom she knew and Thre more, whose names she knows not. At another meeting at Riding Milne Bridge End she see the said and Forster, and Dryden, and Luce Thompson, and 10 more unknown to her. The house of John Newton off the riding, the said Lucy wished that a boiled capon with silver screws might come down to her and the rest, which were 5 coveys consisting of 13 person in every covey. At a large meeting at Allensford, where a great many witches were present, every 13 of them had a Devil with them in sundry shapes. It is also noticeable that an Armstrong mentions 26 persons by name as having been at various meetings to her knowledge. At Paisley, 1692, 13 persons of high position brought an action for libel against 6 others for saying that they, the 13, had drunk the devil's health in the house of one of them. The libelers were punished, but the number of persons libeled suggests that the accusation might have been true. 3. Duties. An important part of the organization was the system of reporting to the Grand Master everything which had happened since the previous Great Assembly. The chief work of the Covens was the performance of magical rites, either publicly at the S-bats or privately in the houses of the witches and their neighbors. As these rites, especially when performed privately, were more or less in the nature of experiments, the results were reported and when successful were recorded in writing for future use. The book in which the records were made remained in the hands of the devil, who in this way had always a store of well-tried magical spells and recipes to kill or cure, from which he could instruct his followers as occasion demanded. The position of the devil as the instructor of the witches is to be found in most of the trials in Great Britain. Cooper states this plainly: he delivers unto his proselyte, and so to the rest, the rules of his art, instructing them in the manner of hurting and helping, and acquainting them with such medicines and poisons as are of swall hereunto. Bessie Dunlop, 1567, never attempted to cure any disease without first consulting Tom Reed, Tsuhan sundry persons cam to here to seek help for their beast, their cow, or yow, or for ane barn that was ta'en away with ane evil blast of wind. Or elf grippet, ski gate and spirit at Tom, quod mycht help thame. Ski could do nathing, quill Ski had first spoken with Tom. Alison Pearson, 1588, learned her craft from Mr. William Simpson, her mother's brother's son, who lived among the fairy folk. The said Mr. William told here of Uri Sytons and quot herbis Sco sold tack to hail thame, and how Sco sold vse thame, and guis here his direction att all times. Agnes Sampson, the wise wife of Keith, 1590, always asked the devil's advice in serious cases. She had a familiar spirit, who upon her call, did appear in a visible form, and resolve her of any doubtful matter, especially concerning the life or death of persons lying sick. Grisel Gardner of Newburgh, 1610, was executed for consulting with the devil, and seeking of responses fra him, at all times this 14 or 15 bygame, for effectuating of her devilish intentions. Elspeth Rioch in Orkney, 1616, confessed that the fairy man, whom she met, told her, he wald learn her to ken and sie ony thing she wald desire. Isabel Haldane of Perth, 1623, also obtained all her information as to life and death from the man with the grey beard whom she met among the fairy folk. Jonet Rendell, another Orkney witch, 1629, stated that, the devil appert to you, quam ye called Wallaman, clad in quit cloathis with ane quit head and ane grey beard. And said to you he sold learn ya to win almas be healing of folk. Sandy Hunter was only moderately successful in curing cattle till he covenanted with the devil, who came to him in the form of a mediciner, and said, Sandy, you have too long followed my trade, and never acknowledged me for your master. You must now take on with me, and be my servant, and I will make you more perfect in your calling. Whereupon the man gave up himself to the devil. After this, he grew very famous through the country, for his charming and curing of diseases in men and beasts. Reginald Scott says that the witches were taught by the devil to make magical ointments, and that he supplied their want of powders and roots to intoxicate withal. It was the devil who pointed out which graves were to be opened in order to obtain the material for working magic, and when the bodies had been exhumed and dismembered, he told the witches how to use the fragments. It was the devil who made or baptized the wax and clay images, and who stuck the first thorn or pin into them. It was the devil who held the mock plough at Aldern, and taught the witches of that place all the charms they knew. We get all this power from the devil, says Isabel Gaudai. It was the devil who instigated and superintended the wrecking of the bridge at Cortequy, concerning which Helen Guthrie said, she herself, John Net Stout, and others of them did thrust their shoulderies against the bridge. And Isabel Smith confessed, we all rued that mighting, for we hurt ourselves lifting. The book in which the magical recipes were recorded must have been of great value to its owner, and one which he would not willingly allow to pass out of his hands. A volume of this kind was known to be extant till the beginning of the last century. It was called the Red Book of Appen. There are two stories as to how it was taken from the devil, but both stories agree that it was obtained by a trick. It was in manuscript and contained charms for the cure of cattle, and was consulted when cows were bewitched and refused to give milk. It was also supposed to confer magical powers on the owner, who was said to know what the inquiry would be before the inquirer opened his lips. And it was in itself so magical that the owner had to wear a hoop of iron on his head when turning its leaves. Another devil's book was carried away, apparently as a joke, by Mr. Williamson of Cardrona, who took it from the witches as they danced on Minchmore, but they followed him and he returned it. The system of reporting everything to the chief of the community makes it certain that he was supplied with such current information as made his knowledge of public and private affairs appear miraculous to the uninitiated. Even those who supplied that information had firm faith in his supernatural power to kill or cure, and believed with equal ardor in the charms which he taught them to make and use. In reviewing the evidence, it seems clear that the witches of the covens were bound to exercise their powers in the intervals between the meetings. They were bound to attend those meetings, unless absolutely prevented, in order to learn new methods as well as to make their reports. And they were bound to obey the Grand Master's orders and to treat him with the deference and respect due to his exalted position. 4. Discipline. Discipline was maintained by a system of rewards and punishments, enforced or relaxed according to the personal character of the chief. As a rule, only the severer punishments are recorded, but occasionally there are indications of minor chastisements. The contemporary writers make the system of rewards and punishments very clear. Satan calleth them together into a diulish synagogy. And that he may also understand of them how well and diligently they ha fulfilled their office of intoxicating committed unto them, and who they ha slain. Such as are absent, and have no care to be assoiled, are immersed to this penalty, so to be beaten on the palms of their feet, to be whipped with iron rods, to be pinched and sucked by their familiars till their heart blood come. Till they repent them of their sloth, and promise more attendance and diligence for the future. Taking account also of the proceedings of his other scholars, and so approving or condemning accordingly. Sometimes at their solemn assemblies, the devil commands, that each tell what wickedness he hath committed, and according to the heinousness and detestableness of it, he is honored and respected with a general applause. Those on the contrary, that have done no evil, are beaten and punished. The usual punishment was beating, which was inflicted for various offences, chiefly disrespect or neglect of duty. At Arras in 1460 Jean Tacket, a rich Achevin, had endeavoured to withdraw his allegiance from Satan, who had forced him to continue it by beating him cruelly with a bull's pizzle. In Lorraine, 1589, the Grand Master seems to have been peculiarly brutal. Jana Gerardina, Katharina Russa, und Franziska Felaea Besuchten, das sie mehr als einmal schwerlich mit Hartenstreichen hatten bussen müssen. Wenn sie keinen Schaden oder Unglück einstift hatten. Und wie Nicolae Morelia sagt, hat sie dermassen zerschlagen, dass der Atem davon ausgeblieben, und sie bei nahe gesterben war. Über welche sich dann nicht zu verwundern sei, sintemal eisern handhav, mit denen innen so unbarmherzig die Kopfe zerschlagen, dass sie deren nicht mehr empfinden. In the Lyons district, 1598, les sorciers rendent conti à Satan de CEQUILSONT fate des la dernière assemblée, estens sur la les mieux venus que ont commis le plus de méchancetés. Les autres sont siffles and maquets de tout. Elon les fate mettre à eliscart, and sont anchor le plus sunt battis and maltrites de leur meester. According to Bodin, chacun sorcier doit rendre compte du mal qu'il a fait sur pain d'ester bien battu. De Lanker says, les sorciers levant adorer trois nuix durant. Ce que par nonchalance, ou autre petit empêchement ni sy truant, sont fouettes and battis à l'outrance. Alexander Hamilton, 1630, stated that there was a new tryst appointed by him to be capit wt thame altigitter within 13 days thereafter upon the called bit mere quilk mighting was knocked capit be the said Alexer for the quilk couse and breaking of. That trist the said Alexer was maist rigorously strucken be the devil wt ein batown at ein mighting capit betwixt them shortly thereafter upon Gernetown Hillis. In France, 1652, 2 sisters were tried for witchcraft. I shall confess en avoir fake mourir chuan vox et d'avoir été battu par le diable, 2 fois, parce qu'elle en veloit faire mourir autres personnes et bestialt. The other sister was, interrogie sy le diable ni lie avoit conceal de crature la sainte hostie or de sa bouche, ou bien en la point recepvoir, distique non, mais bien que le diable elat un fois battu fort parce qu'elle avoit reçu. The girls at Lille, 1661, informed Madame Bourignon that the witches are constrained to offer him their children, or else the devil would beat them. Isabel Gaudy's account is, as usual, very full. Sometimes, among Orphelwis, we wold be calling him, Black John, or the like, and he wold ken it, and ere ws while enough. And he ewen then come to ws, and say, I ken while enough what wer saying of me. And then he wold beat and buffet ws worry sore. We wold be beat tin if ver absent any time, or neglect anything that wold be appointed to be done. Alexer elder, in Earl's seat, wold be worry often beat tin. He is bot soft, and cowld never defend himself in the leist, bot grite and cry, quan he wold be scourging him. But Margaret Wilson, in Aldern, wold defend herself finely, and cast wp her handies to keep the strokies off from here, and Bessie Wilson would speak crusty with her tounge, and wold be belling again to him stoutly. He wold be beating and scourging ws all wping down with cardus, cords, and vither sharp scourges, like naked guasties, and we wold still be crying, pit tie. Pit tie. Mercy. Mercy, or Lord. But he wold ha neither pit tie nor mercy. When he wold be angry at ws, he wold gurn at ws like a douge, as iff he wold swallow wswp. The Swedish witches, 1669, also had reason to complain of their Grand Master's cruelty. Heretofore it was sufficient to carry but one of their children, to the meeting, or a stranger's child with them. But now he did plague them and whip them if they did not procure him children. Among the Northumberland witches, 1673. All of them who had done harm gave an account thereof to their protector, who made most of them that did most harm, and beat those who had done no harm. At the said meeting their particular devil took them that did most evil, and danced with them first, and called every of them to an account, and those that did most evil he made most of. The devil, in the forme of a little black man in black clothes, called of one Isabel Thompson, of Sleely, widow, by name, and required of her what service she had done him. She replied she had got power of the body of one Margaret Teasdale. And after he had danced with her he dismissed her and called of one Thomasine, wife of Edward Watson, of Sleely. Punishments for minor offences are rarely recorded. At North Berwick, 1590, when the witches returned after sinking a ship, seeing that they tarried over long, he at their coming enjoined them all to a penance, which was, that they should kiss his buttocks, in sign of duety to him. At Aberdeen, 1597, Kristen Mitchell confessed that when the devil asked her to join, "Thou answered, I will enter in thy band, but I will not bid Theron." And thereafter that the devil gaw thee a whisk, and thou fell on thy face won the dyke of that yard. Beggys Todd, who belonged to one of the North Berwick covens but was not tried till 1608, was late in arriving at a meeting, where the duel appeared to thame, and reprovet the said Beggys Todd very stirply, for here long tearing. To quom Sco made this answer, Sir, I could win na sooner. At Lille if any which desired to leave the religion, the devil reproves them then more severely, and obligate them to new promises. Occasionally the witches kept discipline among themselves. This seems to have been the case only when the culprit prevented the proper execution of magical performances. At Aberdeen Thomas Lais led the ring, and dang the said Catherine Mitchell, because Sco spillet your dawn, and ran knocked sa fast about as the rest. At Aldern Isabel Gaudy described how the witches used flint arrowheads. I shot at the Laird of Park, as he vs crossing the burn of both, but, thankies to God now, that he pre-ser him. Bessie Hay gaw me a great cuff, because I missed him. The former minister of Crichton, Mr. Gideon Penman, acted as the devil's chaplain. Ordinarily Mr. Gideon was in the rear in all their dances, and beat up all those that were slow. But a reasonable excuse for trifling misdemeanors could be accepted. The devil asked that Catherine more queer her husband was that he came not. She answered there was a young bairn at home and that they could not both come. Capital punishment was reserved for traitors, actual and potential. It must have been brought into use only after the cult had fallen upon evil days, and then only when the chief himself was in danger. Beating to death, hanging, and poison were the usual means of execution. The earliest instance occurred in 1450, when the Church had begun to use its power systematically against the witches. The Inquisitor of Como, Bartolomeo de Hamate, the Podesta Lorenzo de Cararezzo, and the notary Giovanni da Fossato, either out of curiosity or because they doubted the witches whom they were trying, went to a place of assembly at Mendrisio and witnessed the scene from a hiding place. The presiding demon pretended not to know their presence, and in due course dismissed the assembly, but suddenly recalled his followers and set them on the officials, who were so beaten that they died within 15 days. Ailsound Pearson, 1588, was burnt as a witch, having gained her knowledge from the fairies, who threatened that, "Gif sco wald speak and tell of Thame and their doing gees, they sold martyr here." The Lorraine witches, 1589, took an oath of silence. Welchen Eydsie so hoc und heilig halten, das when sie eidbrechig worden, so darfur halten, also ob sie uig darum mussten verdammt und gestraft sein. Alice Goodridge, the Derbyshire witch, 1597, was tried for witchcraft. She should have been executed, but that her spirit killed her in the prison. Jeanette d'Abadie, 1609, was more fortunate than most in that she was not killed. Ella este battue au sabbat reelement incorporelament par deux sorcières tuel nami, par ce tuel au et rewheel les mystères du sabbat. John Stewart, the juggler of Irvine, 1618. For his better preferring to the day of the Asses, was put in ein lockfast bith, where no manner of person might have access to him quil the downsitting of the justice court. And for avoiding of putting violent handies on himself, was very strictly guarded and flitheret be the arms, as us is, and upon that same day of the Asses, about half an hour before the down sitting of the justice court, Mr. David Dixon, minister at Irving, and Mr. George Dunbar, minister of Ayr, having went to him to exhort him to call on his God for mercy for his bygane wicked and evil life and that God wold of his infinite mercy. Lois him out of the handies of the devil quam he had served thir mony years by gain he acquiesced to their prayer and godly exhortation, and uttereth their word is, I am so straightly guarded that it lies not in my hand to tack off my bonnet, nor to get bread to my mouth. And immediately after the departing of the two ministers from him, the juggler being sent for at the desire of my lord of Eglintown, to be confronted with ein woman of the burgh of Ayr, called Janet Booz. Coha was apprehended by the magistrates of the burgh of Ayr, for witchcraft, to the burgh of Irvine, purposely for that effer. He was fund be the borough officers. Coha went about him stranglet and hangit be the crook of the dur, with ein tate of hemp, or a string made of hemp, supposed to have been his garten, or string of his bonnet, not above the length of twa span long. His knees not being from the grund half ein span, and was brought out of the house, his life not being so late expelled, but notwithstanding of whatsoever means used to the contraire for remede of his life, he revived not. But so ended his life miserable by the help of the devil his master. Rebecca West, a young Essex witch, 1645, confessed to Matthew Hopkins that, if she should discover anything, they all told the said Rebecca, she should endure more torments on earth than could be in hell, and the said Rebecca told this informant that she promised to keep all their secrets. And moreover they all told her, that she must never confess anything, although the rope were about her neck, and she ready to be hanged. In Fifeshire, 1649, ein Mistress Henderson, sister to Friedel Henderson, in the presbytery of Dunfermline, sometimes Lady of Petaro, being delayed by many to be a witch, was apprehended and carried to Edinburgh, where she was keeped fast. And after her remaining in prison for a time, being in health att night, upon the morn was found dead. It was thought, and spoken by many, that she wronged herself either by strangling or by poison. The Swedish children, 1670, were not spared. If the children did at any time name the names of those that had carried them away, they were again carried by force either to Blockula, or to the cross way, and there miserably beaten. Insomuch that some of them died of it. Whether Deliverance Hobbs, 1692, was actually beaten, or whether her statement was made from the knowledge of what might happen to her, cannot be certain without reference to the records of the trial itself. As Mather's bias is apt to distort the evidence, she now testified, that this bishop tempted her to sign the book again, and to deny what she had confessed. She affirmed, that it was the shape of this prisoner, which whipped her with iron rods, to compel her thereunto. Elizabeth Anderson in Renfrewshire, 1696, went with her father to a witch meeting, several of them being afraid that the declarant would confess, and tell of them as she done formerly on her grandmother. They threatened to tear her all in pieces if she did so. John Reed of the same coven, after his confession had called out of his prison window, desiring Bailey Scott to keep that old body Angus Forrester, who had been his fellow prisoner, close and secure. Whereupon the company asked John when they were leaving him on Friday night the 21th of May, whether he desired company or would be afraid alone. He said he had no fear of anything, so being left till Saturday in the forenoon. He was found in this posture, viz. sitting upon a stool which was on the hearth of the chimney, with his feet on the floor and his body straight upward, his shoulders touching the lintel of the chimney. But his neck tied with his own neckcloth, whereof the knot was behind, to a small stick thrust into a hole above the lintel of the chimney, upon which the company, especially John Campbell a chirurgeon who was called, thought at first in respect of his being in an ordinary posture of sitting, and the neckcloth not having any drawn knot, or run loo, but an ordinary one which was not very straight. And the stick not having the strength to bear the weight of his body or the struggle, that he had not been quite dead. But finding it otherways, and that he was in such a situation that he could not have been the actor thereof himself, concluded that some extraordinary agent had done it, especially considering that the door of the room was secured, and that there was a board set over the window which was not there the night before when they left him. A similar fate befell the warlock Playfair in 1597. He was found strangled in his prison at Dalkeith with the point of his breeches tied round his neck. Footnotes. Cotton Mather, page 160. De Lancre, Tableau, page 123. Pitcairn, I, pt 2, pp. 219, 220, 239, 240. Potts, B2. Sinclair, pages 46, 47. Kinloch, pages 124, 129. Pitcairn, 3, pages 603, 605. Pitcairn, 3, page 617. Glanville, pt 2, pages 139, 147, 148. ID, pt 2, pages 291, 293. Pitcairn, I, pt 3, page 246. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, pp. 97, 98. IB, page 115. Fountainhall, I, page 14. Law, page 145. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 142. Spottiswoode Miscellaneous, 2, page 67. IB, 2, page 68. Sinclair, page 219. Pearson, 2, page 26. Rehearsal, par. 26. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 171. De Lancre, Lincredulite, page 36. ID, Tableau, page 401. Pitcairn, 3, pages 610, 613. Burr, page 417. Lemoyne, La Tradition, 1892, 6, pages 108, 109. The italics are in the original. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 52. Witches taken at St. Os's. Pitcairn, I. Point. 2, page 245. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I. Pages 87 seek. Potts. Goldsmid, page 13. Translated from the French record. Fife, page 87. Scottish Antiquary, 9, pages 50-2. Kinloch, page 114. From the record of the trial in the Edinburgh Justiciary Court. Burns Beg, pages 219 seek. Pitcairn, 3, pages 603-17. Glanville, pt2, pages 140 seek. Surtees SOC, XL, pages 191, 192, Denham Tracts, 2, pages 300-2, 304. Hector, I, pages 51-6. Cooper, Mystery, pages 90-2. Pitcairn, 2, pages 53, 54. ID, 2, page 164. ID. 2, page 230. ID, 3, page 96. County Folklore, 3, page 112, Mate. CL Miscellaneous, 2, page 188. Pitcairn, 2, page 537. County Folklore, 3, page 103. Sinclair, page 122. Scott, Book 3, page 43. Pitcairn, I, pt2, pages 211, 239, 245-6. Glanville, pt2, pp. 293-5. ID, pt2, pages 137-8. ID, pt2, pages 293-5. Pitcairn, 3, pages 603, 605 seek. Kinloch, pages 122, 133. Campbell, pages 293-4. Berwickshire Naturalists Club, 11, page 265. Unfortunately, the author of the article gives neither her authority for the statement, nor any indication of the date of the occurrence. Deneus, ch. 4. Gowell, page 65. Cooper, page 91. Pleasant Treatise, pages 6-7. Leah, 3, page 525. Remigius, Point. I, cap. 13, page 59. Boget, page 139. Bowden, page 189. Delanker, Tableau, page 398. From the record of the trial in the Edinburgh Justiciary Court. Van Elven, La Tradition, v. 1891, page 215. The names of the witches and the place are not given. Bourignon, Vi, page 222, Hale, page 37. Pitcairn, 3, page 613. Horneck, pt2, page 318. Surtees SOC, XL, pages 191, 195, 197. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 217. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 165. Pitcairn, 2, page 542. Bourignon, Vi, page 223, Hale, page 38. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 97. Pitcairn, 3, page 615. Fountainhall, I, page 14. Highland Papers, 3, page 26. Leah, 3, page 501. Pitcairn, I, pt2, page 163. Remigius, ch 18, page 83. Alsgoodridge, page 43. Delanker, Tableau, page 91. Trial of Isabel Inch, page 11. Howell, 4, 842. Lamont, page 12. For further particulars of this lady, see Ross, Aberdour and Inchcolm, page 339. Horneck, pt2, page 319. Cotton Mather, page 131. Nar. Of the Sufferings of a Young Girl, p. XL. Nar. Of the Sufferings of a Young Girl, page 44, Saggisismus Debilatus, pages 43-4. Sharp, p. 46. 8. Familiars and Transformations. The question of familiars is one which has always puzzled the student of witch trials. And almost more than any other has been the cause of the belief that hysteria and hallucination were the foundation of the witches' confessions. Yet when the accounts are carefully examined, the circumstantial detail given in the evidence shows that here, as elsewhere, a foundation of fact underlies the statements of the accused. These statements are often misunderstood and therefore misrepresented by the recorders, and still more so by the modern commentator, but by comparison of the details a considerable amount of information can be gained. The familiars can be divided into two types: 1. Those by which the witch divined; 2. Those who attended on the witch to obey her commands. 1. The divining familiar. The essence of this familiar is that it did not belong to the witch but was an animal which appeared accidentally after the performance of certain magical ceremonies. Forbes puts this quite clearly when describing the contract, the devil on his part articles with such proselytes, concerning the shape he is to appear to them in, the services they are to expect from him. Upon the performance of certain charms or ceremonious rites. From this statement and from the facts revealed in the trials it would seem that the devil appointed to the witch, on her admission, some kind of animal or animals by which she should divine. And which therefore represented himself for the time being, for he claimed the power, as God, to know and reveal the future. This explanation accounts for the fact that the witches always spoke of such animals as the devil and believed that they could foretell the future by his means. The actual method of divination is not preserved. All that remains of the ceremony are the words and gestures which were used before the appearance of the animal, and these only in few cases. The method was probably such as obtained in other places where auguries by animals and birds were practiced, i.e. by the direction and pace of the animal, by its actions, by its voice if it emitted any sound, and so on. The method of making such observations and of translating them when made was part of the instruction given to the witch by the devil, and was usually employed to discover whether a person were bewitched, the ultimate result of an illness, and the length of life of any given person. In 1566 John Walsh, of Netherbury in Dorset, who knoweth when ony man is bewitched, saith upon his oath, that his familiar would sometime come to him like a grey blackish culure, and sometime like a brend dog, and sometimes like a man. In 1590 Agnes Sampson, the wise wife of Keith, was filed and convict, that the dual apprit to hear in lickneys of ein dog, att quam she socked her hail responses that Queen Ski West send for to hail the auld Lady Edmastown. Queen Ski lay seek, before the said Agnes departed, Ski told to the gentlewomen, that Ski sold tell thame that nycht quitter the Lady Wald hail or knocked. And appointed thame to be in the garden after supper, betwixt 5 and 6 att ewan. Ski possit to the Gardine, to deviise pound her prayer, one quat time Ski chargite the duil, calling him Elva, to come and speak to hear, coha come in over the dyke, in lickneys of ein dog, and come sa near to hear, that Ski wes afraid. And chargite him on the law that he luet on, to come na nearer, but to answer here. And Ski demanded, quitter the Lady Wald leaf or knocked. He said, here days war gain. Then he demanded, Gif the gentlewomen hear doctors, quhere they wr. And Ski said, that the gentlewomen said, that they wore to be there. He answered, Ain of Thame sold be in peril, and that he sold Hafain of Thame. Ski answered, it sold knocked bsa, and swa departed fra here zowling. Fra this time quill after supper, he reminit in the wall, well. Tewhan the gentlewomen come in, the dog come out of the wall, and apprit to Thame, querit they wr afrayit. In the meantime, ain of the said gentlewomen, the Lady Torsens, ran to the wall, being forciate and drawn by the devil, coha wald hafe drowned here, or knocked the said Agnes and the rest of the gentlewomen gat ain gryp of here. And with all here, there. Forcius drew here aback again, quilk made thame all afraid. The dog possit away thereafter with ein zowl. Margaret Clark, like Agnes Sampson, a midwife of great reputation, was tried at Aberdeen in 1597 for witchcraft, in that, being sent for to a case. And ein anro mar coming for the devil thy meester, quom tho ceruis. And coha tekis the all this witchcraft and sorcery, apprit to in the lickneys of ein horse, in ein how and den, and spak and conferit with the alang spice. Being sent for to another case, and the said Gidman of Kincragee send in his Awin best horse, with ein boy of his Awin, to bring the to his wife. And the said boy on horse coming to and tho being on the horse behind the boy, att thy Awin dur, thy meester Satan, the duil, apprit in the lickneys of ein grey stag, and convoyet thee and the boy for thy Awin house to Kincragee. And capit company all the way with you, with quom tho haid thy secrete conference. V'pon New Year's Day, tho was att the loch side beside Boyglosh, and there tho pudlet be ein lang spice, thyself alane, in ein deep hollow geese the water, cast and water, erd in stone hour t scalderus. And there was beside thy meester the duel, quom tho ceruis, in the lickneys of ein hen flictering, with quom tho was thane consultan, and Cahai's directionese than tho was Tycand. In Derbyshire in 1597, whereas Alice Gooderich said her familiar was like one William Gregory's dog of Stapenhill, there arose a rumour. His dog was her familiar, wherefore he with his neighbour Maester Cox went the next day to examine her concerning this report. And she said, my Diuel, I say, was like your dog. Now out upon thee, said Gregory, and departed, she being further examined, said she had her familiar of her mother. Alexander Hamilton, tried at Edinburgh in 1630. Confessed that having ein batown of fur in his hand the devil then gave the said Alexer command to tack that batown quan ever he had ado with him and there to strek throws upon the ground and to enherge him to ruse up foule thief conform to the wilk direction and be strekking of the said baton thrice upon the ground the devil was in use sometimes to appear to the said Alexer in the lickneys of ein corby at outher times in the shape of ein cat, and at outher times in the shape of ein dog and thereby the said Alexer did receive responses from him. The said Alexer Hamilton coming to the said Thomas Holmes' house and saying him visite with the said Sycons declare it to him that he was bewitched and promised to cure him thereof like as for this effect the said Alexer shortly thereafter passed to Clarkingtown burn beside the Rottenara having ein cat under his okister and there wt his said batown rice it sat on his maester Kuha then appeared to him in the lickneys of ein corby and there instructed him be quat meanies he sold cure the said Thomas of his said Sycons and he having resawit that responds for the devil the said Alexer thereafter quizzed to him the cat Kuha thereward vanished away. Two of the Somerset witches in 1664 had familiars. To Elizabeth style the familiar came as a black dog, and when she hath a desire to do harm, she calls the spirit by the name of Robin, to whom when he appeareth, she useth these words, O Sathon give me my purpose. She then tells him what she would have done. And that he should so appear to her was part of her contract with him. Alice Duke saith, that when the devil doth any thing for her, she calls for him by the name of Robin, upon which he appears, and when in the shape of a man, she can hear him speak. This shows that the familiar, or devil as she called him, was not always in the form of a man. The trial of Margaret Neen Gilbert at Thurso was as late as 1719, being interrogat, if ever the devil appeared afterwards to her. Confessed, that sometimes he appeared in the likeness of a great black horse, and other times riding on a black horse, and that he appeared sometimes in the likeness of a black cloud, and sometimes like a black hen. 2. The domestic familiar. Forbes, the great Scotch lawyer, says that, to some he, the devil, gives certain spirits or imps to correspond with, and serve them as their familiars, known to them by some odd names, to which they answer when called. These imps are said to be kept in pots or other vessels. Though the domestic familiar is thus mentioned in the law of Scotland, it never occurs in the trials. It is confined so strictly to England that Hutchinson is able to say, I meet with little mention of imps in any country but ours, where the law makes the feeding, suckling, or rewarding of them to be felony. It is not found north of Lancashire, and the chief records are in Essex, Suffolk, and the other eastern counties. The domestic familiar was always a small animal, was fed in a special manner on bread and milk and blood, and was kept, as Forbes points out, in a box or earthen pot on a bed of wool. It was used for working magic on the persons and property of other people, never for divining. Gifford records the general belief, the witches have their spirits, some hath one, some hath more, as 2, 3, 4, or 5, some in one likeness, and some in another, as like cats, weasels, toads, or mice. Whom they nourish with milk or with a chicken, or by letting them suck now and then a drop of blood. In the earlier trials the witches confessed to pricking the hands or face and giving the resulting drop or drops of blood to the familiar. In the later trials this has developed into the sucking of the witch's blood by the familiar. And the supernumerary nipple, which was so marked a feature of the English witches, was popularly supposed to be caused by such sucking. It is more probable, however, that the witch who was possessed of a supernumerary nipple would regard it as something supernatural, and would use it to nourish a supernatural animal. Elizabeth Frances, tried at Chelmsford in 1556. Learned this arte of witchcraft of Hyr grandmother whose na mother eue. Item when she taught it her, she counselled her to renounce God and his ward and to shew of her bloud to Sathan, as she termed it, whiche she delured her in the likeness of a white spotted cat. And taught her to feed the said cat with bread and milk, and she dyd so, also she taught her to call it by the name of Sathan and to keep it in a basket. Item that every time that he did any thing for her, she said that he required a drop of bloud, which she gave him by pricking herself, sometime in one place and then in another. When she had kept this cat by the space of 15 or 16 year, and as some say, though truly, being wary of it, she came to one Mother Waterhouse her neighbour. She brought her this cat in her apron and taught her as she was instructed by her grandmother eue, telling her that she must call him Sathan and shew him of her bloud and bread and milk as before. Mother Waterhouse received this cat of this Frances wife in the order as is before said. She, to try him what he could do, wiled him to kyll a hog of her own, which he dyd, and she gave him for his labour a chicken, which he first required of her and a drop of her blood. And these she gave him at all times when he dyd anything for her, by pricking her hand or face and put tinged a bloud to his mouth whiche he sucked, and forthwith wold lie down in his pot again, wherein she kept him. Another time she rewarded him as before, with a chicken and a drop of her bloud, which chicken he eat vp clean as he did all the rest, and she cold find remaining neither bones nor feathers. Also she said that when she wolde will him to do any thing for her, she wolde say her pater noster in Latin. Item, this Mother Waterhouse confessed that she first turned this cat into a toad by this means, she kept the cat a great while in a pot, and at length being moved by poverty to occupy the wall. She prayed in the name of the Father and of the Son, and of the Holy Ghost that it would turn into a toad, and forthwith it was turned into a toad, and so kept it in the pot without wall. In 1579 at Windsor. One Mother Dutton dwelling in Cleworth parish keepeth a spyrite or fiend in the likeness of a toad, and fideth the same fiend lying in a border of green harbies, within her garden. With blood which she causeth to issue from her own flank. Mother Duell, dwelling nigh the pond in Windsor, hath a spyrite in the shape of a black cat, and calleth it Gilles, whereby she is aided in her witchcraft, and she daily feedeth it with milk, mingled with her own bloud. Mother Margaret, dwelling in the almshouse at Windsor, doth feed a kitling or fiend by her name Ginny, with crumbs of bread and her own blood. The Said Elizabeth style, of herself confesseth that she the same Elizabeth kept a rat, being in very deed a wicked spyrite, naming it Philip, and that she fed the same rat with blood, issuing from her right hand rest. The marks whereof evidently remain. St. Osseth in Essex in 1582 Thomas Rabbit, aged 8, said that his mother Ursula Kemp hath four sorrel spirits, the one called Tiffin, the other Tiddy, the third Pigeony, and the fourth Iac, and being asked of what colours they were, saith, that Tiddy is like a little grey cat, Tiffin is like a white lamb, Pigeon is black like a toad, and Iac is black like a cat. And he saith, he hath seen his mother at times to giu the beer to drink, and of a white loaf or cake to eat, and saith that in the night time the said spirits will come to his mother, and suck blood of her upon her arms and other places of her body. Phoebe Hunt, stepdaughter of Alice Hunt, one of the accused witches, stated that she hath seen her mother to haw two little things like horses, the one white, the other black, the which she kept in a little low earthen pot with wall color white and black, and that they stood in her chamber by her bedside, and saith, that she hath seen her mother to feed them with milk. Alice Hunt herself said that she had within 6 days before this examination 2 spirits, like unto little colts, the one black, and the other white, and saith she called them by the names of Iac and Robin. This examinate saith that her sister, named Margaret Salmon, hath also 2 spirits like toads, the one called Tom, and the other Robin. Ursula Kemp confessed that, about a quarter of a year past, she went to Mother Bennet's house for a mess of milk, the which she had promised her, but at her coming this examinate saith she knocked at her door. And nobody made her any answer, whereupon she went to her chamber window and looked in the rat, saying, Ho, ho, Mother Bennet, are you at home? And casting her eyes aside, she saw a spirit lift up a cloth, lying ouer a pot, looking much like a ferret. And it being asked of this examinate why the spyrite did look upon her, she said it was hungry. Elizabeth Bennet acknowledged that she had 2 spirits, one called Suckin, being black like a dog, the other called Leard, being red like a lion. Suckin this examinat saith is a he, and the other a she. Many times they drink of her milk bowl. And when, and as often as they did drink of the milk, this examinate saith they went into the said earthen pot, and lay in the wool. Ursula Kemp also gave evidence concerning Alice Hunt's familiars. About the 14 or 15 day of January last, she went to the house of William Hunt to see how his wife did, and she being from home, she called at her chamber window and looked in, and then espied a spyrite to look out of a potsherd from vendor a cloth, the nose thereof being brown like unto a ferret. In 1588 in Essex an old woman, whose name is not given, confessed all, which was this in effect, that she had 3 spirits, one like a cat, which she called Lightfoot, another like a toad, which she called Lunch, the third like a weasel, which she called Makeshift. This Lightfoot, she said, one Mother Barley of W. sold her above 16 years ago, for an ewe and cake, and told her the cat would do her good service, if she would, she might send her of her errand. This cat was with her but a while. But the weasel and the toad came and offered their service. The cat would kill kine, the weasel would kill horses, the toad would plague men in their bodies. There was one old Mother W. of Great T which had a spyrite like a weasel. She was offended highly with one H.M. Home she went, and called forth her spyrite, which lay in a pot of wall vendor her bed. She willed him to go plague the man. He required what she would give him. She said she would give him a cock, which she did. Another Mother W. said she had a spirit in the likeness of a yellow dun cat. In Lancashire in 1613 old Mother Demdike confessed that upon a Sabbath day in the morning, this examinate howing a little child upon her knee, and she being in a slumber, the said spirit appeared to her in the likens of a brown dog, forcing himself to her knee, to get blood vendor her left arm, and she being without any apparel sowing her smock, the said dull did get blood vendor her left arm. Of the witches who plagued the Fairfax family at Fewstone in 1621, 5 had domestic familiars. Margaret Waite's was a deformed thing with many feet, black of color, rough with hair, the bigness of a cat. Her daughter, Margaret Waite, had as her spirit a white cat spotted with black, and named Ingas. Janet Dibble had her spirit in the shape of a great black cat called Gib, which hath attended her now above 40 years. Dibble's daughter, Margaret Thorpe, had a familiar in the shape of a bird, yellow of color, about the bigness of a crow. The name of it is Tuhit. Elizabeth Dickinson's spirit was in the likeness of a white cat, which she calleth Filly. She hath kept it 20 years. The witch of Edmonton, Elizabeth Sawyer, in 1621, said, it is 8 years since our first acquaintance, and 3 times in the week, the Diul would come and see me. He would come sometimes in the morning, and sometimes in the evening. Always in the shape of a dog, and of 2 collars, sometimes of black and sometimes of white. I gave him low to suck of my bloud, the which he asked of me. When he came barking to me, he then had done the mischief that I did bid him to do for me. I did call the Diul by the name of Tom. I did stroke him on the back, and then he would beckon to me, and wag his tail as being therewith contented. Margaret Johnson, another Lancashire witch in 1633, also saith, Whitey when her devil did come to suck her pap, he usually came to her in ye likeness of a cat, sometimes of one colour, and sometimes on, another. And Whitey since this trouble befell her, her spirit hath left her, and she never saw him since. From 1645 to 1647 are the chief records of the witch trials of Essex and the eastern counties, celebrated as the scene of Matthew Hopkins's work. The Essex trials took place in 1645, John Sterne, Hopkins's assistant, deposed that when watching Elizabeth Clark, the said Elizabeth desired this informant, and the rest that were in the room with her, to sit down, and said, she would shew this informant and the rest some of her imps, and within half an hour there appeared a white thing in the likeness of a cat, but not altogether so big, and being asked, if she would not be afraid of her imps. The said Elizabeth answered, What, do ye think I am afraid of my children? And that she called the name of that white imp, Holt. And this informant further saith, that presently after there appeared another white imp, with red spots, as big as a small dog, which she then called Jarmara, and that immediately after there appeared at the threshold of the door another imp about the bigness of the first, but did presently vanish away. And then the said Elizabeth being asked, if any more imps would come, she answered, that Vinegar Tom would come by and by. And forthwith there appeared another in the likeness of a dumb dog, somewhat bigger than any of the former. And the said Elizabeth also told this informant, that she had 3 imps from her mother, which were of a brown colour, and 2 from the old beldam West, and that there had 5. 4 imps appeared, but she had 1 more, called Sack and Sugar. And the said Elizabeth further confessed to this informant, that she had 1 imp for which she would fight up to the knees in bloud, before she would lose it. And that her imps did commonly suck on the old beldam West, and that the said beldam's imps did suck on her the said Elizabeth likewise. And Leech saith, that she had a grey imp sent to her, and that this examinant, together with the said Elizabeth Clark, and Elizabeth the wife of Edward Gooding, did about a year since, send their imps to kill a black cowie in a white cowie of Mr. Edwards, which was done accordingly. And this examinant saith, that she sent her grey imp, Elizabeth Clark a black imp, and Elizabeth Gooding a white imp. And this examinant confesseth, that she and the said Elizabeth Gooding, send either of them an imp to destroy the child of the said Mr. Edwards, this examinant's imp being then a white one, and Elizabeth Gooding's a black imp. And that about 30 years since, this examinant had the said white imp and 2 others, a grey and a black imp of one Anne, the wife of Robert Pierce of Stoke in Suffolk, being her brother. And that these imps went commonly from one to another, and did mischief wherever they went. And that when this examinant did not send and employ them abroad to do mischief, she had not her health, but when they were employed, she was healthful and well. And that these imps did usually suck those teats which were found about the privy parts of her body. Helen Clark confesseth, that about 6 weeks since, the devil appeared to her in her house, in the likeness of a white dog, and that she calleth that familiar Elemanzer, and that this examinant hath often fed him with milk pottage. Rebecca West saith, that about a month since, the aforesaid and Leech, Elizabeth Gooding, Helen Clark, and West, and this examinant, met all together at the house of the aforesaid Elizabeth Clark in Mannantree, where they spent some time in praying unto their familiars, and every one in order went to prayers. Afterward some of them read in a book, the book being Elizabeth Clark's. And this examinant saith, that forthwith their familiars appeared, and every one of them made their several propositions to those familiars, what every one of them desired to have effected. The information of Matthew Hopkins, Gent. Taken upon oath before the said justices. This informant saith, that being lately at Colchester, he went to the castle, where the said Rebecca West, with the other 5, are secured until the next gala delivery, and this informant going to Rebecca West, and asking her how she came first to be a witch, the said Rebecca told this informant, that about a year since, or thereabouts, half an hour before sunset, the said and West, her mother, carried the said Rebecca West towards Manningtree, which is about a small mile from the place where the said and dwelt, and the said Rebecca told this informant, that as her mother and she walked together, the said and told the said Rebecca, she must keep secret whatsoever she saw, whither they were then going. And the said Rebecca promised so to do. And the said Rebecca told this informant, that her mother and she went to the house of the aforesaid Elizabeth Clark, where at their coming in they found the aforesaid and leech, widow, Elizabeth Gooding, Helen Clark, and the housekeeper Elizabeth Clark, and that forthwith the devil appeared to them in the shape of a dog. Afterwards in the shape of 2 kitlins, then in the shape of 2 dogs, and that the said familiars did do homage in the first place to the said Elizabeth Clark, and skipped up into her lap and kissed her. And then went and kissed all that were in the room, except the said Rebecca, and the said Rebecca told this informant, that immediately one of the company asked the said and her mother, if she had acquainted her daughter, the said Rebecca, with the business. Rebecca then took an oath of secrecy. After she had consented to all these things, the devil came into her lap, and kissed her, and promised to do for her what she could desire. The information of Elizabeth Otley of Wivenhoe, taken upon oath before the said justices. This informant saith, that Alice Dixon, who now stands committed for a suspected witch, did in the presence of Mary Johnson of the same town, charge and accuse the said Mary Johnson to be the death of this informant's child, saying, that the said Mary Johnson did carry an imp in her pocket to this informant's house, and put the said imp into the house, at an hole in the door, bidding it go rock the cradle, and do the business she sent it about. The information of Joseph Long, minister of Clacton in the county of Essex, taken before the said justices. This informant saith, that and the wife of John Cooper of Clacton aforesaid, being accused for a witch, confessed unto this informant, that she the said and hath had 3 black imps suckled on the lower parts of her body, called by the names of Wino, Jesso, and Panu. And the said and further confessed unto this informant, that she the said and offered to give unto her daughter Sarah Cooper an imp in the likens of a grey kit, to suck on the said Sarah. Which imps named the said and called Tom Boy, and told the said Sarah, there was a cat for her dot. This informant Henry Cornwall saith, that the said Margaret, Moon, did confess to him that she had 12 imps, and called them by their names. Of which he remembers only these following, Jesus, Jockey, Sandy, Mrit, Elizabeth, and Colin. The information of Francis Millis, taken upon oath before the said justices. This informant saith, that she asking the said Margaret, Moon, for her imps, which sucked those teats, she said, if she might have some bread and beer, she would call her said imps. Which being given unto her, she put the bread into the beer, and set it against an hole in the wall, and made a circle round the pot, and then cried, come Christ, come Mounseer, and no imp appearing. She cried out and said, she had devilish daughters, which had carried her imps away in a white bag, and wished they might be searched. The information of Francis Stock, and John Felgate, taken upon oath before the said justices. The said Francis and John say, that the said Sarah Barton, told them, that the said Marion, Hockett, had given and delivered unto her the said Sarah 3 imps, and that the said Marion called them by the names of Little Man, Pretty Man, and Dainty. This examinant, Elizabeth Harvey saith, that about half a year since, the said Marion Hockett brought 3 things to her house, 2 of them being smaller than mouses, and the other somewhat bigger and longer. And that the said Marion told this examinant they were pretty things, and would do her and this examinant good, if she this examinant would keep them. Rose Hallibret saith, that about 15 or 16 years since, there was an imp brought to her house by one goodwife Hagtree, which imp this examinant entertained, fed it with oatmeal, and suckled it on her body. For the space of a year and a half, or thereabouts, and then lost it, and this examinant further saith, that about half a year since, one Joyce Bones, who is now also accused for witchcraft, brought to this examinant's house another imp. in the likeness of a small grey bird, which this examinant received. And this examinant further saith, that about 8 days since, Susan Cock, Margaret Landish, and Joyce Bones, all which stand now suspected for witchcraft, brought to this examinant's house each of them an imp. In all 3, to which this examinant added one of her own imps. And then the said Joyce Bones carried the said 4 imps to the house of one Robert Turner, to torment his servant. Joyce Bones saith, that about 13 years since, she had 2 imps which came into the bed to her in the likeness of mouses, and that they sucked on this examinant's body. And this examinant also saith, that she carried one of her said imps, called Rug, to the house of the said Rose Hallibread. And that her said imp Rug, with the 3 imps of the said Rose Hallibread, Susan Cock, and Margaret Landish, each of them sending one, were carried by this examinant from the house of the said Rose Hallibread to the house of the said Robert Turner to kill the servant of the said Robert. Susan Cock saith, that about 3 or 4 years since, one Marjorie Stokes, this examinant's mother, lying upon her deathbed, and this examinant coming to visit her. She the said Marjorie desired this examinant privately to give entertainment to 2 of her imps, and withal told this examinant, they would do this examinant good, and this examinant saith, that the same night her said mother died. The said 2 imps came to her accordingly, and sucked on her body, and this examinant saith, that one of the said imps was like a mouse, and the name of that was Susan. That the other was of a yellow color, about the bigness of a cat, and that the name of that imp was Besta. Rebecca Jones saith, that as she was going to St. Ossith, where this examinant doth now dwell, to sell her said master's butter, a man met with her, being in a ragged soot, and having such great eyes, that this examinant was much afraid of him. Who came to this examinant, and gave her 3 things like to moles, having 4 feet apiece, but without tails, and of a black color, and bid this examinant nurse the said 3 things, until he did desire them again. And this examinant asked the said man, what she should give them to eat, and he told this examinant milk, and that they would not hurt her, and wished her not to be afraid of them. And the said man told this examinant, that those 3 things which he gave her, would avenge her on her enemies, and bid her murder some, but not too many, and he would forgive her, and then went away from this examinant. And this examinant saith, that the names of her 3 imps were Margaret, Amy, and Susan. And that a while after, this examinant and one Joyce Bones, now in prison, did send each of them an imp to kill one Thomas Bumstead of St. Ossith, and that the imp which the said Joyce Bones sent was a dund one like unto a mouse. Johann Cooper saith, that she hath been a witch about 20 years, and hath 3 familiars, 2 like mouses, and the third like a frog. The names of the 2 like mouses are Jack, and the other Prickier, and the name of the third, like a frog, is Frog. And Kate saith, that she hath 4 familiars, which she had from her mother, about 22 years since, and that the names of the said imps are James, Prickier, Robin, and Sparrow, and that 3 of these imps are like mouses. And the 4th like a sparrow, which she called Sparrow. In 1646 the Huntingdonshire witches were tried. Elizabeth Weed of Great Catworth confessed that about 21 years since she being saying her prayers in the evening about bedtime, there did appear unto her 3 spirits, one in the likeness of a young man or boy, and the other 2 of 2 puppies, the one white and the other black. Being demanded the name of the lesser spirits, she set the name of the white one was Lily, and the black one Priscil, and that the office of Lily was to hurt man, woman, or child. And the office of Priscil was to hurt cattle when she desired. Frances Moore saith, that about 8 years since she received a little black puppy from one Margaret Simpson of Great Catworth, which dog the said Margaret had in her bed with her. And took it thence when she gave it to the examinate further saith, that the said Margaret told her, that she must keep that dog all her lifetime. And if she cursed any cattle, and set the same dog upon them, they should presently die, and the said Margaret told her that she had named it already, his name was Pretty. And the said examinate further saith, that about the same time one goodwife Weed gave her a white cat, telling her, that if she would deny God, and affirm the same by her bloud, then whomsoever she cursed and sent that cat unto, they should die shortly after. Whereupon the said examinate saith that she did deny God, and in affirmation thereof she pricked her finger with a thorn, whence issued blood, which the cat presently licked, and the said goodwife, we'd named the cat Tissy. And she further saith, that she killed the said dog and cat about a year since. Joan Wallace of Keyston said, that the devil came to her, and she asked what his name was, and he said his name was Blackman, and asked her if she were poor, and she said I. Then he told her he would send one gristle and greedigut to her, that shall do anything for her. And after Blackman was departed from her, within 3 or 4 days, Gristle and Greedigut came to her, in the shapes of dogs with great bristles of hog's hair upon their backs. The accounts given by John Winnick, Ellen Shefford, and then Desborough suggest that they are confused amplifications of the ritual to be observed in taking a familiar. The ritual being clearly given in the confession of Frances Moore when she was presented with the cat Tissy. John Winnick said, on a Friday being in the barn, where he lost his purse, there appeared unto him a spirit, black and shaggy, and having paws like a bear, but in bulk not fully so big as a coney. The spirit asked him what he ailed to be so sorrowful. This examinate answered that he had lost a purse and money, and knew not how to come by it again. The spirit replied, if you will forsake God and Christ, and fall down and worship me for your God, I will help you to your purse and money again. This examinate said he would, and thereupon fell down upon his knees and held up his hands. Then the spirit said, tomorrow about this time of the day, ye shall find your purse. Whereupon at the time prefixed, this examinate went unto the place, and found his purse upon the floor and took it up, and looking afterwards into it, he found there all the money that was formerly lost, but before he had looked into it. The same spirit appears unto him, and said, there is your purse and your money in it, and then this examinate fell down upon his knees and said, my Lord and God I thank you. The said spirit at that time brought with him 2 other spirits, for shape, bigness, and color, the one like a white cat, the other like a grey coney, and while this examinate was upon his knees, the beer spirit spake to him, saying, you must worship these 2 spirits as you worship me, and take them for your gods also. Then this examinate directed his body towards them, and called them his lords and gods. Then the beer spirit told him that when he died he must have his soul, whereunto this examinate yielded. He told him then also that they must suck of his body, to which this examinate also yielded. Ellen Shefford saith that about 5 years since, when she was in her homestead at Molesworth, there appeared unto her a spirit, somewhat like a rat, but not fully so big, of an iron grey colour, and said you must go with me, and she said, I will not, avoid Satan, and thereupon he went away. She saith, that within a short time after, going into the field, cursing, and fretting, and blaspheming, there appeared 3 spirits more with the former in the fashion of rats, of an iron grey, and said, you must forsake God and Christ. And go with me, and take those spirits for your gods, and you shall have all happiness, whereunto she consented, and moreover they said unto her, that when she died, they must have her body and soul, and said they must have blood from her. Which she granted, and thereupon they sucked her upon and about her hips. And Desborough confesseth, that about 30 years since, the first week of clean Lent, there appeared unto her a thing somewhat bigger than a mouse, of a brown colour, and of the likeness of a mouse. This was while she lived at Tickmarsh in the county of Northampton, she being there in bed, and in a dream, the said likeness then gave her a nip, and thereby awakened her out of her dream. And then told her, when she was awakened, that it must have part of her soul. Whereupon she was in a great fear, and gave him no answer, but prayed to God, and thereupon it vanished away from her. About 5 days after, the same mouse appeared to her again, bringing with it another mouse, about the bigness of an ordinary mouse, or very little bigger, brown like the former, save only that the latter had some white about the belly, whereas the former was all brown. Then the mouse that first appeared, said, we must suck of your body. She yielded to them, and said, they should. Upon her yielding, they went to her and sucked of her body, where the marks are found. The bigger mouse she called Tib, and the lesser Joan. Tib told her that she must forsake God and Christ, and take them for her gods, telling her that when she died, they must have her soul, to all which she yielded. In Cambridgeshire in 1647 Dorothy Ellis saith that about 30 years since she being much troubled in her mind there appeared unto her the devil in the likeness of a great cat and speak unto this ext and demanded of her blood wch she gave him after which the spirit in the likeness of a cat suck upon the body of this ext and the first thing this ext commanded her spirit to do was to go and bewitch 4 of the cattel of tho. Hitch all which cattel presently died. John Palmer of St. Albans in 1649, upon his compact with the divil, received a flesh brand, or mark, upon his side, which gave suck to 2 familiars, the one in the form of a dog, which he called George, and the other in the likeness of a woman, called Jezebel. Of the Somerset witches in 1664, Alice Duke confesseth that her familiar doth commonly suck her right breast about 7 at night, in the shape of a little cat of a dunnish colour, which is as smooth as a want, and when she is sucked, she is in a kind of a trance. Christian Green saith, the devil doth usually suck her left breast about 5 of the clock in the morning in the likeness of an hedgehog, bending, and did so on Wednesday morning last. She saith that it is painful to her, and that she is usually in a trance when she is sucked. In 1665 Abra Grinset of Dunwich in Suffolk, did confess that the devil did appear in the form of a pretty handsome young man first. And since appeareth to her in the form of a blackish grey cat or kitling, that it sucketh of a tet and hath drawn blood. The only published account of the animal familiar in France shows a combination of the 2 classes, for the creature was a toad kept in the house, fed in a particular way, and used for divination. Sylvain, Nevillon and Gentien le Clerc were tried at Orleans in 1614. Sylvain confessed. Chuilya de sorciers que nourrissent de marionnettes, que sont de petits diaboltos en fermi de crapaud, and leur font manger de l'objet composé de lait de farine, and leur donnant le premier morceau. And enos orient es absentir de leur maison sans leur demander congé, and li faut dire combien de temps ils seront absents, comme 3 ou 4 heures, and s'ils descent que c'est trop, ce que les gardent. Innocent faire leur voyage New York ou trépasser leur volant. Et quand ils violent à leur en marchandise ou iour, and scalwar sally farabon, ils regardent si les dites marionnettes sont iouses, nce cas ils vont en marchandise, ou iour, mais s'ils sont maussades and tristes, ils ne bougent de la maison. Gentil ou gentil le clerc dit chuil ou it plus diaquest nsa marionnette chuendu. Edi ou it vu sunt la marionnette didit nolian, que est comme vien gros crapot tout noir, comme divine fourrure noir, and estoit don vien boet cache saubs vien corot, que sautoit and loit quand en veloit donner a manger audit crapot. Chuil la vu encore plus 6 semaines en la ruelle du lict judic nolian, and chuil a vu chuil elaportoit vien autrefois dans son manteau, chuil li a dit vien desain de fois, ksl veloit il li en feroit al war vien. Chuil oit plus profit nisel chuendu, and chuil gagneroit reign a regarderdu, mais ksa marionnette li apportoit toujours quelques chose. With this may be compared the account of a lap familiar in 1653, Don chaque maison ilya un gros chat noir, duquel ils font grand estimé, parlant à li comme s'il avoit de la raison, any font reign chuil any li communiqué. Croyans chuil leur aide en leurs enterprise, any manquins tous les soirs de sortir de leurs cabans pour le consulter, and les sout par tout au ils vont, tant à la pêche tuer la chasse. Quoi que cet animal ate la figure d'un chat par son regard, que est épouvantable, ji crow and croy encore que c'est un diable familiar. 3. Methods of obtaining familiars. There seem to have been 4 methods of obtaining familiars: 1, by gift from the devil, 2, by gift from a fellow witch, 3, by inheritance, 4, by magical ceremonies. Of these, nos. 2 and 3 appear to be confined to the domestic familiar, consequently they are found chiefly in the eastern counties of England. 1. The gift of the devil was sometimes a divining familiar, sometimes a domestic familiar, commonly presented at the admission ceremony. As the divining familiar it represented the devil himself, and the responses received to questions were believed to come from him. As the essential point of this class of familiar was that it should be a species of animals and not one special animal, the devil merely appointed to the witch what species she should observe in divining. The domestic familiar, being a small animal, could be actually given into the hands of the witch, with instructions for its feeding and for the method of using it. It was sometimes, but not always, identified with the devil, and was usually called an imp, perhaps with the idea of a small or miniature devil, like the marionette of SILVAIN NEVILLON. It acted as the devil's substitute when he himself was not present, and was endowed with some, though not all, of his power. For this reason the witch often had more than one familiar, each to serve a single purpose. In 1645 at Ipswich Mother Lakeland confessed that after she had signed the covenant with the devil, he furnished her with 3 imps, 2 little dogs and a mole. In the same year, Rebecca Jones, an Essex witch, saith, that as she was going to St. Osyth to sell her master's butter, a man met with her, being in a ragged soot, and having such great eyes, that this examinant was much afraid of him. Who came to this examinant and gave her 3 things like to moles, having 4 feet apiece, but without tails, and of a black colour, and bid this examinant nurse the said 3 things, until he did desire them again. And the said man told this examinant, that those 3 things which he gave her, would avenge her on her enemies, and bid her murther some, but not too many, and he would forgive her, and then went away from this examinant. In 1646 the Huntingdonshire witch, Joan Wallace, said that Blackman told her he would send 1 gristle and greedigut to her, that shall do any thing for her. And after Blackman was departed from her, within 3 or 4 days, Gristle and Greedigut came to her, in the shapes of dogs. Another witch of the same coven, Elizabeth Weed, confessed that, there did appear unto her 3 spirits, one in the likeness of a young man or boy, and the other 2 of 2 puppies, the one white and the other black. 2. The gift from a fellow witch was always a domestic familiar, as to the devil alone belonged the power of appointing a divining familiar. Therefore this method of obtaining a familiar is found only in the eastern counties and other places where the domestic or sucking familiar is recorded. In 1556 Elizabeth Francis, whose evidence was corroborated by Mother Waterhouse, said that, she came to one Mother Waterhouse her neighbour, she brought her this cat in her apron and taught her as she was instructed by her grandmother Eue. Telling her that she must call him Sathon and jew him of her bloud and bread and milk as before. Mother Waterhouse said, she received this cat of this Francis' wife in the order as is before said. In 1566 John Walsh, the Dorset witch, being demanded whether he had ewer any familiar or no, he saith that he had one of his said maester. He being demanded how long he had the VSE of the familiar, he said 1 year by his said maester's life, and I years after his death. An Essex witch in 1588 had 3 familiars, one like a cat, which she called Lightfoot. This Lightfoot, she said, one Mother Barley, of W., sold her above 16 years ago, for an ewe and cake, and told her the cat would do her good service, if she wooed, she might send her of her errand. At Orleans in 1614 Jean Clerc said that he had seen Nevillon's familiar, and that Nevillon lie a dit veen desain de foi, ksal veloit il lie en ferroit au war veen. Elizabeth Clark in Essex in 1645 said she had 3 imps from her mother, which were of a brune colour, and 2 from old Beldam West. The said and West seemed much to pity this examinant for her lameness, having but 1 leg, and her poverty. And said to this examinant, that there was ways and means for her to live much better than now she did, and said, that she would send to this examinant a thing like a little kitlin, which would fetch home some victuals for this examinant. And that it should do her no hurt. The Huntingdonshire witch, Frances Moore, in 1646, said that about 8 years since she received a little black puppy from one Margaret Simpson of Great Catworth. The examinate further saith, that the said Margaret told her, that she must keep that dog all her lifetime, and if she cursed any cattle, and set the same dog upon them, they should presently die. And the said examinate further saith, that about the same time one goodwife we gave her a white cat, telling her, that if she would deny God, and affirm the same by her bloud, then whomsoever she cursed and sent that cat unto, they should die shortly after. 3. The profession of the witch religion being hereditary, it is not uncommon to find that the familiar descended from mother to daughter. This, like the familiar given by one witch to another, was the domestic familiar. It was sometimes presented during the mother's lifetime or was left as a legacy at her death. Elizabeth Frances in 1556 stated that she learned this arte of witchcraft at the age of 12 years of her grandmother, whose now mother Eue of Hatfield Purell, deceased. When she taught it her, she counselled her to renounce God and his word and to shew of her bloud to Sathan, as she termed it, which she delured her in the likeness of a white spotted cat. In 1582 Alesh Hunt of Ste. Osseth confessed to having two spirits, and saith, that her sister, named Margery Salmon, hath also two spirits like toads, the one called Tom, and the other Robin, and saith further, her said sister and she had the said spy rites of their mother, Mother Barnes. In 1597 the Derbyshire witch, Allsgoodridge, stated that, the diule appeared to me in likeness of a little party-coloured dog red and white, and I called him Minnie. She said she had her familiar of her mother. The Essex witches, tried in 1645, also inherited familiars from their mothers. And Cooper confessed, that she the said and offered to give unto her daughter Sarah Cooper an imp in the likens of a grey kite, i.e. kit, or cat, to suck on the said Sarah. Susan Cox saith, that about 3 or 4 years since, one Marjorie Stokes, this examinant's mother, lying upon her death-bed, and this examinant coming to visit her. She the said Marjorie desired this examinant privately to give entertainment to 2 of her imps, and withal told this examinant, they would do this examinant good. And this examinant saith, that the same night her said mother died, the said 2 imps came to her accordingly, and sucked on her body. And Kate saith, that she hath 4 familiars, which she had from her mother, about 22 years since. In 1667 at Liverpool, Margaret Loy, being arraigned for a witch, confessed she was one, and when she was asked how long she had so been, replied, since the death of her mother, who died 30 years ago. And at her decease she had nothing to leave her, and this widow Bridge, that were sisters, but her 2 spirits, and named them, the eldest spirit to this widow, and the other spirit to her the said Margaret Loy. This inheritance of a familiar may be compared with the Lapp custom. The Laplanders bequeath their demons as part of their inheritance, which is the reason that one family excels another in this magical art. 4. The method of obtaining a familiar by means of magical words or actions is clearly described in 2 modern examples. Sometime in the beginning of the last century, 2 old dames attended the morning service at Llandudno Brefi Church, and partook of the Holy Communion. But instead of eating the sacred bread like other communicants, they kept it in their mouths and went out. Then they walked round the church outside 9 times, and at the 9th time the evil one came out from the church wall in the form of a frog, to whom they gave the bread from their mouths. And by doing this wicked thing they were supposed to be selling themselves to Satan and become witches. There was an old man in North Pembrokeshire, who used to say that he obtained the power of bewitching in the following manner: the bread of his first communion he pocketed. He made pretence at eating it first of all, and then put it in his pocket. When he went out from the service there was a dog meeting him by the gate, to which he gave the bread, thus selling his soul to the devil. Ever after, he possessed the power to bewitch. On the analogy of these 2 examples, I suggest that in the accounts of familiars offering themselves to the witch, there was, previous to such appearance, some formula of words or some magical action which are not recorded. The animal which first appeared after such words or actions, would be considered as the devil, as in the 2 cases quoted above. Such an explanation accounts for the statements of some of the witches that on the appearance of the animal they at once renounced the Christian religion and vowed obedience to the new God. It is noticeable that in many cases the accused acknowledged that, before the appearance of the animal, they had been banning and cursing, in other words, calling on the devil. The appearance of the animal, after such summons, produced neither surprise nor alarm, and in fact seems to have been regarded as the effect of their words. In 1556 Joan Waterhouse, the 18-year-old daughter of the witch Mother Waterhouse, of Hatfield Peveril, being angry with another girl, she goinge home did as she had seen her mother do, Callange Sathon. Wish came to her, as she said, in the likens of a great dog. At Aberdeen in 1597 Agnes Webster said that the devil appeared in the likeness of a lamb, quam tho callous thy God, and bled it on the, and thereafter spak to the. James Device, one of the chief of the Lancashire witches in 1613, confessed, that Pon Shiar Thursday was 2 years, his grandmother Elizabeth Southerns, alias Demdike. Did bid him this examinate go to the church to receive the communion, the next day after being Good Friday, and then not to eat the bread the minister gave him. But to bring it and delire it to such a thing as should meet him in his way homewards, notwithstanding her persuasions, this examinate did eat the bread. And so in his coming homeward some 40 roods off the said church, there met him a thing in the shape of a hare, who spoke to this examinate, and asked him whether he had brought the bread. In 1621 Elizabeth Sawyer, the witch of Edmonton, said that, the first time that the diule came to me was, when I was cursing, swearing, and blaspheming. The evidence of the Huntingdonshire witches, John Winnick and Ellen Shefford, in 1646, see above, p. 219, and of Dorothy Ellis of Cambridgeshire in 1647, also show that the animal which appeared to the witch after an access of emotion was at once acknowledged as God and accepted as the familiar. Mary Osgood of Andover in 1692 confesses that about 11 years ago, when she was in a melancholy state and condition, she used to walk abroad in her orchard. And upon a certain time, she saw the appearance of a cat, at the end of the house, which yet she thought was a real cat. However, at that time, it diverted her from praying to God, and instead thereof she prayed to the devil. The familiars in human form were human beings usually of the sex opposite to that of the witch. As these familiars were generally called devils, it is sometimes difficult to distinguish them from the Grand Master. But the evidence, taken as a whole, suggests that at certain parts of the ritual every individual of the company was known as a devil. This suggestion is borne out in the modern survival of an ancient dance in the Basses Pyrenees, where the dancers to this day are called Satans. Lady Alice Keiteler, in 1324, was accused that the devil came to her, quandoque in specie cugistum Ethiopis cum duobus socies. In 1598 the Lyons witches, Stephen Paget and Antoine Tournier, speak of Lur's demons as distinct from the great devil, and the evidence of all the other witches shows that Ilya anchor de demons, que assistent à ces danses. De Lanker says that there was more than one devil, the great one, who was called Maitre Leonard, and a little one called Maitre Jean Mullen. It was this smaller devil who held the meetings in the absence of the chief. En la place du grad maester Illinois ny oet chuvien petit diable ou demon que en oet point de corns, lequel ne contentoit pas la compagnie cum son maester. Quels en orientant de confiance en tout la troupe de mauvais anges chuen celui sol ils orient custom diadorer and sororitat, a table on se side sealen sa qualite, ian chacken son demon assis opers, and parfois vis a vis. E quand ilsont mange, chaque demon pred sa disciple par la main, and danse avec elle. In 1618 Joan Willimot of Leicester confessed, that she hath a spirit which she calleth pretty, which was joined to her by William Barry, whom she served 3 years. The spirit stood upon the ground in the shape and for me of a woman, which spirit did ask of her soul, which she then promised unto it, being willed thereunto by her master. In 1633, Margaret Johnson, the Lancashire witch, stated that, besides thy particular familiars or spirits, there was one great or grand devil, or spirit, more eminent than the rest. She also saith, Whitey if a witch have but one mark, she hath but one spirit, if 2, then 2 spirits, if 3, yet but 2 spirits. She also saith, that men witches usually have women spirits, and women witches men spirits. In 1649 at St. Albans a man which had 2 familiars, the one in the form of a dog, which he called George, and the other in the likeness of a woman, called Jezebel. In 1662 at Aldern Isabel Gaudai confessed. There is 13 persons in ilk coeven. And ilk on a versus has en sprit to wait pon ws, quan vi pleased to call pon him. I remember not all the spritest names, but there is on called Swain, quilk white is pon the said Margaret Wilson in Aldern, he is still, always, clothed in grass grain. The next sprit is called Rory, who white is pon Bessie Wilson, in Aldern, he is still clothed in yellow. The third sprit is called the Roaring Lion, who white is pon Isabel Nicol, in Lochlow, and he is still clothed in sea grain. The fourth spirit is called Mac Hector, who white is pon Jean Mardian, daughter to the said Margaret Wilson, he is a young like devil, clothed still in grass grain. The nom of the fyft sprit is Robert the Rule, and he still clothed in sad dun, and Simes to be a commander of the rest of the spritis, and he wait his pon Margaret Brodie, in Aldern. The name of the saxt sprit is called Thief of Hell, wait pon herself, and he white is also on the said Bessie Wilson. The name of the seventh sprit is called the Reed Reaver. And he is my own spirit, that wait is on myself, and is still clothed in black. The oct spirit is called Robert the Jackies, still clothed in dune, and Simes to be aged. He is ein glaikt gaukt spirit. The nwth spirit is called Lang. The 10th spirit is named Thomas a Fury, and there will be many Vether Develis, waiting pon our Meester Devel, but he is bigger and more awful than the rest of the Develis, and they all reverence him. I will ken them all, on by on, from Theris, quan they appear like a man. In a later confession Isabel gave the names more fully. The names of or Develis that waited pon ws, ar thes. First, Robert, the Jackies, Sandaris, the Reed Reaver. Thomas, the Fury, Swain, the Roaring Lion, Thief of Hell, wait pon herself, McHector, Robert, the Rule, Hendry Lang, and Rory. In Connecticut in 1662 Robert Sterne testifieth as followeth, I saw this woman Goodwife Seeger in ye woods wth 3 more women and with them I saw 2 black creatures like 2 Indians but taller. I saw the women dance round these black creatures and whiles I looked upon them one of the women Greensmith said Luke who is yonder and then they ran away up the hill. I stood still and ye black things came towards me and then I turned to come away. 4. Transformations into animals. The belief that human beings can change themselves, or be changed into animals carries with it the corollary that wounds received by a person when in the semblance of an animal will remain on the body after the return to human shape. This belief seems to be connected with the worship of animal gods or sacred animals, the worshipper being changed into an animal by being invested with the skin of the creature, by the utterance of magical words, by the making of magical gestures, the wearing of a magical object, or the performance of magical ceremonies. The witches of the 16th and 17th centuries appear to have carried on the tradition of the pre-Christian cults. And the stories of their transformations, when viewed in the light of the ancient examples, are capable of the same explanation. Much confusion, however, has been caused by the religious and so-called scientific explanations of the contemporary commentators, as well as by the unfortunate belief of modern writers in the capacity of women for hysteria. At both periods pseudoscience has prevented the unbiased examination of the material. There are no records extant of the animals held sacred by the early inhabitants of Great Britain, but it is remarkable that the range of the witches' transformations was very limited. Cats and hares were the usual animals, occasionally but rarely dogs, mice, crows, rooks, and bees. In France, where the solemn sacrifice of a goat at the Sabbath points to that animal being sacred, it is not surprising to find both men and women witches appearing as goats and sheep. Unless there were some definite meaning underlying the change of shape, there would be no reason to prevent the witches from transforming themselves into animals of any species. It would seem then that the witches, like the adorers of animal gods in earlier times, attempted to become one with their god or sacred animal by taking on his form. The change being induced by the same means and being as real to the witch as to Sigmund the Volsung or the worshipper of Lycaean Zeus. In the earlier cults the worshipper, on becoming an animal, changed his outward shape to the eye of faith alone, though his actions and probably his voice proclaimed the transformation. The nearest approach to an outward change was by covering the body with the skin of the animal, or by wearing a part of the skin or a mask. The witches themselves admitted that they were masked and veiled, and the evidence of other witnesses goes to prove the same. Boget suggests that the disguise was used to hide their identity, which was possibly the case at times, but it seems more probable, judging by the evidence, that the masking and veiling were for ritual purposes. In Lorraine in 1589 a male witness stated that, in dem word ein hole, welch sie nennen die Marilianisch Clip, gewar, derinnen sex Weber mit Larven umbein Tisch vol Goldernen und silbernen Gesturen herum tanzten. Bernhards Nicolai said that she had seen in an open field mitten am hellen Tage, einen Tanz von Männern und Webern, while Diesel ben auf ein besondere Weiss und Hinterux tanzten, kam es fremd für, stund die Rauben still. Und sahi mit allem Fleisch zu de Ward sie gewar, das etlich in dem Rehen waren so geis und Kuffes hatten. At North Berwick in 1597 score witches danced endlong the kirkyard. John Fian, Macellet, muffled, masked, led the ring. The witches whom Boget examined in 1598 confessed to using masks, les sorciers dansent dozen cotter dozen, pour any pas ester recognius, pour la mesem raison ilsse masquent enker, oyerd hui pour la plus part. Ilsse masquent pour l'oyer di hui, sealant que claude paget la confesse, and avec el plusieurs autres dot, estien poicheur rapportoit que party de femmes, chuel au abuse au sabbat, estain voiles. E pour cela aussi les Lombards par leurs loix les appellent Moscas. In 1609 de Lanker points out that in the Basses Pyrenees there were two grades of witches, ILY and de deux sorts. Aucus sont voiles pour donner opinion aux pores que sont de princes and grad seigneurs. Les autres sont de courts and tout urtum et decent, and sociani sont si pres du maester, si fori si employes. In 1613 Barbe, the wife of Jean-Remy Collin de Moimont, said that, elle a vu danser les assistants en nombre de sept à huit personnes, party desquels elle n'y convoit ad cause de masques hidux quels orient de noir. Josin Deblick in Hainaut, 1616, was asked, que saves vous de la troisième danse? R. Eliot Lou Oronchino, sur le chemin de Nivelles, pres d'une fontaine. ILY avait bien 21 ou 22 femmes, touts masques, chacun avec son amoureux accoutre d'un déguisement bleu, jaune ou noir. In 1652 a French witch, disent quels dansoyant les dots l'un à l'autre et tu au milieu ILY ou et vin femme masquée tenant vin chandelle. It will be seen from the above that the witches were often disguised at the dance, a fact strongly suggesting that the masking was entirely ritual. As the witch trials in Great Britain seldom mention, much less describe, the dance, it follows that the greater number of the cases of masks are found in France, though a few occur in Scotland, still fewer in England. The transformation by means of an animal's skin or head is mentioned in the Liber Poenitentialis of Theodore in 668, see page 21. It continued among the witches, and in 1598 in the Lyons district, ILY a anchor de demons, que assistent à ces danses en famille de boucs, au lieu de moutons. Antoine Tournier dit, que lors tuel dansoit, vien mouton noir la tenoit par la main avec ses pites bien heru, say à dire rudes and riueshes. In many cases it is very certain that the transformation was ritual and not actual. That is to say, the witches did not attempt to change their actual forms but called themselves cats, hares, or other animals. In the Aberdeen trials of 1596-7 the accused are stated to have come to the fish cross of this burg, under the conduct of Sathon, ye all danced about the fish cross and about the meal market a long space. Here there is no suggestion of any change of form, yet in the accusation against Bessie Tom, who was tried for the same offense, the ditty states that, there, accompanied with thy devilish companions in faction, transformed in other likeness. Some in hares, some in cats, and some in other similitudes, ye all danced about the fish cross. In 1617 in Guernsey Marie Beckwith said that every time that she went to the Sabbath, the devil came to her, and it seemed as though he transformed her into a female dog. Again at a low in 1658, Margaret Duckhall, describing the murder of Cowden's bairns, said after they were turned all in the lickneys of cattis, they went in Oue Jean Lindsay's Zer Dyke and went to Cudden's house, where Sco declared that the duel being with Tam went up the stair first with Margaret Talesier Bespayton and Elspeth Black. On the other hand, Janet Black and Catherine Rennie, who were also present and described the same scene, said nothing about the cat form, though they particularized the clothes of the other witches. Janet Black said, the Dywell, Margaret Talesier with ane long rock, and Catherine Rennie with the short rock and the bony loss with the black pock all went up the stair to jitter. While Catherine Rennie said that, there was ane bony loss with ane black pock, who went before our Jean Lindsay's Zer Dyke and Margaret Talesier with her. The evidence of Marie Lamont, 1662, suggests the same idea of a ritual, though not an actual, change. She confessed, that she, Ketty Scott, and Margaret Home, came to Alan Orr's house in the likeness of cats, and followed his wife into the chamber. And on another occasion the devil turned them in likeness of cats, by shaking his hands above their heads. In Northumberland, 1673, the same fact appears to underlie the evidence. And Armstrong declared that at a witch meeting in Bates hath been several times in the shape of a cat and a hare, and in the shape of a greyhound and a bee, letting the devil see how many shapes she could turn herself into. They, the witches, stood all upon a bare spot of ground, and bid this informer sing whilst they danced in several shapes, first of a hare, then in their own, and then in a cat, sometimes in a mouse, and in several other shapes. She see all the said persons before mentioned dancing, some in the likeness of hares, some in the likeness of cats, others in the likeness of bees, and some in their own likeness. The method of making the ritual change by means of magical words is recorded in the Aldern trials, where Isabel Gaudy, whose evidence was purely voluntary, gives the actual words both for the change into an animal and for the reversion into human form. To become a hare. I saw go into ane hare. With sorrow, and sich, and meikle care. And I saw go in the develis nam. I will I come home again. To become a cat or a crow. The same verse was used with an alteration of the second line so as to force a rhyme. Instead of meikle care, the words were a black shot for a cat, and a black thraw for a crow or craw. To revert again to the human form the words were hare, hare, God send thee care. I am in an hare's likeness just now. But I shall be in a woman's likeness even now. With the same variation of a black shot or a black thraw for a cat or a crow. The Aldern witches were also able to turn one another into animals. If we, in the shape of an cat, an crow, an hare, or any other likeness, and go to any of our neighbors' houses, being witches, we will say, I, or we, conjure thee go with us, or me. And presently they become as we are, either cats, hares, crows, and go with us whither we would. When one of us or more are in the shape of cats, and meet with any others our neighbors, we will say, devil speed thee, go thou with me. And immediately they will turn in the shape of a cat, and go with us. The very simplicity of the method shows that the transformation was ritual. The witch announced to her fellow that she herself was an animal, a fact which the second witch would not have known otherwise. The second witch at once became a similar animal and went with the first to perform the ritual acts which were to follow. The witches were in their own estimation and in the belief of all their comrades, to whom they communicated the fact, actually animals, though to the uninitiated eye their natural forms remained unchanged. This is probably the explanation of Marie d'Aspelcuet's evidence, which de Lanker records in 1609. Elle a vu aussi les sorcières insignes et changer en plusieurs sortes de bestes. Pour faire peur à ce qu'elles rencontroyant, mais celles que se transformoyant ainsi, desoyant qu'elles en estoyant véritablement transformées. Mais seulement qu'elles sembloyant l'ester niet moins pendant qu'elles sont ainsi en apparences bestes, elles any parlant du tout point. The best example of transformation by means of a magical object placed on the person is from Northumberland, 1673, where an Armstrong stated that, and forced her come with a bridle, and bridled her and rid upon her cross-legged. Till they come to, the rest of her companions. And when she light of her back, pulled the bridle of this informer's head, now in the likeness of a horse, but, when the bridle was taken of, she stood up in her own shape. This informant was ridden upon by an enchanted bridle by Michael Ainsley and Margaret his wife, which enchanted bridle, when they took it of from her head, she stood up in her own proper person. Jane Bates of Corbridge come in the forme of a grey cat with a bridle hanging on her foot, and bridled her, and rid upon her in the name of the devil. This is again a clear account of the witch herself and her companions believing in the change of form caused by the magical object in exactly the same way that the shamans believe in their own transformation by similar means. The devil had naturally the same power as the witches, but in a greater degree. The evidence of Marie Lamont quoted above shows that he transformed them into animals by a gesture only. It seems possible that this was also the case with Isabel Shirey at Forfar, 1661, who was called Horse and the Devil's Horse. The name seems to have given rise to the idea that she was shod like a mare or a horse. She was in fact the officer or messenger who brought her companions to the meetings. She was never seen in the form of a horse, her transformation being probably effected by the devil, in order that she might carry the witches to and from the meetings. Agnes Sparks said that Isabel carried her away to Little Milne, and carried her back again to her own house. There is also another method of transformation, which is the simplest. The witches themselves, like their contemporaries, often believed that the actual animals, which they saw, were human beings in animal form. Jeanette de Belloc, aged 24, in the Basses Pyrénées, 1609, described the Sabbath as vin for célèbre de toutes sortes de choses, en lesquelles aucun est prominent en leur propre forme, and d'autres sont transformes en escape pourquoi. En animaux. LNA IMA's view aucun d'elles se transformer en best en sa présence, mais seulement certains bests courir par le sabbat. Helen Guthrie of Forfar, 1661, states the case with even greater simplicity. The last summer except one, she did sie John Talesier sometimes in the shape of a Tata, and sometimes in the shape of a Swin. And that the said John Talesier in these shapes went wp doon among William Milne, miller at Heatherstakes, his corns for the destruction of the same, because the said William had taken the Milne ouer his head. And that the Diul cam to her and pointed out John Talesier in the foresaid shapes unto her, and told her that West John Talesier. Footnotes. Forbes, 2, page 33. Examination of John Walsh. Pitcairn, I, pt 2, page 236. Spalding Club Miscellaneous. I, pages 157-60. Alls Goodridge, page 27. From an unpublished trial in the Justiciary Court at Edinburgh. Glanville, pt 2, pages 136, 137, 152. Sharp, page 191. Forbes, 2, pages 33. F. Hutchinson, History Essay, page 77. Gifford, page 18. Witches at Chelmsford, pages 24-32, Philobiblon SOC, 8. Rehearsal, par. 2-5. Also called Tissy. Compare the name of the magic cat given to Francis Moore by Goodwife Weed, page 219. In Alesh Hunt's own confession, Q.V. The animals in question are called colts. I would suggest that this is coats, the well-known provincialism for cats, but the recorder understood the word as colts and further improved it into horses. Witches taken at St. Osses, A3, A5, C3 and 4, B2, B5 and C1, B3. Gifford, pages 19, 27, 39. Potts, B3. Fairfax, pages 32, 33, 34, 79, 82. Wonderful Discovery of Elizabeth Sawyer. Whitaker, page 216. Howell, for 834 etc. Davenport, pages 1 to 12. Gibbons, page 113. Gearish, The Devil's Delusions, page 12. Glanville, pt. 2, pages 151, 157. Peto, page 18. Delancre, L'Incredulite, pages 801, 803. La Martiniere, pages 42 to 3, edition 1671. Imp equals a slip, sapling, scion, hence applied to persons with the meaning child, lad, boy. Laws Against Witches, p. 7. Howell, for 855. Davenport, page 12. ID, page 1. Witches at Chelmsford, pages 20, 29. Examination of John Walsh. His master was Sir Robert Drayton. Gifford, P.C., C. Percy Associ. 8. Delancre, L'Incredulite, page 803. Howell, for 834, 836. Davenport, page 5. Witches at Chelmsford, page 24. Philobiblon Soc. 8. Witches taken at St. Osses, p.c. 4. Alse Goodridge, pages 26, 27. Howell, for 845, 853, 856. Moore Rental, Chatham Society, 12, page 59. Sheffer, quoting Tornius. Davies, page 231. For a similar practice in modern England, see Transactions of the Devonshire Association, 6, 1874, page 201. Witches at Chelmsford, page 34. Philobiblon Soc. 8. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 129. Potts, H. 3. Goodcole, Wonderful Discovery, p. c. J. Hutchinson, 2, page 31. Howell, 6, 659. Nos sorcières tenant la pluspart de ces démons pour leurs deux, Delancre, Tableau, page 23. Moret, pages 247 seq. Camden Soc. Dame Alice Keitler, p. 3. Boget, pages 69, 132. Delancre, Tableau, pages 67, 197. Wonderful Discovery of Margaret and Philip Flower, E3. Whitaker, page 216. Gearish, The Devil's Delusions, page 12. Pitcairn notes, Isabel, as usual, appears to have been stopped short here by her interrogators, when she touched on such matters, i.e. the fairies. Pitcairn, 3, pages 606, 614. Taylor, page 81. Volsunga Saga, BKS. 1, 2, W.M. Morris, Collected Works, 12, pages 32. 77. Pausanias, 8, 2, 3, 6, edition Fraser. Cp. Also the animal names applied to priests and priestesses, e.g. the king bees of Ephesus. The bee priestesses of Demeter, of Delphi, of Proserpine, and of the Great Mother, the doves of Dodona, the bears in the sacred dance of Artemis, the bulls at the feast of Poseidon at Ephesus, the wolves at the Lupercalia, and Remigius, Pti, pp. 65, 67. Pitcairn, I, pt. 2, pages 245 to 6. Boget, pages 120, 132 to 3. Delancre, Tableau, page 129. Fournier, page 16. Monnoyer, page 30. Van Elven, v., page 215. Boget, page 132. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, pages 97, 114 to 15, 165, Bessie Tom, page 167. Spelling Modernized. Goldsmid, page 10. Scottish Antiquary, 9, pages 50-2. Sharp, pages 132, 134. CEREMONIES SOC, XL, pages 191, 193, 194. Pitcairn, 3, pages 607, 608, 611. Spelling modernized. Delancre, Tableau, page 128. CEREMONIES SOC, XL, pages 192, 194, 197. Kinloch, page 129. Spelling modernized. Delancre, Tableau, pages 129, 130. Kinloch, page 123. Appendix I. Fairies and Witches. The dwarf race which at one time inhabited Europe has left few concrete remains, but it has survived in innumerable stories of fairies and elves. Nothing, however, is known of the religious beliefs and cults of these early peoples, except the fact that every 7 years they made a human sacrifice to their god, and at every 7 years they pay the taint to hell, and that like the Khans they stole children from the neighboring races and brought them up to be the victims. That there was a strong connection between witches and fairies has been known to all students of fairy lore. I suggest that the cult of the fairy or primitive race survived until less than 300 years ago, and that the people who practiced it were known as witches. I have already pointed out that many of the witch beliefs and practices coincide with those of an existing dwarf race, viz. The Lapps. The devil and the witches entered freely into the fairy mounds. The devil is often spoken of as a fairy man, and he consorts with the queen of Elfame. Fairy gold which turns to rubbish is commonly given by the devil to the witches. And the name Robin is almost a generic name for the devil, either as a man or as his substitute the familiar. The other name for the fairy Robin Goodfellow is Puck, which derives through the Gaelic bucca from the Slavic bog, which means God. The evidence given below shows the close connection between the fairies and the witches, and shows also the witches' belief in the superiority of the fairies to themselves in the matter of magic and healing powers. 1431, Joan of Arc. Not far from Domremy there is a certain tree that is called the Lady's Tree, Arbor Dominarum, others call it the Fairies' Tree, Arbor Fatalium, Gallus de Fées, beside which is a spring, which cured fevers. It is a great tree, a beech, fagus, from which comes the May, unde venit Mayum, Gallus lo beau May. It belongs to Seigneur Pierre de Bourmont. Old people, not of her lineage, said that fairy ladies haunted there, conversa banter. Had heard her godmother Jean, wife of the mayor, say she had seen fairy women there. She herself had never seen fairies at the tree that she knew of. She made garlands at the tree, with other girls, for the image of the blessed Mary of Domremy. Sometimes with the other children she hung garlands on the tree, sometimes they left them, sometimes they took them away. She had danced there with the other children, but not since she was grown up. She had sung there more than she had danced. She had heard that it was said Jean received her mission at the tree of the fairy ladies. The saints, Catherine and Margaret, came and spoke to her at the spring beside the fairies' tree, but she would not say if they came to the tree itself. Denied having a mandrake, but knew there was one near the fairies' tree. My godmother, who saw the fairy ladies, was held as a good woman, not a diviner or a witch. Refused to say if she believed fairies to be evil spirits. She did not put chaplets on the fairies' tree in honor of SS, Catherine and Margaret. Had never done anything with, or knew anything of, those who came in the air with the fairies, Gallus and Elora avec les Fées. Had heard they came on Thursdays, but considered it witchcraft. Fourth article of accusation. Jean was not instructed in her youth in the belief and primitive faith, but was imbued by certain old women in the use of witchcraft, divination, and other superstitious works or magic arts. Many inhabitants of those villages have been noted from antiquity for the aforesaid misdeeds. Jean herself has said that she had heard from her godmother, and from many people, of visions and apparitions of fairies, or fairy spirits, Gallus Fées. By others also she has been taught and imbued with wicked and pernicious errors of such spirits, insomuch that in the trial before you she confessed that up to this time she did not know that fairies were evil spirits. Answer: as to the fairy ladies, she did not know what it was. As to instruction she learnt to believe and was well and duly taught to do what a good child should. As to her godmother she referred to what she had said before. Fifth article. Near the village of Domremy is a certain great, big, and ancient tree called vulgarly the charmed fairy tree of Burlmont, L'arbre charmine fille de Burlmont. Beside the tree is a spring. Round these gather, it is said, evil spirits called fairies, with whom those who use witchcraft are accustomed to dance at night, going round the tree in spring. Answer: as to the tree in spring, referred to her previous answers, denied the rest. Sixth article. Jean frequented the said tree in spring alone, chiefly at night, sometimes in the day, most often at the hour that divine service was celebrated in church, in order to be alone, and dancing went round the spring and tree. Afterwards hung many garlands of various herbs and flowers on the branches of the tree, made with her own hands, saying and singing before and after, certain incantations and songs with certain invocations, witchcrafts and other misdeeds. Which garlands, the following morning, were not found. Answer: referred for part to previous answers, denied the rest. 23rd article. Her letters showed that she had consulted evil spirits. Denied ever having done anything by inspiration of evil spirits. 1566, John Walsh, of Netherbury, Dorset. He being demanded how he knoweth when anya man is bewitched, he saith that he knew it partly by the fairies, and saith that there be .3 kinds of fairies, white, green, and black. Which when he is disposed to VSE, he speaketh with them upon hyls, whereas there is great heaps of earth, as namely in Dorsetshire. And between the hours of .12 and 1 at noon, or at midnight he saith them. Whereof, he saith, the black fairies be the worst. 1576, Bessie Dunlop of Lyne, Ayrshire. Tom Reed appred in here Awin house to hear, about the zig hour of the day, where there was Satan thre tales and here Awin Goodman. And he took here around and led here to the door with him, and ski follow it, and Zaid, went, VP with him to the kill end, where he forbade here to speak or fire for anything ski hard or saw. And Queen Ty had gain ein lidle pes forward, ski saw 12 persounds, ocht women and 4 men, the men wer clad in gentlemen's cleathing, and the women had all plaid dis round about thame, and wer very semily like to se. And Tommy was with thame, and demanded, Jif ski knew ony of thame? Answer it, nane, except Tom. Demanded, what Ty said to hear? Answer it, Ty bide here sit down, and said, welcome, Bessie, will thou go with ws? But ski answer it knocked. Because Tom had forbidden here. And forder declare it, that ski knew not quat purpoi Ty had among geese thame, on my ski saw their lippies move, and within a short space Ty paired it all away. And ein hideous gly soche of wind follow it thame, and ski lay seek quil Tom came again bach fra thame. In the margin, confess it and file it. Item, ski being demanded, Jif ski spare it at Tom quat persounds Ty wore. Answer it, that Ty wore the good wictus that win it in the court of Elfame, Koha come there to desire here to go with thame, and forder, Tom desire it here to do the sam. Koha answer it, ski saw now profit to gang Ty kwandi of gates, nli ski can querfer. Tom said, seest thou knocked me, baith might worth, claithworth, and good a nuch like in persoun, and, he, sold make here far better nor your ski was? Ski answer it, that ski duelled with here Awin husband and bairnies, and could not leave thame. And SWA Tom began to be very crabbit, angry, with here, and said, Jif SWA ski thocht, ski wald get little good of him. Interrogat, Jif ski nur ask it the question at him, wherefore he come to hear mare, than, ein thir body. Answer it, remembering here, Tsuhan ski was lion in chyld bedlair, with ane of here laid dis, that ane stout woman come in to here, and sat down on the for me beside here, and ask it ane drink at here, and ski gave here. Coha also told here, that barn walled da, and that her husband sold mend of his sycons. The said Bessie answered, that ski remembered will fare off. And Tom said, that was the Queen of Elfame his maesters, Coha had commanded him to wait pound here, and to do here good. Confess it and file it. 1588, Ailsound Pearsound of Byrehill, Fifeshire. Was conduict for hanting and repairing with the good Nichtburies and Queen of Elfame, third Joers Iris bypassed, as Sco had confessed be her depositiones, declaring that Sco could not say readily how lang Sco wes with Thame. And that Sco had friendis in that court quilk wes of her Awin blood, Coha had good acquaintance of the Queen of Elfame. And that Sco saw knocked the Queen thur soen air, and that Sco had mony guid friendis in that court, but wer all away now, and that Sco wes soen air you'll handle it in the court of Elfane and had kwan defriendis there. But had na will to visite Thame after the end. In Grangemere there come ane man to hear, clad in green clot his, Coha said to hear, Jif Sco wald be faithful, he wald do hear guid. He gaed away Thane, and apprit to hear att ane third time, ane lusty main, with mony mean and weeman with him, and that Sco sanit here and prayed, and passed with Thame forder nor Sco could tell. And saw with Thame piping and meerines and good skier. 1589, Beatrix Bayonensis, in Lorraine. Etlich Jeben Speyer, etlich Vogel oder sonst nicht viel Besonders, als de sein Machti gemunst Geld aus Rindern Letter, und wenn sie dergleichen nix haben, so verschafft es in Geist, auf das sie Stafford sein. 1593. Another of my neighbors had his wife much troubled, and he went to her, the White Witch, and she told him his wife was haunted with a fairy. 1593. She had 3 or 4 imps, some call them puckrels, one like a grey cat, another like a weasel, another like a mouse. 1597, Christian Livingston of Leith. Sco affirmit that here doctor was ta'en away with the fairy folk, and declare it to go threas wiff, then being with barn, that it was a man chyld Sco was with. As it provid indeed, and that all the knowledge Sco had was be here doctor, wa met with the fairy. 1597, Isabel Strathaquin and her daughter, of Aberdeen. They depone that herself confesses that quat skill soever Sco he's, Sco headed of her mother, and her mother learnit at ane elf man Coha lay with her. 1597, Andro man of Aberdeen. Thrisquire yeris sensine retherby, the devil, thy maester, come to thy mothras house, in the lickneys and steep of a woman, quam tho callous the Queen of Elfin, and was delivered of a barn, as apprit to the there. Though confessest that be the space of thready twa yeris sensin or therby, though begut to have carnal deal with that devilish sprite, the Queen of Elfin, on quam tho begot diverse bairnies, quam tho he sena sensin. Vpon the ruidae in harvest, in this present year, quilk fell on ane Wednesday, though confesses and affirmis, though saw Christenday come out of the snaw in lickneys of a stag, and that the Queen of Elfin was there, and Ferris with her. Riding vpon quit Hyknays, and that they come to the Bin Hill, and Binlocht, where they vse common lie to convene, and that they coha convenes with Thame Kisses Christenday and the Queen of Elfini's heirs, as thou did thyself. Item, though affirmest that the Elfas he shaps and claydis like men, and that they will have fair covered tables, and that they are but shadowies, but are starker nor men, and that they have playing dancing tsuhan they please. And als that the Queen is very pleasant, and will be old and young tsuhan Sco plicis, Sco macis any kwenji quam Sco plicis, and lias with any Sco likies. The said Andro confesses that Christenday ridis all the time that he is in their company, and he's carnal deal with Thame, also, that the men that cumies with Thame, he's do with the Queen of Elfame. Thou confesses that the devil thy master, whom thou terms Christ Sunday, and supposes to be an angel and God's godson, albeit he has a thraw by God, and sways to the Queen of Elfin, is raised by the speaking of the word benedicity. Such like thou affirms that the Queen of Elfin has a grip of all the craft, but Christ Sunday is the goodman, and has all power under God. 1608, Lyons District. Ils dansent deux à deux, and parfois lvnca and l'autre là. Estins tells danses semblables à celles de phase, vrais diables incorpores, que regnoyant ilny à pas long temps. 1615, Jonet Drever of Orkney. To be convict and guilty of the fostering of ein bairn in the hill of Westray to the fairy folk cowlit of here are guid nichtburies. And in having carnal deal with here. And having conversation with the fairy xxvj iris bygame. In respect of her own confession. 1616, Catherine Caray of Orkney. At the down-going of the sun our great number of fairy men met her together with a maester man. 1616, Elspeth Rioch of Orkney. Show confiest that Suhan Shu wes ein young loss of 12 years of age or 30 and haid wanderite out of Caithn's queer show wes born to Lochquaber ye cam to Alain McKeldowy's wife Cuha wes your aunt that she upon ein day being out of the loch in the country and returning and being at the loch sit awaiting Suhan the boit sold fetch herein. That there cam to a men to her ein clad in black and the youther with ein grain tartane plaid about him and that the man with the plaid said to her she was ein pretty and he wald learn her to ken and sie ony thing she wald desire. And thereafter within 2 year she bewray her first bairn and being delivered in here sisteris house the black man cam to her that first came to here in Lochquaber and cowlit himself ein fairy man. On Yule day she confiest the devil quilk she callous the fairy man lay with her at quilk time he bade here leave Orkney. 1618, Joan Willamot of Leicester. This examinate saith, that she hath a spirit which she calleth pretty, which was joined to her by William Barry of Langholm in Rutlandshire, whom she served 3 years. And that her master when he gave it to her, willed her to open her mouth, and he would blow into her a fairy which should do her good, and that she opened her mouth, and he did blow into her mouth. And that presently after his blowing, there came out of her mouth a spirit, which stood upon the ground in the shape and for me of a woman, which spirit did ask of her soul, which she then promised unto it. 1633, Isabel Sinclair of Orkney. 6 times at the wreaths of the year, she hath been controlled with the fairy. 1653, Yorkshire. There was, he saith, as I have heard the story credibly reported in this country a man apprehended for suspicion of witchcraft, he was of that sort we call white witches. Which are such as do cures beyond the ordinary reasons and deductions of our usual practitioners, and are supposed, and most part of them truly, to do the same by ministration of spirits, from whence under their noble favours. Most sciences at first grow, and therefore are by good reason provided against by our civil laws, as being ways full of danger and deceit. And scarce ever otherwise obtained than by a devilish compact of the exchange of one's soul to that assistant spirit, for the honour of its mountebankery. What this man did was with a white powder which, he said, he received from the fairies, and that going to a hill he knocked 3 times, and the hill opened, and he had access to, and conversed with a visible people. And offered, that if any gentleman present would either go himself in person, or send his servant, he would conduct them thither, or shew them the place and persons from whom he had his skill. Hotham's account ends here. Webster continues first in his own words and then in inverted commas as if quoting, but gives no authority. To this I shall only add thus much, that the man was accused for invoking and calling upon evil spirits, and was a very simple and illiterate person to any man's judgment, and had been formerly very poor. But had gotten some pretty little means to maintain himself, his wife and divers small children, by his cures done with this white powder, of which there were sufficient proofs, and the judge asking him how he came by the powder. He told a story to this effect. That one night before day was gone, as he was going home from his labour, being very sad and full of heavy thoughts, not knowing how to get meat and drink for his wife and children, he met a fair woman in fine clothes, who asked him why he was so sad, and he told her it was by reason of his poverty, to which she said, that if he would follow her counsel she would help him to that which would serve to get him a good living, to which he said he would consent with all his heart, so it were not by unlawful ways. She told him it should not be by any such ways, but by doing of good and curing of sick people. And so warning him strictly to meet her there the next night at the same time, she departed from him, and he went home. And the next night at the time appointed he duly waited, and she, according to promise, came and told him that it was well he came so duly, otherwise he had missed of that benefit, that she intended to do unto him. And so bade him follow her and not be afraid. Thereupon she led him to a little hill and she knocked 3 times, and the hill opened, and they went in, and came to a fair hall, wherein was a queen sitting in great state, and many people about her, and the gentlewoman that brought him presented him to the queen, and she said he was welcome, and bid the gentlewoman give him some of the white powder, and teach him how to use it, which she did, and gave him a little wood box full of the white powder. And bade him give 2 or 3 grains of it to any that were sick, and it would heal them, and so she brought him forth of the hill, and so they parted. And being asked by the judge whether the place within the hill, which he called a hall, were light or dark, he said indifferent, as it is with us in the twilight. And being asked how he got more powder, he said when he wanted he went to that hill, and knocked 3 times, and said every time I am coming, whereupon it opened, and he going in was conducted by the aforesaid woman to the queen. And so had more powder given him. This was the plain and simple story, however it may be judged of, that he told before the judge, the whole court, and the jury, and there being no proof, but what cures he had done to very many, the jury did acquit him. 1655. It might be here very seasonable to inquire into the nature of those large dark rings in the grass, which they call fairy circles, whether they be the rendezvous of witches, or the dancing place of those little puppet spirits which they call elves or fairies. 1661, Janet Watson of Dalkeith. She confessed that 3 months before the devil appeared unto her, in the likeness of ane pretty boy, in grain clothes. As also about the time of the last Bailey fire night, she was at a mighting in Newtown with the devil, who had grain clothes pon him, and ane black hat pon his head. Where Scoud denied Christ, and took herself to be the servant of the devil. 1662, Isabel Gowdie of Aldern. I was in the Downy Hillis, and got meat there from the Queen of Fury, more than I could eat. The Queen of Fury is brawly clothed in white linens, and in white and brown clothes, and the King of Fury is a braw man, well favoured, and broad-faced, and there was elf bullus routing and scoiling WP and down there and affrighted me. As for elf Arohitis, the devil shapes them with his awin hand, and sign deliuris thame to elf boys, who witties and ditus them with a sharp thing like a paking needle. We went into the Downy Hillis. The hill opened, and we came to an fair and large braw realm in the daytime. There ar great bullus routing and scoiling there, at the entry, quilk feared me. The devil wold gow ws the brawest like money that ewer wes coined. Within 4 hurries it vold be horsemeuk. 1662, Janet Bredhade of Aldern. He gaw me ane piece of money, like a testine, and gaw me an third piece of money, like the first, but they both turned red, and I got nothing for thame. 1662, Bute. The devil gave her ane elf arrow stone to shot him, a child of 7, which she did 10 days thereafter that the child died immediately thereafter. Janet Morrisound declares the devil told her it was the fairies that took John Glass' child's life. Macpherson in Carroll his doctor lay sick of a very unnatural disease. The disease quilk ailed her was blasting with the fairies and that she healed her with herbs. Item being questioned about her hiling of Alistair Bannatyne who was sick of the like disease answered that he was blasted with the fairies also and that she hiled him thereof with herbs and being questioned anent her hiling of Patrick Glass. Dr. Barbara Glass answered that she was blasted with the fairies also. Being inquired what difference was betwixt shooting and blasting says that suhan they are shot there is no recovery for it and if the shot be in the heart they died presently but if it be not at the heart they will die in a while with it yet will at last die with it and that blasting is a whirlwind that the fairies raises about that person which they intend to wrong which may be healed 2 ways either by herbs or by charming. 1664, Alice Duke of Wincanton, Somerset. When the devil doth anything for her, she calls for him by the name of Robin, upon which he appears. 1664, Elizabeth Style of Wincanton, Somerset. When she hath a desire to do harm, she calls the spirit by the name of Robin. 1670, Jean Weir of Edinburgh. When she keeped a school at Dalkeith, and teach children, ane tall woman came to the declarant's house when the children were there. She had, as appeared to her, ane child upon her back, and on or two at her foot. And the said woman desired that the declarant should employ her to speak for her to the Queen of Faerie, and strick and battle in her behalf with the said Queen, which was her own words. 1677, Inverary. Donald McKilmacoll was tried for that horrid crime of corresponding with the devil, the whole evidence being that he entered a fairy hill where he met many men and women and he played on trumps to them when they danced. 1697. Margaret Fulton in Renfrewshire. She was reputed a witch, has the mark of it, and acknowledged that her husband had brought her back from the fairies. 1697, James Lindsay, alias Curate, in Renfrewshire. He was called the Glade, or Squinty-Eyed Elf. 19th century. It was the common rumor that Elfin Irving came not into the world like the other sinful creatures of the earth, but was one of the cane-bairns of the fairies, whilk they had to pay to the enemy of man's salvation every 7th year. The poor lady fairy, a mother's a mother, be she elf's flesh or Eve's flesh, hid her elf son beside the christened flesh in Marian Irving's cradle, and the auld enemy lost his prey for a time. And touching this lad, ye all ken his mother was a hawk of an uncanny nest, a second cousin of Kate Kimmer, of Barfloshan, as rank a witch as ever rode on ragwort. Footnotes. Quichrat, I, page 67, Murray, pages 25-6. ID, I, page 87, M, page 42. ID. I, pages 88-9, M, page 43. ID, I, page 177, M, page 80. ID, I, page 178, M, 80. ID, I, page 186, M, page 84. ID, I, page 187, M, page 84. ID, I, page 209, M, page 91. Bourlemont, C. P. Bourgeot, A Word of Unknown Derivation. See Walter Scott, Witchcraft and Demonology. Q. I, page 210, M, page 91. Q. I, pages 211-12, M, pages 91-2. ID, I, page 242, M, pages 96-7. Examination of John Walsh. Pitcairn, I, pt 2, pages 52-3, 56-7. ID, I, pt 2, pages 162-3. Remigius, PTI, page 55. Gifford, page 10, Percy SOC 8. IDIB, page 9. Pitcairn, 2, page 25. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, I, page 177. Spalding Club Miscellaneous, pp. 119, 121, 125. Burton, I, page 253. Boget, page 132. Maitland Club Miscellaneous, 2, page 167. Dalyell, page 536. County Folklore, 3, Orkney, pages 112-14, Maitland Club Miscellaneous, 2, pages 188-9. Wonderful Discovery of Margaret and Philip Flower, E3. Dalyell, page 470. Webster, pages 300-2. Moore, page 232. Pitcairn, 3, page 601. Pitcairn, 3, pages 604, 607, 611, 613. ID, 3, page 617. Highland Papers, 3, pages 19, 23, 27. Glanville, pt 2, page 152. ID, 2, page 137. Law, page 27 note. Highland Papers, 3, pages 36-8. Saggicismus Debilatus, page 50. ID, page 25. Cunningham, pp. 246, 251. Appendix 2. Trial of Sylvain Nevillon and Gentian le Clerc at Orleans, 1614-15. This trial is included here as a specimen of purely ritual witchcraft, without spellcasting. Arrest and procedure faked par le lieutenant criminal d'Orleans, contre Sylvain Nevillon, Gentien le Clerc dit Neuel, and Mathrin Ferrand du village de Noën en Sologne, Conuancus de Sortilege le 20 juin 1614. Le vendredi 20 juin 1614 let it Lieutenant Procedent à l'audition dit it Noyan Coureur en Masson, auge de 77 ans. Let it Lieutenant Criminal li iant dit Chuil li veloit faire rare ou razor le poil and changer de habits, afin Chuil dict verite. L'accuse s'escria nces mos, comment me vout en faire mourir, messers, sie vous confesse la vérité, vous ennemi feres par razor. A confesse avoir este au sabbat pres noen, nvn lu nami aliuet. Dit que le sabbat se tenoit don vin maison, oil vit a la kemini kami let it sabbat se faisoit, vn noir duquel en any voyoit point la test, and du jours ou books en la maison iant grand poil noir. Ily oit 200. Persons tout masqué, except vn nami ferrand. Chualant à elephant aucans bailent de l'argent comme à l'église. Vit aussi vn grand noir à l'opposite de celui de la Kemini, que regardoit don vn lura, don't les fuelets estoyant noirs and bloods, and marmotoit entre ses dents sans entendre chuil de soit, loid vin hostin noir. Pus vn calis de mescient estain tout crasseux. Vit que tu les assistans dan coyant en brancels dos a dos, and du books ou jours oic us. Ily oit de vians si fades chuil nn put aller, and croit que si estoit de la chair de chul, and que letit homine war parloit cum si la voix fut sorti divi en poinsen, edivit in urine deux enfants portes par de femmes. And que le diable batit vin fem oic vn baston, de ce chuel en oit pa port son enfant cum el oit promis, baloit letit noir de gasto oxtits petit enfants. Dit que suc anivant au sabbat, payant huic souls, chuil y de processions oil of you parfois 600 persons, que les du diables que estoyant au sabbat, lvns appeloit elorthon, and elotra trazensac. And chuilsse bisoyant inures succolur eminoyant leurs enfans cum pour les remercier, and bisoyant lurstits enfans au col. Dit chuil of you le diable en plusieurs facens, tantost cum vn book, iant vn visage duant en vn autre derrière, ors cum vn gros mouton. Quon baptized de enfans au sabbat oic du cresum, que de femmes apportant, and fraten la verge de quelcum, and enfant sorter de la semence quels amassent, and la meslant oic le cresum. Pus mettent sala sur la test de l'enfant en prononcant quelques paroles en Latin. Dit aussi avoir vu de sorciers and sorcières que apportoyant de hosties au sabbat, lesquels els orient garde lors quon leur oit bailey à communier à l'église, and que le diable faisoit de gestes cum en dependent sur isels hosties. Desquels on faisoit de la poudre, and quelquefois on les mettoit don lo, and que le diable estoit fort ice quand on li apportoit lestites hosties. Dit avoir ouie dire à Guillaume le Clerc dit nidel, que pour avoir fake mourir vn le diable donoit de récompense huic souls, and pour vin fem 5 souls. Dit que le diable les bat au sabbat, quand ils any scouant rendre compte d'avoir fait quelque mal, and chuil leur dit en se separant venges vous, autrement vous mourez. Dit que leur quon a este à la messe, on any put ester in sorcel, ou quon a vn agnes de sur soy, que bien sunt ils appellant el hostien le blanc, que les femmes chantent de chassens en Eleanor du diable. En chue el entrée en sortie de table au sabbat, on ditto diable nous vous reconnaissons pour nostre maester, nostre Dieu, nostre créateur. Que le diable dit le sermon au sabbat, mais qu'on entend ce qu'il dit, parce qu'il parle comme en grodent, and qu'il yet de la poudre par tout l'assemblée, comme en fait de l'eau béniste. Vite qu'on frappoit dans lo divine baguette, and aussi tost vite comme il li sembloit que si estoit de la gressel. Dit ester à sunt au sabbat de sun pied tout eswil, and nese grassoit point, diotant que si estoit folie de si gracer quand on any va pauloing. Dit que le diable monstre un fermi de member viral au sabbat, on cum vin chandelle, and qu'il vit vin fem que le bise par la. Dit que les sorciers ne puent faire mal le vendredi, cause que Dieu y it souffert la mort, and estoit venu au monde l'éditeur. Dit qu'il y de sorciers que nourrissent de marionnettes, que sont de petits diaboltos en fermi de crapaud, and leur font manger de la bille composée de lait de farine, and leur donnent le premier morceau. And enos arroyant es absentir de leur maison sans leur demander congé, and li faut dire combien de temps ils seront absents, cum trois ou quatre heures, and s'ils dissent que c'est trop, ce que les gardent. Innocent faire leur voyage New York ou trépasser leur volant. E quan ils violent aller en marchandise ou iour, and scawar sly farabon, ils regardant si lestites marionnettes sont iouses, nce cas ils vont en marchandise, ou iour, mais sils sont maussades and tristes, ils ne bougent de la maison. And le plus sunt lestites marionnettes centenures used de grandes menaces. Interroge let it nullion par let it lieutenant criminal, si a son duis vn yuge pourroit faire prendre lestites marionnettes, bu que sont demons familiers. Respond chuvien bon yuge pourroit bien faire importer lestites marionnettes, dioten quels cranent fort les bones yuges, mais chuvien yuge que ne feroit pas bien laistis, New York gagneroit reign, and que les sorciers puent in sorceller vn meschent yuge. Parce que Dieu la abandon. Dit qu'il of you bailier au sabbat du pain benest, and de l'encens, mais il ne sentoit bon comme celui de l'église, and que si estoit vien de diables nami orthon que le donoit, lorsque tremsabat de soit la messe. And tuant la commencer il yetoit de lo benist que estoit fake de pissat, and faisoit la reverence de Ellis ball, and de soit, asperges diaboli. Let it nullion estoit connuencu par le procès, dioir empoisonné, and faked mourir plusieurs personnes and bestios, and dioir faked diotres mo. Gentil ou gentil le clerc dit, ksa mère le presenta, dit on, en eloge de trois ans au sabbat, a vien book, qu'on appelloit elaspic. Dit qu'il fut baptize au sabbat, au croire dialiuet, oec quators ou quins autres, and que yen gerat porta du cresem que estoit John don vien pot, and que let it nullion yeta de la semence don let it pot, and vien nami semel. And bruiloyant sela oec vin petit cuillier de bois, and pousse leur en mirant à tout sur la teste. Il vit marquer plusieurs personnes, mais les femmes principalement entre les tétins. Qu'on bailey à baiser la paix comme à l'église, and que cela semble vin tuile, and qu'on y bailey vien denier ou vien double allant à elefrand, lo benist est yon cum du pisset diasni, and tu après qu'on la yeti on dit la messe. And que c'est le diable que la dit, tu il a vin chasuble que a vin croix, mais tu na que trois bars, and torn le dos à elodal quand il vut luer el hosti in localis, que sont noirs, and marmot don vien liora. Duquel la courture est tout velu comme divine peau de loup, oec de fiolets blancs and rouges, diotres noirs. E quand let it noire yet, ou yet de lo benist, chacun de assistance, se yet en terra comme on faked à l'église sur la fosse de trespasses, oec vien morceau de hoca a trois fuilis about. Après la messe on danse, pousse on couche ensemble, homs oec homs, and oec de femmes. Pousse on se met à table, OILNA IMAs vue de celle EDNY a autre viande que grenouille en anguilles, and point de vin ines de l'eau. Dit chuil a cogne de hommes en ss de couple aequius, chuil oet vin coupo u gondal par le moyen de laquelle touts les femmes le suyent pour y boire. Chuo sabbat on y blasphemoit sunt, disons chardieu, se vin bel chose chuils font blancher pour on la voie de plus loing, and pousse la mangent, and quand ils eloanti mange ilny and a plus, que les prestres font cela pour amuser le monde. And que se vien beau ianacot, chuil y oet plus diaquest nsa marionnette chuendieu. Edi oet vu sunt la marionnette dudit nolian, que est comme vien gros crapot tout noir, comme divine fourrure noir, and estoit don vien boet cache saubs vien corot, que sautoit and loit quand on veloit donner a manger audit crapot. Chuil la vu encore pousse 6 sepmains en la ruelle du lict judic nolian, and chuil a vu chuil elaportoit vin autrefois don son manteau, chuil li a dit vin desain de foi, ksl veloit il li en ferroit al war vin. Chuil y oet plus profit ni sel chuendieu, and chuil any gagnoit reign a regarderdieu, mais ksa marionnette li apportoit toujours quelques chose. Confess avoir fait mourir plusieurs personnes, and chuil skate faire dancer les buffs don vien circle chuil fate, and chuvin va li apprens. Ils ferent condamnes, par sentence à Esterpendis and Brussels. Appel en la cour, au rapport de Monsieur Barreau, consiler en la seconde chambre de enquests, du sorciers mourant. Cependant Gentien le clerc sol, fut condamné par arrest du 4 février 1615. Appendix 3. A. Names of witches in Covens. 1440, magical. 3 were executed, of 4 equally guilty 2 fled, and 2 had died previously. 1. Antonio Prelati. 2. Bertrand Pullian. 3. Etienne Correlot, executed. 4. Edionette Blanchou. 5. Eustache Blanchet. 6. Gilles de Rice, executed. 7. Gilles de Seal, fled. 8. Henri Griart, executed. 9. Jean Rossignol, dead. 10. Lenano Siva. 11. Perrine Martin. 12. Robin Romulart, dead. 13. Roger de Brickeville, fled. 1582, Essex. Saint Osiph. 1. Alesh Hunt. 2. Alesh Manfield. 3. Alesh Newman. 4. Annis Glascock. 5. Annie's Heed. 6. Cicely Sellis. 7. Elizabeth Bennet. 8. Elizabeth Eustace. 9. Joan Petchey. 10. Joan Robinson. 11. Margaret Greville. 12. Marjorie Salmon. 13. Ursley Kemp. 1590. North Berwick. Those marked with a star are the 9 who took part in the great attempt on James VI's life. Of these 4 were tried and executed. Of the rest of the Covens, Christian Todd, Donald Robson, and Robert Grierson were executed as witches in 1594, and Begis Todd in 1608. The others appear to have escaped altogether. 1. 2. Agnes Sampson and her daughter. 3. Agnes Stratton. 4. Alexander Quitelaw. 5. Annie Richardson. 6. Barbara Napier. 7. Begis Todd. 8. Bessie Brune. 9. Bessie Goleen, Cowan. 10. Bessie Robson. 11. Bessie Thompson. 12. Bessie Wright. 13. Catherine Campbell. 14. Catherine Duncan. 15. Catherine McGill. 16. Christian Carrington. 17. Christian Todd. 18. Donald Robson. 19. Duncan Buchanan. 20. Euphemia McCallion. 21, Gilles Duncan. 22, Gilbert McGill. 23, Helen Lauder. 24, Helen Quite. 25. Isabel Giler, Gilloun. 26, Isabel Lauder. 27, Janet Blandelands. 28, Johnnet Campbell. 29, Jonet Gall. 30, Jonet Logan. 31, Jonet Nicholson. 32, Jonet Stratton. 33, John Couer. 34, John Fyan, officer. 35. John Gordon, Graymeal. 36, John McGill. 37, Kate Gray. 38, Kate Wallace. 39, Molly Getty. 40, Margaret Atchison. 41, Meg Begton. 42, Meg Dunn. 43, Meg Stillcart. 44, Margaret Tomsown. 45, Marion Balesy. 46, Marion Congilton. 47, 48. Marion Linkup and her sister. 49, Marion Nicholson. 50, Marion Patterson. 51, Marion Shaw. 52, Marion. Irish Marion. 53, Macy Atchison. 54, Michael Clark. 55, Richard Graham. 56, Robert Grierson. 57, 58. Thomas Bunhill and his wife. 59, 60. Staubeyes, 2 women. 61, Archie Hanilla's wife. 62, George Mott's wife. 63, John Ramsey's wife. 64, Nicol Murray's wife. 1597, Aberdeen. The following were executed. 1, Andrew Mann. 2. Kristen Reed. 3, Isabel Oig. 4, Isabel Ritchie. 5, Helen Rogie. 6, Jonet Grant. 7, Jonet Spaldarg. 8, Jonet Wishart. 9, Catherine Gerard. 10, Margaret Bean. 11, Margaret O.G. 12, Marion Grant. 13. Thomas Laius, officer. The following took a leading part in the ceremonies and were tried, 7 were banished, no record as to the fate of the rest. 1, Agnes Wobster. 2, Beatrice Robbie, banished. 3, Bessie Tom. 4, Kristen Mitchell. 5. Ellen Gray. 6, Elspeth Laius, banished. 7, Isabel Cokie. 8, Helen Fraser. 9, John Laius, banished. 10, Jonet Davidson, banished. 11, Jonet Laius, banished. 12, Jonet Lucas, banished. 13, Violet Laius, banished. 1613. Lancashire. 10 were executed. Elizabeth Demdike died in prison. Janet Preston was acquitted, but was executed later. I suggest Janet Hargreaves as the 13th, for she was the only one who was first at Malking Tower and afterwards in prison. 1, Alice Nutter. 2, Alison Device. 3, Anne Redfern. 4, Anne Whittle. 5, Elizabeth Demdike, officer. 6, Elizabeth Device. 7, Isabel Roby. 8, James Device. 9, Jane Bulcock. 10, Janet Hargreaves. 11, Janet Preston. 12, John Bulcock. 13. Catherine Hewitt. 1617, Guernsey. 1, Collis Beckwith. 2, Colette Dumont, officer. 3, Isabel Beckwith. 4, Marie Beckwith. 5, the woman Falaise. 6, the woman Hardy. 7, a woman she did not know. 8 to 13, 6 others there she did not know. 1644. Queensferry. 7 were executed. 1. Catherine Logie. 2. Catherine Thompson. 3. Elspeth Cant. 4. Helen Hill. 5. Helen Thompson. 6. Isabel Young. 7. Janet Lowry. 8. Janet Mowbray. 9. Margaret Brown. 10. Margaret Dolan. 11. Marion Dolan. 12. Marion Little. 13. Marion Stein. 1649, Hearts. St. Albans. 1. N. Smith. 2. John Lehman Sr. 3. John Lehman Jr. 4. John. Joan Lehman. 5. John Palmer. 6. John Salmon, Sr. 7. Joseph Salmon. 8. Judith Salmon. 9. Mary Bykins. 10. Mary Lehman, Sr. 11. Mary Lehman, Jr. 12. Sarah Smith. 13. Widow Palmer. 1658, below. 1. Barbara Erskine. 2. Bessie Payton. 3. Elspeth Black. 4. James Hudson. 5. James Kirk. 6. Jonet Miller. 7. Jonet Patterson. 8. Jonet Reed. 9. Catherine Black. 10. Catherine Rennie. 11. Margaret Demperstown. 12. Margaret Duckhall. 13. Margaret Talesier. 1661, Forfar. The 2 covens were led, one by Helen Guthrie, the other by Helen Cotthills. I have put in the first coven the names which occur most frequently together. 1. Agnes Spark. 2. Andrew Watson. 3. Elspeth Alexander. 4. Elspeth Bruce. 5. Helen Alexander. 6. Helen Guthrie, officer. 7. Isabel Dorward. 8. Isabel Shirey. 9. John Talesier. 10. Jonet Howitt. 11. Jonet Stout. 12. Catherine Portar. 13. Mary Rind. 1. Bessie Crockett. 2. Kristen White. 3. George Ellies. 4. Helen Cotthills, officer. 5. Isabel Smith. 6. Jonet Berry. 7. Catherine Wallace. 8. Margaret Nichol. 9. Marjorie Ritchie. 10. Finlayson. 11. Hebron. 12, 13. 2 unnamed women mentioned by Catherine Portar. 1662, Aldern. 1. Barbara Ronald. 2. Bessie Hay. 3. Bessie Wilson. 4. Elspeth Nishi. 5. Isabel Gowdie. 6. Isabel Nicol. 7. Janet Bredhade. 8. Janet Burnett. 9. John Taylor. 10. John Young, officer. 11. Jean Martin, the maiden. 12. Margaret Brodie. 13. Margaret Wilson. 1662, Kinrossshire. Crook of Devon. 1. Agnes Brew. 2. Agnes Murray. 3. Agnes Pittendrake. 4. Bessie Henderson. 5. Bessie Neal. 6. Christian Grieve. 7. Isabel Rutherford. 8. Janet Brew. 9. Janet Payton, of Crook. 10. Janet Payton, of Kilduff. 11. Margaret Huggin. 12. Margaret Litster. 13. Robert Wilson. 1662. Hartford, Connecticut. Though the published records are incomplete, the number of names surviving suggests that a coven existed here. 1. Andrew Sanford. 2. Elizabeth Seeger. 3. James Walkley. 4. Judith Varlett. 5. Mary Sanford. 6. Nathaniel Greensmith. 7. Rebecca Greensmith. 8. William Ayres. 9. Goodwife Ayres. 10. Goodwife Grant. 11. Goodwife Palmer. 12. Goodwife Sanford. 1662, Butte. 1. Agnes, Ingortinis. 2. Annie Hayman, the Maiden. 3. Surstein Ballantyne, the Maiden. 4. Donald MacArthur. 5. Elspeth Gailey. 6. Elspeth Gray. 7. Elspeth N.C. William. 8. Elspeth Spence. 9. Isabel Moore McCaw. 10. Isabel N.C. Neal. 11. Isabel N.C. Nicol. 12. Jonet McConaughey. 13. Jonet McNeil. 14. Jonet McNichol. 15. Jonet Isaac. 16. Jonet Morrison. 17. Jonet Nicol. 18. John Gailey. 19. Catherine Christelle. 20. Catherine Frissell. 21. Catherine McWilliam. 22. Catherine Moore. 23. Catherine Stewart. 24. Margaret McNeil. 25. Margaret McNichol. 26. Margaret Nsildui. 27. Margaret N.C. Levin. 28. Margaret N.C. William. 29. Margaret Smith. 30. Marie McCaw. 31. Marie Moore N.C. Quill. 32. Marie Stewart. 33. Patrick McCaw. Besides 11 other incomplete names, of which 5 can be identified as being already mentioned above, leaving 6 to add to that number, i.e. 39 in all. 1664. Somerset. In the first coven I have put the names which occur most frequently together in the evidence. 1. Alice Duke. 2. Alice Green. 3. Anne Bishop, officer. 4. Catherine Green. 5. Christian Green. 6. Dinah Warburton. 7. Dorothy Warburton. 8. Elizabeth Style. 9. Henry Walter. 10. Joan Sims. 11. Mary Green. 12. Mary Penny. 13. Mary Warburton. 1. Christopher Ellen. 2. James Bush. 3. John Combs. 4. John Vining. 5. Julian Cox. 6. Margaret Agar, officer. 7. Margaret Clark. 8. Rachel King. 9. Richard Dix. 10. Richard Lannon. 11. Thomas Bolster. 12. Thomas Dunning. 13. Durnford. 1673, Northumberland. 1. Anne Dryden. 2. Anne Foster. 3. Anne Usher. 4. Elizabeth Pickering. 5. John Crawforth. 6. Lucy Thompson. 7. Margaret Ainsley. 8. Margaret, whose surname she knows not. 9. Michael Ainsley. 10. William Wright. 11 to 13, and 3 more, whose names she knows not. 1657, Renfrewshire. Bargarin. 1. Agnes Naismith. 2. Alexander Anderson. 3. James Lindsay. 4. Janet Rogers. 5. Janet Wogg. 6. Jean Fulton, officer. 7. John Lindsay. 8. John Reed. 9. Catherine Campbell. 10. Margaret Fulton. 11. Margaret Lang. 12. Margaret Rogers. 13. Martha Semple. B. Names of witches. Guernsey being a law unto itself in the matter of names, the following remarks refer only to England and Scotland. The lists of witch names bring to light several facts as regards the women. One of these is the entire absence of Saxon names, such as Gertrude, Edith, Hilda. Old Testament names are so few in number as to be negligible. Scandinavian names are not found. The essentially Puritan names, such as Temperance, hardly occur. But the great mass of the names fall under 8 heads with their dialectical differences: 1. Anne, Annis, Agnes, Annabel; 2. Alice, Alison; 3. Christian, Kristen, Surstein; 4. Elizabeth, Elspeth, Isabel, Bessie; 5. Ellen, Eleanor, Helen; 6. Joan, Jane, Janet, Jonet; 7. Margaret, Marget, Meg, Marjorie; 8. Marian, Mary. At first sight the list suggests New Testament and Greek influence. And though I am not prepared to dispute this, I would point out, 1. That there was a British goddess called Anna, which may account not only for all the forms of Anne but also for the terminations in Alison and Marian. 2. That the name Christian clearly indicates the presence of another religion. 3. That there is at present nothing to prove that Isabel is a variant of Elizabeth. It is quite possible that Isabel was the original name and that the missionaries Christianized it as Elizabeth. 4. That Helen was a pre-Christian name in Great Britain. 5. That Margaret may have been originally Margaret, the spelling and pronunciation being influenced by the Greek form. And as G and Y are dialectically interchangeable, Margaret would be the same as, or closely allied to, the Finnish Marjata. If Christianity had obtained the hold on the people which the ecclesiastical writers would have us believe, the name Mary should surely have been the most common, but it hardly occurs in Great Britain before 1645. While Marian is hardly used after that date. This looks as though Marian were the earlier form, and Mary may therefore be merely the contraction of the longer name. As regards the name Joan, I can offer no explanations or suggestions. I can only call attention to its overwhelming preponderance in comparison with the others. In the lists the names are arranged without regard to local differences of spelling. The surnames are in alphabetical order. Abra Ginset Dunwich 1663. Agnes Aline Crook of Devon 1662. Agnes Beveridge Crook of Devon 1662. Agnes Brodie Aldern 1662. Agnes Brown Northampton 1612. Agnes Brewcrook of Devon 1662. Agnes Finney Edinburgh 1644. Agnes Forbes Aberdeen 1597. Agnes Frame Aberdeen 1597. Agnes Grant Aldern 1662. Agnes Murray Crook of Devon 1662. Agnes Naismith Bargarin 1697. Agnes Pittendrake Crook of Devon 1662. Agnes Rostern Lank 1613. Agnes Sampson North Berwick 1590. Agnes Sharp Crook of Devon 1662. Agnes Spark Forfar 1661. Agnes Stratton North Berwick 1590. Agnes Torrey Aldern 1662. Agnes Williamson Samuelston 1662. Agnes Wobster Aberdeen 1597. Agnes Ingortinis Butte 1662. Alistair McNiven Butte 1642. Alexander Bell Aldern 1662. Alexander Elder Aldern 1662. Alexander Hamilton Edinburgh 1630. Alexander Hunter East Lothian 1649. Alexander Letty Aldern 1662. Alexander Quitelaw Berwick 1590. Alexander Shefford Aldern 1662. Alexander Sussam Suffolk 1646. Alice Dixon Essex 1645. Alice Dixon Northumberland 1673. Alice Duke Somerset 1664. Alice Gooderidge Burton, on Trent 1597. Alice Greylank 1613. Alice Green Somerset 1664. Alice Hunt St. Osseth 1582. Alice Hewson Burton Agnes 1664. Alice Keitler Ireland 1324. Alice Mansfield St. Osseth 1582. Alice Newman St. Osseth 1582. Alice Nutter Lanks 1613. Alice Priestley Lanks 1613. Alice Young Connecticut 1647. Alison Device Lanks 1613. Alison Dick Kirkcaldy 1636. Aylsound Pearsound Fifeshire 1588. Alan McKeldewy Orkney 1616. Amy Dooney Essex 1645. Amy Hindman, SNR. Butte 1662. Amy Hindman, JNR, Butte 1662. Andrew Mann Aberdeen 1597. Andrew Sanford Conn. 1662. Andrew Watson Forfar 1661. And Ashby Maidstone 1652. And Bates Northumberland 1673. And Baker Leicester 1619. And Bishop Somerset 1664. And Blampede Guernsey 1629. And Bodenham Salisbury 1633. And Kate Much Holland, Essex 1645. And Cooper Clacton, Essex 1645. Honest Craigie Crook of Devon 1662. And Crunkshilanks 1613. And Desborough Hunt 1646. And Dryden Northumberland 1673. And Foster Northumberland 1673. And Foster Northampton 1674. Annis Glasgow St. Osseth 1582. And Grut Guernsey 1614. Annis Heat St. Osseth 1582. Annie Hayman Butte 1662. And Hundham Scarborough 1651. And Leach Mislay, Essex 1645. And Martin Maidstone 1652. And Mass Guernsey 1617. And Parker Suffolk 1645. And Partays Northumberland 1673. And Pierce Suffolk 1645. And Redfern Lank 1613. Annie Richardson N. Berwick 1590. And Smith St. Alban 1649. Annabel Stewart Paisley 1678. N.E. Talesier Orkney 1633. Annabel Thompson Borrowstone 1679. And Usher Northumberland 1673. And West Lawford, Essex 1645. And Whitfield Northumberland 1673. And Whittlelanks 1613. Anthony Hunter Northumberland 1673. Archibald Manaldern 1662. Arthur Bill Northampton 1612. Barbara Erskine Low 1658. Barbara Freesaldern 1662. Barbara Napier N. Berwick 1590. Barbara Ronald Aldern 1662. Beak Tice Aberdeen 1597. Beagys Todd N. Berwick 1598. Beatrice Langpitten Weem 1704. Beatrice Robbie Aberdeen 1597. Surstein Ballantyne Butte 1662. Christian Carrington N. Berwick 1597. Christian Carrington N. Berwick 1590. Christian Graham Glasgow 1622. Christian Green Somerset 1664. Christian Grieve Crook of Devon 1662. Christine Harnon Guernsey 1617. Christian Lewingstone Leith 1597. Kristen Miller Aberdeen 1597. Kristen Mitchell Aberdeen 1597. Kristen Reed Aberdeen 1597. Christian Sadler Edinburgh 1597. Christian Todd N. Berwick 1590. Kristen White Forfar 1661. Christian Wilson Dalkeith 1661. Christian Young Crook of Devon 1662. Christopher Dixon Northumberland 1673. Christopher Ellen Somerset 1664. Christopher Hargreaves Lanks 1613. Christopher Howgate Lanks 1613. Sisley. Sellis St. Osseth 1582. Cecile Vaultier Guernsey 1610. Collis Beckwith Guernsey 1617. Colette Beckwith Guernsey 1617. Colette de L. Estel Guernsey 1622. Colette Dumont Guernsey 1617. Colette Gascoigne Guernsey 1563. Colette La Jolie Guernsey 1624. Colette Robin Guernsey 1622. Colette Salmon Guernsey 1563. Colette Savage Guernsey 1639. Colette Trudel Guernsey 1576. Deliverance Hobbs Salem 1692. Dinah Warburton Somerset 1664. Donald MacArthur Butte 1662. Donald Robesown N. Berwick 1590. Doll Bilby Burton Agnes 1664. Dorothy Green Northumberland 1673. Dorothy Warburton Somerset 1664. Duncan Butchquane Nen. Berwick 1590. Bessie Aiken Edinburgh 1597. Elspeth Alexander Forfar 1661. Elizabeth Astley Lanks 1613. Elizabeth Atchinson Northumberland 1673. Bessie Bathgate Tymouth 1634. Elizabeth Bennet St. Osseth 1582. Elspeth Blackallow 1658. Bessie Brown N. Berwick 1590. Elspeth Bruce Forfar 1661. Elspeth Cant Queensferry 1644. Elizabeth Chandler Hunt 1646. Elspeth Chisholm Aldern 1662. Elizabeth Clark Manningtree 1645. Elizabeth Clausen Kahn. 1692. Bessie Crockett Forfar 1661. Elizabeth Demdike Lanks 1613. Elizabeth Dempster Crook of Devon 1662. Elizabeth Device Lanks 1613. Elizabeth Dickinson Knaresborough 1621. Bessie Dunlop Ayrshire 1576. Elizabeth Duquin in Guernsey 1610. Elizabeth Eustace St. Osseth 1582. Elspeth Falconer Aldern 1662. Elspeth Findlay Aberdeen 1597. Elizabeth Fletcher Knaresborough 1621. Elspeth Forbes Aberdeen 1597. Elizabeth Frances Chelmsford 1556. Bessie Freesaldern 1662. Elspeth Gailey Butte 1662. Elizabeth Garlick Kahn. 1657. Elizabeth Govian Guernsey 1639. Elspeth Gilbert Aldern 1662. Elizabeth Godman Kahn. 1653. Elizabeth Gooding Manningtree 1645. Bessie Graham Kilwinning 1649. Elspeth Graham Dalkeith 1661. Elspeth Greybutte 1662. Bessie Gully Nen. Berwick 1590. Elizabeth Hare Essex 1645. Elizabeth Hargraves Lanks 1613. Elizabeth Harvey Ramsay. Essex 1645. Bessie Hay Aldern 1662. Bessie Henderson Crook of Devon 1662. Elizabeth Howgate Lanks 1613. Bessie Hushins Aldern 1662. Elizabeth Knapp Groton 1671. Elspeth Laird Aldern 1662. Elizabeth Low Hardy Guernsey 1631. Elspeth Lais Aberdeen 1597. Elspeth Macbeth Aldern 1662. Elspeth Macamee Aldern 1662. Bessie Moffat Dalkeith 1661. Elspeth Moyniss Aberdeen 1597. Elspeth N.C. William Butte 1662. Bessie Neil Crook of Devon 1662. Elspeth Nishi Aldern 1662. Bessie Peyton Allow 1658. Bessie Paul Aberdeen 1597. Bessie Peterkin Aldern 1662. Elizabeth Pickering Northumberland 1673. Elspeth Rioch Orkney 1616. Bessie Robson N. Berwick 1590. Elizabeth Sawyer Edmonton 1621. Elizabeth Seeger Conn Point 1662. Elspeth Smith Aberdeen 1597. Elspeth Spence Butte 1662. Elizabeth Style Somerset 1664. Elizabeth Style Windsor 1579. Elspeth Strathacwin Aberdeen 1597. Bessie Tom Aberdeen 1597. Bessie Thompson N. Berwick 1590. Bessie Vicar Borrowstones 1679. Elizabeth Wheat Hunts 1646. Bessie Weir Paisley 1678. Bessie Wilson Aldern 1662. Bessie Wright N. Berwick 1590. Elizabeth Wright Burton, on Trent 1597. Bessie Young Aldern 1662. Ellen Beerley Lanks 1613. Ellen Gray Aberdeen 1597. Ellen Green Leicester 1619. Eleanor Shaw Northampton 1705. Euphemia M. C. Callion N. Berwick 1590. Francis de Conson Lanks 1613. Francis Moore Hunt 1646. George Ellis Forfar 1661. Gideon Penman Crichton 1678. Gilbert Fiddler Aberdeen 1597. Gilbert M. C. Gill N. Berwick 1590. Giles Fenderlin Levin Heath 1652. Guileless Duncan N. Berwick 1590. Gilles Hutton Crook of Devon 1662. Jarrett Le Parmentier Guernsey 1620. Gracian Gusset Guernsey 1563. Grace Haylank 1613. Grisel Gardner Newburgh 1610. Grisel Sinclair Aldern 1662. Guillemine La Busse Guernsey 1622. Guillemine. Vaultier Guernsey 1610. Helen Alexander Forfar 1661. Helen Clark Manningtree 1645. Helen Cott Hills Forfar 1661. Helen Fraser Aberdeen 1597. Helen Guthrie Forfar 1661. Helen Hill Queensferry 1644. Helen Inglis Aldern 1661. Helen Jenkinson Northampton 1612. Helen Lauder N. Berwick 1590. Helene Le Brun Guernsey 1609. Helen Mackey Aberdeen 1597. Helen Penny Aberdeen 1597. Helen Rogie Aberdeen 1597. Helen Thompson Queensferry 1644. Helen Whiten. Berwick 1590. Henry Graver Knaresborough 1621. Henry Walter Somerset 1665. Hugh Crozier Conn. 1693. Isabel Adams Pittenweem 1704. Isabel Andrews Northumberland 1673. Isabel Bairdy Edinburgh 1649. Isabel Brown Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Beckwith Guernsey 1617. Isabel Black Crook of Devon 1662. Isabel Burnett Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Cokie Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Condy Crook of Devon 1662. Isabel Crawford of Ine 1618. Isabel Dorward Forfar 1661. Isabel Forbes Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Freesaldern 1662. Isabel Gardner Edinburgh 1649. Isabel Gibson Crook of Devon 1662. Isabel Gowdy Aldern 1662. Isabel Grierson Edinburgh 1607. Isabel Giler N. Berwick 1590. Isabel Haldane Perth 1607. Isabel Inchervine 1618. Isabel Johnson Northumberland 1673. Isabel Lauder N. Berwick 1590. Isabel Menteith Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Moore N.C. Cobbute 1662. Isabel Moore Aldern 1662. Isabel N.C. Neilbute 1662. Isabel N.C. Nicholbute 1662. Isabel Nicol Aldern 1662. Isabel Oig Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Ramsey Edinburgh 1661. Isabel Ritchie Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Robbie Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Roby Lank 1613. Isabel Rutherford Crook of Devon 1662. Isabel Shirey Forfar 1661. Isabel Sidegraves Lank 1613. Isabel Smith Forfar 1661. Isabel Strathacwin Aberdeen 1597. Isabel Thompson Northumberland 1673. Isabel Young Queensferry 1644. James Bush Somerset 1664. James Device Lank 1613. James Hudson Allow 1658. James Kirk Allow 1658. James O. G. Aberdeen 1597. James Walkley Conn 1662. Jonet Anderson Edinburgh 1657. Jane Bates Northumberland 1673. Jonet Berry Forfar 1661. Jean Bichot Guernsey 1619. Janet Beerley Lank 1613. Janet Blandelands Edinburgh 1590. Janet Bredhay Aldern 1662. Janet Brown Edinburgh 1649. Janet Brew Crook of Devon 1662. Jane Bulcock Lank 1613. Janet Burnett Aldern 1662. Jonet Campbell Edinburgh 1590. Jonet Campbell N. Berwick 1590. Joan Carrington Faversham 1645. Joan Carrington Conn 1651. Jonet Clark Edinburgh 1590. Jonet Cleric Tabardine 1597. Jennot Cookdale-Keith 1661. Johann Coopermuch Holland. Essex 1645. Jonet Corset Pittenweem 1704. Janet Cronshaw Lank 1613. Janet Cunningham Edinburgh 1590. Jonet Davidson Aberdeen 1597. Jean de Bertrand Guernsey 1626. Jeanette de Garris Guernsey 1631. Jonet de Jedds Aberdeen 1597. Janet Device Lank 1613. Janet Dibble Knaresborough 1621. Jonet Drever Orkney 1615. Jeanette de Maris Guernsey 1570. Janet Finlay Aldern 1662. Jean Fulton Bargarin 1697. Jonet Gaw, Gall, N. Berwick 1590. Jonet Grant Aberdeen 1597. Jonet Grant Edinburgh 1590. Jean Gignan Guernsey 1570. Jonet Gissett Aberdeen 1597. Janet Hargraves Lank 1613. Jonet Hood Crook of Devon 1662. Jonet Hood Crook of Devon 1662. Jane Hopper Northumberland 1673. Jane Hot Faversham 1645. Jonet Howitt Forfar 1661. Jonet Hunter Ayrshire 1605. Jonet Isaac Butte 1662. Jonet Copperth 1607. Jean King Innerkip 1662. Jean Le Cornu Guernsey 1620. Jeanette Le Gallies Guernsey 1570. Jonet Lee Aberdeen 1597. Jonet Laius Aberdeen 1597. Jonet Logan N. Berwick 1590. Janet Lowry Queensferry 1644. Jonet Lucas Aberdeen 1597. Joan Lucas Northampton 1612. Jane Makepeace Northumberland 1673. Janet Man Aldern 1662. Janet Matthew Paisley 1678. Jonet McConaughey Butte 1662. Jonet Msilmarteen Butte 1642. Jonet McNeil Butte 1662. Jonet McNichol Butte 1662. Jonet McTire Butte 1642. Janet Micklejohn Dalkeith 1661. Jonet Miller Allow 1658. Jonet Morrison Butte 1662. Janet Mowbray Queensferry 1644. Jonet McTire Butte 1642. Jonet Nicholson N. Berwick 1590. Jonet Nicol Butte 1662. Jonet Paston Dalkeith 1661. Jonet Patterson Allow 1658. Janet Peyton Crook of Devon 1662. Janet Peyton Kilduff 1662. Joan Petchy St. Osseth 1582. Joan Peterson Wapping 1652. Janet Preston Lank 1613. Jonet Reed Allow 1658. Jonet Reed Orkney 1633. Jonet Rendell Orkney 1629. Joan Robinson St. Osseth 1582. Janet Rogers Bargarin 1697. Janet Scott Innerkip 1662. Janet Smith Aldern 1662. Jonet Smith Aberdeen 1597. Jane Southworth Lank 1613. Jonet Spaldar Gaberdeen 1597. Jonet Stewart Edinburgh 1597. Jonet Stout Forfar 1661. Jonet Stratton N. Berwick 1590. Jean Sutherland Aldern 1662. Joan Sim Somerset 1664. Janet Thompson Edinburgh 1649. Jean Tourgis Guernsey 1622. Joan Vaughan Northampton 1612. Janet Wog Bargarin 1697. Joan Wallaford Faversham 1645. Joan Wallace Hunt 1646. Joan Waterhouse Chelmsford 1556. Jonet Watson Dalkeith 1661. Jean Weir Edinburgh 1670. Janet Wilkinson Lanks 1613. Joan Willamot Leicester 1619. Jonet Wishart Aberdeen 1597. John Brew Edinburgh 1643. John Bulcock Lanks 1613. John Carrington Conn 1651. John Clark Hunt 1646. John Combs Somerset 1664. John Couar N. Berwick 1590. John Crawforth Northumberland 1673. John Damiot Edinburgh 1597. John Douglas Draynant 1659. John Fyan N. Berwick 1590. John Gailey Butte 1662. John Gordon, Greymeal, N. Berwick 1590. John Layman, S.N. R.St. Alban 1649. John Layman, J.N. R.St. Alban 1649. John Laius Aberdeen 1597. John Lindsay Bargarin 1697. John M. C. Gillen. Berwick 1590. John Palmer St. Alban 1649. John Ramsden Lank 1613. John Reed Bargarin 1697. John Robertson Aldern 1662. John Salmon St. Alban 1649. John McWilliam Sclater Edinburgh 1656. John Stuart Irving 1618. John Stuart Paisley 1678. John Talesier Forfar 1661. John Taylor Aldern 1662. John Vining Somerset 1664. John Whitfield Northumberland 1673. John Winnick Hunt 1646. John Young Aldern 1662. Joseph Salmon St. Alban 1649. Josin Deblick Haynot 1616. Joyce Bones St. Osseth 1645. Judith Moonthorpe, Essex 1645. Judith Salmon St. Alban 1649. Judith Varlet Conn 1662. Julian Cox Somerset 1665. Catherine Blair Glasgow 1622. Catherine Blackalow 1658. Catherine Campbell N. Berwick 1590. Catherine Campbell Bargarin 1697. Catherine Carruthers N. Berwick 1590. Catherine Craig Orkney 1633. Catherine Crystalbute 1662. Catherine Duncan N. Berwick 1590. Catherine O'York 1654. Catherine Allott Northumberland 1673. Catherine Eustache Guernsey 1581. Catherine Fernch Aberdeen 1597. Catherine Ferris Aberdeen 1597. Catherine Frisselbute 1662. Catherine Gerard Aberdeen 1597. Kate Gray N. Berwick 1590. Catherine Green Somerset 1665. Catherine Haludis Guernsey 1622. Catherine Harrison Con Point 1662. Catherine Erstlank 1613. Catherine Logie Queensferry 1644. Catherine M. C. Gill N. Berwick 1590. Catherine McTeer Ayrshire 1605. Catherine McWilliam Butte 1662. Catherine Miller Orkney 1633. Catherine Mitchell Aberdeen 1597. Catherine Morebute 1662. Catherine Oswald Edinburgh 1629. Catherine Porter Forfar 1661. Catherine Praise Guernsey 1563. Catherine Renia Low 1658. Catherine Robert Guernsey 1639. Catherine Scott Innerkip 1662. Catherine Souter Aldern 1662. Catherine Stewart Butte 1662. Catherine Thompson Queensferry 1644. Kate Wallace N. Berwick 1590. Catherine Wallace Forfar 1661. Lawrence Haylank 1613. Lawrence A. Jahan Guernsey 1570. Lawrence L. Eustache Guernsey 1617. Lilias 80 Toryburn 1704. Lily Wallace Pittenweem 1704. Lucy Thompson Northumberland 1673. Lydia Gilbert Conn 1654. Malier Getty N. Berwick 1590. Monnier Halliburton Durlton 1649. Marable Cooper Orkney 1633. Margaret Agar Somerset 1664. Margaret Atchison N. Berwick 1590. Margaret Ainsley Northumberland 1673. Margaret Barclay Irvine 1618. Margaret Bean Aberdeen 1597. Meg Begtown N. Berwick 1590. Margaret Beveridge Crook of Devon 1662. Margaret Brodie Aldern 1662. Margaret Brown Queensferry 1644. Margaret Clark Somerset 1664. Margaret Clearock Taberdeen 1597. Margaret Craig Paisley 1678. Margaret Dolan Queensferry 1644. Margaret Demperstownalow 1658. Margaret Dutchalalow 1658. Margaret Duncan Ayrshire 1605. Margaret Duncan Crook of Devon 1662. Margaret Down N. Berwick 1590. Margaret Fulton Bargarin 1697. Margaret Greville St. Osseth 1582. Margaret Hamilton, Mitchell, Borrowstonis 1679. Margaret Hamilton, Polwart, Borrowstonis 1679. Margaret Homanerkip 1662. Margaret Hushins Aldern 1662. Margaret Huggan Crook of Devon 1662. Margaret Hutton Crook of Devon 1662. Margaret Innes Aberdeen 1597. Margaret Jackson Paisley 1678. Margaret Jennings Conn 1661. Margaret Johnson Lank 1633. Margaret Kelty Crook of Devon 1662. Margaret Killy Aldern 1662. Margaret Lang Bargarin 1697. Margaret Landish St. Osseth 1645. Margaret Litster Crook of Devon 1662. Margaret Loy Liverpool 1667. Margaret McGuffin Ayrshire 1605. Margaret Mackenzie Innerkip 1662. Margaret McNeil Butte 1662. Margaret McNichol Butte 1662. Margaret McNish Crook of Devon 1662. Margaret McWilliam Butte 1662. Margaret Moonthorpe. Essex 1645. Margaret Morton York 1650. Margaret Nsilduy Butte 1662. Margaret NC11 Butte 1662. Margaret Nicol Forfar 1661. Margaret Neen, Gilbert Thurso 1719. Margaret O. G. Aberdeen 1597. Margaret Pearson Lank 1613. Marguerite Pico Guernsey 1629. Margaret Pringle Borrowstones 1679. Margaret Roach Aberdeen 1597. Margaret Rogers Bargaran 1697. Margaret Skirrer Aberdeen 1597. Margaret Simpson Hunt 1646. Margaret Smith Butte 1662. Margaret Smith Aberdeen 1597. Meg Stilcar 10. Berwick 1590. Margaret Tales Irlow 1658. Marguerite Tardif Guernsey 1624. Margaret Thompson N. Berwick 1590. Margaret Waite, SNR, Knaresborough 1621. Margaret Waite, JNR. Knaresborough 1621. Margaret Wallace Glasgow 1622. Margaret Wilson Aldern 1662. Margaret Young Crook of Devon 1662. Margaret, surname unknown, Northumberland 1673. Marion Bales N. Berwick 1590. Marion Congilton N. Berwick 1590. Marion Dolan Queensferry 1644. Marion Frisselbutte 1642. Marion Fife Crook of Devon 1662. Marion Grant Aberdeen 1597. Marion Hockett Ramsey, Essex 1645. Marion Lincup Leith 1590. Marion Little Queensferry 1644. Marion Nicholson N. Berwick 1590. Marion Patterson N. Berwick 1590. Marion Richard Orkney 1633. Marion Shiel, Shaw, N. Berwick 1590. Marion Stein Queensferry 1644. Marion Thompson Crook of Devon 1662. Marion W. O. D. Aberdeen 1597. Marion, Irish Marion, N. Berwick 1590. Marjorie Dunbar Aldern 1662. Marjorie Man Aldern 1662. Marjorie Much Aberdeen 1597. Marjorie Ritchie Forfar 1661. Marjorie Salmon St. Osseth 1582. Marjorie Stokes St. Osseth 1645. Marjorie Taylor Aldern 1662. Martha Semple Bargaran 1697. Martin Tulauf Guernsey 1563. Mary Barbara Northampton 1612. Mary Barnes Con Point 1662. Marie Beckwith Guernsey 1617. Mary Bicon St. Alban 1649. Marie Clewett Guernsey 1631. Marie de Calais Guernsey 1617. Marie de Calais Guernsey 1631. Marie Dumont Guernsey 1617. Marie Govian Guernsey 1570. Mary Green Somerset 1664. Mary Greenlife Alsford. Essex 1645. Marie Gilbert Guernsey 1639. Marie Guillemot Guernsey 1634. Mary Hunter Northumberland 1673. Mary Johnson Wivenhoe, Essex 1645. Mary Johnson Con. 1647. Mary Lehman, S.N. R.St. Alban 1649. Mary Lehman, J.N. R.St. Alban 1649. Marie Lamontenarquip 1662. Marie Mabille Guernsey 1631. Marie Martin Guernsey 1588. Marie McCaubute 1662. Mary McNiven Butte 1662. Marie Mortimer Guernsey 1631. Marie Moore N. Sequil Butte 1662. Marie Patterson N. Berwick 1590. Mary Penny Somerset 1664. Mary Phillips Northampton 1705. Mary Reed Lenham 1652. Marie Rowland Guernsey 1601. Marie Rowland Guernsey 1634. Mary Ryan Forfar 1661. Mary Sanford Conn. 1662. Marie Shuttleworth Lanks 1613. Mary Sykes York 1649. Marie Sawyer Guernsey 1626. Marie Spencer Lanks 1613. Marie Stuart Butte 1662. Mary Trembles Biddeford 1682. Mary Warburton Somerset 1665. Macy Atchison N. Berwick 1590. Mercy Desborough Conn. 1692. Mesley Hurdle Aldern 1662. Michael Ainsley Northumberland 1673. Michael Clark N. Berwick 1590. Mildred Wright Maidstone 1652. Nathaniel Greensmith Conn. 1662. Nicholas Jennings Conn. 1661. Patrick Lowry Ayrshire 1605. Patrick McCaubute 1662. Patrick Watson Durlton 1649. Perrine Marist Guernsey 1622. Philippine Louve Parmentier Guernsey 1617. Rachel King Somerset 1665. Rebecca Greensmith Conn. 1662. Rebecca Jones St. Osseth 1645. Rebecca West Lawford, Essex 1645. Richard Dick Somerset 1665. Richard Graham Edinburgh 1590. Richard Lannon Somerset 1665. Robert Grierson N. Berwick 1590. Robert Grieve Lauder 1649. Robert Wilkinson Lanks 1613. Robert Wilson Crook of Devon 1662. Rose Cullenderberry 1664. Rose Hallibred St. Osseth 1645. Sarah Barton Harwich 1645. Sarah Cooper Essex 1645. Sarah Hading Ramsey, Essex 1645. Sarah Smith St. Alban 1649. Susan Cockesty. Osseth 1645. Susanna Edwards Biddeford 1682. Suzanne Prudhomme Guernsey 1629. Suzanne Rouen Guernsey 1631. Temperance Lloyd Biddeford 1682. Thomas Bolster Somerset 1665. Thomas Bunhill N. Berwick 1590. Thomas Durning Somerset 1665. Thomas Laius Aberdeen 1597. Thomas Weir Edinburgh 1670. Thomas de Calais Guernsey 1617. Thomasine Ratcliffe Suffolk 1645. Thomas Salmon Guernsey 1570. Thomasine Watson Northumberland 1673. Ursley Kempis T. Osseth 1582. Violet Laius Aberdeen 1597. Walter Letty Aldern 1662. William Ayres Conn. 1662. William Barton Queensferry 1655. William Barry Rutland 1619. William Coke Kirkcaldy 1636. William Craborostonis 1679. William Wright Northumberland 1673. Appendix 4. Joan of Arc and Gilles de Rais. These two personages, so closely connected in life and dying similar deaths. Yet as the poles asunder in character, have been minutely studied from the historical and medical points of view, and in the case of Joan from the religious standpoint also. But hitherto the anthropological aspect has been disregarded. This is largely due to the fact that these intensive studies have been made of each person separately, whereas to obtain the true perspective the two should be taken together. This individual treatment is probably owing to the wide divergence of the two characters. The simplicity and purity of the one is in marked contrast with the repulsive attributes of the other. Yet anthropologically speaking the tie between the two is as strongly marked as the contrast of character. The case of Joan is easily studied, as the documents are accessible. Anatole France has realized that behind Joan there lay some unseen power, which Charles VII feared and from which he unwillingly accepted help. M. France sees in this power a party in the Church, and in his eyes the Church was a house divided against itself. Though agreeing with the view that Joan was the rallying point of a great and powerful organization, I see in that organization the underlying religion which permeated the lower orders of the people in France as in England. That religion which I have set forth in the foregoing chapters. The men-at-arms, drawn from the lower orders, followed without hesitation one whom they believed to have been sent by their God, while the whole army was commanded by Marshal Gilles de Rais, who apparently tried to belong to both religions at once. 1. Joan of Arc. The questions asked by the judges at Joan's trial show that they were well aware of an underlying organization of which they stood in some dread. The judges were ecclesiastics, and the accusation against the prisoner was on points of Christian faith and doctrine and ecclesiastical observance. It was the first great trial of strength between the old and the new religions, and the political conditions gave the victory to the new, which was triumphant accordingly. "We have caught her now," said the Bishop of Beauvais, and she was burned without even the formality of handing her over to the secular authorities. After the execution, the judges and councillors who had sat in judgment on Joan received letters of indemnity from the Great Council. The Chancellor of England sent letters to the Emperor, to the kings and princes of Christendom, to all the nobles and towns of France, explaining that King Henry and his councillors had put Joan to death through zeal for the Christian faith. And the University of Paris sent similar letters to the Pope, the Emperor, and the College of Cardinals. Such action can hardly be explained had Joan been an ordinary heretic or an ordinary political prisoner. But if she were in the eyes of the great mass of the population not merely a religious leader but actually the incarnate God, then it was only natural for the authorities, who had compassed her death, to shelter themselves behind the bulwark of their zeal for the Christian religion, and to explain to the heads of that religion their reasons for the execution. On the other hand, the belief that Joan was God incarnate will account, as nothing else can, for the extraordinary supineness of the French, who never lifted a finger to ransom or rescue Joan from the hands of either the Burgundians or the English. As God himself or his voluntary substitute she was doomed to suffer as the sacrifice for the people, and no one of those people could attempt to save her. In comparing the facts elicited at the trial with the Dianic cult as set out in the previous chapters, the coincidences are too numerous to be merely accidental. I do not propose to enter into a detailed discussion of the trial, I only wish to draw attention to a few points in this connection. The questions put to Joan on the subject of fairies appear to the modern reader to be entirely irrelevant, though much importance was evidently attached to her answers by the court. She could not disprove, though she denied, the popular rumor that Joan received her mission at the tree of the fairy ladies, Iohanna separat factum summa pud arborem dominarum fatalium. And she was finally forced to admit that she had first met the voices near that spot. Connection with the fairies was as damning in the eyes of the Bishop of Beauvais and his colleagues as it was later in the eyes of the judges who tried John Walsh and Ailsun Pearson. The names of Christian saints, given to the persons whom Joan called her the voices, have misled modern writers, but the questions showered upon her show that the judges had shrewd suspicions as to the identity of these persons. That the voices were human beings is very clear from Joan's own testimony. "Those of my party know well that the voice had been sent to me from God, they have seen and known this voice. My king and many others have also heard and seen the voices which came to me. I saw him, Saint Michael, with my bodily eyes as well as I see you." She refused to describe Street Point Michael. And bearing in mind some of the descriptions of the devil in later trials, it is interesting to find that when the judges put the direct question to her as to whether Street Point Michael came to her naked, she did not give a direct answer. Later the following dialogue took place: "If the devil were to put himself in the form or likeness of an angel, how would you know if it were a good or an evil angel?" asked the judges. Again Joan's reply was not direct: "I should know quite well if it were Saint Michael or a counterfeit." She then stated that she had seen him many times before she knew him to be Saint Michael. When a child she had seen him and had been afraid at first. Pressed for a description, she said he came, in the form of a true honest man, tres frae prudam, forma unius verissimi probi hominis. The accounts of the trial prove that Joan continually received advice from the saints. The person whom she called St. Catherine was obviously in the castle and able to communicate with the prisoner. This was not difficult, for the evidence shows that there was a concealed opening between Joan's room and the next. It was in the adjoining room, close to the opening, that the notaries sat to take down Joan's words when the spy Loiseleur engaged her in conversation, and it was evidently through this opening that St. Catherine spoke when she awoke Joan, without touching her, and again when Joan could not hear distinctly what she said on account of the noise in the castle. A remark of Joan's that she often saw them, the voices, among the Christians, they themselves unseen, is noteworthy for the use of the word Christian, suggesting that the voices were of a different religion. The remark should also be compared with the account given by Bessie Dunlop as to her recognizing Tom Reed when those about him did not know him. And with the statement by Denius that, among a great company of men, the sorcerer only knoweth Satan, that is present, when other do not know him, although they see another man, but who or what he is they know not. The points of mortal sin, of which Joan finally stood accused, were the following: 1. The attack on Paris on a feast day, 2. Taking the horse of the Bishop of Senlis, 3. Leaping from the Tower of Beaurevoir, 4. Wearing male costume. 5. Consenting to the death of Francois d'Arras at Lagny. Of these the most surprising to modern ideas is the one referring to costume, yet it was on this that the judges laid most stress. Even the severest of sumptuary laws has never made the wearing of male dress by a woman a capital crime, yet, though Joan had recanted and been received into the church, the moment that she put on male attire she was doomed on that account only. Whether she donned it by accident, by treachery, by force, or out of bravado, the extraordinary fact remains that the mere resuming of male garments was the signal for her death without further trial. On the Sunday she wore the dress, on the Monday she was condemned, on the Tuesday the sentence was communicated to her, on the Wednesday she was burned, as an idolater, apostate, heretic, relapsed. If, as I suppose, she were a member of the Gionic cult, the wearing of male attire must have been, for her, an outward sign of that faith, and the resuming of it indicated the relapse. The inscription on the high cap, which she wore at her execution, shows that the judges at least held this opinion. Throughout the trial questions were poured upon her as to her reasons for wearing the dress, and she acknowledged that she wore it, not by the advice of a human man, per concilium hominis mundi. Totum quod feci est per preceptum Domini, etsi alium praecipit assumere ego assumrem, postquam hoc esse per preceptum Dei. Asked if she thought she would have been committing mortal sin by wearing women's clothes, she answered that she did better in obeying and serving her Supreme Lord, who is God. She refused to wear women's dress except by command of God, would rather die than revoke what God has made me do. On her letters were placed sometimes the words Jesus Maria or a cross. Sometimes I put a cross as a sign for those of my party to whom I wrote so that they should not do as the letter said. Though the mark was merely a code signal to the recipient of the letter, it seems hardly probable that a Christian of that date would have used the symbol of the faith for such a purpose. She also consistently refused to take an oath on the Gospels, and was with difficulty persuaded to do so on the Missal. When she was asked whether she had ever blasphemed, blasphemavit, God, she replied that she had never cursed the saints, maledixit sanctum vel sanctum. When pressed whether she had not denied, denegavit, God, she again refused a direct answer, saying that she had not denied the saints, denegavit sanctum nec sanctum. The general feeling towards her among the Christian priesthood is shown by the action of Brother Richard. When he first entered her presence, he made the sign of the cross and sprinkled holy water, and I said to him, "Approach boldly, I shall not fly away." Another point to be noted is her answer that she learned the Paternoster, Ave Maria, and Credo from her mother, thus proving that she was not of a witch family. According to Reginald Scott, it was sufficient evidence to condemn a woman to death as a witch if her mother had been a witch before her. At the same time, however, Joan refused to say the Paternoster except in confession, when the priest's lips would have been sealed if she had proved herself not to be a Christian. She was very urgent to confess to the Bishop of Beauvais, but he was too wary to be caught. She first heard the voices at the age of 13, the usual time for the devil and the witch to make pactyon. One of her followers, Piran, was burnt as a witch, avowing to the last that she had spoken with God as friend with friend, and describing the costume of her deity with a detail which shows the reality of the occurrence. If also there is any weight to be attached to certain names, as seems likely after studying the lists given above, then we have in this history 4 of the chief witch names, Joan, the daughter of Isabel, and the 2 saints Catherine and Margaret. These coincidences may be small, but there are too many of them to be ignored. There is evidence from Joan's own words that she felt herself divine and also that she knew her time was limited, but she never realized till the last that the end meant death. This, however, the voices knew, and it was for this that they were preparing her. At the beginning of the trial, she said she had come from God, and had nothing to do here, asking to be sent back to God from whom she came, dixit quod venit ex parte, et non habet quid negociare quidquam. Petens ut remitteriter ad Deum a quo venerat. Many times she said to him, the king, I shall live a year, barely longer. During that year let as much as possible be done. The voices told her she would be taken before the feast of St. John, and that thus it must be, and that she must not be troubled but accept willingly and God would help her. They also said it was necessary for her to be captured, receive all willingly, care not for thy martyrdom, thou shalt come at last to the kingdom of paradise. On the fatal Tuesday when she learned her doom, flesh and spirit quailed at the prospect of the agony to come, and she cried out that her voices had deceived her. For she had thought that in her imprisonment she had already suffered the promised martyrdom. Yet within 24 hours she went to the stake with courage unquenched, acknowledging that her voices were from God. Like John Fian nearly 2 centuries later, her spirit had sunk at first, and again like Fian she endured to the end, dying a martyr to the God who had exploited her confidence and simplicity and whom she had served so well. To her de Lanker's words might well apply, the witches are so devoted to his service that neither torture or death can affright them. And they go to martyrdom and to death for love of him as gaily as to a festival of pleasure and public rejoicing. The ashes were collected and thrown into running water, a common rite, in religions of the lower culture, after the sacrifice of the incarnate God. It is also worth noting that Rouen was one of the French cities in which there was still a living tradition of human sacrifice. 2. Gilles de Rais. Like Joan of Arc, Gilles de Rais was tried and executed as a witch. And in the same way, much that is mysterious in this trial can also be explained by the Dianic cult. On the mother's side he descended from Typhane de Champtos, and on the father's from Typhane de Husson. This latter was the niece of Bertrand du Guesclin, and called after du Guesclin's wife, who was a fairy woman. The name Typhane appears to come from the same root as Fine, Fin, and Fian, all of which meant fairy, in Great Britain, and probably in Brittany as well. There is therefore a strong suggestion of a strain of fairy blood, and with that blood there may also have descended to Gilles many of the beliefs and customs of the dwarf race. The bond between Gilles and Joan was a very close one. She obtained permission from the king to choose whom she would for her escort. Her choice at once fell on Gilles, for she would naturally prefer those of her own faith. He held already a high command in the relieving force, and added the protection of Joan as a special part of his duties. Later on, even after he had reached the high position of Marshal of France, he still continued those duties, remaining with her all day when she was wounded at the assault on Paris. It is an interesting point also that Charles VII granted permission to both these great leaders to bear the royal arms on their escutcheons. It seems incredible that a soldier of Gilles's character and standing should have made no move to rescue Joan by ransom or by force, when she was captured. She was not only a comrade, she was especially under his protection, and it is natural for us to think that his honor was involved. But if he regarded her as the destined victim, chosen and set apart for death, as required by the religion to which both he and she belonged, he could do nothing but remain inactive and let her fate be consummated. If this is so, then the Mystery of Orleans, of which he was the author, would be a religious play of the same class as the mystery plays of the Christians. The extraordinary prodigality and extravagance of Gilles may have been due, as is usually suggested, to profligacy or to madness. But it may equally well have been that he took seriously the belief that as the incarnate God, or at any rate as a candidate for that honor, he must give to all who asked. He rode a black horse, as also did Joan and the devils of later centuries, and on 2 separate occasions he attempted to enter into a compact with the devil. He could not decide to which religion he would belong, the old or the new, and his life was one long struggle. The old religion demanded human sacrifices and he gave them, the new religion regarded murder as mortal sin and he tried to offer expiation. Openly he had Christian masses and prayers celebrated with the utmost pomp, secretly he followed the ancient cult. When he was about to remove the bodies of the human victims from the castle of Champtos, he swore his accomplices to secrecy by the binding oaths of both religions. On the other hand, members of the old faith, whom he consulted when in trouble, warned him that as long as he professed Christianity and practiced its rites they could do nothing for him. An infringement of the rights of the Church brought him under the ecclesiastical law, and the Church was not slow to take advantage of the position. Had he chosen to resist, his exalted position would have protected him, but he preferred to yield, and like Joan he stood his trial on the charge of heresy. The trial did not take long, he was arrested on September 14, and executed on October 26. With him were arrested 8 others, of whom 2 were executed with him. Seeing that 13 was always the number of witches in a coven, it is surely more than an accidental coincidence that 9 men and women, including Gilles, were arrested, 2 saved themselves by flight. And 2 more who had played a large part in the celebration of the rites of the old religion were already dead. Thus even as early as the middle of the 15th century the Coven of 13 was in existence. Gilles was charged with heresy before a court composed of ecclesiastics only, and like Joan he was willing to be tried for his faith. He announced that he had always been a Christian, which may be taken to mean that there was some doubt as to whether he was not a heathen. He suddenly gave way to a curious outburst against the authority of the court, saying that he would rather be hanged by the neck with a lace than submit to them as judges. This can only be understood by comparing his reference to hanging with a lace with the method by which Playfair in 1597, page 204, John Stuart in 1618, page 202, and John Reed in 1697, page 203, met their deaths. The sudden change of front in this haughty noble may be accounted for by the excommunication which was decreed against him, but this explains neither his passionate haste to confess all, and more than all, of which he was accused, nor his earnest and eager desire to die. How much of his confession was true cannot be determined now, but it is very evident that he was resolved to make his own death certain. His action in this may be compared with that of Major Weir in 1670, who also was executed on his own voluntary confession of witchcraft and crime. Gilles's last words, though couched in Christian phraseology, show that he had not realized the enormity of the crimes which he confessed. "We have sinned, all 3 of us," he said to his 2 companions. "But as soon as our souls have left our bodies we shall all see God in his glory in paradise." He was hanged on a gibbet above a pyre, but when the fire burned through the rope the body was snatched from the flames by several ladies of his family, who prepared it for burial with their own hands. And it was then interred in the Carmelite church close by. His 2 associates were also hanged, their bodies being burned and the ashes scattered. On the spot where Gilles was executed his daughter erected a monument, to which came all nursing mothers to pray for an abundance of milk. Here again is a strong suggestion that he was regarded as the incarnate god of fertility. Another suggestive fact is the length of time, 9 years, which elapsed between the death of Joan and the death of Gilles. This is a usual interval when the incarnate god is given a time limit. It required 25 years before an action of rehabilitation could be taken for Joan. In the case of Gilles, 2 years after the execution the king granted letters of rehabilitation for that, the said Gilles, unduly and without cause, was condemned and put to death. An intensive study of this period might reveal the witch organization at the royal court and possibly even the Grand Master to whom Joan owed allegiance, the god who sent her. Giac, the king's favorite, was executed as a witch, and Joan's beau-duc, the Duc d'Alençon, was also of the fraternity. Footnotes. It is advisable to read the trial in the original Latin and French, as the translations have often a Christian bias, e.g., the King of Heaven being rendered as our Lord, and my Lord as our Savior. This is not merely inaccurate but actually misleading. Compare Bessie Dunlop's more homely description of Tom Reed, an honest will elderly man. Appendix V. Flying ointments.